Yao Chong, Yao Bing, Yu Yao Jia. In this peculiar world where all beings can become companions, do you gaze at the origami crane fluttering its wings in his palm, lost in profound contemplation? Did she just say, she belongs to the Jinwu clan? 001 Jinwu. Under the scorching summer sun, the streets outside the school were teeming with people. A boy of 17 or 18 wandered aimlessly. Was the weather hot? It mattered not. Du Yu's heart remained cool, for he had just completed the Gaokao. It's all gone cold, Du Yu murmured softly, letting out a helpless sigh. He had been in this world for barely 2 weeks, and the shock of his new reality had yet to fully settle. Now, he was thrust into an otherworldly Gaokao. It was noteworthy that before traversing to this realm, Du had just undergone the Gaokao in his own world. What a marvelous nightmare. Du had finally come to terms with the reality of retaking the Gaokao, only to be struck anew by the revelation that the original owner of this body had chosen the arts. If it were the sciences, I might manage, but the arts? Ha! Ha ha ha! After treating history like a fantasy novel and geography as a magical map for 2 weeks, Du stumbled into the examination hall, dazed and confused, emerging from it in a similar state, now standing in the middle of the street. He had flunked the exam. Logically speaking, this was precisely the moment for an accident to occur, for that was how Du had arrived in this world. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Oh heavens, do not claim I did not give you a chance. Quickly send forth another truck to run a red light, crush me, and take me to the next world to continue my Gaokao. I am not done. Of course, this was merely a jest. Du felt emboldened because it was the day of the Gaokao, and the streets outside the school were cordoned off by traffic police. There was no way a large truck could come barreling through. His dazed demeanor did not attract unusual glances, as the scene outside the school gate was already chaotic. Students, having completed their exams, exhibited a myriad of emotions. Some students were brimming with confidence. Others wore expressions of regret, while some clung to their academic overachieving peers, crying as they matched answers, their tears flowing in tandem with their discoveries. The faces of the young were unable to conceal their emotions, and the hearts of their parents were equally conflicted. It seemed that this world's Gaokao held the same undeniable importance as that of his previous life. The only difference was that many parents had brought their pets to retrieve their children. Du knew that these creatures were not merely pets, but possessed extraordinary abilities as Yao beasts. There existed a vast array of Yao pets, diverse in type and appearance, adorably clumsy, charmingly cute, or nobly elegant. Regardless of their looks or demeanor, those that could be raised in human households were typically more attuned to human sentiments. Often, before parents could locate their children amidst the crowd, the Yao pets had already spotted their young masters, their emotions mirroring those of the children. Yet, the joys and sorrows of humanity did not resonate with one another. Du felt utterly bewildered. He was uncertain of where he was meant to go from here. The original owner of this body was also an orphan named Du, raised in the Chidian orphanage. With the support of compassionate individuals from various sectors of society, Du had finally reached his 3rd year of high school, only to have an unfortunate accident during a rare mountain excursion before the Gaokao. Sigh. Du searched through his hazy memories, shaking his head in resignation. Truth be told, he wished for a body swap, where both he and the other could awaken in each other's worlds. That would indeed be a silver lining in misfortune. Moreover, if only the memories this boy left behind were clearer, he would not have had to read the textbooks as if they were novels. Hey, look over there. What is flying in the sky? A bird or a cloud? Oh my, that's... Son, come here. Come here. Du, lost in his thoughts, suddenly heard a cacophony of exclamations. Accompanying the clamor was the increasingly darkening sky. He hastily turned his head, his already bewildered expression morphing into one of utter confusion. In the distant western sky, a swarm of birds had congealed into a colossal cloud. Like an army encroaching, the ominous black clouds loomed over, casting shadows and bringing forth a tempest. Du's expression turned to one of shock as he scrutinized the scene, feeling as though this world was playing an elaborate prank on him. What was this? A flock of birds? No, these were clearly origami cranes. A sky filled with origami cranes? Some were soaring, while others descended in droves. Do not panic. Seek nearby cover. Enter buildings to hide. If there's no cover, lie flat on the ground. Amidst the chaos in front of the school gate, a resonant voice rang out from a middle-aged traffic officer. He maintained order while pointing skyward. Jiang-he, stop them. Woof, woof. At the officer's feet, a large wolf dog with elegant proportions and a coat of deep azure fur barked furiously at the sky. In an instant, streams of water appeared out of thin air, weaving into a massive fishing net that stretched upward toward the sky. Adults understood that fishing nets have holes, but that was of little concern. They could attempt to layer them further. The officer team, already present to maintain order, commanded their police dogs to conjure water nets, overlapping them to provide as much protection as possible for the students. Among the parents were hidden talents, who promptly joined forces with their Yao pets to unleash their unique abilities. In a moment, a plethora of extraordinary powers manifested before the school gates. Meanwhile, Diyu, obediently lying in the middle of the street, could only watch as the overwhelming swarm of origami cranes descended upon him. The might of humanity and Yao pets appeared so insignificant in the face of such phenomena. I am truly at my wit's end, Diyu thought, feeling a profound sense of despair. Oh heavens, have you finally lost patience? Now that the streets are blocked and no truck can crash through, you resort to bombers? You tell me these are origami cranes? What kind of origami crane can withstand a whirlwind without being shredded? What can seamlessly penetrate a column of fire without being scorched? What can swim through a water net without getting wet? The diverse abilities exhibited by the people astounded Diyu, and he marveled at the wonders of this new world while witnessing the formidable nature of the origami cranes. Eventually, Diyu clasped his hands over his head and curled up on the ground. Come on, oh heavens! Death, like the wind, is always at my side. The long road stretches ahead, accompanied by the Gaokao. We shall meet again in the next world, in the next examination. Hiss! Diyu suddenly inhaled sharply, feeling a sharp peck on the back of his hand. An origami crane had traversed mountains and seas, overcoming layers of obstacles, and collided with his hand. Terrifyingly, none of the various Yao techniques managed to halt the onslaught of the origami crane army. Even more horrifying was that when the immense army of origami cranes descended upon structures, streets, and people, they did not inflict any substantial harm upon living beings. Ah! As the origami cranes fell in increasing numbers, Diyu, with no escape, could only scream to alleviate the pain, surrendering to the deluge of origami crane rain. However, whether this phenomenon was a heavenly decree or a human contrivance, if it truly sought to claim Diyu's life, his body would have long been reduced to a sieve. One by one, the origami cranes fell, swiftly burying Diyu alive beneath their weight. And Diyu was not alone. The students and parents at the school gate were similarly engulfed, left utterly speechless. Even the entire block, the entire town, was soon inundated by the origami crane army. After a full 15 seconds, the sky-darkening army of origami cranes finally departed, leaving behind a sea of cranes and a crowd still in shock. Uffed! Diyu expelled an origami crane from his mouth, struggling to emerge from the paper pile. Whoa! A terrified voice from a nearby pile of paper revealed a female classmate sobbing in fear. This girl clearly belonged to the type prone to aftershocks, reacting a beat too late. While others had already regained composure, she only now realized to cry. I had already cried out before you even began. Diyu paid no heed to the girl who would be buried alongside him. He casually grasped a handful of 1,000 origami cranes. Perhaps it was inappropriate to label them as paper cranes, for the material was clearly not ordinary white paper, but rather resembled something crafted from wood. Each slender piece was as delicate as a cicada's wing, nearly translucent, and of a pale hue. What a pure aura of the beasts! Which ancient demon sage has bestowed this upon the world? Come here, my dear. Let us see if we can awaken it. The man's voice, filled with excitement, resonated powerfully, even managing to drown out the cries and shouts of those around him. Soon, waves of confusion, surprise, and unrestrained joy radiated from every direction. What transpired next was beyond Diyu's wildest expectations. Just moments ago, people were fleeing in panic, avoiding the swarm of origami cranes. Now, they treated them as coveted treasures. As news spread, students and parents who had sought refuge in nearby stationery stores and snack shops swiftly emerged. After cautiously confirming the situation, a significant number of people and their demon pets transformed into adept swimmers, diving headlong into the sea of origami cranes. Great sorrow, immense joy. The apocalypse, a paradise. In a mere span of seconds, everything had shifted. What a peculiar world this was. The aura of beasts? Diyu pondered, examining the several cranes in his hand. The aura of beasts, fully known as the breath of demon beasts, was described in books as emanating from two towering ancient trees at the eastern end of the distant Kunlun Mountains, whose majestic forms seemed to connect heaven and earth. These twin trees intertwined, endlessly radiating the breath of demon beasts. To this day, the extraordinary realms within the Great Xia were countless, Yet the twin ancient trees of Kunlun remain the greatest source of demon-beast energy, often referred to by scholars as the origin of the Great Xia's demon spirit culture. Those who cultivated the breath of demon beasts were known as beast tamers. Upon entering puberty, human children often exhibited an affinity for the breath of demon beasts as their bodies rapidly matured, potentially leading them to become beast tamers. However, the number of beast tamers was scarce, comprising merely 30 of the Great Xia's population. Unfortunately for Du Yu, he belonged to the majority, an ordinary individual who had attended only standard schools throughout his life. Thus, even though the origami cranes on the street resembled an ocean brimming with boundless pure aura, it had little relevance to Du Yu. Wait, in the next moment, Du Yu's eyes widened slightly. One of the origami cranes in his palm unexpectedly fluttered its wings, nudging the adjacent cranes. Huh? Du Yu felt a sudden warmth in his palm, a surge of scorching energy flooding into his body. Restless. Huh? What is happening? Just as Du Yu was at a loss, a soft, adorable voice echoed in his mind. I am the burning sun golden crow. With the mysterious voice came a torrent of searing energy that coursed through Du Yu's body, rendering him helpless as he once again sank into the vast sea of origami cranes. 002 Fire. Burning sun golden crow. Burning sun golden crow. The heat enveloping Du Yu left him somewhat dazed. Though he attended an ordinary school, in a world where demon spirit culture thrived, the basic education was not devoid of subjects related to demon beasts. From elementary to high school, there were specialized martial arts courses, ensuring that every child received a solid foundation before the closing of the awakening doors at the end of puberty. All preparations were aimed at helping children become part of that 30. Du Yu vaguely recalled that during the past 2 weeks of cramming for the college entrance examination, he had encountered tales of the Golden Crow clan. Where had he read about them? Wow, a miracle, simply miraculous. Mom, where are you? The crowd surged with exuberance or sorrow, as countless origami cranes were embraced by ecstatic individuals or tossed into the air, while traffic officers loudly maintained order. In this vivid tapestry of humanity, it seemed that only Du Yu remained still. He lay limply in the ocean of origami cranes, his body submerged, with only his face exposed, gazing up at the azure sky. Yes, it dawned on him. Du Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. The ancient Golden Crow clan. A piece of obscure knowledge, the enigmatic Golden Crow clan was exceedingly rare, regarded by the world as a symbol of auspiciousness. For centuries, the Golden Crow clan had left behind numerous legends throughout the Great Xia. It was said that they would rescue those lost in extraordinary realms, bestowing light and warmth upon them, guiding them back home. Are you all right? In his mind, the little girl timidly inquired. Before Du Yu could respond, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The azure sky vanished, replaced by an endless void, and before him loomed a translucent, ethereal figure. The petite outline was faintly defined, possessing only a singular hue. Her large, orange-red eyes, reminiscent of a beautiful sunset, pure and enchanting. Du Yu endeavored to calm his racing heart and took a deep breath. This bizarre, otherworldly experience repeatedly challenged his understanding of reality. Perhaps he should grow accustomed to the extraordinary? Yet, a little girl? Wasn't she a member of the legendary, auspicious Golden Crow clan? Her charming appearance matched perfectly with her soft, melodic voice. He cautiously inquired, Are you from the legendary Golden Crow clan? What is your purpose? The girl's voice was intermittent, as if strained. I entered your body to recuperate. If you're injured, I can seek a demon pet doctor to assist you. No, do not. The little girl interrupted urgently. Life is dangerous. It will consume me. With that, she adopted a pitiful expression, her large orange-red eyes gazing at Du Yu. Do not tell anyone. Du Yu appeared troubled, but I am merely an ordinary person. How can I help you? No, you can. Oh, Du Yu felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that he possessed the potential for awakening? He had just turned 17, the appropriate age for such a transformation. Do not drive me away. I can assist you in your cultivation. Will you? The little girl appeared on the verge of tears, her voice tinged with sorrow, evoking a sense of discomfort within Du Yu. Humanity, indeed, was fascinating. Life was already challenging, yet he could not bear to witness others suffering. All right. Du Yu nodded repeatedly. How can I assist you? You are purebred. Purebred, rare. Du Yu was taken aback. She claims I am purebred? What does that mean? Are all others mixed breeds? Well, never mind. It's not as if I am the one being insulted. Purebred, fire. The little girl lowered her head, peering into Du Yu's chest. Du Yu remained motionless, watching as the little creature burrowed into his chest. With a gentle sigh, the void vanished. The azure sky reappeared before Du Yu, and the cacophony of the crowd surged back into his ears. How marvelous! Had he just been drawn into a spiritual realm? Burning sun, little burning sun? Du Yu attempted to call out in his mind, I am willing to help you. Can you tell me what has transpired? I fought with a large tree. I cannot defeat it. Do you? If the little burning sun could barely escape, how formidable must that tree be? The more he pondered, the more anxious he grew. If the enemy were to come after him, would he not be in peril as well? After 2 grueling rounds of college entrance examination preparation, he certainly did not wish to face another venue. Do you what tree? Where is it? Trees should not be able to walk, right? Yes, they cannot. It bound me and consumed me. I peeled off its bark and fled. Do you prefer to believe it was an epic battle? Yet from the little burning sun's description, it sounded more like a child's play. I transformed the bark into countless birds, flying everywhere. Finally, I found you, the purebred fire in an instant. Du Yu's mind became alert. This world comprises 6 elemental attributes: wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, and wood. When a Yu-Yo master awakens, their elemental attribute is also revealed. A Yu-Yo master cannot unleash wind, fire, or thunder independently. They can only forge contracts with demon beasts, nurturing powerful companions to establish their foothold. The elemental attribute that a Yu-Yo master awakens determines the type of attribute demon beast they can contract with. Thus, according to Xiao Fenyang, am I indeed a fire-type Yu-Yo master? I will assist you, together with you. Accompanied by the soft, melodious words of the little lowly Fenyang echoing in his mind, an orange-red glow began to emanate from beneath Du Yu's skin, dreamlike and ethereal, reminiscent of the beautiful eyes of Xiao Fenyang. However, Du Yu could not perceive this. He merely felt an intense heat coursing through him, as though his very blood had been ignited. Fun! Du Yu barely managed to utter a syllable before his vision blurred completely, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in a void once more. This time, however, he was greeted by a small, pitch-black bird, adorned with dark golden patterns that radiated a mysterious, resplendent glow. Du Yu cautiously reached out to touch it, only to witness the dark golden patterns erupt into brilliant flames, fiercely ablaze. Was it a Jinwu or a phoenix? Trapped within his dream, Du Yu had nowhere to flee as the roaring flames surged toward him, fully igniting his being. Time passed, and the sun climbed high in the sky. Du Yu abruptly opened his eyes while lying on a hospital bed, gasping for the cool air, hastily propping himself up. The sharp scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils. Was he in a hospital? Bewildered, Du Yu scanned his surroundings. The spacious ward housed around 30 to 40 beds, all occupied by slumbering youths. Du Yu, you're awake? Turning his head, Du Yu saw the figure of his homeroom teacher, Li Hong. The teacher he remembered was quite stern, never having exhibited such gentleness before. As Du Yu turned to look, Li Hong halted, her face etched with astonishment. Du Yu had no time to ponder this. A wave of heat surged within him, and he anxiously inquired, where's the restroom? Hot, so hot. Truly a fervent passion. The nurse nearby had seen it all before. Under her guidance, Du Yu stumbled toward the restroom, plunging his head into the sink and turning on the tap, allowing the icy water to cascade over the back of his head. He frantically ran his hands through his hair, splashing cold water onto his face and even lifting his short sleeves to drench his chest and back. After 2 full minutes of this refreshing relief, Du Yu finally felt a semblance of comfort. He was uncertain whether it was the physical cooling or his body stabilizing, but he no longer felt as intensely heated. Ha. Breathing heavily, Du Yu turned off the tap, supporting himself against the sink's edge as he slowly raised his gaze. The reflection in the mirror revealed a youth with damp hair, startling Du Yu into realization. Now he understood why Li Hong had looked so flabbergasted. Du Yu had always possessed a fair complexion and a gentle demeanor, with the potential to be a warm-hearted individual or a sad boy. Yet now, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if they had been brought to life, imbuing his entire being with an elevated aura. His bright eyes gleamed with intensity, transforming his presence into that of a strikingly handsome individual. How could he continue to be a sad boy when he seemed destined to become a charming figure instead? Wait, what is this? A slight furrow creased Du Yu's brow as he realized something remarkable. His previous body had been somewhat nearsighted due to excessive reading, but it had not been significant enough to require glasses. Now, however, he could see every minuscule fiber on the mop in the corner of the mirror, experiencing firsthand the clarity of acute vision. Such detail, Du Yu, truly remarkable. He, and more. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice wafted into his ear. Du could not help but blink, and through the mirror, he spotted a small head peeking from behind his right shoulder. Given his already heated body, the sight nearly caused him to swoon. Little Finyang nuzzled her nose against Diyu's shoulder, her adorable eyes blinking. My eyes have even more uses. Diyu was taken aback. Your eyes? The eyes of the Jinwu Finyang? It was indeed true that upon reaching a certain level of mastery, a Yu-Yo master could harness the power of their demon beasts to jointly execute demon techniques. Yet, such prowess was the domain of formidable Yu-Yo masters. Even if Diyu were to awaken, he was merely a novice. How could he possibly be worthy of utilizing the legendary Finyang Jinwu's eyes? I'll make a contract with you. All done. The astonishing events unfolded one after another, and Diyu was utterly unfamiliar with the methods of contracting. How could he sign a contract? Was it that Finyang was signing with him? The pet signing? Could this world truly operate in such a manner? Why had he never heard of this? Without heeding the dazed Diyu, Finyang's form suddenly transformed into a palm-sized illusionary bird, settling onto Duyu's shoulder. Duyu's gaze sharpened. Was this not the creature from his dream? The one with the black feathers and golden patterns, resembling both a crow and a phoenix? However, the little being on his shoulder was merely an illusion, lacking any tangible form and devoid of the distinct black and gold hues. Thank you for allowing me to enter your body. The joyous voice of Finyang echoed in his mind as the little bird tilted its head affectionately, nuzzling Diyu's cheek. Diyu responded with a hesitant, someone is coming. Finyang seemed to sense something and vanished in an instant. Creak. The restroom door swung open, and a male nurse entered, holding a towel. Student, are you all right? Diyu turned to the entrance and shook his head slowly. Inevitably, the male nurse's gaze fell upon Duyu's radiant eyes. Duyu understood that he had transformed into a charming figure, yet being scrutinized by a man made him feel slightly awkward, prompting him to say, hello? The male nurse snapped back to reality. Just stabilize yourself. Here, use this to dry your face. Thank you. Diyu accepted the towel, and as he dried his hair, inquired, could you please tell me how I ended up in a hospital? The nurse's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable as he quickly averted his gaze. Yesterday afternoon, you experienced a rain of paper cranes in front of the gate of number 17 middle school, and the police brought you and your classmates here. Diyu nodded thoughtfully, a rain of paper cranes. The nurse continued, experts have analyzed that the rain of paper cranes was likely caused by a powerful demon beast. We are unsure of the identity of the beast or its intentions, but the downpour of paper cranes has helped many children awaken, becoming Yu-Yo masters. Duyu's heart raced. The entire Sunggu Tower City experienced a rain of paper cranes? Not just Sunggu Tower City. Most regions in the eastern half of the Great Xia Kingdom experienced the rain simultaneously. Diyu gasped. The eastern regions of the Great Xia Kingdom had also been inundated by the rain of paper cranes. Such a scale. Finyang was indeed formidable beyond comprehension. Truly a legendary demon beast. Even in fleeing, she caused such a grand spectacle. It struck Diyu that, while Finyang had transformed into countless paper cranes to search for a place to reside, she ultimately entered into a contract with him, residing within his body. In that moment, Diyu felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. All those arduous efforts during the college entrance examination, all the wearisome trials he had endured, were not in vain. His fortune had finally turned around. A resounding thud echoed through the corridor as the bathroom door swung open once more. The force and speed of the door caught the nurse off guard, causing him to stumble back several steps. In the midst of this commotion, a tall young lady staggered into the room. My, those long legs are longer than my life itself. This remark, while perhaps a jest when spoken of another, seemed quite fitting for Duyu, who had been run over by a truck. After all, he was merely 2 weeks old in this life, having only just begun to navigate the world. Water. It's burning me. The moment the tall lady spoke, Duyu sensed something was amiss, for the voice sounded strikingly familiar. Li Mingnan. It was no wonder Diyu failed to recognize her. Typically, Li Mingnan wore a neat ponytail, but now her hair was disheveled, presenting a rather disarrayed appearance. As Diyu curiously observed, Li Mingnan pressed her hand against the faucet, her actions abruptly halting. Do you? Li Mingnan paused, then exclaimed, your eyes are stunning. So hot. Without further ado, she turned the faucet on, plunging her head into the sink. Simultaneously, her urgent voice rang out. Don't just stand there, silly Duyu. Help me. Oh. Duyu hurried to the corner, turned on the water in the mop sink, and grabbed the rubber hose beneath the faucet. He directed a powerful stream of water towards Li Mingnan's elegant figure, skillfully blocking half of the hose's outlet to intensify the water flow. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Li Hong, entered, observing her daughter with her head submerged in the sink and Du Yu diligently assisting her. Are you washing a car in here? Ah, so refreshing. Li Mingnan relished the sensation for a spell before propping herself up on the sink, one hand clutching her chest and raising her damp, beautiful face. Glimmering droplets cascaded down her fair complexion, yet her gaze was fixed on Du Yu in the mirror. Have you awakened too? Du Yu shrugged, casually turning off the faucet. Is that enough? Once things stabilize, don't overdo it, you might catch a chill. With that remark, he had transformed into a caring gentleman. Ugh. Li Mingnan expressed her impatience, casting a fierce glare at Du Yu's reflection in the mirror. Let us go. The nurse quickly beckoned Du Yu to leave. Li Mingnan's eyes followed Du Yu as he departed, her fierce expression gradually softening. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of red as she seemed to recall the brilliance of his eyes. Hello, teacher, Du Yu greeted Li Hong politely. Seeing that he was not gravely injured, Li Hong advised, you should rest on your bed for now. I will come to check on you shortly. All right, Du Yu replied softly, feeling a sense of gratitude. Ever since entering his final year of high school, his true residence had been with his homeroom teacher, Li Hong. A strict yet kind-hearted woman, she had taken him in after learning of his tragic past and witnessing his relentless diligence. Understanding the atmosphere of the school's dormitory, she had offered her home to Du Yu, a gesture that had lasted nearly a year. Du Yu had relied entirely on the kindness of others for support. Lacking any means of income, he felt unable to repay his teacher but endeavored to show his gratitude through his steady academic improvement and dedicated cleaning of the household. The bond between them was strong, with one feeling content and the other profoundly grateful. However, one person who harbored animosity towards Du Yu was Li Hong's daughter, Li Mingnan. This girl possessed all of her mother's admirable traits: fair skin, beauty, and a tall, slender figure, particularly her long legs, which surpassed Li Hong's by a margin. Unfortunately, her temperament left much to be desired, and she and Du Yu did not get along well. The reason? Du Yu was the model student. Ever since he moved in, Li Mingnan, who had once hovered in the mid-range academically, found her life turned upside down. As Du Yu wiped his face, he settled onto his hospital bed. Just the thought of Li Mingnan made his head throb. Having only been in this world for 2 weeks, he was already struggling to endure her presence. He could hardly fathom how the original owner of this body had managed it. A few minutes later, Li Mingnan, having dried her long hair and changed into a fresh hospital gown, followed her mother and the nurse into the room, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Du Yu's bed. The nurse announced, since your condition has stabilized, you are free to leave at any time. Additionally, the personnel from the Yaoling Bureau are just outside the ward, offering free assessments for the children. Should you have any questions regarding the changes you've experienced, feel free to inquire. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Li Hong replied as the nurse smiled and departed. Mom, let us hurry and get tested. I'm certain I've awakened successfully, Li Mingnan exclaimed with fervor. Becoming a Yaoshi was a dream for many, a career held in high esteem by society. With the presence of Yaoling anomalies scattered across the globe, fearsome beasts often emerged, posing threats everywhere. Should one embark on the path of a Yaoshi, they could become a guardian, revered by all, a truly enviable prospect. Moreover, one could nurture divine pets, engaging in competitions and beauty contests on a grand stage, basking in endless applause and admiration. There existed the potential to become an explorer, traversing perilous realms, documenting rare creatures, and etching one's name into history. The Yao pet industry permeated every facet of human society, offering countless paths for personal development. Once one became a Yaoshi, they would undeniably enter a dazzling new chapter of life. On the other hand, if one could forge a contract with a divine pet, who would wish to remain an ordinary person? Yet, Li Hong remained stern, glancing at the overly excited Li Mingnan. You may proceed once your hair is dry. Oh, but it's so hot outside. It's fine, Li Mingnan whimpered playfully. Li Hong, an unyielding homeroom teacher, had seen every type of child imaginable. Her expression turned severe as she insisted, you will wait until your hair is dry. Okay, Li Mingnan retreated, pouting, and began vigorously drying her hair with a towel. Meanwhile, Li Hong turned her attention to the silent Du Yu. Since the children were unharmed, her professional instincts kicked in. How did your exam go? Though it was a question, Li Hong's heart held a pessimistic outlook. It was truly regrettable. Ever since Du Yu's accident while hiking, he had undergone significant changes. While his temperament remained intact, it seemed his mind was not as sharp as before. Du Yu, they say a person's name reflects their essence, and yours, she sighed inwardly. Recognizing the complexity of the situation, seeing Du Yu remain silent, Li Hong sighed softly, her tone unexpectedly gentle. The results aren't out yet. There's no need to be so disheartened. When the time comes, I will assist you in applying to better schools. Yes, thank you. Du nodded obediently. Li Hong added, even if this exam does not yield favorable results, life is not solely defined by a single entrance examination. Do you thought? I certainly have a lot to say about that. Wait a moment. What do you mean by that, teacher? Are you suggesting I should repeat the year? Please, no. I've already exhausted myself with this endless sprint. He guessed she might have awakened too. Why bother with ordinary universities? Li Mingnan muttered under her breath. Instantly, Li Hong's sharp gaze fixed on her. Li Mingnan shivered in fright. The world-renowned painting, the teacher's gaze. As Li Mingnan's hair gradually dried, her sleek locks cascading over her shoulders, the trio finally exited the hospital room, making their way to the ward's entrance. You two have slept long enough. You need to eat something. Nan, go to the supermarket and buy a few things you can eat while waiting in line. As Li Hong strolled along, she retrieved her daughter's phone from her bag and handed it over. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a chain supermarket, prompting Du Yu to hasten his steps. I'll go buy? Though his funds were limited, he could still afford a few bags of milk and bread. The lack of money was not particularly terrifying. Rather, the real concern lay in Du Yu's absence of an income. With the college entrance examinations now concluded, although Teacher Li did not voice any objections, Du Yu felt he could no longer impose on her hospitality. It was his intention to move his belongings from the teacher's residence back to the school dormitory today, where he would work odd jobs during the holiday, perhaps even as a McNugget night at Mackenzie's. However, after experiencing such an extraordinary turn of events, the prospect of embarking on the path of a demon tamer could very well lead to unexpected twists in his future. As he contemplated, Du Yu selected 3 loaves of bread and 3 bags of milk from the shelf, placing them before the cashier. Hello, that will be 18 yuan. The cashier said with a smile. Would you like a bag? No need. Du Yu replied, rummaging through his pockets to count the cash in his hand, which amounted to only 16 yuan. Awkward. The hospital supermarket was slightly overpriced. With a soft clink, a delicate hand picked up the phone and scanned the QR code on the table, alleviating Du Yu's embarrassment. Hurry up, there are many people waiting to be tested. Li Mingnan urged, having completed the payment and turned to leave. Oh, Du Yu said, slightly embarrassed as he followed her outside, softly assuring, I will pay you back. It's not just for you to eat, so what is there to repay? Li Mingnan waved her hand dismissively. It was clear she harbored a dislike for him. Nevertheless, in matters of poverty and background, Li Mingnan had never belittled or mocked Du Yu, which was commendable. Even adults sometimes misspeak, let alone in a world rife with malice. Du Yu lowered his head, trailing behind Li Mingnan, murmuring, thank you, I'll repay everything. His debts were numerous, not limited to this meal, but also encompassing the expenses incurred during the past year while staying at Teacher Li's home. While food and lodging could be quantified, the meticulous care provided by Teacher Li was not easily measured in monetary terms. His intention was straightforward. Having been granted a second chance in this body, he would strive to repay the kindness of the original Du Yu's benefactors. There was a hint of stubbornness in his voice, prompting a soft chuckle from Li Mingnan. The simplicity of his words conveyed much to her. Perhaps in a good mood, or simply appreciating Du Yu's presentable appearance, Li Mingnan paused momentarily, waiting for him to catch up. As they walked side by side, she turned to observe Du Yu's profile and whispered, the one you owe is my mother. It has nothing to do with me. I'm utterly tired of you. Before you came, my mother and I each had our own rooms. For a whole year. Do you know how I managed? Du Yu mused, indeed. Having a mother who served as the homeroom teacher meant spending the day in class together and returning home to share a room at night. Any child would find that overwhelming. Du Yu was taken aback. Despite Teacher Li watching over Li Mingnan around the clock, her grades hovered in the middle tier. It was a mystery of the world. Lost in thought, he felt an unusual sensation and turned to find Li Mingnan secretly gazing into his eyes. In that moment, their gazes locked. Humph. Li Mingnan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly elevated her beautiful face like a proud swan, hastening her pace ahead. Du Yu wore a peculiar expression, as if he had stumbled upon a new life option. Perhaps he could seek the companionship of a wealthy woman? Sister, hungry, cuddling, wouldn't that bring in money swiftly? Not only fast, but it should also be quite delightful. Outside the entrance of the inpatient department, numerous individuals awaited testing. However, the service channels at Sangha Tower City's Demon Spirit Bureau were plentiful, preventing any long queues. Li Mingnan, the formidable man, also known as the long-legged recluse. She set her sights on a testing point with only 3 people in line and marched boldly towards it. The children along the way made way for her. Her spirited demeanor might easily lead one to believe she was headed to receive an award. Du Yu, with a milk bag in his mouth, curiously surveyed his surroundings. The age range of the young people present was quite broad. In addition to high school students like Li Mingnan, he also spotted elementary school children. For instance, the little girl in line ahead of Li Mingnan could not be older than 10, standing no taller than Li Mengnan's waist. If such young children could awaken their abilities, they would surely receive focused training, starting years ahead of others. Demon pet. Li Mengnan seemed to have discovered something, barely containing her excitement as she whispered to Du Yu. Du Yu tilted his head slightly, following her gaze towards the corner of the building. More children were lined up at the side, but a staff member was pulling a caution tape across the corner, suggesting that one must pass a test here to unlock the map of the inpatient department. Fire, earth, wood, 3 attributes. A staff member's voice echoed from the front of the line, directing them to another area. How wonderful! A boy exclaimed, pulling his father along as they dashed off. In merely 2 minutes, the 3 individuals ahead had successfully completed their tests, and as it finally approached Li Mengnan's turn, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Come, place your hand on the attribute stone. The man behind the table, clad in a blue uniform, smiled and nodded at Li Mengnan. You go first. I'm not ready yet. Li Mengnan abruptly turned, grabbing Du Yu's shoulder and pushing him forward. Du Yu, with the empty milk bag still in his mouth, looked at Li Mengnan in surprise. The formidable man is hesitating? How novel. Li Mengnan's face flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. Hurry up, I want to see. Du Yu, unfazed, reached out and placed his hand on the attribute stone. The stone, roughly the size of a basketball, was translucent and irregularly shaped, glistening with a strange luster under the sunlight, truly mesmerizing. As Du Yu's hand pressed against the stone, it suddenly transformed from transparent to a vivid crimson hue. Red, light red, orange red, scarlet, deep red. Within mere seconds, the colors within the stone deepened dramatically, almost turning a shade of purple. Wow! The staff member in uniform looked astonished, glancing between Du Yu and the stunningly crimson attribute stone. Pure fire? Single-element demon tamers were exceedingly rare, yet merely uncommon, not particularly valuable. The world recognized 6 primary attributes: wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, and wood. Most demon tamers awakened to 26 attributes. Thus, the staff member's surprise was not one of awe. The quality of your demon essence is sufficient. You are a demon tamer, specifically a fire-type demon tamer, and you have fully awakened. The man scrutinized Du Yu from head to toe, inquiring, how does your body feel? Is it adapting well? Du Yu recalled the intense heat from the eye of the sun, but was reluctant to reveal too much. However, with Teacher Li and Li Mengnan nearby, he could not ignore his transformation entirely. After a moment's hesitation, he removed the milk bag from his mouth and replied, I was extremely hot before, but now it has stabilized. By the way, prior to awakening, my eyes didn't have this much clarity. The staff member nodded understandingly. Experiencing heat is quite normal. Many children go through this as a part of the awakening process. You mentioned a change in your eyes. Do you feel any discomfort? Du Yu shook his head vigorously. No, I feel fine. The staff member smiled and nodded. Then all is well. You see, demon tamers have transcended the realm of ordinary individuals, and their spirit and vitality exist on a different level. It is normal for your demeanor to undergo some changes after awakening. As long as it does not interfere with your daily life, there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Du Yu nodded. The uniformed man inquired, you appear to be of high school age. Are you a student? Du Yu promptly affirmed. I just graduated from the 3rd year of high school and completed the college entrance examination yesterday. Congratulations on your graduation. The uniformed man exclaimed as he produced a square stamp, pressing it onto the back of Du Yu's hand. Proceed to the side of the inpatient department. And cue for Team 12. Du Yu was indeed eager to witness Li Mengnan's test results, but the staff there had already beckoned him. As he stepped forward and rounded the corner, he heard Li Mengnan's exuberant cheer. Hooray! He couldn't suppress a smile, realizing that the tall-legged girl had undoubtedly succeeded. Guided by the staff, Du Yu unlocked the map to the side of the inpatient department. It was evident that the lines were organized by different age groups. At the 12th table, there was only one individual, and as Du Yu arrived, he witnessed the person expressing immense gratitude while cradling an adorable orange pig as they departed. Is this the officially designated novice fire-type demon pet, the little orange pig from Songgu Tower City? He wondered. Hello, I am Zhang Qing, a teacher from the admissions office of Songgu Tower Demon Spirit Academy. The woman behind the table waved, dressed in a pristine white suit, her smile radiating warmth. Although she identified herself as a teacher, at that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to a merchandise vendor. Beside her chair, numerous large wooden boxes lay beneath the table. And with keen eyes, Du Yu could see small demon beasts frolicking within through the ventilation holes. Additionally, behind Teacher Zhang were 2 wooden boards adorned with an array of weaponry, which left Du Yu silently astonished. Let me see your hand, she requested, as Du Yu extended his palm for her to examine the red stamp. A demon tamer. What attributes do you possess? Fire, Du Yu replied. Anything else? Zhang Qing pressed. Only fire, pure fire, Do you clarify? Zhang Qing's expression momentarily froze, and after a moment of surprise, a hint of sympathy appeared on her face. Being a fire-type demon tamer means you can only contract with fire-type demon beasts in the future. Regaining her composure, Zhang Qing smiled and inquired, "How did you perform on the college entrance examination? Are you confident about getting into your desired university? Do you, feeling somewhat awkward?" Turned at the sound of footsteps behind him and caught sight of Li Mingnan lining up behind him. She tilted her head slightly, chin raised. Wearing a smug expression, "I am a tri-element demon tamer, mastering wind, thunder, and fire." Zhang Qing brought Duyu's attention back, saying, "Classmate, since you possess the qualifications to become a demon tamer, have you considered joining the Demon Spirit Academy? I yearn to attend the Demon Spirit Academy, but..." "What is it?" Zhang Qing asked. Duyu's face turned sheepish as he quietly replied, "I cannot afford the tuition." Zhang Qing was taken aback. Not anticipating such a response from a young boy, she promptly said, "We offer free tuition." Duyu pressed further, "What about fees for food and accommodation? How much does a semester cost?" He primarily wanted to calculate whether he could earn enough through part-time work over a few months. Observing Duyu's humble attire, Zhang Qing recognized that he likely came from a particularly impoverished background. She patiently explained, "Everything is free, so you need not worry. Furthermore, joining the Songgu Tower Demon Spirit Academy does not mean you will have to attend classes on campus." Duyu exclaimed, "Huh?" As he was new to this world. Although he retained some knowledge related to demon beasts from his college entrance examination, he was unfamiliar with the teaching methods of the Demon Spirit Academy. Zhang Qing continued, "You are considered to have awakened after graduating high school, and for students of your age group, we have a specialized training system in place. We will provide you with 3 days of training to give you a preliminary understanding of the role of a demon tamer. After the training period, there will be an entrance assessment, and upon passing, you will become an external student of the Songgu Tower Demon Spirit Academy." Duyu was somewhat puzzled. Are there external students? Are they auditors? Zhang Qing shook her head with a smile, realizing that this child, due to his difficult circumstances, likely had never understood the workings of the Demon Spirit Academy. Poverty is indeed a dreadful affliction, robbing children of their dreams. With increasing tenderness in her voice, Zhang Qing clarified, "No, they are not auditors. Upon passing the assessment, we will issue you an external student identification. With this document, you will be able to venture into surrounding anomalous regions for training. We will grant you a year for this training, and if you meet the requirements, after a year, you can choose to continue your studies at the Academy or, with the Academy's recommendation, join other demon spirit departments for internships. There are numerous options, and the flexibility is substantial. You need not have any reservations. However, all of this is contingent upon you passing the first round of assessments to become an external student of the Academy." Duyu silently nodded. Zhang Qing, astutely grasping the crux of the matter, added, "As long as you are diligent and outstanding during your time as an external student, you will be able to freely undertake various tasks. Most of these tasks come with rewards in the form of compensation and items that can enhance your life and support your training." Upon hearing this, Duyu's eyes lit up. The astonishment on his face was palpable, and for Zhang Qing, witnessing this spark of hope and youthful ambition in his expression was profoundly gratifying. She continued, "Discuss this with your family. Even if you fail the assessment, you will still benefit from 3 days of free training, which will be immensely helpful for you." Duyu decisively nodded. "All right, I will participate. First, consult with your family. There is no rush." Duyu instinctively turned to glance at Li Mingnan, who wore a complex expression behind him, then turned back to teacher Zhang Qing, stating, "I can decide for myself. I have no one to consult." Zhang Qing realized that this child's situation was more than just financial hardship. He had no family at all. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "In that case, choose a demon pet first, and later select a demon weapon. These are all provided free of charge by the school." As she spoke, Zhang Qing lifted a large wooden box from beside her and gently placed it on the table. These are carefully selected excellent companions, perfect for novice tamers, capable of accompanying you throughout your life. As the box opened, 2 types of demon pets came into view for Duyu. On the left were a group of orange little pigs, while on the right were a cluster of orange little foxes. The little orange pigs on the left were sound asleep, snuggled against one another, their short legs resting atop the back of the front pig, completely oblivious to the happenings around them. "Wow, this box is filled with adorable little meatballs." Duyu couldn't help but reach out, gently poking the rear of a little orange pig, which felt delightfully bouncy. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Xiao Fenyang in his mind, to the left. Duyu felt a surge of joy. Was this not a clear advantage? Although he lacked expertise, how could the ancient Jinwu clan not discern which demon pet possessed superior qualities? He shifted his hand to the left until he reached the third sleeping little orange pig. Xiao Fenyang's voice echoed again, This one good. Du Yu immediately picked up the little orange pig, scrutinizing it closely. What makes it good? It seems no different from the others. Xiao Fenyang's soft voice resounded again. Chubby, lots of meat. Du Yu was taken aback. Are we choosing a friend here? Not a meal? 005, an extraordinary demon pet? Zhang Qing observed Du Yu's reaction with a smile. Although you can only contract with fire-type demon pets, there's no need for concern. Many dual-type demon pets possess fire attributes that can fulfill your desire for other elemental companions. However, the novice demon pets currently prepared by the Academy are all of a single attribute. The fire-type demon pets include the little orange pig and the little fire fox. Understood. Du Yu acknowledged. Zhang Qing gestured towards the slumbering Xiao Zhu in Du Yu's hands. Xiao Zhu, a strength-type Yao pet, excels in close combat and has high cultivation value. She then pointed to the small fire fox nestled in the wooden box on the right. Xiao Huahu, an agile-type Yao pet, is adept at evasion and has remarkable escape techniques. You may choose a suitable companion based on your personal preferences. Compared to the carefree, soundly sleeping Xiao Zhu, the nearby group of palm-sized Xiao Huahu is decidedly more alert. Each one fixates on Zhang Qing's finger, baring their teeth in a display of defiance. Their adorable yet fierce demeanor suggests they are reluctant to allow anyone to touch them. Du Yu cautiously reached out, gently parting the cluster of Xiao Huahu. Astonishingly, there were as many as 50 or 60. Interestingly, while the bodies of the Xiao Huahu are only palm-sized, their tails are disproportionately large and long. How to describe the shape of these grand tails? They taper at both ends and are plump in the middle, resembling an oval ball. Perhaps due to their recent birth, the Xiao Huahu are unable to lift their grand tails. Thus, when they attempt to scurry away, they drag their tails along the ground, wobbling adorably. The sight is utterly charming. Rest assured in your choice, Zhang Qing said, noticing Du Yu's indecision. These Yao pets have been meticulously selected by the school, each possessing excellent potential, and the differences among them are minimal. All right, Du Yu nodded repeatedly, glancing back at the rows of slumbering Xiao Zhu. Wait a moment. Hearing the soft voice in his mind, Du Yu quickly communicated, Xiao Fenyang. What do you mean, wait a moment? Xiao Fenyang replied, that person is mistaken. There is one that is red. Red? Du Yu pondered, perplexed. As both the Xiao Zhu and Xiao Huahu were all orange in hue, where could there be a red one? Look, to the lower right. Du Yu shifted his gaze, scrutinizing closely, and felt a slight warmth in his eyes. In the lower right corner, amidst a pile of stacked Xiao Huahu, one had a tail with an imperceptible strand of red fluff. Du Yu's eyes narrowed as he cautiously picked up the tail, lifting the Xiao Huahu. Eek! The Xiao Huahu, suspended upside down, twisted its fluffy little head, baring its teeth at Du Yu. Such a small size, but quite the temper. Du Yu extended a finger and placed it directly into the Xiao Huahu's mouth. The Xiao Huahu appeared momentarily stunned, ceasing its growling. Spell interrupted. The little creature seemed to have activated some internal switch. After a brief moment of confusion, it clutched Du Yu's finger with its tiny paws and began to greedily suckle. Du Yu maintained a calm facade, observing intently for a moment, and his heart raced with excitement. An alternate colored Yao pet, a shimmering Pokemon, without the eye of Fenyang, who could have detected this? Whenever a species is numerous enough, special varieties will inevitably emerge. Compared to standard Yao pets, these alternate colored specimens possess greater potential for growth. However, it was evident that the Xiao Huahu in Du Yu's hand was not a pure alternate colored variety. True alternate colored Yao pets are the pride of nature. From the moment they emerge from their eggs, they showcase their uniqueness to the world. The Xiao Huahu in Du Yu's grasp seemed more like one that had failed to mutate successfully, sadly blending in with the others. Yet so what? Even so, it possesses a talent that surpasses that of the other standard colored Xiao Huahu. With careful nurturing, perhaps it could yet turn red? The Xiao Huahu's fluffy little head twisted, seemingly reluctant. It had been suckling for quite a while without yielding any results. This one will do. Du Yu looked up at Zhang Qing. Observing the unconventional nurturing scene, Zhang Qing smiled. For newly born Yao beast cubs, the most suitable place for recovery is within the bodies of us human Yao tamers. Inside your body, the Xiao Huahu will be safer and will constantly receive the nourishment of your fire attribute, accelerating the growth of both of you. Du Yu nodded thoughtfully, recalling the Xiao Fenyang within him. Speaking of which, Xiao Fenyang should also be in a cub form, right? Does she possess abilities akin to rebirth through fire? Otherwise, how could an ancient Yao saint with boundless power be so diminutive? He would have to inquire about this when he returned. Zhang Qing said, when you undergo training tomorrow, a teacher will instruct you on how to sign a contract with your Yao pet. For now, your task is to protect it and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Understood. At her words, Du Yu nodded vigorously. Zhang Qing's expression turned serious as she spoke. If any mishap befalls the Xiao Huahu, it would adversely affect your entrance examination, and you would likely be held accountable. With that, she leaned slightly forward and lowered her voice. You would have to pay. Pay. The profit-making methods of the Yaoling Academy are indeed quite audacious. In an instant, Du nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain. I will take good care of it. Pleased with the obedient child, Zhang Qing nodded approvingly. Excellent. Now we shall select a Yao weapon. Protecting your Yao pet involves more than mere day-to-day care. Embarking on the path of a Yao tamer means embracing danger. As she spoke, Zhang Qing gestured towards the weapons hanging on the wooden board behind her. What kind of weapon did you choose to study at school? This is a unique product of another world. Even though Du is enrolled in an ordinary academy, martial arts courses have been offered since childhood. Adolescents may awaken their powers at any moment, and such martial arts classes are designed to prepare them for becoming Yao tamers. Du is a quintessential beneficiary of this system. Without the school's enforced martial arts classes, would the original Du have found time amidst his busy academic schedule to train in combat? Awakening at 17, he suddenly leaped into the role of a Yao tamer, venturing into the realms of Yao beasts without any self-defense capabilities. Archery, Du replied, recalling the memories in his mind. Zhang Qing inquired, anything else? Du scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Only archery. I've had a dream of becoming an archer since childhood. Humph. Zhang Qing rolled her eyes with a smile. What dream of archery do you have? Isn't it simply because archery classes are relatively safe and the final exams don't require close combat? Seeing through his pretense, she pointed to a black bow on the wooden board. As a pure fire type, aside from this, you have no other options for bows. All right, thank you, teacher. Du said, his mind racing with ideas. The original owner's choice of archery was indeed astute. Who would wish to confront challenges head-on if they could stealthily outmaneuver others? Who could truly understand the joy of taking the sly route? Moreover, with Xiao Fenyang's assistance, he had gained some functionality of the Eye of Fenyang, granting him exceptional vision, making archery an impeccable match. Excellent, splendid. The fire-type Yao weapon is called Hei Mu. Zhang Qing removed the black bow and presented it to Du. Crafted by expert teachers at the Yaoling Academy. It is infused with a certain amount of Yao essence, which will nourish your body and assist in your cultivation. Okay, Du cradled the Xiaohua Hu, momentarily unsure of where to place it. I'll help you with that. A delightful voice sounded beside him as a delicate hand reached over, playfully flicking the Xiaohua Hu's grand tail. Li Meng then gently accepted the Xiaohua Hu, offering Zhang Qing a sweet smile. Hello, teacher, I'm his classmate. Zhang Qing nodded lightly, observing Li Meng Nan with interest. The girl's radiant, confident beauty was a stark contrast to the impoverished Du. How adorable. Li Meng Nan held the Xiaohua Hu close, her fingers gently teasing its chin. Just moments earlier, when Du had held it, the Xiaohua Hu had been baring its teeth. Yet now, nestled in the embrace of the young lady, it closed its eyes in contentment, nuzzling against her, seemingly relishing the soft warmth of her presence. Du was left utterly dumbfounded. Is it truly that charming? At such a tender age, she has already exhibited the potential of a sea king, and moreover, she is a female sea king. Turn around. Ah, teacher Zhang. Du hurriedly turned his head. Zhang Qing's expression was one of feigned annoyance as she shook the black wooden bow in her hand. As a Yu-Yo master, one cannot wield wind, fire, thunder, or lightning on their own. Only when you become sufficiently powerful can you harness the strength of your demon companion to execute demon techniques. But that is a matter for the future. As a novice, the demon weapon is your best choice. It allows you to unleash the fire attribute demon breath within you. Du gathered his focus and accepted the black wooden bow with both hands. In an instant, waves of pure demon breath surged towards him, the familiar scorching heat flooding his body once more, rendering his face crimson. Ah! Du exhaled deeply. The wooden bow was dark and smooth, radiating an enigmatic sheen under the sun's rays. So dark and lustrous. The demon weapon, Hei Mu, can channel the fire attribute demon breath within you, guiding it to its target. Cultivate a close bond with it, Zhang Qing remarked, observing Du's treasure-like expression, particularly the brightness and fervor in his eyes, which stirred her emotions. Those eyes are truly beautiful. Within the school, he must be the object of affection for many young girls. Unbeknownst to Du, Zhang Qing was lost in thought. He instinctively drew the bow, the familiar sensation surging back to him. After all, the martial arts class required a final examination, and the results would factor into the college entrance examination, so the original owner had studied diligently. Zhang Qing continued. As for how to activate the demon weapon and gather fire arrows, you will have to wait until tomorrow for training. Before she could finish, Zhang Qing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Beneath Du's striking brows, his gaze grew ever more fervent. Suddenly, tiny flames ignited on the black wooden bow, and at the fingertips gripping the dark string, a fire arrow gradually took shape. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his spirit soared. Zhang Qing, who had just been contemplating confidence, found it reflected in Du Yu's face. The little orange pigs nestled in the wooden box on the table suddenly woke up, their short legs scrambling to the edges, pushing towards Du Yu with their noses, eager to be roasted. It was evident that they were enamored with the fiery aura emanating from him. Zhang Qing silently admired the scene before inquiring, self-taught, quite the talent. By the way, what is your name? Du Yu raised his hand, the demon weapon Hei Mu aimed skyward, and the searing energy beneath him spread outward as a fire arrow streaked through the air, soaring into the clouds. Du Yu, foolish you. Outside the warning line, beside the taxi, Teacher Li Hong had patiently waited for quite some time, finally spotting her daughter and Du Yu emerging together. Li Mingnan cradled a small fox, albeit the little creature was restless, attempting to squeeze through the gaps in her patient gown to snuggle closer to her. In contrast, Du Yu appeared more like a lackey, carrying a black wooden bow and wielding a dark wooden sword. Teacher Li, Du Yu greeted. Li Hong looked at the two children before her. Why is there only one demon companion? My demon companion is right here. Li Mingnan freed a hand to rummage in her pocket, retrieving a cloth doll. A wind attribute demon companion, Fengwu doll. Its appearance resembled a sunny day doll, crafted from a peculiar fabric, featuring tiny eyes and a mouth seemingly sewn with thread, topped with a zigzag antenna. From a distance, it resembled a feathered ball come to life. As a master of the three elements of wind, thunder, and fire, Li Mingnan had far more options than Du Yu. Among the demon companions offered by Sangha Tower Demon Spirit Academy, the wind attribute Fengwu doll was the most precious and rare. This non-egg-laying, live-bearing demon beast was naturally formed in the world. Humans could not breed them, but could only obtain them from the demon spirit realm, adhering to the principle of choosing only the most expensive rather than the best. Li Mingnan selected the Fengwu doll and the wind attribute demon weapon, Wu Feng sword. Unfortunately, the Fengwu doll was still too small to fly and could only be tucked into Li Mengnan's pocket for the time being. Oh, you little stinky fox. Li Mingnan proudly displayed the Fengwu doll, but in a moment of distraction, the little fire fox made its move. That furry little head squeezed through the buttonhole, seemingly seeking to snuggle closer to her. She quickly reached out to grab it, but the little fox had already slipped inside, leaving its large tail dangling outside, which Li Mingnan seized with ease. The little fire fox, hanging in the air, blinked its golden brown eyes, looking pitifully at Li Mingnan. Little thing, trying to charm me. Just as annoying as your owner. Yet, Li Mingnan's tone was gentle, showing no signs of anger. After addressing the little fire fox, Li Mingnan turned her gaze toward Du Yu, shooting him a fierce glare. Du Yu? When did I ever charm you? I truly am a victim. Li Hong frowned slightly. Has the Demon Spirit Academy arranged training courses for you? Tomorrow morning at 8, Du Yu replied, coming to his senses. Let's go home first. Li Hong opened the car door, returning the demon companion to Du Yu. Oh, Li Mingnan felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance and shoved the little fire fox into Du Yu's hands. Demon weapon, hold it yourself. Don't you have hands? Li Mingnan pouted and lowered her head to accept the Wu Feng sword. Oh, observing this scene felt immensely satisfying to Du Yu, only to be met with another fierce glare from Li Mingnan. After the trio returned to their residence, Du Yu took a moment to rest before beginning to organize his belongings. He had little in terms of possessions, and they were not valuable. He mainly aimed to restore the guest room to its original state. Just as he was clearing under the bed, Teacher Li Hong approached the door. What are you doing? Li Hong stood at the door, her expression slightly surprised. Du Yu quickly stood up. Teacher, thank you for your care over the past year. Now that the college entrance examination is over, I'll move my things back to the school dormitory. Li Hong closed the door behind her and gestured towards the bed. Sit down. I need to discuss something with you. Of course, teacher. Du Yu eagerly responded, feeling it was his duty to express gratitude. As long as it wasn't tea against the law. Sigh. Li Hong sighed deeply, her expression tinged with worry. Nan Nan has a great yearning to become a Yu-Yo master. And now she has successfully awakened. I do not wish to hinder her. Du Yu nodded. It was evident to anyone that Li Mingnan was enthusiastic about her new life. Li Hong continued. You two have spent a year together, and you know her temperament well. Du Yu quietly replied. Li Mingnan is a wonderful person. I have intruded upon her for so long, yet she has never once asked me to leave. Li Hong shook her head with a smile. In a regular school, others might tolerate her. However, the path of a Yu-Yo master inevitably involves danger and combat. I was hoping that you, being more mature and composed, could help watch over her. Du Yu readily agreed. Of course. As a teacher, I am merely an ordinary person, and since Nan Nan wishes to pursue a different path, I cannot accompany her. I must trouble you with this. A look of relief washed over Li Hong's face as she patted Du Yu's hand. Don't bother packing your things. Leave them here. Tomorrow morning, you and Nan will attend training. We can discuss everything after the assessment. Without further ado, Li Hong stood and left the room. Du Yu opened his mouth, ultimately saying nothing. As he closed the door, he overheard Li Mengnan's voice from the master bedroom. Feng Wudal, blow away this pile of math papers. Du Yu's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the little fire fox lazily basking in the sun on the windowsill. From initial resistance to now lying flat. In just an hour, the little fire fox had lived the life of a working adult. Du Yu climbed onto the bed, cradling the little fire fox in his arms as he lay down on the small bed. In that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation. They are all good people. Du Yu only felt a fleeting blur before the enchanting figure of Fenyang, the little lowly, gracefully materialized, perching herself upon Du Yu's abdomen, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. The little lowly's posture was impeccably poised, and although she sat upon Du Yu, her essence remained ethereal, bearing no weight whatsoever. Curiosity stirred within Du Yu. Why is that so? I am indeed remarkable. Fenyang slightly tilted her head, exuding a proud demeanor, for I can sense their hearts. And like yours, they are kind souls. Du Yu was taken aback. Could it be that Fenyang possessed such capabilities? Thus, the exceedingly rare pure fire attribute benevolent card allowed her to traverse half of Xia before ultimately choosing me? The question lingered. Am I truly a good person? Huh. The languid little fire fox suddenly perked up, curiously scrutinizing Fenyang and making an effort to escape from Du Yu's palm. The little fire fox, dragging her large tail, approached her target in a charmingly clumsy manner, giving off an impression of resilience despite her apparent shortcomings. Ah, she does not discriminate by size. As long as the sister is beautiful. Speaking of which, this little fire fox is also female. Why does she so enjoy snuggling with lovely ladies? Fenyang gazed at the adorably foolish little fire fox and gently patted its head with her tiny hand. Alas, that hand was but a phantom, and the little fire fox felt no caress. By the way, Fenyang, are you also in a juvenile form? Du Yu inquired with curiosity. Fenyang nodded. The great tree, it hurt me greatly. My demon soul was nearly shattered. I transformed into fire and was reborn. Indeed, rebirth through flames. Du Yu's spirit soared, and Fenyang had mentioned a term, demon soul. Humanity has a clear hierarchical classification of demon beasts, ranging from low to high. 1. Mortal level, 2. Earth level, 3. Heavenly level, 4. Spiritual level, 5. Demon general level, 6. Demon emperor level, 7. Demon saint level. The fourth tier, the spiritual level, signifies a qualitative transformation. Upon ascending to this level, demon beasts can cultivate a demon soul. A demon soul is a remarkable entity. It can be regarded as a second life for a demon beast. Even if a demon beast perishes, as long as the demon soul persists. Given sufficient time and human assistance, the demon beast can reconstruct its physical form. Though the process of reconstruction is exceedingly arduous, and even if successful, the demon beast's lifespan will be significantly diminished. At least the demon beast can be considered alive once more. Du Yu understood well that Fenyang could not merely be of the spiritual demon level. Judging by her ability to blanket the eastern lands of Xia with 1,000 paper cranes, she was likely of the 7th-tier demon saint caliber, perhaps even more. The moment Du Yu returned home, he immediately seized his phone to search for information on Fenyang. Unfortunately, he could not find specific details about the Fenyang Jinwu. The internet was filled only with legendary tales of the Jinwu clan, which were of little assistance to Du Yu. To make matters worse, the online discourse regarding the deluge of paper cranes was rife with speculation, and he found no accounts of the Jinwu battling the great tree, resulting in the celestial phenomena. Du Yu even searched for information about the twin ancient trees of Kunlun Mountain, hoping for a stroke of luck, but to no avail. Contemplating this, Du Yu sat up. Fenyang, why did you fight with the great tree? Where's that great tree? Upon hearing this, Fenyang lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. I forgot. Du Yu raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether Fenyang had genuinely forgotten or simply did not wish to disclose. He gathered his thoughts and softly inquired. You are quite proficient in the language of Xia. Where did you learn it? Do you have any human friends? Or are you a demon pet of a powerful human? At his words, Fenyang's little face fell, and her form vanished, merging into Du Yu's being. A pang of anxiety struck Du Yu. Had he inadvertently crossed a line? After a moment's hesitation, he softly called out in his mind, Did I say something wrong? I apologize, Fenyang. His sincere apology, however, yielded no response. After a brief pause, he attempted to change the subject. You previously mentioned that we entered into a contract. You signed me, correct? After all, I do not yet know how to sign contracts. Silence reigned once more. Du Yu, brimming with patience, spoke gently. What is the difference between a pet signer and a human signing a pet? Please enlighten me. The stronger I become, the better I can nurture you. Do you not agree? There is no difference. Fenyang finally offered a hint of a response. I merely wish to find a home. No difference? Du Yu's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from pressing too hard, as Fenyang had just displayed a minor tantrum by ignoring him. A human signing a pet does not necessarily imply a master-servant relationship. The two parties in a contract are equal. Thus, by logical deduction, the reverse should hold true as well. Du Yu yearned to comprehend the nature of Fenyang's existence, and who her previous demon master had been. Like demon beasts, demon masters are also clearly categorized into levels. From low to high, they are 1. Demon apprentice, 2. Demon soldier, 3. Demon master, 4. Grand demon master, 5. Demon general, 6. Demon emperor, 7. Demon saint. If Fenyang truly had human companions, they would undoubtedly be the most elite of demon masters. The demon saints within Xia could be counted on one's fingers. Could Fenyang be connected to them? If, within the past few days, any of the great demon saints of Xia had perished, it would indeed be plausible that they were Fenyang's companions. After all, if her previous demon master had not died, it would make little sense for Fenyang to seek a new home. The more Du Yu pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He picked up his phone to search again, but even if such news existed, it would likely be suppressed to prevent the common populace from discovering it. As he dug deep into the annals of the internet, a voice echoed in his mind. She can turn red. What? The little fire fox, newly born. Its spirit has yet to dissipate, and there is still a chance. Du Yu set down his phone and quietly asked, change to an unusual color? What must I do? Do not worry, I will assist you. Fenyang's figure suddenly reappeared, hovering in front of Du Yu's face, gazing into his eyes with fervent intensity. This time, I will strive earnestly. Du Yu was perplexed, yet the sight before him made his heart flutter. Just prior to this exchange, Fenyang's sunset-hued eyes had retained their beauty, pure and radiant. However, at this moment, they were filled with profound sorrow. She extended her ephemeral little hand, gently touching Du Yu's bright eyes. Through the familiar eyes of Fenyang, it seemed as though she were mourning someone, or perhaps it was a silent farewell. Du Yu sat quietly upon the bed, refraining from interrupting Fenyang's solemn tribute. He harbored suspicions that Fenyang's previous demon master must have possessed her enigmatic eyes. Hence, Fenyang was likely reminiscing about someone dear to her. In his line of sight, Fenyang gradually lowered her eyelids. Her large orange-red eyes remained beautiful, though their luster had dimmed, and her mood was exceptionally low. This scene tugged at Du Yu's heartstrings, and he reached out, wishing to ruffle her hair, yet his hand passed through her ethereal form. Fenyang stirred awake, gazing timidly at Du Yu. Du Yu gently reassured her. Amidst countless souls, you chose me. I shall treasure you and protect you with all my might. Do not be sorrowful, Fenyang. Once we grow, we shall together teach that wretched tree a lesson, shall we not? Really? Fenyang's eyes brightened slightly, a glimmer of hope emerging on her sorrowful little face. Du Yu extended his finger to lightly tap her ethereal nose. You just said I am a good person. A good person would never deceive you. Mem. It seemed as though a mist of illusion rose within Fenyang's eyes, and she nodded repeatedly, opening her arms in a yearning gesture for Du Yu to embrace her. Alas, her form was but a specter, and she received no warm embrace. Merely passing through Du Yu's body, Du Yu turned to look, only to find Fenyang wearing a pitiful expression. Once I grow a body, it will be fine. Du Yu, in other words, you are currently in a state of shattered physical form and lingering spirit, requiring the reconstruction of your body. Xiao Fenyang, with her small head drooping, softly replied, I could always be reborn from the flames. Yet, it feels as though something is missing. Du Yu, puzzled, inquired, what is lacking? Does it hinder your rebirth? Xiao Fenyang shook her head, seemingly unsure of her own condition. The room fell into silence for a moment. Eventually, Xiao Fenyang initiated the conversation. I will teach you about the contract. I have a new home. With the little fire fox and you, we can grow faster. Du Yu nodded eagerly. All right, what must I do? Concentrate. Xiao Fenyang floated back to his face and gently touched her small hand to Du Yu's forehead. He felt a warmth spreading from his forehead as her finger, though intangible, guided a thread of fire element that burned downward from his brow. It was somewhat hot. The path traced a clear vertical line through his body, marked by points such as the Yintang, Rinzhong, and Shihai. Among the multitude of acupoints within the human body, only a select few could serve as homes for spirit pets. The Yintang and Shihai acupoints were capable of hosting spirit pets. As the level of the contract increased, more fire attribute meridians would be connected, illuminating more acupoints within Du Yu's body, allowing him to acquire more homes for spirit pets and subsequently establish contracts with a greater number of them. Persevere. You are almost there, Du encouraged. Xiao Fenyang's finger lingered on Du Yu's Qi-Hai acupoint for an extended moment, seemingly attempting to extract the fire element from within him. It was not until Du Yu's limbs turned cold while his abdomen felt as if it were ablaze that Xiao Fenyang's finger gradually ascended, retracing its path to the little fire fox in his arms. All right, Du Yu quickly cradled the little fire fox against his chest. With a swift motion, Xiao Fenyang pulled a slender line of fire from Du Yu's brow. Both Du Yu and the little fire fox wore bewildered expressions as Xiao Fenyang's finger gently pressed against the forehead of the little fire fox. The fiery thread bound the two together, and in that instant, the little fire fox's drooping tail began to rise. It seemed to have received a substantial boost of energy from Du Yu's body. The little fire fox stood tall, its tail elevated, and its golden brown eyes sparkled with vitality as it looked up at Du Yu, softly chirping, "Ing. Wait, no," Du Yu's throat shifted. And though normally the sight of such a small creature would evoke feelings of cuteness, the little fire fox exuded an enchanting aura that was entirely different. Its golden brown eyes were truly captivating and endearing. What if it grew up to be a formidable presence, captivating all with its charm? With the contract established, the little fire fox, seemingly awakened, gazed around with spirited eyes before lowering its furry little head and gently licking Du Yu's palm. Du Yu remained still, his heart resonating with a singular thought. The joy of the tyrant Zhou Wang was surely not far off. The little fire fox softly whined after signing the contract. And Du Yu suddenly realized he could faintly sense a flicker of its thoughts. Was it hungry? Du Yu hastily got off the bed and made his way to the kitchen. The living room was empty, and only faintly could the sound of teacher Li Hong's reprimanding voice be heard from the master bedroom. Du Yu wished to express a sorrowful look to Li Mingnan, but the thought of the obedient demeanor of the strong man made him chuckle. After retrieving a bag of milk from the refrigerator, Du Yu stealthily returned to the guest room, gently closing the door behind him. Wait, it's too cold. It will be ready soon. Du Yu lifted his shirt and pressed the chilled milk against his abdomen, simultaneously asking in his mind, "Xiao Fenyang, what do you like to eat? Wait for me. I will reconstruct my body and then eat on my own," Xiao Fenyang replied, feeling regretful but pleased by Du Yu's kind gesture of warming the milk for the little fire fox. Little did she know, Du Yu was hesitant to cook in the kitchen, fearing to disturb the maternal affection Li Hong expressed toward Li Mingnan. Xiao Fenyang continued, "Now, when you eat, it is as if I am eating too." Du Yu was taken aback. "Huh?" Xiao Fenyang added, "My contract with you is different from that with the little fire fox. When you eat, it is as if I am eating." Du Yu scratched his head, pondering. "Is that so? Does human food benefit you? Do you require rare fruits or something?" She affirmed. "In this world, there exist various spiritual plants that yield specific fruits, greatly benefiting the growth of spirit pets and assisting Xiao Fenyang in regaining her strength and reconstructing her body. However, such rare fruits were beyond Du Yu's current means. The pet food was more realistic. This world had specialized food for spirit pets that also aided in their growth. However, acquiring this pet food was not simple, as it required identification from a spirit master to purchase. Thus, he could only wait until tomorrow to attend a training session and dine at the cafeteria of the Spirit Beast Academy. This plan was solid. Not only did he need to eat, but he also had to sneak some pet food. He resolved to be cautious while eating, ensuring he was not caught. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. Du Yu internally vowed, "Xiao Fenyang, hold on a little longer. Tomorrow, I will sneak some food for you at school." Xiao Fenyang replied, "Okay." Du Yu added, "By the way, how can we awaken the potential of the little fire fox and transform it back into a rare variety? I will share my essence with her. Just leave it to me," she assured. Du Yu felt a surge of confidence, though he lamented his own limitations in providing more assistance at this early stage. Tomorrow's dog food, pet food, was certainly his target. Du Yu took a moment to compose himself, picking up his phone to search for the little fire fox's species skills while softly murmuring, "Shall we give the little fire fox a name?" "Sure," Xiao Fenyang replied. "Ing," the little fire fox questioned. Since it was a little creature that chirped, how about calling it Ing-Ing-Hu? "That seems a bit hasty. Let me think again." That afternoon was spent in anticipation and hope. The following morning, Du Yu enjoyed a hearty breakfast, shouldered his backpack, and pushed a large suitcase belonging to someone else. After several reminders from teacher Li Hong, he left with Li Mingnan. Today, Li Mingnan looked radiant and enchanting, dressed in a white t-shirt and denim shorts that showcased her long legs, exuding youthful beauty. It appeared that the heavy maternal love from yesterday had not dampened her cheerful mood. She sported a sword at her waist and had a wind witch doll perched on her shoulder, drawing numerous admiring glances along their path. The wind witch doll occasionally floated up, twirling in front of Li Mingnan's face, bringing her immense joy. Remarkably, in just one night, the little creature had learned to fly. Du Yu silently chastised himself for having been too lenient the previous day. thinking he should have taught the little fire fox the basic skill of fire spark. Wind Witch, blow away the willow branches ahead, Li Mingnan commanded, brandishing her sword with youthful vigor. Upon receiving the command, the Wind Witch doll, its eyes resembling stitches, suddenly transformed. It exerted all its strength and finally stirred a slight breeze, causing the hanging willow branches to sway gently. Be careful. Li Mingnan hurriedly reached out to catch the exhausted Wind Witch doll as it fell, while a feathered shuttlecock could still stand upright after landing. The fabric doll lay limp in Li Mingnan's palm, motionless. Do you felt a spark of inspiration, Wind Witch? What a name. It perfectly resonated with his heart's desire. Li Mingnan beamed. I named it, isn't it adorable? The name holds a beautiful meaning. Do you curious? Asked what meaning. Li Mingnan's bright eyes sparkled with longing as she replied. One day, its wind will blow mightily. Do you remarked? Does the name even have onomatopoeia? Li Mingnan cradled the Fengwu doll in her hands, casting a triumphant glance at Du Yu. Online sources suggest that bestowing a nickname upon one's magical pet can enhance the bond between the owner and the creature. Have you named your little firefox yet? Du Yu shook his head. I've pondered over it for quite some time, but haven't settled on anything. Your naming method resonates with me. Li Mingnan thoughtfully tapped her lips with her fair fingers. How about Pai Pa? Du Yu regarded the whimsical Li Mingnan, bemused by her imaginative mind. Are you describing the sound of sparks flying? Exactly. Hong Long Long would also suffice. It sounds more imposing. Du Yu, feeling a bit awkward, quickened his pace. Let us hurry. I can see the school bus for Yaoling Academy. As Du Yu returned to the school gates, memories of the paper crane downpour flooded back. The sanitation efforts in Songgu Tower City were commendable, coupled with citizens voluntarily collecting and taking home the paper cranes. Since his return from the hospital yesterday, Du Yu had scarcely glimpsed a single paper crane. Hello, teacher. Here is my credential. Li Mingnan presented a piece of paper to the stern-looking middle-aged man at the bus door. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, tall and robust, with a dark complexion and a face chiseled like stone. A long scar ran from the corner of his right eye down to his jaw, adding a fierce aura to his demeanor. The scarred man did not take the paper. He merely glanced at it before tilting his head slightly, indicating the side door of the bus. This subtle gesture exuded an air of authority. Li Mingnan lifted her suitcase and boarded the bus, while Du Yu produced his own credential as well. Upon inspecting Du Yu's submission, the scarred man's demeanor shifted. His fierce gaze scrutinized Du Yu from head to toe. Chunhua, Du Yu, he rumbled, his voice resonating like a bass drum, echoing in Du Yu's mind. The scarred man gestured towards the black wooden bow slung across Du Yu's back. I heard you just acquired a magical weapon yesterday, and have already conjured fire arrows? By mere luck, Du Yu replied softly. I hope your fortune continues. The scarred man placed a hand on Du Yu's shoulder. For the next 3 days, you belong to me. As he spoke, the scarred man leaned closer, his lips brushing Du Yu's ear. Prepare yourself. My expectations for geniuses differ greatly. Du Yu tilted his head slightly, meeting the bizarre grin of the scarred man with a peculiar smile of his own. It is my honor. The scarred man was taken aback by the child's audacity to retort. Steadying himself, Du Yu stepped onto the bus. Awakening at the age of 17 hardly classified him as a genius. The true prodigies were those who awakened at 10 or 11. Nevertheless, Du Yu held his tongue, refraining from questioning or contradicting the teacher's assertions. For him, stringent expectations were beneficial. If he could receive focused attention during the training process, it would greatly aid his integration into this world. Aware of his less-than-ideal performance in the college entrance examination, Du Yu recognized this rare opportunity to alter his fate, and he was determined to give it his all. As he boarded the bus, he noticed approximately 14 or 15 students already seated, presumably graduates from various high schools. They were likely fortunate beneficiaries of the paper crane downpour. Du Yu made his way to the back of the bus, glancing at Li Mingnan by the window and the empty seat beside her. After a moment's hesitation, he continued walking. Hey, Li Mingnan called out. Du Yu turned. I don't go by hey. As the words left his mouth, a twinge of anxiety gripped him. What if someone on the bus actually responded to the signal? Sit here. Li Mingnan gestured to the empty seat beside her, leaning against her suitcase. After a brief silence, Du Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. So you're not bothered by me anymore? Better than sitting with strangers, Li Mingnan replied, casting a glance over Du Yu's shoulder. Du Yu turned to see a fellow student he did not recognize, but someone squeezed past, revealing a familiar face. Wei Feng from the neighboring class. Tall and lanky, with a scholarly visage accentuated by frameless glasses, Wei Feng approached with a small blue wolf dog cradled in his arms. What a coincidence, Li Mingnan, he smiled. Li Mingnan didn't even glance at Wei Feng, instead grabbing Du Yu's arm and pulling him down into the vacant seat beside her. She was all too aware of Wei Feng's incessant persistence. If that seat remained unoccupied, he would surely bother her throughout the journey. It was important to note that Li Hong, Du Mingnan's teacher, also taught Wei Feng's class. Throughout their senior year, Li Hong had contacted Wei Feng's parents on multiple occasions. Yet, even with such scrutiny, Wei Feng remained undeterred, driving Li Mingnan to the brink of exasperation. Wei Feng glanced at the seated Du Yu and slapped Du Yu's shoulder with a heavy hand. Huh? You managed to awaken too. Seems like luck has turned in your favor. Du Yu felt displeasure bubble within him as he looked at the hand resting on his shoulder. Meeting Wei Feng's gaze with a challenge. With your level, you dare to reference idioms? Oh right. That must be from our college entrance exam fill in the blanks. You must have learned it while checking answers yesterday. Laughter erupted from the bus as Du Yu shot a pointed look at Wei Feng, whose expression suddenly shifted as he stared at Du Yu in shock. The Du Yu he remembered bore no resemblance to the one before him now. Those eyes held a newfound brilliance. The little wolf dog, perhaps oblivious to human speech, sensed the shift in atmosphere and barked, offering its owner a silent show of support. The wolf lake dog, a water-type magical pet, boasted a striking coat of azure fur, its beauty unparalleled. This creature was renowned, being not only a recommended novice magical pet in Songgu Tower City, but also a standard issue for the Great Xia's violent agencies. Move ahead, don't block the aisle, came the impatient calls from a few students behind. Snapped back to reality, Wei Feng, feeling an increased sense of urgency, turned and walked towards the back. Woof, woof. The wolf lake dog bared its teeth at Du Yu, barking repeatedly, causing a commotion among the unseasoned youth. The disdain on Li Mingnan's face was unmistakable, and Wei Feng's jealousy and hostility towards Du Yu were equally palpable. In truth, Du Yu had never been a protector of flowers. His sole focus remained on his studies, striving to change his destiny. However, residing at Li Hong's home inevitably meant accompanying Li Mingnan to and from school, making him a target. The scene unfolding before him was merely a remnant of the previous owner's legacy. As Wei Feng moved away, Li Mingnan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she whispered, "You bookworm. Always so reclusive, yet you can actually stand up for yourself?" Du Yu adjusted his black wooden bow, muttering, "I owe you one." However, he truly did feel indebted to her. Recalling Li Hong's prior admonitions, he had no grounds for grievance. Li Mingnan, as if discovering a new continent, noted how Du Yu had always been exceedingly polite since he began staying at her home. Now that the college entrance exams are over, he won't be living with the Li family anymore. Has he grown wings? She contemplated retorting, but ultimately refrained, fearing Du Yu might switch seats. She despised Du Yu, but her disdain for Wei Feng surpassed that. At least Du Yu brought academic pressure, unlike Wei Feng, who harbored ulterior motives. Li Mingnan pouted, indignantly reclaiming her pride. How about Pai Lai Pa? Let me play with it. Du Yu gently reached for his forehead, and mere moments later, a series of visibly radiant fire elemental sparks emerged from his brow, coalescing into a diminutive fire fox. Li Mingnan's eyes widened in astonishment. As soon as Du Yu placed the little fire fox into her hands, the creature let out a joyful cheer, nuzzling its fluffy little head into the girl's soft embrace. Have you already formed a contract? Du Yu nodded softly. I learned it online yesterday. Li Mingnan, in a daze, exclaimed, I researched all night yesterday. How come I didn't manage to learn it? Du Yu glanced at her, displaying a sorrowful expression. Yet, Li Mingnan paid no heed to his demeanor. Instead, brimming with excitement as she whispered, you activated a spirit soldier and taught yourself to form a contract yesterday. You are a prodigy in spirit taming. Du Yu awkwardly waved his hand, reluctant to claim sole credit. I merely secretly raised a little Jinwu. Li Mingnan tilted her head, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Du Yu as if she had made a momentous decision. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my first little brother. Du Yu stammered. Huh, what sort of expression is that? I, Li Mingnan, am destined to become the unparalleled spirit tamer of Daxia, surrounded by divine pets, with capable warriors under my command, and countless fervent followers who worship me as a deity. As Li Mingnan's declarations grew increasingly alarming, Du Yu felt an urge to call for help. Indeed, her enthusiasm was somewhat over the top, yet Du Yu, being new to this world, could not comprehend the extent of an ordinary person's yearning for the role of a spirit tamer. After years of waiting, Li Mingnan had finally grasped the tail end of her awakening age. Perhaps this grand dream of becoming a spirit tamer had been her lifelong ambition. Du Yu hesitated for a moment, refraining from comment, and silently turned his gaze aside. You wretched creature, just as despicable as your master, Li Mingnan murmured, poking the little fire fox's head. However, her adoration for the little creature was so profound that her words of reprimand were utterly betrayed by the joy gleaming in her eyes. One who flirts, and one who willingly flirts back. This mutual pursuit was indeed delightful. Suddenly, the school bus door slammed shut. The scar-faced man stood at the front, declaring, 24 of you are now part of the same cohort. His fierce gaze swept across the youthful faces, causing the students to lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. The scar-faced man continued, "You are comrades, but also rivals. On the last day of training, I will select one outstanding student to have a custom spirit soldier made for them." He added, "The novice spirit soldiers in your possession have a usage period of only 1 month. Once the time is up, they will lose their effectiveness and become mere wooden trinkets." Hearing this, Du lifted his gaze toward the scar-faced man. He had no money. He desperately needed a custom spirit soldier. The scar-faced man remarked, "The spirit soldiers crafted for the outstanding students will be made by the masters of the academy. Their usage period is longer, and their effectiveness is far superior. Money cannot buy them, so I hope you all work hard." He continued, "My name is Gong Chung. You may call me Teacher Gong. I will be quite strict with you." He added, "Of course, if you cannot handle it, feel free to express your concerns. Once you do, I will abandon you and will not impose any further expectations. If you cannot endure my style, now is the time to exit. I will give you 10 seconds to consider." Although Gong Cheng's words were intimidating, most students on the bus were dismissive. What does it matter how strict he is? It's only 3 days. Surely we can manage. No one moved, and Gong Chung stepped into the driver's seat. As the vehicle started, he glanced into the rearview mirror and suddenly spoke, "Do you?" "Yes." "Do you?" Taken aback, stood up, holding onto the front seat. Gong Chung stated, "From now on, you are the class monitor." Du Yu stared blankly at Gong Chung. "Me?" A peculiar smile spread across Gong Cheng's face, his fearsome scar contorting. "What do you mean, me?" "This is your honor." Du Yu's previous words to Gong Chung had evidently been returned in kind. Ignoring everyone else, Gong Chung turned his attention forward and continued driving. Du Yu was left standing awkwardly, facing the myriad gazes of his classmates. The position of class monitor, lasting only 3 days, held little allure, especially considering the constant supervision from the teacher. Nevertheless, after the training period, an outstanding student would be rewarded with a spirit soldier. This presented a significant dilemma. An hour and a half later, the vehicle arrived at the southern outskirts of Songgu Tower City, at an old campus, the third vocational high school of Songgu Tower City. "Store your luggage on the bus, gather your spirit soldiers and pets on the playground." Gong Chung parked the vehicle, raising his eyes to the relaxed demeanor of the students in the rearview mirror, and barked, "Can't you understand what I'm saying?" The students hurriedly stood up and formed a line to disembark. Li Mingnan, her face adorned with the wind, cradled the little fire fox in her arms. Whispering behind Du Yu, "This teacher is so fierce." Du Yu wisely refrained from responding. Who knew how sharp the scar-faced teacher's hearing was? Once they exited the bus, Du Yu felt a peculiar sensation. The place appeared to have been abandoned for some time, its environment somewhat desolate. A glance around revealed only a handful of dilapidated buildings. The playground, covered in yellow dust, showed sparse patches of weeds. In the northeastern part of the playground, some peeling training equipment could be seen alongside several worn-out archery targets. As Du Yu surveyed the training environment for the next 3 days, the children from more affluent backgrounds felt disheartened. Is this the training base? It's isolated, with no amenities in sight. How eerie will it be at night? Gong Chung strode purposefully, kicking open the large iron gate of the school and stepping onto the sandy playground. The group of students fell silent, hastily following behind. As Gong Chung walked, he spoke. "You are fortunate to have caught the tail end of awakening, yet you are also quite unfortunate." Arriving at the center of the grounds, he surveyed the surroundings. The better facilities and training conditions had been reserved for younger awakeners. Clearly, society deemed you worthy of only these. Gong Chung slowly turned around, a terrifying smile spreading across his dark-scarred face. "I believe the same." His gaze swept across the crowd, observing the students' expressions of suppressed anger and confusion, causing his smile to widen. It was evident that Gong Cheng's teaching style was unique. Through his observations, he gleaned insights into the students' personalities, until he spotted Du Yu, who was staring intently at the girl's backside. Heaven bear witness, Du Yu was not gazing at Li Mingnan. He was fixated on the little fire fox concealed behind her back. The creature's golden brown eyes sparkled with a pleading glimmer, seemingly imploring its owner to rescue it from her grasp. It was an actor indeed, and the performance was strikingly authentic, compelling Du Yu to marvel at the formidable talent inherent to its kind. "Du Yu?" "Yes." Du Yu jumped, turning to face Gong Chung. Gong Cheng's tone grew serious. "What are your thoughts on what I just shared?" Du Yu stuttered. "I trust the decisions made by the leaders of Songgu Tower City, and I will comply with all arrangements of the Spirit Academy." Gong Chung raised an eyebrow. "Are you attending a press conference?" What happened to the typical rebelliousness of 17 and 18-year-olds? Gong Cheng's expression darkened. "I must have been blind to have such a timid class monitor." The class monitor position had been thrust upon Du Yu by Gong Chung, and now the authoritarian tyrant was extending an invitation to the entire cohort. Report. Wei Feng stepped forward without hesitation. Teacher, I. As Wei Feng volunteered, several other voices of self-recommendation followed. The position of class monitor undoubtedly provided an excellent opportunity to assist the teacher, as long as they could please Gong Cheng, who would fret over not obtaining a custom spirit soldier. Upon hearing a response, Gong Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the demeanor that young individuals ought to possess. Without a hint of unwillingness, defiance, or an indomitable spirit, what claim do you have to youth? What right do you have to be a beast tamer? Gong Cheng signaled a few individuals to step forward during the juvenile phase of your beasts. Your responsibility is to safeguard your companions. From childhood to adulthood, you have been attending martial arts classes. If you aspire to be class leader, then demonstrate your proficiency. For students stepped forward, 3 males and 1 female. They were uncertain whether the instructor required them to showcase their martial skills or engage in sparring against one another. Gong Cheng instructed them to temporarily hand over their beasts to other students for safekeeping, and they could begin at any moment. The children were somewhat bewildered. No rules were stated, nor were there any groups formed for combat. Was it simply a chaotic free-for-all? Wei Feng glanced around, sensing that the students on either side were no pushovers. Naturally, who would boldly step forward under Gong Cheng's fierce gaze if they were uncertain of their capabilities? Wei Feng hesitated to act rashly. Clutching his Longhu dog, he sought someone to watch over it while his mind raced with thoughts. He was unaware of the backgrounds of the other 3, but one individual's history was clear to him. The former class leader, Du Yu. This fellow practiced archery and rarely engaged in sparring during classes. The final examination was merely standing and shooting at targets. What skill could he possibly possess? As a swordsman himself, using the well-known Du Yu as a stepping stone to showcase his own abilities while venting his frustrations seemed rather appealing. Gong Cheng had said to display their levels, yet he hadn't specified how, so Wei Feng called out. Du Yu? Huh, compared to Du Yu. Li Mingnan turned her head immediately. Wei Feng pointed his wooden sword at Du Yu's nose and taunted. Have you given up? Are you backing down? Not going for class leader anymore. Li Mingnan, visibly displeased, understood why Du Yu was being targeted by Wei Feng. She was straightforward and defended him. You shouldn't pick on someone just because they're competing for the class leader position. Du Yu harbored aspirations of becoming class leader himself, as he desperately needed that custom beast weapon. However, he preferred to bide his time and join the fray later to benefit from the chaos. Yet, as Li Mingnan was a classmate of Du Yu and shared martial arts classes with him, she was far more aware of Du Yu's capabilities than Wei Feng was. What did it matter if Du Yu was a beast-taming genius? He lacked combat experience entirely. Should he confront Wei Feng, he would likely be utterly overwhelmed. The unique cultural backdrop of their world had given rise to peculiar phenomena. Students studying archery at the academy were predominantly of a more delicate disposition, as they engaged less in combat and faced lower risks of injury, making it ideal for those who had come to terms with reality and did not harbor grand dreams of beast taming. Thus, even if the students present did not recognize Du Yu, they could surmise his situation from the bow he carried. Li Mingnan's words struck like a knife, piercing through Wei Feng's cunning schemes, inciting his fury. At that moment, her defense of Du Yu became secondary. Wei Feng was far too concerned about the negative impression he would leave on Gong Cheng, potentially making him the subject of ridicule among his peers. Shut up, I'm asking him. Wei Feng shouted, his frustration palpable. Li Mingnan raised an eyebrow, her temper flaring instantly, wielding her ebony sword in a stance ready for confrontation. Suddenly, Du Yu reached out and tugged at the hem of Li Mingnan's garment, saying, "Oh no, the sycophant bites." Wei Feng was taken aback, his face shifting colors as whispers filled the air. Students around them murmured in amusement, some reveling in the drama, while others expressed sympathy. Such is the nature of the world. If you wish to climb by stepping on someone else's head, do not be surprised when they pull you down. From a distance, Gong Cheng was clearly entertained by the unfolding spectacle, calling out loudly, "You may begin at any time." His words served as a clarion call to battle. "Du Yu!" Wei Feng roared, gripping his ebony knife tightly as he charged toward Du Yu. Students along the way hastily stepped aside, wary of this agitated individual. "You truly have no shame," Li Mingnan exclaimed, her voice laced with the resentment of a year filled with relentless harassment. Drawing her ebony sword, she interposed herself before Du Yu. This scene only fueled Wei Feng's rage further. "Get out of my way. This doesn't concern you." A hand pressed firmly on Li Mingnan's shoulder. The girl glared at Du Yu but felt herself being nudged aside. Du Yu then removed the black wooden beast weapon slung across his back, softly stating, "Did you hear that?" Li Mingnan, puzzled, inquired, "Hear what?" Du Yu tilted his head slightly, gesturing with his chin toward the oncoming Wei Feng, the sound of a heart breaking. "Huh, Li Mingnan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could utter another word, an intense wave of heat surged toward her. Du Yu's stance was textbook perfect. Having recognized that his graduation scores would be factored into his college entrance exam, Du Yu, although not aspiring to be a beast tamer, had no choice but to prepare. Gripping the bowstring with his fingers, he drew back the pitch-black wooden bow into a perfect crescent, releasing a torrent of scorching energy. In the next moment, a furious Wei Feng abruptly halted, frozen in place. The training ground erupted in astonishment as exclamations filled the air. What? He activated his beast weapon? Wei Feng's heart sank. He realized he had underestimated this young man. Surrounded by whispers of awe and schadenfreude, Wei Feng felt a chill run down his spine, paralyzed by the fiery arrow aimed directly at him. More terrifying still were Du Yu's blazing eyes, glowing with an almost blinding intensity under the influence of the fire attribute. Those around him, unable to meet Du Yu's gaze, could not grasp the sheer danger radiating from him, while Wei Feng felt utterly trapped. Close the distance. Don't be cowardly. Get in there. Gong Cheng's voice boomed from afar. Wei Feng gulped, feeling a lump in his throat. Surprisingly, he feared Du Yu's eyes more than the fiery arrow aimed at him. Li Mingnan stared blankly at Du Yu. She had witnessed him activate his beast weapon before, but she had always stood behind him. She had never truly encountered the terrifying gaze he possessed, nor had he exuded such a threatening aura. The spectators were already unnerved. How much more so was Wei Feng, who was targeted by the black wooden bow. The power of the beast weapon was indeed formidable. Li Mingnan clenched her fists, exhilarated. Excellent. My younger brother is invincible. Don't be a coward. You spineless fool. Gong Cheng's voice thundered again, filled with disappointment. Wei Feng remained rooted in place, paralyzed with fear. Somehow, he sensed that he could not evade this arrow. Du Yu's eyes communicated that inevitable truth to him. In the next instant, including Li Mingnan, the students surrounding Du Yu retreated step by step, as the fiery aura emanating from the activated beast weapon spread, igniting the wild grass on the barren ground. Meanwhile, Gong Cheng continued to urge, I want a class leader with backbone. This is what you show me? Du Yu gently adjusted the position of the arrow's tail while holding the bowstring, transforming the once round black wooden bow into an oval shape. Clearly, Du Yu was tempering his strength. It seemed he did not wish to release the fire arrow too swiftly or too far. Yet Wei Feng was oblivious to these nuances. His world reduced to the brilliance of Du Yu's eyes. The sound of the taut black bowstring reverberated ominously. Wei Feng's complexion changed dramatically, instinctively. He covered his head and lunged sideways. The surrounding students retreated even further, clearing a space for Wei Feng. On Du Yu's side, he performed a maneuver strictly prohibited by archery instructors. He released the arrow into the air. The first technique of the foolish divine arrow, the startled bird. Strictly speaking, it cannot be deemed an unintentional release. Although the fire arrow still lay between Du Yu's fingers, the subsequent fire attribute aura lingered, and amidst the waves of heat, a visible ripple of air burst forth. The sudden expansion of the heat wave even pushed Du Yu back a half step. What a remarkable way to resist the fire ring. This little trick is rather impressive. Du Yu, what are you doing? Gong Cheng admonished sternly, with the black wooden bow no longer serving as a medium. The fire arrow held by Du Yu dissipated quietly. He turned to Gong Cheng, explaining, there are too many classmates around. I fear I might inadvertently injure someone. Gong Cheng replied, if you're worried about accidentally harming someone, then just aim your bow upwards. Is this how your school lays the groundwork for you? Du Yu tilted his head slightly, indicating the direction of Wei Feng. I fear that if I let him off, he won't let me off and return. Over there. Wei Feng remained crouched on the ground, cold sweat streaming from his forehead, a picture of shock. This feeling of narrowly escaping the gates of hell was something this novice demon tamer had never experienced before. In the martial arts classes at school, there were protective measures during sparring. There was no genuine life and death struggle involved. Listening to Du Yu's explanation, Gong Cheng could not help but raise an eyebrow slightly. The small gesture of the boy tilting his head was strikingly similar to the one Gong Cheng had made at the school bus door, a clear imitation. While Gong Cheng found it peculiar, he also recognized the validity of Du Yu's perspective. Your unwillingness to harm others is your own affair. You cannot expect your opponent to appreciate your kindness. No one can guarantee that when Du Yu aims elsewhere, Wei Feng 1T sees the opportunity to strike or launch an attack directly. Thus, Du Yu's arrow should remain steadfastly aimed at Wei Feng's face, without any deviation. Gong Cheng stroked his chin, the first hint of teasing lacing his usually stern voice. Interesting, isn't it, Captain Du? Upon hearing Gong Cheng's mocking title, Du Yu felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly retreated. Du Yu had never run for class captain when other students self-recommended themselves. He had quietly blended into the crowd, preparing to turn the tables at the last moment. Yet this insufferable Gongcheng once again pushed Du into the spotlight with a specific title. Enough. Look at your sorry state. Gongcheng scolded Du, his authoritative demeanor fully displayed. Captain should still be Du. Now fall in line. Although the other self-recommending students felt indignant, they ultimately dared not speak against Gongcheng's stern expression. Du, here, what are you doing? I told you to line up. Don't you know how to form ranks? Du, feeling like a duck forced onto a perch, hurriedly called out, gather up. Gather up. 8 in a row, find your spots according to height. 8 in a row, 3 lines. DU's leadership displayed its own peculiar charm. Internally dissatisfied, Du questioned, is there really a problem with this arrangement? Reluctantly, he changed his wording. 6 in a row, for lines. Add me in. Let us make it a perfect square of 5 by 5, shall we? Gongcheng suggested. Is this teacher perhaps the reincarnation of my ex-girlfriend? So hard to please? Du mused. But wait, I didn't have a girlfriend in my previous life either. My teachers always said that once we reached university, we could date freely. What a bunch of liars. With my fate, I'd be lucky to survive to the college entrance examination, let alone through the summer vacation. Du, here. Gongcheng, clearly fuming, shifted from a low tone to a high one. While I'm reprimanding you, you can't just wander off. I told you to form ranks. 2 rows. 12 in a row. Move. This time, Gongcheng finally fell silent. It seemed Du had finally done something right. Gongcheng walked over to Du. Your spirit is lacking a bit. Improve gradually. Fall back in line. Yes. Du took his place at the front of the first row, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he stood shorter than the male student beside him, who was a towering 1.90 meters. First row, squat down, Gongcheng commanded. Hands behind his back, his tone grave. Since you have passed the assessment of the Demon Spirit Academy, it signifies that you have become a demon tamer. Someone tell me, how is a demon tamer ranked? Demon tamer apprentice, demon tamer, demon master, grand demon master, demon general, demon emperor, demon saint. The students chimed in, eager to showcase their knowledge in front of their teacher. During the demon tamer apprentice stage, what can you possess? Refining the body, releasing demon aura, possessing ironclad resilience. Learning the apprentice contract. Gongcheng mocked, ironclad resilience? You're barely stronger than an ordinary person. How is the rank of demon beast classified? Common, earth, heaven, spirit. Demon general, demon emperor, demon saint. Gongcheng nodded. Both humans and demon beasts are divided into 7 ranks. With each level you attain, you can learn the corresponding contract and bind the appropriate level of demon pet. The lowest rank, the apprentice contract, allows for a slight spiritual connection with your demon pet. However, this connection is quite fragile. It is insufficient for true communication, merely allowing for a faint understanding of each other's intentions. Du, here, come forward. Confused. Du stepped ahead. Gongcheng pointed to the position between Du's eyebrows. Now, concentrate and gather the elemental demon aura within you at the Yintang point. Gongcheng's gesture made many girls' hearts flutter, just as they were yearning for a chance to openly gaze upon Du. His well-defined brows and especially bright eyes were simply too charming. Gongcheng's subsequent explanation aligned perfectly with what Xiao Fenyang had taught the day before. The Yintang, Rinzhong, and Dantian formed a straight line, simple yet not easily mastered. Without Xiao Fenyang's guidance, this group of novices had to rely solely on their concentration to control the chaotic elemental demon aura within them, which proved to be exceedingly difficult. However, Du noticed a few students appearing relaxed, clearly having learned the apprentice contract in advance while at home. After thoroughly teaching the practice method, Gongcheng commanded, everyone must master this today, otherwise you will stand here indefinitely. No food, no sleep. Gongcheng paced before the students, his booming voice causing their eardrums to throb. From today onward, get serious. The growth rate of demon pets is rapid. If your contract level falls below that of your demon pet, they may sever the contract at any time, leave you, or even attack you. Gongcheng's words bore a grave weight, leaving the students in silence. A cold smirk appeared on Gongcheng's face. In the future, you may very well face such situations. After all, you are awakening at this age, and your talents are just mediocre. Therefore, emotional bonds become especially crucial. The most important factor that prevents a demon pet, taller than you, from tearing up the contract, abandoning you, or attacking you is the emotional connection between you. Gongcheng regarded the students, who were closing their eyes and concentrating, and declared firmly, demon pets are never our slaves. They are our partners. Remember this phrase. It may very well save your life in the future. Du, here. Du hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at Gongcheng. What are you pretending to be? Du responded, if you're going to pretend, at least make it convincing. Where's your demon pet? Du glanced at the third student in the second row, Li Mingnan. Only then did Li Mingnan react, instinctively reaching into her pocket and then retrieving the slightly tipsy little fire fox from her collar. Her face flushed slightly as she took a couple of steps forward, presenting the little fire fox. Gong Cheng's expression darkened. So, Captain Du, you brought along a little assistant? Little? That is simply nonsense. Can't you see how comfortably that little fire fox is lying? Du thought to himself, quickly stepping forward to accept the pet. Gong Cheng looked at the innocent little fire fox in Du's hands and asked, has the contract been signed? Yes, Teacher Gong. Are there any family members who taught you, or anyone who successfully self-studied online? Step forward. At that moment, 2 boys and 2 girls emerged. Interestingly, this lineup closely resembled the one that had previously campaigned for class leader, with the only change being the addition of a girl who replaced Wei Feng. The girl possessed a gentle charm, her bright eyes sparkling. A simple deep red ribbon held her hair back, while her long ponytail cascaded down her neck, flowing gracefully in front of her. She carried an exquisite deep red hunting bow on her back, clearly not the low-grade equipment distributed by the Yaoling Academy. She must be a young lady from a prominent family, here to experience life. Du was startled and quickly grasped the small fire fox, fearing that it might attempt to establish a new home. All the rooms on the west side of the first floor are your dormitories, with options for both double and quadruple occupancy. You may collect your luggage and then choose your dormitory, Gong Cheng announced loudly, deliberately provoking the students who were currently studying contracts. Throughout, Gong Cheng's style was straightforward and unyielding, seemingly devoid of any notion of fairness, with everything dictated by strength. After selecting your dormitory, go to the northeast corner of the playground to wait for me. Du and his companions exchanged glances, refraining from any dissent, and headed towards the school bus. En route, the small firefox struggled, its fluffy head pushing through Du's fingers, its golden brown eyes gazing curiously at the girl with the red hunting bow beside them. Her voice is as gentle as her demeanor. She must be a girl, right? Under the contract, Du sensed the little firefox's inner thoughts and decided to tuck it into his pocket. This scene inevitably led the girl to silently critique him. What a miser. She looked up at Du's profile and teased, you also have a pair of beautiful eyes, which complement your fire attribute quite well. That is quite rare. She was genuinely curious to see how Du managed to conceal his eyes in his pocket. Du awkwardly scratched his head. The term beautiful hardly seemed appropriate for himself. Just as he raised his hand to scratch his head, his pocket slipped, and the little fire fox joyfully dashed towards its new home, not looking back. The girl flustered for a moment, but finally managed to catch the little fire fox. Du chose to remain silent, feeling exhausted. He had thought he would become a tyrant like Zhou Wang, but it turned out that the little fire fox was far more adept, resembling a queen of the sea. Did you bully her? The girl asked softly. Typically, young demon pets are quite dependent on their masters, especially those that have already signed a contract. Once a contract is established, the demon pet can rest within its master's body. However, this little fire fox lingered outside, unwilling to return home, leading to the reasonable deduction that its master might be facing issues. No, this little creature is just lively and active. I apologize if it caused you any trouble. Du replied. Not at all a bother. Please retrieve your luggage first, the girl said gently, her face brimming with affection as she gazed at the little fire fox snuggling against her. By the time the group returned to campus with their belongings, they had unconsciously split into 2 factions. The atmosphere was silent, and Du, carrying his backpack while pushing Li Mingnan's suitcase, felt quite embarrassed as he listened to the sound of the wheels rolling over the yellow earth. I'll introduce her to a new playmate, the girl suddenly spoke. And as she spread her palm, a deep red rose emerged, seemingly floating in her hand. Du's eyes widened in surprise. A dual-element demon pet of wood and fire. A rose spirit? My goodness. This girl not only possesses a demon soldier, but also a demon pet that is not from the academy? It was understandable that she wouldn't have a demon soldier since the school provided only inferior goods. Yet, the demon pets distributed by the Yaoling Academy were meticulously selected for their immense potential. The deep red rosebud was the size of a baseball, with large eyes that closely matched the color of the rose itself and were not easily noticeable. It lacked a stem, replaced instead by 2 small feet wrapped in petals. It was a delightful blend of beauty and vibrancy. A soft sound emanated from the rose spirit's tiny mouth, adding to the charm. Curious, the little fire fox leaned forward, its tiny nose twitching as it caught a faint scent. The girl chuckled softly, placing the rose into the little fire fox's embrace. Du hesitated for a moment before speaking. I still don't know your name. Linshi, she replied. A beautiful name, Du remarked, feeling he had finally grasped the correct application of the word beautiful. Little did Linshi know of Du's thoughts. She was in high spirits. placing the rose spirit on the little fire fox's head and admiring it for a while before turning her gaze back to Duyu. Are you from Sangha Tower? Yes. Duyu replied. Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this classmate likely had little awareness of the world of demon tamers before awakening. The Lin family of Sangha Tower was a well-known lineage of demon tamers, highly esteemed, while the surname Lin might be common. The combination of Lin and Rose spirit signified the girl's noble heritage. Earlier, when Lin Shi boarded the school bus, teacher Gong Chung had also confirmed her choice multiple times, as she could receive superior private instruction at home and seemed to have no reason to attend this training program. Lin Shi fell silent, and Duyu chose not to dig for more conversation. As they passed the student assembly, he waved to Li Mingnan, gesturing towards the suitcase that belonged to her before stepping into the old dormitory building. This scene ignited a fire of indignation in Li Mingnan. How could it be that only a few minutes had passed, and Duyu was already walking alongside another beautiful girl? Even more infuriating was the fact that her own little fire fox was still nestled in the arms of that girl, adorned with a rose on its head. How infuriating! Li Mingnan clenched her teeth. Under her mother's strict management, she had no experience with romantic relationships and was tasting the bitterness of betrayal for the first time. And it was from a mere fox. What are you doing? Have you learned? Gong Cheng's sudden sharp reprimand startled Li Mingnan, causing her to shrink her head and hastily summon the elemental breath within her. However, the wind, fire, and thunder elements within her swirled aimlessly, presenting a formidable challenge to focus them at her brow. Yesterday, she had searched online for methods to establish a demon contract, but she had been unable to master it. She had hoped that once at school, the teacher would help her resolve her difficulties. Yet now, she found herself under the scrutiny of such a fierce instructor. The more Li Mingnan thought about it, the angrier she became. Gripping the Wufeng sword tightly, she suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep from beneath her, causing the Wufeng sword to subtly vibrate. While Li Mingnan simmered with frustration, Duyu had already selected a double occupancy dormitory located at the end of the west corridor. Not bothering to tidy the room, he remembered teacher Gong's instructions and quickly exited the old dormitory building, clutching the little fire fox as he made his way to the northeast of the playground. He believed he was moving swiftly, yet unexpectedly. He was the last of the group to arrive. The little fire fox, having felt a tinge of sadness from their separation, perked up upon seeing Lin Shi again. This time, however, Duyu was more cautious, holding onto the little fire fox tightly. Going, where are you running off to, my dear? Lin Shi smiled brightly at the little fire fox, even playfully winking at it. Common-level demon pets can learn 12 types of demon skills. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated behind Duyu, casting a large shadow over him. Duyu swallowed hard, frozen in place. Gong Chung stood behind him, his tall and robust figure allowing him to reveal only half his face. He surveyed the 4 students before him. The cafeteria is located east of the dormitory building. Your lunch is prepared there, along with special meals for your demon pets. Once your demon pets have learned one skill, they may then dine. Lin Shi, the girl responded obediently. Teacher, Gong Chung inquired, has your rose spirit mastered any magical skills? Lin Shi shook her head. Not yet, it is merely a newborn. I just forged a contract with it last night. Gong Chung nodded. Very well, please wait a moment. As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of sticky notes from his pocket, tore off one, and, wrapping his arm around Duyu's side, pressed it firmly against his chest. Ouch! Duyu grimaced, and as Gong Chung withdrew, he hastily caught the paper that slipped from his chest. The small sheet was densely packed with miniature text, perfect for use as a cheat sheet during exams. In the section for fire-type spirit beasts, Duyu discovered the information on the little fire fox. Little fire fox, a fire-type creature. Officially recommended skills. 1. Courageous fireball. Condenses flames in its mouth, launching a fireball towards a target area. Upon contact, the fireball explodes, scorching the enemy. 2. Courageous flame tail. Gathers flames in its large tail, swaying to disperse layers of fiery mist while cloaking itself, confusing and intimidating foes. Skill levels. 1. Bronze. 2. Silver. 3. Gold. 4. Platinum. 5. Emerald. 6. Diamond. 7. Starlight. Note: even the lowest bronze level skill theoretically has the potential to advance to starlight level. It is hoped that all trainers will diligently train their beloved pets, carefully hone their skills, and continuously elevate their skill levels to reach new heights. Duyu scrutinized the information again. It was no different from the online encyclopedia, merely embellished with encouraging words. He dismissed these sentiments, for the information online was comprehensive, and world records were clearly stated. The highest level of fireball is currently emerald. Numerous spirit beasts have achieved this record, and it is not a rarity. Countless fire-type spirit beasts, no matter their efforts, cannot advance further. thus indicating that Emerald is likely the upper limit for the fireball skill. While Du Yu set down the paper, Gong Laoshi had already departed with Lin Shi. The remaining few students exchanged glances. Among the four of them, there were three types of spirit beasts. Aside from Du Yu's little fire fox, there were two Longhu dogs and a small earth rhinoceros. Though both the little fox and the tiny puppy were rather diminutive, the deep brown rhinoceros was surprisingly small, almost dreamlike. However enchanting the other spirit beasts, none could rival the esteemed position of the Longhu dog in the hearts of the people of Daxia. The presence of two Longhu dogs among the four served as the best testament to this. The Daxia military employs Longhu dogs, yet their commonality does not imply inferiority. Rather, it is the finest proof of their strength. Let us commence our training. Everyone, do your best. As the class leader, Du Yu offered a casual encouragement before striding toward a distant archery target. Interestingly, the little fire fox showed no signs of reluctance. Although Lin Shi had left with Gong Laoshi, one girl remained among the few students. Nevertheless, the little fire fox displayed no inclination to establish a home or settle into a new bed. Thus, a beauty appraisal device. Du Yu approached a dilapidated archery target, kneeling to place the little fire fox upon the yellow earth. You little vixen, I have chosen a name for you. Ing. The little fire fox raised its small head, its bright eyes sparkling as it affectionately rubbed against Du Yu's fingers. In the absence of beautiful maidens, the little fire fox was remarkably devoted and endearing. Du Yu playfully pinched its large tail and declared, from now on, you shall be called Xiao Yan. Ing. Grow quickly. Xiao Yan, let us seek out more beautiful maidens. Ing. Excellent. Now, use fireball. The little fire fox blinked its eyes, though it had not fully grasped Du Yu's words. It felt a faint resonance in its heart due to the contract. Is this a request to unleash my magical skill? This is quite a challenge for a fox. The little fire fox hesitated for a while, struggling to produce even a spark. After a few moments, it turned to grasp its own large tail, performing a spin in place. Hee hee, the sound of laughter from Xiao Finyang echoed in the background. Yes, Xiao Yan. Just like that, Flametail. Du Yu's face radiated delight, brimming with excitement. After more than half an hour of arduous practice, the little fire fox had not mastered the bronze-level fireball, but had instead grasped the bronze-level Flametail. In short, it was a case of mismatched expectations. Du Yu had persistently requested the little fire fox to expel a fireball from its mouth, but ultimately, it had instead manifested a cascade of fiery mist with its large tail. One could not deny the little fire fox's remarkable talent, even amidst Du Yu's distractions. It had successfully developed an entirely different magical skill. Truly, it was a unique variant born from a failed mutation. In the future, with the assistance of Xiao Finyang, once the little fire fox fully transformed into a unique variant, its potential would be extraordinary. Before them, the little fire fox waved its large tail, sparks dancing from the tip, and the mist thickened, ultimately enveloping its form in a 360-degree firewall. Swish! Ing! The little fire fox burst through the firewall, excitedly wagging its large tail, gazing up at Du Yu as if seeking praise from its master. However, upon meeting Du Yu's bright eyes, it halted, staring blankly at him. Having always shown a keen interest in beautiful maidens, the little fire fox finally recognized the charm of Du Yu. Straighten up, Ing. The little fire fox scampered back, leaping onto Du Yu's leg with extraordinary grace, settling on his shoulder, its fluffy little head affectionately nuzzling against his cheek. Du Yu felt a tickle on his face as he held the little fire fox's large tail, lifting it to his eye level. The effect of the contract on the spirit beast was markedly evident. Even the lowest tier contract had substantially enhanced the little fire fox's agility. Just yesterday, it had struggled to drag its large tail, appearing quite feeble. Yet now, it effortlessly perched on Du Yu's shoulder. Do not become complacent. Even a wild little fire fox can comprehend Flametail. We are merely learning slightly more swiftly than other foxes, Du Yu remarked. Ing. The little fire fox ceased its playful antics, its voice seemingly expressing disdain. Indeed, there is a mismatch in your sentiments, Xiao Finyang's soft voice chimed in, seemingly speaking on behalf of the little fire fox. Both parties had indeed signed a contract, and Du Yu's overwhelming joy was unmistakable. How could the little fire fox not perceive it? Suspended by its large tail, the little fire fox swayed back and forth like a pendulum. Its pleading eyes gazed at Du Yu, seemingly conveying a message. Hungry. Don't be hungry, Xiao Yan. Let us master fireball together, and then we can feast, shall we? Du Yu hastily urged. The little fire fox remained silent, looking at him with a pitiful expression that softened Du Yu's heart. He gently lowered the little fire fox to the ground, speaking softly, concentrate the flames in your mouth and release a fireball. The little fire fox, Xiao Finyang. Du Yu. Your heart is so ruthless, it's starving. Du Yu. Shu. Xiaofenyang, keep your voice down. We're here, don't let it hear. Xiaofenyang, do you? Go ahead, Xiaoyan. Use fireball. Xiaoyan. A familiar, melodious voice resonated from behind. Do you turn to see a long-legged figure with a stern expression? In an instant, the little fire fox scurried away from his feet, heading straight for Li Mingnan. Li Mingnan maintained a stoic demeanor, allowing the little fire fox to climb up her shoe and along her long leg. Within 2 seconds, Xiao Yin had traversed Du's entire life. By the end, Li Mingnan did not reach out to embrace the little fire fox, seemingly still upset. The little fire fox, brimming with spirit, sensed the tension and extended its delicate tongue, gently licking Li Mingnan's cheek. In a moment, not even a second passed before the third attempt. Hee. Li Mingnan felt a tingling sensation on her face and finally lost her composure, reaching out towards the little fox. Indeed, you possess remarkable charm, Haiwan Yin. Not only can you flirt, but you can also soothe. Who could possibly resist such a lure? However, Li Mingnan grasped at nothing, as the little fox gracefully leaped, stepping on the back of her hand and diving down into the collar of her garment. Hey, you rascal, I haven't forgiven you yet. Li Mingnan's face turned crimson as she hurriedly turned her back to Du, adjusting her attire, while secretly seeking out other girls. A muffled voice from the little fox emerged from Li Mingnan's embrace. Du, sensing something, discerned from the little fox's tone a hint of meaning. I like many, but I like you the most. Du's expression grew strange. He held back his words, fearing that Li Mingnan might act foolishly and inadvertently harm the little fox. Why such a name? Moments later, Li Mingnan finally turned around, the little fox struggling gently in her hands, once again falling into her grasp. Du remarked, I choose not to speak, lest you become arrogant. Oh, Li Mingnan blinked, her curiosity piqued. Tell me. Du, feeling helpless, replied. Xiaoyan isn't someone who can be easily approached. Have you seen that girl over there? Following Du's gesture, Li Mingnan spotted a girl training a wolf lake dog. She was one of the first 5 to arrive in the northeast part of the training ground. Du whispered. From beginning to end, the little fox showed no inclination to approach that girl. After pondering for a moment, Li Mingnan's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her heart swelling with delight as she lifted the little fox and rubbed it against her cheek. In a daze, Du seemed to see the proud glint in Xiaoyan's fox-like eyes. With this net, we have succeeded, Du said. All right, enough of this. Let us get back to training. Teacher Gong said that only after mastering copper-level monster techniques can a monster pet eat. No need to worry, little brother. I have already trained it before signing the contract. Li Mingnan reached for her forehead, and with a surge of wind element, she summoned a wind witch doll. She had successfully signed the contract, proudly shaking the little puppet in her hands. The poor wind witch doll's eyes were almost swirling into tiny whirlpools. Du, with a perplexed expression, questioned, little brother? Wasn't he at little sister before? Li Mingnan nodded. Your performance just now was commendable, and you avenged my grievances. You need not be my follower. I will promote you to my chief general. Du was speechless. After awakening, this girl truly let loose. He whispered, don't act foolishly. I won't join your organization. I just graduated high school and do not wish to be captured by the Monster Spirit Bureau right after leaving school. Li Mingnan gazed at Du with pity and gently said, we are all older awakened individuals. Forming a small group to help each other is our only way forward. Du's heart stirred, as it was rare to see Li Mingnan so earnest. Li Mingnan stepped closer, her tone solemn. Tell me, what do you think is our purpose in coming here for training and assessment? Du pondered, to become external students? Li Mingnan lightly pinched the large tail of Xiao Yan. You said it yourself. We are at best external students. We cannot compare to those prodigies who awakened early. They not only awakened years before us, but also received systematic education and resources for training beyond our imagination. Du nodded in agreement. Li Mingnan sighed softly. You have always buried yourself in books, never paying attention to the world of monster taming. The hidden rules here are numerous. For instance, even after obtaining the external student certificate, we must undergo a full year of training. Any moderately challenging monster spirit realm is not something we can handle alone. If you wish to team up with others to complete training tasks, why would those prodigies want to carry someone like you, a burden? Li Mingnan's expression grew serious as she lowered her voice. Moreover, our tasks differ from theirs. Even if we stumble upon luck and someone is willing to help us. If we encounter rare fruits or precious monster pets during training, how could we possibly partake? Du silently nodded in agreement, yet he spoke. Then you should form a team, but don't act like a leader of an organization. Li Mingnan's face lit up with joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling. So you agree? Du indeed needed teammates, and moreover, before departing, teacher Li Hong had entrusted him to look after Li Mingnan. Once their training was successful, removing the external from the external student title and formally introducing Xiao Mingnan into the Monster Spirit Academy would be a way to repay teacher Li Hong's kindness. You contemplated and said, I agree, but I want to be the big brother. I fear you might lead me astray. Li Mingnan raised an eyebrow. Oh? You think you can turn the tables on me? You shrugged. In the world of monster taming, strength speaks volumes. Although he had only been at this training base for a few hours, teacher Gongcheng's every action conveyed this message. Li Mingnan felt a surge of annoyance. This infuriating person had always been bothersome, and now, as a monster tamer, he was even more vexing. She declared in that case, we shall let our strength do the talking. You instinctively reached for the monster soldier Haimu at his back. Are you certain? You might not have experienced a self-locking aim before. Very well, young lady. You possess great courage. Just see if my great fire rocket can strike you. Li Mingnan quickly retorted, we are monster tamers. Of course, we should battle with our monster pets. You responded, Li Mingnan appeared truly confident, holding her head high, resembling a proud swan. What do you think? You glanced at the little fox in her arms. Shall we practice our skills? A soft voice. The little Yan's playful tone echoed. You little rascal, don't worry, I'll be gentle. Li Mingnan gently rubbed the little Yan's large ears, her words soft, her heart tender. You felt uncertain. He sensed an air of playful confidence in Xiao Yan's smiling eyes. Poor Li Mingnan, alas. She might be devoured entirely by the charming Haiwang Yan, leaving nothing but bones behind. Under the blazing sun, the atmosphere in the northeast corner of the training ground grew increasingly intense. Monster pet battles? The young boys and girls had witnessed countless battles on television and online, but none offered a sense of immersion as profound as the one unfolding before them. After all, as novice monster tamers, everyone was surprisingly inexperienced. Speaking of which, low-level contracts truly lacked prestige. Powerful monster tamers operate in harmony with their pets, transmitting commands through solid contracts, unlike Du Yu and Li Mingnan, who merely shouted at each other. Wind Witch, take flight, Li Mingnan exclaimed energetically. Her appearance was undeniably appealing, having attracted a crowd of onlookers, a credit to her efforts. You crouched down, quietly urging, concentrate the flames at your mouth. We will launch the Wind Witch doll. Wind Witch, small wind blade. Li Mingnan was very pleased with her strategy, leveraging the pet's characteristics to secure a high vantage point while remaining out of the reach of the little fox's attacks. It was truly a double victory. With a whoosh, a wind blade formed and struck downwards. Regrettably, its size was pitifully small, akin to a kitchen knife. Quick dodge. You issued a command of utmost importance, regardless of whether one is the lowest level monster tamer or the highest ranking sage. These three words are invariably spoken throughout every monster tamer's life. The little fox leaped gracefully aside. The tiny wind blade struck the yellow earth, leaving a shallow mark. Weakness is not merely a statement. After the Wind Witch doll displayed its frailty, the little fox swiftly followed up, taking matters into its own hands. A colossal tail swayed incessantly, enveloped in swirling flames, as fiery pillars coalesced into a wall of fire, concealing her form within. The courageous Hui Yunwei. Strictly speaking, Xiaoyan's choice was commendable. The Hui Yunwei evidently served as an excellent skill for evading detection. Faced with aerial bombardment, she attempted to hide, which was entirely reasonable. The dilemma lay in the fact that the fire pillars created by the Hui Yunwei were nearly the same diameter as her body length, measuring approximately 40 centimeters when including her tail. With such a limited radius, no matter how she concealed herself, where could she truly hide? Feng Wuwu. Target the fire mist ball, Xiao Fengren, Li Mingnan declared with enthusiasm, gesturing towards the area shrouded in flames. You hastily urged, come out, Xiaoyan, quickly. The small fire fox darted out from the fire mist ball, once again taking flight towards Li Mingnan. The unruly spirit pet often acted on its own accord, a trait stemming from youth and the proficiency of its tamer. You quickly reminded, your target is Feng Wuwu. This underscores the significance of martial arts classes across various schools in Daxia. During training, especially in the realm of spirit beasts, humans and their pets often fought in unison. Wild spirit beasts adhere to no rules. They attack spirit pets or their tamers based solely on their whims. Even the more astute spirit beasts understand how to address issues fundamentally, often disregarding the spirit pet's interference and focusing on pursuing their tamers instead. Only within human-dominated societies, during everyday duels or categorized competitions, does the specific rule of pet versus pet emerge. Xiaohu, you mustn't strike me, Li Mingnan exclaimed hurriedly, gripping the black wind sword at her waist. Yet, this was merely a reflexive action. She could not bear to make a move. Amidst a flurry of small wind blades, the small firefox nimbly evaded the onslaught, leaping onto Li Mingnan's form. The diminutive creature perched atop her head, letting out a triumphant cry. Feng Wu stalemate. Since this was a contest of pets, everything, including Li Mingnan, constituted the battlefield. Li Mingnan hesitated to cast the small fire fox away, urgently commanding, Feng Wu, overturn her. The small fire fox's large tail curled around Li Mingnan's head, her eyes filled with a sorrowful gaze directed at her companion. In that moment, Li Mingnan felt utterly defeated. She yearned to explain, but the winds summoned by Feng Wu had already commenced. The valiant copper wind blew forth. This skill had previously stirred up math papers and swayed willow branches, and now it was finally directed towards its own master. It was no wonder Li Mingnan felt such confidence. Her Feng Wu had adeptly mastered both of its copper tier spirit techniques. With a step back for balance, Li Mingnan steadied herself. The small fire fox remained glued to her face, having not been dislodged at all. Excellent. Xiaoyan, Du Yu's voice echoed from afar, locking eyes with Li Mingnan, instilling in her a sense of shame, guilt, and utter embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had professed her love. Now she was to be overturned. Once they had broken up, she could not indulge her any longer. The time had come to part ways. Li Mingnan. Such a bizarre command left the onlooking students in stunned silence. After all, Du Yu had previously cultivated an image of wisdom and valor. Yet what was this ploy? You scoundrel! Li Mingnan, steeling herself, stomped her foot and resolutely closed her eyes, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. This was a battle to determine who would assume the mantle of leadership. She could not allow that wretched Du Yu to prevail. Feng Wu, overturn her. A command erupted from Li Mingnan's lips, and the Feng Wu once more summoned the winds from above. Yet, the small fire fox clung tightly to Li Mingnan's delicate face, its large tail ensnaring her head, refusing to relinquish its hold. Du Yu's heart leaped with joy. Xiaoyan was indeed quite perceptive. He quickly encouraged, yes, just like that. Hold on tight to that girl. A dilemma ensued. As long as the small fire fox remained on Li Mingnan's face, the Feng Wu could not dare to utilize the small wind blades. Infuriatingly, Li Mingnan muttered through gritted teeth, Feng Wu, overturn her, hurl her away. In the spirit bond of the tamer and their pet, the Feng Wu sensed her intent and immediately flew down. Along with it came a gentle gust of wind. Opportunity. Xiaoyan, bite the Feng Wu. Du Yu bellowed enthusiastically. At some point, Gongcheng had also arrived with Lin Shi, joining the crowd of onlookers. Observing the inexperienced youths clash, his expression was one of bemusement. Though they were all so green, their fervent engagement was unmistakable. Was this the essence of youth? Li Mingnan resolved to give it her all. Hurl her away, with all your might. The plush doll descended from the heavens, charging from the side of Li Mingnan, exhibiting no sign of retreat under her resolute command. The distance between both parties shrank to a mere breath. Now is the moment. Seize its head and extinguish its light. Du Yu clenched his fists, shouting loudly. The small fire fox opened its mouth at the oncoming Feng Wu. With a dull thud, the Feng Wu collided with the small fire fox's chin, propelled by momentum, finally toppling the face-clinging fox. Splendid, Feng Wu. Li Mingnan finally opened her eyes. Her expression filled with joy. Small wind blade. Attack. Alas, Du Yu's expression shifted. The small fire fox, which should have been agile, failed to seize its opponent. A turn of events he had not anticipated. As the small fire fox careened downward, it appeared destined to crash into the ground. Tail. In his mind, the words of Xiao Fenyang echoed unexpectedly. Du Yu had no time to ponder and shouted, Tail, tail. The small fire fox, possessing remarkable instinct, quickly positioned its oversized, oblong tail against the ground. A natural cushioning effect? The small fire fox plopped down onto its soft, voluminous tail, and propelled by the force, it bounced back up. The small fire fox, seated upon its great tail, was launched into the air, just as a small wind blade pursued, carving a shallow groove into the earth. Attack. Feng Wu. Believe in yourself. Your opponent is not as nimble as you. Du Yu shouted urgently. We shall alter our strategy and exhaust the Feng Wu. The small fire fox finally received a command that resonated with her desires and her species traits. Landing gracefully, she swiftly darted into the crowd of onlookers. Using the students as human shields, she flitted about, elusive as a shadow. Upon hearing Du Yu's command, Li Mingnan felt a sinking sensation in her heart. All the spirit pets were still quite feeble. Since the battle began, the Feng Wu had incessantly unleashed techniques. If this continued, curse be you, Du Yu. You cheat. Face me directly. Well done, Xiaoyan, let us conceal ourselves. Hide behind Gong Jiao, he is robust. Gongcheng. As the crowd stirred, dodging the wind blades of the Feng Wu, the small fire fox darted to Gongcheng's side, swiftly climbing onto his shoulder. Throughout the battle, the small fire fox's tail grew increasingly agile, exhibiting remarkable growth. That large tail not only aided in maintaining balance, but also proved useful for wrapping and grasping. The small firefox's tail clung to Gong Cheng's shoulder, hiding behind his head. Upon seeing Gong Cheng, Li Mingnan's frustration surged. Feng Wu Wu, small windblade. Aim for her tail. While she harbored concerns for the students, the devilish teacher, to hell with that. Gong Cheng remained unfazed, unperturbed by the small wind blade. With the pure demonic aura enveloping his body, the small wind blades could not even pierce his clothing. However, Gong Cheng tilted his head slightly, observing the tail draped over his shoulder, and suddenly felt something was amiss. The entirely orange small firefox had a small tuft of fiery red fluff at the tip of its tail. Such a scene did not escape Duyu's notice. On the orange tail, which had initially contained only a single strand of fiery red fluff, the hue now appeared to blossom. The small firefox's tail wound around Gong Cheng's sturdy neck, its form emerging on the other side of his shoulder, followed by the onslaught of searing flames. Gong Cheng swiftly turned his head as the little firefox pressed against his face, emitting wisps of flame. The valiant sparks of copper ignited the battlefield. Indeed, combat is a potent catalyst for growth, and we have grown courageous. In this dire moment, the little firefox exhibited an even greater yearning for strength than usual. Her innate talent was undeniably sufficient. After extensive training under Duyu, she merely required that final push. Jump! A sharp cry echoed. The little firefox leaped into the air, narrowly brushing past the blade of wind, charging towards the wind witch doll. Quick, evade! Li Mingnan exclaimed in alarm, urgently commanding. The wind witch doll's forward momentum abruptly halted as it ascended rapidly into the sky. Blasted in the face, sparks fly. Duyu adeptly shouted orders. The leaping little firefox zipped past the wind witch doll, tilting her head back to unleash a fireball aimed at the hem of the doll's skirt. The impact of the small fireball was regrettably inadequate, failing to strike its intended target. Yet, one must not forget that this was sparks flying. Although the fireball veered off course, the resulting explosion of sparks singed the fabric of the wind witch doll, displacing it with a gust of wind. As the little firefox descended gracefully, it landed on its tail, bouncing back onto the ground with a nimble backflip, settling steadily on the yellow earth. That will suffice. Gong Cheng suddenly interjected, putting an end to the skirmish. While the wind witch doll had not lost its combat capability, its stamina was indeed depleted and in pain. It wept as it retreated home in search of its mother. The little firefox was also panting heavily. Today's exertion was undeniably significant. Your spirit beasts are still young. Excessive training can hinder their growth, Gong Cheng remarked with a slight frown, his tone grave. The rest of you, continue training. Do you? Yes, Duyu replied. Bring your little firefox, and follow me. Understood, Duyu responded eagerly. Under Gong Cheng's guidance, they arrived at the dining hall located on the east side of the dormitory building. The little firefox, originally curled up in Duyu's hands, could not resist poking its head out, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of food. Go fetch some fire-type pet food, Gong Cheng instructed, seating himself on a dining chair while holding the little firefox. I want the sandwich cookies. All right. Duyu hurried to the serving counter to negotiate with the chef. The long buffet table was laden with an assortment of pet food. It was evident that the neatly arranged red bean cakes in the iron tray were intended for fire-type pets. Here you go, one serving of fire tong fruit sandwich cookies. The chef announced, returning with a bowl of cookies and pointing to a QR code affixed to the side of the counter. Premium fire-type pet food, 388 yuan. Duyu stood frozen for a moment. Previously, the teacher had mentioned that this training was free. However, it was clear that only the red bean cakes were complimentary, while the premium food required additional payment. Duyu felt a wave of embarrassment. Teacher Gong asked for it. Is that so? The chef looked up, and Gong Cheng, seemingly having eyes in the back of his head, waved his hand without lifting his gaze. Very well, take it, the chef chuckled, handing the porcelain bowl to Duyu. This is cheaper than what you'd find outside. The school provides substantial subsidies. If your pet enjoys it, be sure to stock up before you leave. Duyu nodded, not daring to speak, as he took the bowl and departed. Counting the sandwich cookies within, he couldn't help but wince at the sight. There were only 8 cookies in the bowl, each barely the size of a coin. 485 yuan per cookie? Duyu's emotions were complex as he returned to the dining table, where Teacher Gong was examining the little firefox's large tail with great interest. The little firefox looked pitiable, gazing up at Duyu with a pair of eyes filled with grievance, yet unable to escape Gong Cheng's grasp. This is intriguing, Gong Cheng remarked as he lifted the little firefox's tail and placed it into Duyu's arms. The little firefox nestled closely against Duyu, completely ignoring the sandwich cookies, nuzzling against his palm. Gong Cheng stood up and approached the serving counter, returning with a bowl of warm milk, which he set beside the cookies. Feed it. Should I twist it and soak it? Duyu pondered, and proceeded to do just that. As he twisted open the sandwich cookie, the ruby-red fruit jam inside shimmered, the so-called fire tongue fruit jam. While soaking the cookie in warm milk, Duyu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher. I want some too," a voice unexpectedly piped up, belonging to Xiao Fenyang. "I'll remember, Xiao Fenyang. Once the teacher leaves, I'll secretly share some with you, all right?" Duyu attempted to communicate mentally. Xiao Fenyang softly replied, sounding somewhat regretful but obediently refraining from further comments. Across the table, Gong Chung spoke. "This little fire fox is no ordinary creature." Duyu snapped back to attention, instinctively responding. Gong Chung continued. "This little fire fox is likely an incomplete variant of an anomalous spirit beast. Are you familiar with anomalous species?" Duyu was certainly aware of his spirit beast uniqueness, as it had been selected with the help of Xiao Fenyang. He composed himself and gently nodded. "Yes, I understand." Gong Chung pointed at the tuft of bright red fur on the little fire fox's tail, emphasizing, "You must nurture it well. This little fire fox possesses great spirit and resilience. From its perspective, it is battling against the heavens, itself, and the laws of nature." "Is that so?" Duyu inquired. Gong Chung elaborated. "Among spirit beasts, there are always some exceptional exists. Different colors are merely superficial. The true distinction lies in the anomalous species, which often exhibit several attributes that surpass ordinary varieties, whether it be endurance, strength, agility, or even overall exceptional talent." Gong Chung felt a surge of admiration for the child's fortune and continued. "We both know that the Spirit Beast Academy would not bestow an anomalous species upon a novice like you. Therefore, when it came into your possession, it was undoubtedly an ordinary spirit beast. However, after signing the contract and with your support, the little fire fox is striving to transform." Duyu gently stroked the tuft of bright red fur, nodding in agreement. The little fire fox let out a soft whine, gently tapping the sandwich cookie in the bowl with its paw, displaying an air of entitlement. Sensing this, Duyu picked up a sandwich cookie and dipped it once more in the warm milk, watching the tender cookie disappear into the little fire fox's mouth. A gentle smile graced Duyu's face. Gong Cheng's tone turned serious. "There are not many spirit beasts that undergo mutation postnatal, but a few do exist. Though the probability of successful mutation is exceedingly low, yet, even the slightest chance must be seized with all your might. From this moment forth, you must strive to incorporate the little fire fox into your being, nurturing its growth with your essence. Additionally, you must ensure that the little fire fox consumes premium fire-type pet food. If you can provide rare fire-type fruits as supplements, that would be even better." Upon hearing this, Duyu silently nodded. Money. It was truly a burden for him. Gong Chung continued. "The daily complimentary pet food provided by the cafeteria is of low quality. Consider this meal as my treat. In the future, you should purchase these sandwich cookies, as they are more beneficial for the little fire fox's growth. Do not neglect its nourishment." Duyu's expression stiffened as he nodded gently. "What is the matter? Is the allowance from home insufficient?" Gong Chung was dissatisfied with Duyu's response. The path of spirit taming indeed incurs significant expenses, but this is merely the initial investment phase. One must not be stingy. Clarify with your parents. Once your strength increases, you will be self-sufficient. When you reach the level of spirit tamer, you will be able to earn a living. Spirit tamer? Spirit apprentice, spirit master, spirit tamer. So, one must attain the third level? The spirit apprentice and spirit master stages serve as foundational phases, enhancing physical attributes and elemental resistance. Upon reaching the third level, spirit tamer, you will be able to condense spirit energy into matter, summoning elemental spirit soldiers at will. This implies that you can create and sell novice demon soldiers in exchange for wealth. It sounds delightful, yet that day seems distant. Your little Hua who is working diligently, do not let it down. Gong Qingyu spoke earnestly, gently patting Duyu's shoulder before rising to leave the cafeteria. Duyu observed the elegant manner in which the little Hua who dined, its blissful squint evoking a deeper pang of sorrow within him. Why are you sad? Is it because of me? The voice of Xiao Fenyang echoed in his mind. I will not eat anymore. Please do not be upset, all right? Duyu hastily picked up a cream-filled biscuit, insisting, no, it is not because of you. Xiao Fenyang replied, then why are you sad? Let me help you. Under the contract, the little Hua who sensed his feelings, it curiously turned its head to regard Duyu's complex expression and leaned closer. With a voice reminiscent of a gentle coo, it offered comfort, its delicate tongue lightly licking Duyu's cheek, leaving a faint milky fragrance. Thank you. Duyu felt overwhelmed with emotion as he secretly tossed a small biscuit into his mouth. The little Hua who blinked, not guarding its food. In its mind, sharing such a delectable treat with its master was entirely natural. This was the essence of the little Hua who. Had it been a human witnessing Duyu competing with a demon pet for its food, they would likely regard him with peculiar eyes. After all, the food for demon pets is specifically designed for them, with fixed ingredients. Though it would not be fatal for a human to consume it, its effects would be minimal. Upon tasting the biscuit, Du Yu's expression was quite remarkable. The biscuit was ordinary, but the cream filling of fire nut jam was extraordinarily tart, akin to an intensified essence of lemon. Du Yu grimaced, his eyes reddening with the threat of tears. Unhappiness surged with the biscuit into his belly, while Xiao Fenyang's satisfied voice echoed in his mind. Resting his elbows on the table, Du Yu hung his head for a moment before grabbing a nearby cup of hot milk and gulping it all down. The little Hua Hu tilted its head, filled with immense curiosity. Apologies. Du Yu stuck out his tongue, casually offering a cream-filled biscuit to the little Hua Hu. It stepped forward, eagerly devouring the treat. Just then, a figure rushed in. Second brother. Du Yu lowered his head, wiping at his moist eyes, whispering, "You did not win." Humph. Li Mingnan slapped Du Yu's shoulder. "I did not lose either." This, indeed, was the case. Li Mingnan plopped down beside him, forcefully nudging Du Yu to one side, quietly inquiring, "What did Teacher Gong say to you? What is wrong? How can you still be crying at your age?" Du Yu turned his head away, stating, "Teacher Gong noticed the red fluff on Xiao Yan's tail. He said Xiao Yan is struggling against fate, striving to transform into a different breed." Li Mingnan quickly shifted her focus, eagerly tugging at the little Hua Hu's large tail, inspecting it closely. Although the fiery red fluff was smaller than a fingertip, it was indeed distinct from the usual colors. "Truly," Li Mingnan exclaimed with excitement, "this is wonderful. You must nurture it well. Did Teacher Gong mention any precautions?" Du Yu replied, "The teacher instructed me to absorb Xiao Yan into my body as much as possible to nourish its growth." "Then why aren't you quickly putting Xiao Yan away?" Although Li Mingnan said this, she still clutched the little Hua Hu's tail, unable to let go. Du Yu nodded, waiting for Xiao Yan to finish eating. In his line of sight, the little Hua Hu just poked its head into a porcelain bowl, retrieving a piece of cream-filled biscuit. Observing the few remaining biscuits in the bowl, Li Mingnan immediately stood up and walked towards the kitchen counter. "This is far too little. I will get more." "Hey, Li Mingnan." Du Yu clearly could not stop the hasty long-legged girl, and soon he heard the chef's booming voice. "Premium pet food. One portion each of fire and wind attributes, totaling 776. Just scan to pay. Isn't it free?" Li Mingnan was slightly taken aback, turning to glance back at the table. The chef chuckled. "Rest assured, we do not treat anyone differently. That child's pet food was purchased by Teacher Gong. If you want free pet food, it is available over there." "I see." Li Mingnan nodded, feeling a bit pained by the price, but ultimately grit her teeth and paid. "It seems I will need to ask my generous father for some financial support." Li Mingnan came from a divorced family and had not seen her father since the 4th grade. Yet, each time she sneaked behind her mother's back to ask for pocket money, her father was quite generous. "It appears her father is doing well." Li Mingnan carried 2 bowls of pet food, seemingly beginning to understand why Du Yu was upset. Was it out of self-blame and guilt? Xiao Yan was fighting against destiny, yet he lacked the ability to care for her properly. Li Mingnan pondered quietly as she walked back, recalling the dozen or so yuan spent on bread and milk outside the hospital yesterday. Du Yu stubbornly insisted on repaying. Sigh. She sat beside Du Yu, picked up a small biscuit, and offered it to the little Hua Hu. "I believe you can overcome fate and become a different breed. Eat well and grow quickly. Everything will be all right." Hearing this, Du Yu turned to look at Li Mingnan. In his memory, her erratic nature did not seem suited for such heartfelt words. The training at the Yaoling Academy lacked the sound of bells signaling class times or any structured timetable. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Du Yu did not return to the dormitory, but instead accompanied Li Mingnan to the playground to find Teacher Gong. The disparity in talent among individuals is indeed astonishing. By noon, the vast majority of students had already begun training their demon pets and executing their skills, yet a few students remained in the center of the playground, learning about the demon-disciple contract. Teacher Gong stood beneath the blazing sun, his cold gaze fixed upon the students. Reporting in, Du Yu stood at attention and called out. Teacher Gong turned to look, assessing Du Yu and his little assistant, the little Hua, who has been recalled. Du Yu affirmed, "Yes. Good. Aside from necessary training and meal times, do not disturb it." Gong Chung pointed to the side. "You may practice your demon soldiers here." Du Yu hesitated for a moment. "Teacher Gong, the target is over there." Gong Chung turned and pointed at the dilapidated teaching building, the first classroom on the 3rd floor. "Do you see that broken window?" Du Yu turned slightly, gazing into the distance and nodded gently. Gong Chung commanded, "Shoot." "Do you?" Gong Chung suddenly barked. "Do you not understand human speech?" "Oh." Du Yu was startled, exclaiming, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" He silently grumbled as he hastily removed the demon soldier black wood from his back and swiftly drew his bow. Immediately, a flaming arrow coalesced, pointing towards the shattered window of the northern teaching building on the third floor. Stop! Gongcheng issued another command. Although Du Yu did not comprehend, he dared not move. Gongcheng then turned to Li Mengnan. What type of demon soldier are you? Li Mengnan quickly replied, Wind Attribute Demon Soldier Wu Fengjian. Gongcheng remarked, I recall that you inadvertently activated the demon soldier while learning the disciple contract this morning. Yes, it was me. Gongcheng instructed, find an open space to practice, ensuring that every time you draw your sword, the wind accompanies you. Before sunset, I want to see your success rate reach 100. Yes, Teacher Gong. Li Mengnan tightened her grip on the Wu Fengjian, brimming with confidence as she strode towards the southwest direction of the school. Gongcheng nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention back to the few students before him. You all, get your act together. Lunchtime is about to end. The few students lagging behind felt increasingly anxious, and under Gongcheng's relentless prodding and criticism, they felt their lives were shrouded in darkness. No, this is not the life of a demon tamer I envisioned. I was promised a vibrant, colorful existence, a life of success. It is no wonder that the teacher had warned us before driving, urging us to take the next school bus early. Unable to endure this torment, he looked me in the eye and said, give up. The moment you utter those words, you can immediately go to eat, and for the next 2 days, I will not impose any demands upon you. Gongcheng paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. In this world, there are countless useless demon tamers. Having one more of you is inconsequential. The oppressive heat, coupled with the torment of both body and spirit, left several students feeling utterly defeated. One male student was on the verge of tears. Sometimes, it is not that you do not wish to give up, but rather that you lack the courage to do so. Unless you stand before Gongcheng, confronting that scarred, dark visage and the overwhelming aura he exudes, you cannot truly comprehend the immense bravery it takes to utter the words I give up. Beside him, Du Yu felt equally distressed, doubting whether Gongcheng was indeed a legitimate teacher, even wondering if he had forgotten himself. Gong Laosher? Du Yu ventured cautiously. What is it? Gongcheng replied. Am I allowed to shoot now? It's been quite a while. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow has become more exhausting than standing at attention. Moreover, the black wooden bow is not meant to be used this way. Though it was of inferior quality, it was still Du Yu's treasured possession, and he felt a pang of sorrow for it. Gongcheng approached Du Yu, a faint smirk playing on his lips, maintained this posture. But my black wooden bow. Du Yu protested. Gongcheng snorted. This is a demon weapon. It cannot be damaged. Du Yu felt a sense of reassurance, yet timidly inquired, how long must I maintain it? Gongcheng replied with a grunt, that depends on how exceptional you are. Exceptional? Du Yu's eyes brightened. Are you referring to the excellence of outstanding students? Perhaps, Gongcheng said. Du Yu bit his lip, silently cheering. I want that demon weapon. I truly need that customized demon weapon. Just then, a wailing sound erupted from behind, startling Du Yu. Perhaps that child was under too much psychological pressure? He had no time to pay attention to others, focusing intently on drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, unaware that this stance would lead to a torrential downpour. In June, the skies darkened, and the scorching sun was obscured by layers of ominous clouds, bringing forth a refreshing rain. The raindrops pattered on the black wooden bow, creating a hissing sound. Du Yu lowered his gaze, watching the fire arrow, worried that it might be extinguished by the rain. This concern soon became reality after a clap of thunder. The rain poured down harder and harder. For reasons unknown, whether it was the boy's breakdown or the torrential rain, Gongcheng, who had claimed that those who could not learn would not be allowed to eat, unexpectedly showed mercy and permitted the students to return to the dormitory for a meal. On the training ground, only a handful of students remained, with most surrounded by water-type demon pets, the Lang Hu Quan. Yet at the center of the field stood two figures, Gongcheng and Du Yu. Under the gloomy sky, amidst the heavy rain, that burning fire arrow appeared particularly resolute, seemingly unwilling to be extinguished. Even though it had lost its blazing glory, only faint sparks remained, interconnected by a thin line of fire. Gongcheng stood before Du Yu, observing his slightly trembling body, and said solemnly, You must persist. Are you trying to prove your excellence to me? I simply desire that customized demon weapon, Du Yu replied. Gongcheng chuckled softly, surprised by Du Yu's honesty. But your arrow has been extinguished. You have only demonstrated your weakness. As Du Yu glanced down, he noticed the flickering sparks quietly fade away. That damned Gongcheng, with his seasoned experience, seemed to know precisely when to speak. As if he could see through Du Yu's innermost thoughts. The fire attribute demon essence within you has been depleted. This is detrimental to the growth of your little fire fox. Du Yu maintained his stance, unyielding. I am saving it for her. Gongcheng's expression darkened, his gaze piercing. You are exhausted. Du Yu remained silent, Gongqing's assertion was indeed accurate. Even standing at attention for such a long time would lead to fatigue, let alone holding the bow and arrow. I do not like him. He does not believe us. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. I still have plenty of fire demon essence hidden away. Du Yu flexed his fingers that clutched the bowstring, mentally persuading himself. Gong Laoshe is merely adhering to his style. Little Huohua, he has always been helping us. Gongqing remarked. Your fingers must be quite sore. Du Yu responded, not speaking. Very well. A cold smile crept across Gongqing's face as he circled Du Yu slowly. It seems you possess more resolve than I initially thought. Demon Tamer. A term resplendent with allure is what so many aspire to become. Gongqing positioned himself behind Du Yu and wiped his damp face. However, even if an ordinary person stumbles upon the fortune of becoming a demon tamer, they remain mediocre. They possess the physique of the chosen, yet their spirit is barren. Their will feeble, rendering them pitiful and contemptible. A deep voice emanated from behind. Tell me, Du Yu, why did you choose to become a demon tamer? I transformed into a demon tamer due to the rain of 1,000 paper cranes. No. Gongqing stepped to Du Yu's side, gently shaking his head. I did not inquire about your fortunate circumstances. I did not ask why the heavens chose you. I am asking, why did you choose the path of a demon tamer? I wish to earn some money, pay off debts, and fill my stomach. Gongqing responded, that sounds rather cliched. Du Yu licked the raindrops from his lips. I desire a brilliant new life. I want my story to be magnificent. Gongqing scoffed dismissively, even more cliched. Du Yu turned to Gongqing, speaking each word deliberately. I wish to traverse the mountains and rivers of Daxia, to witness the stars and clouds of the night sky. I want a bow that can shoot open the gates of heaven, and an arrow that can incinerate all that exists. I want to pluck the leaves from the divine Kunlun twin trees to make a bed, using the fire feathers of the enigmatic Jinwu clan as a blanket. I also wish to have a few beloved pets, and the one I love. Gongqing pondered for a moment before speaking. You have certainly become more specific. Upon receiving such a response, Du Yu grinned. The rest was improvised. In truth, I just want to earn some money to fill my stomach. To fill your stomach, Gongqing echoed. Du Yu nodded gently yes. In the torrential rain, Gongqing stepped in front of Du Yu. His previously squinted eyes now ignited with layers of demon essence. Beneath the protection of the demon essence, no rainwater dampened his eyelids, and Gongqing's eyes finally opened. He gazed quietly at Du Yu for a while before suddenly stating, you can no longer endure. This was indeed the truth. Du Yu's arms and hands were already in agony, and his feet felt numb. Return, and give the little fire fox back to the school. Then seek assistance from the Demon Spirit Bureau to adopt a functional demon pet. Doing some odd jobs will allow you to survive. Du Yu stared silently at Gongqing, his grip on the bowstring tightening. You can no longer endure. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the heavy rain seemed to transform into a deluge. Perhaps you should simply abandon the idea of being a demon tamer. Find a place to work, or continue your studies. Apply for hardship assistance. With some effort, you might even earn a scholarship. A flash of lightning illuminated Gongqing's scarred face against the dark rain-soaked backdrop. With so many paths available, choose one to return to. Gongqing leaned forward, whispering in his ear. I choose this path beneath my feet. A playful expression crossed Gongqing's face. I believe you will successfully complete your training and pass the assessment. However, you are drifting further away from the title of outstanding student. Your vision is short-sighted, and your words are mere fabrications. For the sake of a demon weapon, you are willing to exhaust the fire attribute demon essence within you, disregarding the little fire fox. This is not resolve, it is merely a fleeting impulse. Perhaps you truly should return the little fire fox to the academy. You are unworthy of it. Du Yu frown slightly. I have said, I am conserving the fire attribute demon essence within me. It seems you can finally prove something to me. Gongqing let out a cold sneer, his gaze sharp and disdainful, unwilling to engage in any debate. On a stormy day, your misfortune is truly palpable. Absorb the fire attribute demon breath as swiftly as possible. Before I reach the dormitory, I want to see the flicker of flames on your bow. With that, Gongqing turned and departed, leaving behind the warning. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The next moment, the once silent demon weapon, the blackwood bow, became exceedingly heated, emitting a series of sizzling sounds as if it had been activated, with steam rapidly rising around it. Gongqing's retreating figure abruptly halted, amidst the pouring rain. The sizzling sound from the blackwood bow was masked. What truly kept Gongqing frozen in place was the unmistakable sensation of being targeted. Slowly he turned his head, and in his peripheral vision, a stunning scene unfolded. He had confidence in his judgment and believed he understood Du Yu completely. Yet, it was evident that the boy behind him was far more resilient, cunning, and insidious than he had anticipated. Under the torrential rain, the demon weapon, the blackwood bow, blazed fiercely, shrouded in steam. On the dark string, a fire arrow was poised to launch. This was no mere flicker. It was a raging flame, a fierce, roaring fire. And the boy's bright eyes burned with an unprecedented intensity, piercing through the delicate curtain of rain, fixating on the scar beneath his eye. The boy's resonant voice broke through the downpour, reaching Gong Cheng's ears. I speak no falsehoods, nor do I deceive you. Gong Cheng finally turned to face Du Yu. As lightning cleaved the darkened sky, the rigidity of Gong Cheng's scarred face became even more chilling, including the part about bedding made of divine wood leaves and blankets of golden crow feathers. Du Yu nodded gently. After I'm full. Beneath the dim sky, the rain poured heavily. Upon returning to the dormitory, Du Yu first meticulously cleaned the demon weapon, the blackwood bow, and then, with his toiletries and clean clothes in hand, headed to the communal bathroom. After enjoying a comforting hot shower, he returned to find his roommate, a completely drenched youth. Du Yu had some recollection of this classmate, for it was rare to see a boy with such short braids among high school students. Hello, Du Yu greeted. The boy slumped in a chair, fiddling with a wooden sword, his wet hair cascading over his eyes, obscuring his expression. This hairstyle, this demeanor, and the indifferent air around him sparked a thought in Du Yu's mind. Have I encountered the protagonist? Hearing Du Yu's voice, the boy lifted his eyelids, but displayed no reaction. What is your name? Du Yu inquired. Lin Shiheng, came the reply. I'm Du Yu, he said encouragingly. You should wash up to avoid catching a cold. Lin Shiheng merely responded with a casual and fell silent again. Du Yu's kind words received no appropriate response, so he decided not to press further. After all, with only 3 days of cohabitation, it hardly seemed necessary to forge a bond with his roommate. Even an old couple can manage a lifetime together. What significance did 3 days of shared living hold? Du Yu made his bed and comfortably lay down, hastening to absorb the fire attribute demon breath from the surrounding environment. Both demon tamers and demon beasts were classified into 7 major ranks, each containing 4 minor stages: initial, minor, major, and peak. For both, advancing through each minor stage signified an enhancement of physical capabilities, increased elemental resistance, and an expanded capacity for demon breath. Regrettably, the weather was not in his favor. On this stormy day, the fire attribute demon breath was scarce, and Du Yu's absorption rate was painfully slow, nearly unbearable to witness. Du Yu. Xiao Fenyang, I'll guide you in your training. Follow me, let us go. It was evident that Xiao Fenyang was eager to assist Du Yu and enhance his living environment. Du Yu felt a flicker before he found himself plunged into an endless void once more. He had been here before, and the small Jin Wu he remembered vividly materialized. Its colors vibrant and no longer illusory. With its dark wings and dark golden runes, the palm-sized Jin Wu was exquisitely crafted, ethereal in appearance. It flew to Du Yu's face, affectionately nuzzling his cheek before darting into his forehead. The heat surged, reminiscent of awakening. Du Yu felt the small Jin Wu flitting inside him, traversing from his forehead to his chest, fluttering about his arms, then descending to his abdomen, igniting flames within his legs. Each time the little Jin Wu circled within him, Du Yu felt an increase in warmth. The fiery trails it left seemed to consume the boundaries, widening the path of flames. After an indeterminate time, Du Yu groggily opened his eyes. The sky remained dim, but the torrential rain had transformed into a gentle drizzle, pattering against the window with a soothing rhythm. Such weather was perfect for snuggling under the covers and sleeping. Unfortunately, Du Yu did not feel at ease, for his phone indicated it was already midday the following day. His roommate, Lin Shiheng, had vanished, prompting Du Yu to hastily rise from his bed, only to feel an intense heat beneath his feet. Instinctively, he sat back down. The blazing warmth beneath his soles seemed to activate the demon breath within him, causing the fire attribute breath to bubble with exhilaration, as if it yearned to ignite his very being. Xiao Fenyang. Du Yu focused his mind, softly calling out within his thoughts. We succeeded. The soft, sweet voice echoed, brimming with joy. Grow quickly. My eyes have more purposes. Hurry and comprehend. Du Yu nodded repeatedly, aware that his sensations were far from mere illusions. Previously, during his studies on the Demon Tamer contract, he had encountered 4 acupoints along a long line: forehead, between the brows, on the upper lip, chest, navel, and lower abdomen. At this moment, Du Yu distinctly felt an increase in the fire attribute demon breath converging at these 4 acupoints, forming a thicker line. Minor progress as a demon tamer? Du Yu murmured to himself, tentatively clenching his fist. Indeed, it was a sensation brimming with power. Overjoyed, Du Yu leapt lightly, reveling in an unprecedented feeling of evolution. After basking in joy for a while, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly glanced out the window. The sky remained gloomy, and the drizzle fell incessantly. The playground was deserted, devoid of any figures. Oh no. Du Yu quickly donned his shoes, grabbed the demon weapon, the Blackwood bow, and rushed out of the dormitory. As he made his way, every dormitory door was firmly shut, heightening Du Yu's anxiety. He dashed towards the dining hall on the east side of the first floor and finally heard Gong Cheng's deep voice outside its doors. Du Yu internally groaned, lamenting that the class monitor had overslept. He dreaded how Gong Cheng, the notorious tyrant, would punish him. Remember today's lesson, and in the future, do not let down your demon pets. Gong Cheng's voice resonated in the dining hall, followed by, class dismissed, let us eat. Hearing the rising footsteps within, Du Yu clenched his teeth, resolutely stepping inside. Some students remained seated, each at their respective tables with their demon pets, all set with appropriate pet food. Du Yu felt a pang of regret, realizing he had missed some crucial lesson. Just as he lamented his misfortune, Gong Cheng's voice broke through. Du Banzhong finally decided to get out of bed. In an instant, all eyes in the dining hall turned towards the entrance, both those accompanying their demon pets and those queuing for food. Du Yu's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head and approached Gong Cheng's table. Apologies, teacher. No need to apologize to me. The one at a loss is you. Gong Cheng tilted his head slightly, his signature gesture exuding authority. Go fetch me a meal. Yes. Du Yu hurriedly moved towards the line. The other students, having clearly heard Gong Cheng's words, made way for him, creating a clear path. Consequently, Du Yu felt too embarrassed to serve himself and only returned with Gong Cheng's meal in hand. Gong Cheng accepted the tray and casually remarked, I must admit, you possess some talent. Du Yu replied, thank you, teacher Gong. Gong Cheng continued, but it's not much. Du Yu picked up his chopsticks and said, that arrow, in the end, drained the demon essence from your body. The feeling of physical exhaustion must be quite unpleasant, isn't it? Physical exhaustion? What do you mean by that? I'm feeling incredibly energetic right now. Du Yu exclaimed, I deserve Li Mingnan's name. I am truly a formidable man. Clearly, Gong Cheng interpreted Du Yu's sleeping in until noon as a sign of physical fatigue, which aligned with his judgment of Du Yu from the previous day. The young man indeed had been concealing his true capabilities, and when forced to reveal his cards, he paid the corresponding price. Speak, Gong Cheng demanded. Oh. Du Yu snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, I feel great right now. Then let us eat. Don't just stand there, Gong Cheng said, lowering his head to focus on his meal, ignoring the stubborn Du Yu. Yes, Du Yu murmured, turning to join the line for food. Erdi, huh? Du Yu looked towards the voice coming from the window side. Come here, Li Mingnan beckoned, clearly exhibiting a bit of social boldness, unfazed by anyone's gaze. On her table lay 2 servings of food and 2 portions of premium pet food. Sensing the peculiar stares from his classmates, Du Yu realized that Li Mingnan's title as a little assistant was firmly established. He quickly approached and sat across from her. The complimentary meal was inconsequential, but Li Mingnan had also purchased 2 premium pet food packs. I wanted to wake you up, but teacher Gong wouldn't let me, Li Mingnan whispered, glancing discreetly at Gong Cheng's back. Du Yu dismissed her concerns, instead focusing on the high-quality pet food on the table, feeling a twinge of shame. It's nothing. I asked my dad for some pocket money yesterday. When he heard I became a demon tamer, he was overjoyed and said he'd come to pick me up after the training. Li Mingnan, with a mysterious demeanor, pulled out her phone from her pocket, unable to resist showing off her balance. Look, I've got this much. Du Yu was taken aback by the small fortune displayed on her screen. Having lived 2 lifetimes without experiencing such a sum of pocket money, he was utterly astonished. He contemplated the need for his demon companions to endure for a couple more days before he could embark on a mission to earn money, only to be surprised by Li Mingnan's unexpectedly wealthy father. All right, I know you'll pay me back, she said, putting her phone away, her radiant smile seeming to clear the gloomy sky. I adore Xiaoyan. We will definitely cultivate her into a rare breed. Hurry, summon Xiaoyan. This girl was indeed easy to get along with. Spending her father's money was no burden at all. Du Yu reached out to his forehead, visibly channeling the fire attribute demon essence, and a beautiful little fire fox finally appeared. Ing. The little fire fox curiously surveyed its surroundings, and upon spotting Li Mingnan, it let out a joyful cry and leaped toward her. Li Mingnan had anticipated this moment. She placed one hand on her collarbone, allowing the little fire fox to dive into her neckline, effortlessly capturing it. Predicting the strong man's moves, huh? Little stinky fox, did you miss me after a day? Li Mingnan teased, picking up a cream-filled cookie. The wind spirit doll floating beside her, observing the pampered little fire fox in her arms, was filled with joy as it awaited its turn for treats. The wind spirit doll's body, resembling a white dress, swiftly glided to Du Yu's hand as he raised a piece of the cookie. The doll's mouth, akin to a tiny stitched opening, suddenly opened and devoured the cookie in one bite. Du Yu, filled with curiosity, leaned down to glimpse beneath the doll-esque skirt, eager to discover where the cookie had vanished. Hey, what are you doing? Li Mingnan placed a hand on Du Yu's head, pushing him back. Just then, he noticed a familiar figure passing by, Lin Shihang. She cast a fleeting glance at Du Yu, revealing no emotion, and continued on her way. Du Yu pondered for a moment, but chose to remain silent. Though they had been roommates for 3 days, they were also rivals. In the absence of any rapport, if she didn't wake him for class, he had no grounds for complaint. Do you know her? Li Mingnan inquired with interest. She's my roommate. Du Yu nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Li Mingnan glanced at Lin Shihang's retreating figure, seemingly displeased, and murmured, the Lin family of Songgu Tower, a prestigious demon-taming family. Oh, Du Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the extent of their influence. Li Mingnan shrugged. Members of the Lin family hold positions in various demon departments. Their influence in Songgu Tower and the surrounding areas is significant. I only learned last night that the girl you were with, the one with the rose spirit demon, is also from the Lin family. What was her name again? Lin Shi? Du Yu replied. Yes. Li Mingnan shot him a glare. Seemingly surprised, he remembered the girl's name so well. Du Yu scratched his head awkwardly, feeling something was amiss. I assure you, my relationship with Lin Shi is entirely innocent. Why the tone? Furthermore, although I am eating your food, living in your home, and relying on you for pet food during this training, our relationship is entirely clean. Well, you are certainly accumulating debts. Lost in thought, he lowered his head and took large bites of his meal. Delicious. During lunch, Li Mingnan reviewed the morning lessons with Du Yu, and they subsequently left the cafeteria together. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, Du Yu spotted Gong Cheng standing at the entrance of the dormitory building. What trick is Teacher Gong up to now? Du Yu exchanged glances with Li Mingnan before stepping forward. Teacher Gong. Gong Cheng crossed his arms before him, gazing outdoors. We gather here at 1:30 this afternoon. Following Gong Cheng's gaze, Du Yu noticed over a dozen students standing motionless in the rain outside the glass door. Teacher Gong, have you put them on punishment? Du Yu asked curiously. No, they are training, Gong Cheng replied. They are channeling their demon essence outward, enveloping their bodies, so the rain does not wet them. Li Mingnan blinked and asked, do we need to train too? That is the afternoon course, Gong Cheng stated, casting a brief glance at Li Mingnan. However, if you wish to practice early, I have no reason to stop you. Oh, I see, Du Yu said, his curiosity piqued. Is there anything we need to be mindful of? Prepare clean clothes for a change, Gong Cheng instructed. Li Mingnan stepped forward, her voice playful. Teacher Gong, is there any trick to channeling the demon essence outward? For now, set aside the demon soldiers to avoid distraction. Choose a specific attribute of demon essence for better control. Imagine the essence spilling out of your body as a garment, covering every inch of your skin. Du Yu was rendered speechless. This was clearly a case of favoritism. Why did Li Mingnan receive such patient answers merely because she was more attractive than him? He never expected Teacher Gong to be like this. Thank you, Teacher Gong, Li Mingnan said, noticing Du Yu's forlorn expression, which only made her smile sweeter. It was evident that even the most stoic of teachers appreciated beauty. Gong Cheng added one last remark. Without demon soldiers as intermediaries, your demon essence has nowhere to go, making it easier for you to channel it externally. The key is to apply the essence evenly across your body. All right, teacher. I will go try it now, Li Mingnan declared, holding the little fire fox. Reluctantly reaching towards Du Yu's forehead, the little fox gazed at her with longing eyes, appearing pitiful. Li Mingnan's spirits plummeted to an abyss. Each farewell transformed her into a most unfaithful woman. Who could withstand this? With a soft sigh, the little fox flitted about like a spark, intertwining with Du Yu's forehead. The pampered little fox had finally departed, and the wind witch doll seized the opportunity to approach hastily. However, with Xiao Yinju's brilliance preceding her, the wind witch doll's expressive face lacked any real impact and was easily captured by Li Mingnan, who promptly pressed her into her forehead. The two stepped outside, only to hear Gong Cheng's voice behind them. Do you? Yes. Du Yu turned, revealing a curious expression. Gong Cheng inquired, what are you off to do? Is the fire demon energy within you sufficient? Du Yu nodded, it should be enough. Gong Cheng scoffed coldly, pathetically weak, yet remarkably arrogant. Du Yu, feeling helpless, replied, Teacher, I practiced from yesterday afternoon until noon today. The fire demon energy has replenished quite a bit. Gong Cheng retorted, practice? Are you sure you weren't just sleeping until noon? Du Yu chose not to respond, retreating step by step, shrugging his shoulders, and turned to exit through the glass doors with Li Mingnan. This time, it was Gong Cheng's turn to feel discomfort. He reluctantly admitted that Du Yu's occasional antics were indeed rather amusing, such as this instance, a blend of mockery and confidence. As Du Yu stepped into the curtain of rain, Gong Cheng felt a wave of emotion swell within him. Since Duyu's impressive performance in the torrential downpour yesterday afternoon, Gongcheng had conducted a thorough investigation into Duyu's background. Undoubtedly, he was a disciple of the Zhihe sect. The term Zhihe disciple carried a hint of mockery, somewhat derogatory, as demon tamers were meant to be an elite few, a profession only ordinary people could dream of in their slumber. However, since the celestial phenomenon occurred, showering half of the Great Xia's territory with a deluge of paper cranes, even the most unremarkable individuals had awakened as demon tamers. This was a stroke of fortune for the Great Xia, as it significantly increased their talent pool. Simultaneously, as news of the incident spread over the past 2 days, the awakened youths were also dubbed Zhihe disciples. The envy, jealousy, bitterness, and hatred of the people were vividly expressed online, culminating in a cacophony of outrage and condemnation. Why was it not me who awakened? Why did the celestial phenomenon not occur last year when I had just surpassed my adolescence? After years of effort to become a demon tamer, a status as noble as diamond and gold, suddenly it was reduced to mere commonality? Just wait. All the gifts of fate have already been marked with a price in the shadows. Enjoying the limelight now, but surely destined for misfortune. The multitude of opinions created a chaotic online environment domestically, while the foreign media unleashed a barrage of criticism. The Great Xia had become a target of scorn. In media outlets worldwide, this miraculous event unique to the Great Xia was portrayed as a conspiracy of the Great Xia's demon spirit department, revealing their ulterior motives, willing to use civilians as test subjects. The conspiracy theorists claimed that those youths awakened through unnatural means would ultimately face dire consequences. Of course, Duyu had yet to experience the bitterness of this hatred, as he had to wait until he exited the training base. Gongcheng's investigation into Duyu served 2 purposes: to confirm that Duyu had awakened only 3 days prior, and to recognize his remarkable talent and training. On the other hand, Gongcheng became acquainted with Duyu's family background. Thus, Gongcheng understood why Duyu remained silent and stiff when he spoke of nurturing the little fox with high-quality demon pet food, earning a bit of money, paying off debts, and filling one's belly. Gongcheng gazed at Duyu standing in the rain, reflecting on his dreams, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. This young man seemed familiar. In his line of sight, Duyu's body emanated strands of demon energy, resembling a dense, visible gas, yet devoid of any flames. Without the assistance of demon soldiers, demon tamers lacked the medium to unleash wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, resulting in Duyu's unique phenomenon. In contrast, Li Mengnan appeared to have a more delicate control over demon energy. Standing with her eyes closed, she was attempting to drape herself in a cloak of demon energy. Gongcheng turned to leave, and in the deserted surroundings, a complex smile appeared on the scarred face. The youth seemed familiar, as did the girl. Unfortunately, so much time had passed that he had nearly forgotten her appearance. Wow, Duyu, have I succeeded? Outside the dormitory building, amidst the pouring rain, Li Mengnan approached Duyu with a face full of surprise, exclaiming, "Look!" Duyu opened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a thick layer of gas covering the palm of Li Mengnan's delicate hand. A raindrop fell on the girl's fingertip, but it did not touch her skin. Instead, it landed on a thin layer of demon energy, sliding off and falling to the ground. "What kind of demon energy are you using?" Li Mengnan replied, "Wind, of course. Wind is the most entangling, perfectly suited for wrapping around the body." Duyu scrutinized Li Mengnan's hand, secretly nodding in approval. Quite lovely, isn't it?" At 1:30 p.m., amidst the gentle drizzle, Gongcheng appeared punctually at the dormitory entrance, where a crowd of students stood, diligently practicing in the rain. He navigated through the throng and declared in a deep voice, "Those who believe they have mastered the lessons, follow me to the playground." From the group of 24, several students stepped forward, while the remaining few bowed their heads in shame. Gongcheng glanced back, feeling quite dissatisfied. Although classes officially commenced at 1:30 p.m., everyone had practiced in advance. After a whole afternoon, how could anyone still fail to grasp such simple techniques? Their talent was indeed astonishingly lacking. It seemed as though the rumors online were true. Even the most ordinary could become demon tamers. Summon your demon pets and distance yourselves from others. Upon arriving at the center of the playground, Gongcheng commanded, "Duyu, come here." Yes. Duyu summoned the little fox and quickly approached Gongcheng. Gongcheng looked down at Duyu, asking, "Do you believe you have mastered the external release of demon energy?" Duyu confidently nodded and extended his hand for the teacher's inspection. However, Gongcheng, disinterested, ordered, "Maintain a distance of 2 meters from your demon pet." Duyu complied, saying, "Xiaoyan, stand still here." As the distance between them increased, Gongcheng instructed, "Allow your demon pet to attack you." Duyu responded, "Huh?" Gongcheng continued, "In this world, there are umbrellas and raincoats. Why use demon energy as clothing to shield from the rain? Is it because it's cool? Du scratched his head. Isn't it cool? Gongcheng shot him a cold glance. Regardless of how the demon technique manifests externally, its essence is composed of demon energy. Now, wrap your arm in demon energy to shield against the sparks emitted by the little fox. Du knelt on the muddy ground, enveloping one hand in demon energy, and called to the side, Xiaoyan, direct your sparks at my palm. The little fox let out a soft whimper, appearing somewhat confused and distressed. With her mesmerizing fox eyes, she lowered her head in the drizzling rain, shaking it from side to side in a display of reluctance to harm her master. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left in disbelief. Truly? Is this real? Most demon pets can refuse to attack their masters, but none express such rich emotions as the little fox. Just this one soft whimper, imbued with the essence of the fox clan, had completely captivated the onlookers. Du was equally taken aback, not expecting his command to elicit such a response. Are you trying to create a scene here? Perhaps it was due to the influence of Xiao Fenyang, awakening the little fox's intelligence. Among the students present, many held their own little foxes, but none compared to the allure of Xiaoyan. Although Gongcheng maintained an excellent expression, he was internally astonished. This extraordinary creature, battling against heaven and earth, must have channeled all its talent into performance. 018 in the arena of demons. The young actor Du felt a gentle warmth in his palm as a small fireball came hurtling towards him. Unlike the previous fireball he faced against Feng Wu, this one, emitted by Xiao Yan, was noticeably smaller. Before Du could fully comprehend the sensation of being attacked, the fireball erupted, sending a wave of scorching heat towards him. Amidst the drizzling rain, Du brushed away the scattering sparks, catching sight of the softly whimpering little fire fox. After much persuasion from Du, Xiao Yan finally complied and launched an attack. However, after releasing the fireball, she remained tense, anxiously glancing at Du as if fearing she might accidentally incinerate her master. Gongcheng spoke up, urging them to take a closer look. Du felt a surge of chaotic energy in his palm, struggling to suppress the trembling of his hand as he raised it to signal the watching students. Gongcheng observed Du's unscathed palm with dissatisfaction. The energy enveloping Du's hand had not shattered, nor had the rain managed to dampen his palm. It was evident that the little fire fox was overly protective, not unleashing its full power. Gongcheng remarked, "You are all practitioners of demon taming. The demon energy cloak is not impenetrable, while it can shield against raindrops and tangible demon techniques. As demonstrated by Du's ability to intercept the copper-level sparks without sustaining physical harm, there is undoubtedly some demon energy that has infiltrated his body." Demon energy cloak? Du mused inwardly, finding the term quite fitting. Suddenly, a swift motion caught everyone's attention. Gongcheng swung his massive hand upward, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though a shadow of a stick flashed past. The sound of the demon energy cloak shattering echoed. Du cried out in pain, feeling a searing heat in his palm. "What was that?" he exclaimed. Gongcheng, with a stern expression, barked, "Stop whining." Du gritted his teeth, feeling the fire attribute energy within him tremble violently. As a demon tamer, his internal fire energy was often chaotic, primarily concentrated along a line from his forehead to his lower dantian. Following Gongcheng's strike, the fire energy surged wildly within him, causing him to grimace in pain. "Am I being attacked internally?" he wondered. Gongcheng addressed the students. "Without the protection of the demon energy cloak, demon techniques can directly harm your physical bodies. The influx of demon energy into your bodies can significantly increase, potentially rendering you temporarily incapacitated." Placing a hand on Du's shoulder, Gongcheng continued, "If you see how distressed Du is, you will understand what I mean." "Yes, understood." The students responded in unison, while Du wished to seize the moment of intense heat in his palm to challenge Gongcheng. Just like demon tamers, demon pets can also don demon energy cloaks. "Now, take your demon pets and train." Gongcheng's fierce gaze swept across the students, and he added, "Be mindful of your safety. Don't get yourselves killed." The students, who had just begun to move, abruptly halted. Gongcheng's teaching style was indeed blunt and forceful, accompanied by constant threats. It made one wonder if he was seeking revenge on society due to his own life's disappointments. As the students departed, Gongcheng casually took a glance at Du's palm and remarked, "Stop giving me that look. There isn't even a burn mark." Du carefully withdrew his hand, feeling quite curious. Gongcheng indeed possessed remarkable skills. Despite the tremors of demon energy within him, his palm bore no signs of injury, which was nothing short of miraculous. A soft chirp from the little fire fox caught his attention as it left tiny muddy paw prints on Gongcheng's trousers before leaping into Du's palm. It lowered its head, extending its delicate pink tongue to gently lick Du's palm. Under the misty rain, The scene was simply enchanting. Gong Chung, initially stern, wanted to say something to Du Yu, but upon witnessing the affectionate interaction between the boy and his pet, he grimaced and turned away. He had many demon pets, but had never seen one so caring. Not only was Gong Chung feeling disheartened, but the other students with little fire foxes were also feeling envious. Damn it, did the Demon Spirit Academy give me a fake fox? Why is Diyu's little fire fox so charming and alluring, showcasing the beauty of a femme fatale at such a young age, while mine just eats and sleeps? Gazing at the sky? Your demon pet is impressive, a young voice suddenly interjected beside Du Yu. He turned to see Lin Shihang, who had his hair in small braids. As he spoke, Lin Shihang reached out to touch the little fire fox's tail. Du Yu, displeased, stepped back and retracted his hand, leaving Lin Shihang grasping at air. Lin Shihang looked at Du Yu with a smile, lowering his hand. Such a spirited creature at such a young age is rare. Shall we discuss this in our dormitory? Du Yu frowned, realizing that he could easily guess Lin Shihang's intentions without needing a private conversation. He decisively shook his head, not interested. Lin Shihang's smile exuded confidence. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Once you hear my offer, you might find it intriguing. This time, Du Yu was even more resolute. I don't sell for any price. Lin Shihang glanced at Du Yu, nodding towards the little fire fox's large tail. At noon, I saw you feeding it high-grade demon pet food. I was initially puzzled, but now I understand why. Du Yu stroked the little fire fox's fur, remaining silent. Since yesterday, the red fur on Xiao Yan's tail had noticeably increased, making it inevitable for others to notice. Coupled with Xiao Yan's unique demeanor, it was hard not to attract attention. Lin Shihang continued, such a rare demon pet cannot simply be mutated with high-grade pet food. It requires meticulous care, some rare fruits, and celestial treasures that cannot be acquired with mere money. Lin Shihang regarded Du Yu with a condescending gaze. If you truly care for it, you must overcome your selfishness and entrust it to someone more capable. Du Yu retorted, you think you have that capability? Lin Shihang shrugged, exuding superiority. In Songgu Tower City, with its 5 districts and 5 county-level cities, you won't find a family better suited to nurture it than the Lin family. Du Yu replied, you are quite confident. Lin Shihang chuckled lightly. Your dissatisfaction is understandable, but deep down, you know I speak the truth. I will make you an offer you cannot refuse. Since you're not interested in money, we can discuss exchanging demon pets or demon soldiers. Du Yu firmly stated, no, I am very interested in money, just not in yours. Lin Shihang silently observed the little fire fox for a moment before casually remarking, what a pity. With that, he turned away without casting another glance at Du Yu, seemingly having concluded that the little fire fox's mutation would not succeed. Du Yu scoffed inwardly, acknowledging Lin Shihang's knack for being insufferable. Come on, Xiao Yan. Let us go train over there. He cradled the little fire fox and headed towards the dilapidated teaching building. While the abandoned structure was far from pristine, it at least provided some shelter from the elements. Du Yu had not anticipated that just as he began teaching Xiao Yan how to don the demon energy cloak, a graceful figure would walk in. Xiao Yan's reaction was astonishing. Before Du Yu could intercept, she dashed towards the young lady. Lin Shi crouched down, embracing the little creature that leaped into her arms, her face radiating affection. Lin Shihang, Lin Shi, the Lin family of Songgu Tower. Du Yu watched as Xiao Yan frolicked with the young lady, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Shihang was looking for you, wasn't it for her? Lin Shi said, gazing at Du Yu while cradling Xiao Yan. Yes, Du Yu replied. Lin Shi added, if you truly wish to sell, I will offer double whatever he proposes. Ah, truly. One can discern the affluent background from the assured manner of speech. Du Yu resolutely declared, refusing outright, I shall not sell. Observing Du Yu's reaction, Lin Shi responded with a smile and an approving nod, her heart brimming with understanding. I knew you would not part with it. What sort of grotesque Yi-O practitioner would relinquish their beloved companion? Du Yu, in agreement, nodded thoughtfully, and Lin Shi's response left him with a slightly improved impression of her. Meanwhile, curiosity piqued within Du Yu as he inquired, what brings you both to such a place? Shouldn't you be at home receiving superior education and training? Lin Shi gently stroked the plush ears of her little fox companion. The 1,000 paper cranes downpour has awakened many of our generation. Lin Shihang entered into a wager with others, and I was reluctantly drawn into it. Du Yu silently gasped, what a large family. How many are there in your generation? Lin Shi replied, over 40, excluding those who awakened early or those who are past the age of awakening. Just a few days ago, 11 of us awakened together. Du Yu exclaimed, drought kills the drought-stricken, and floods drown the flooded. They have over 40 siblings in their generation, while I am a solitary orphan across 2 lifetimes. Du Yu continued, your names are quite similar, are you siblings? Lin Shi pondered, then confirmed, no, he is my cousin, the child of my 3rd uncle from my great-uncle's family. I suppose I should call him cousin. So he is the third grandson. Du nodded. What is the nature of their wager? Lin Shi playfully twirled her hair while teasing her little firefox. Oh, there are countless. While we chat, perhaps new projects have emerged in the group. These individuals truly compete in everything, do they? Following Lin Shi's gaze toward the door, a small head peeked out. Li Mingnan. A wind witch doll floated beside her, sneaking around like its owner. Upon being discovered, Li Mingnan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Casting a scrutinizing glance at the little firefox in Lin Shi's embrace before turning her attention to Du Yu. What are you two doing here? Before Du Yu could respond, Hai Wangyan panicked. She looked up at the calmly smiling Lin Shi, then at the displeased Li Mingnan, causing her to fidget anxiously. Lin Shi, with a gentle smile, softly patted Xiao Yan's head, reassuring her. Be good, don't be afraid, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Li Mingnan instantly flared up. How infuriating. I was here first. Xiao Yan, sensing the tension, quickly leaped from Lin Shi's embrace, darting towards Du Yu. In a graceful leap, her bushy tail wrapped around Du Yu's neck, her little head nestled behind him. Is she pretending to be a scarf? Unsurprisingly, both girls turned their gazes towards her. Du Yu remarked, you truly have a talent for mischief, Yan. You've made me your shield. What about your earlier prowess? Where is your deep affection amidst the rain? Caught red-handed, Hai Wangyan became considerably subdued. Under Du Yu's efforts to shift the topic, the three began training their spirit companions within the dilapidated classroom. It was evident that spirit companions understood how to manage the essence of the monsters even better than the Yu-Yo practitioners, despite their youthful age. The three spirit companions took turns demonstrating their abilities, experimenting with the defensive capabilities of the monster essence battle ropes, as well as experiencing the discomfort of being invaded by monster essence. Seizing the opportunity during the rotation, Hai Wangyan regrouped and exerted herself once more. Cautiously, she began to probe, inching forward, gradually penetrating. On one side, she cozied up to Li Mingnan, while on the other, she snuggled against Lin Shi, providing Du Yu with a lesson in public relations. It was a perfect balance, nurturing connections on both sides. Before long, the atmosphere within the training ground became harmonious. At least on the surface, both girls appeared to be in high spirits, their smiles enchanting, leaving Du Yu utterly mesmerized. Is there truly such an option in life? On another note, Li Mingnan possessed a remarkable talent for playing the victim. During dinner, she eagerly scurried off to buy Xiao Yan a bowl of high-quality spirit companion feed. What difference does that make? It could only be an act of forgiveness. Seated at the dining table, enjoying delicacies, Xiao Yan glanced up at Du Yu across from her. Her beautiful fox eyes sparkling with a hint of mirth. Du Yu silently lowered his head, continuing to eat heartily. He had a premonition that if Xiao Yan continued to act cute with Li Mingnan, not only would the spirit companion feed be hers, but even Du Yu's own rations might be claimed by Li Mingnan. This was Du Yu's second day at the training base, filled with fulfillment and intrigue. The only awkward moment occurred at night after training when he and his roommate, Lin Shihang, exchanged no words. In the small dormitory, the two boys seemed oblivious to each other's presence. Du Yu, remaining in bed, spent the entire night cultivating the fire essence with his little Huiyang and Xiao Yan. Fortunately, the training would conclude the next day, sparing him from facing the smug countenance of the third grandson once more. The following morning, after breakfast, Du Yu organized the trainees into formation on the somewhat muddy playground. Today, Gongcheng seemed more formidable than before, with his hands clasped behind his back. Pacing before the assembly, in the span of 2 days, you have grasped everything required for the Yu-Yo apprentice stage. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped into the ranks. The already timid trainees trembled in fear, apprehensive that Gong Laoma might unleash his wrath upon them, just as he had done to Du Yu the previous day. You have learned the Yu-Yo contract, activated your novice spirit soldiers. You have trained your spirit companions to master the most basic copper-level monster skills. And you have learned to release monster essence and create monster essence battle ropes. Tomorrow is the day you will face the assessment from the Yaoling Academy. On this final day of training, you will attend a crucial lesson. Gong Cheng's deep voice resonated from behind the crowd. Summon your spirit companions and form a circle around me with a radius of 10 meters. The trainees exchanged glances, uncertain of Gong Cheng's intentions, yet they swiftly complied. Gong Cheng surveyed the surroundings, observing the adorable companions cradled in the children's arms, and slowly uttered, the final lesson is to take a beating. The trainees felt a tightening in their hearts. Here it comes, it has finally arrived. Gong Laoma could no longer contain his cruel nature and was about to unleash his fury upon the students. A cold smile crept across Gong Cheng's face, his scarred visage contorting. I know you harbor considerable resentment towards me. I also understand that there are numerous Yu-Yo professions in the world that do not require violence. While speaking, Gong Chung raised his right hand. Waves of fire elements silently coalesced, and with a swift motion, he conjured a fiery staff from thin air, condensing monster essence into material, summoning elemental spirit soldiers. At last, Du comprehended what the shadow that had ambushed him the previous day truly was. But who told you to board my train? Gong Chung twirled the fiery staff in his hand. I warned you to take the next school bus. Now, you have 10 seconds to don your monster essence battle robes. Xiao Yin, nestled in his arms, distinctly sensed a surge of danger. Monster essence battle robes, Xiao Yin. The ones we practiced yesterday afternoon. Du urgently explained, rapidly enveloping himself in layers of fire attribute monster essence. After 10 seconds elapsed, Gong Chung raised his right hand, gripping the center of the fiery staff, and his wrist spun violently. In an instant, a visible ring of fire spread outward. The sound of shattering battle robes echoed through the air. One after another, the students' monster essence battle robes shattered. With each successive crack, Du's brow furrowed. Gong Laoma's methods were indeed ingenious. Gong Chung had surely calibrated the output intensity to merely shatter the students' monster essence battle robes. Something felt amiss. Du scanned the surroundings, noticing the grim expressions etched on his classmates' faces. Evidently, the students were enduring the invasive demonic aura coursing through their bodies, suffering from the accompanying shock damage. Du felt a surge of determination and hurriedly feigned deeper distress, furrowing his brow even more. Although he too experienced shock damage, the amount of demonic aura invading his body was minimal, rendering such a grim expression unnecessary. Achieving initial, minor, major, and peak mastery, each stage presented a hurdle to surpass. Already at the minor mastery level of a demon tamer, Du possessed a greater quantity and purity of demonic aura within him, allowing for a more formidable demonic aura battle robe, thus enhancing his defense. Conversely, Gong Cheng's output standards were evidently calibrated to the defensive strength typical of an initial demon tamer. This was an opportunity. He must remain steady, enduring until the end. Du suppressed his inner joy. He coveted the title of an outstanding student and desperately needed that custom demonic weapon. Gong Cheng's voice rang out once more. In 10 seconds, we will continue. Xiaoyan, are you all right? Du gently patted the little creature in his arms, softly reassuring her to endure the pain and to continue releasing the demonic aura, urging her not to rely on her physical form for protection. A soft whimper escaped Xiaoyan, her golden-brown fox eyes glistening with tears, presenting such a pitiable sight that it tugged at Du's heartstrings. Could one truly hold the tyrant Zhou Wang accountable for encountering such a calamity? With a whoosh, the next fiery circle expanded. Crack! Crack! Ouch, that hurts. Several voices of complaint emerged, yet everyone was too timid to voice their grievances loudly. Gong Chung interjected, let me remind you, today's training is likely connected to tomorrow's assessment. In 10 seconds, we will resume. Observing the little creature in his arms, who was suffering further, Du's heart ached profoundly. He turned away, intending to shield her once more, granting her extra time to adjust her demonic aura. Suddenly, a shadow of a staff descended. It was not just a circle but a fiery line, aimed directly at Du's back. Crack! The demonic aura battle robe shattered decisively, prompting another grimace from Du. Gong Chung wore a scowl. So, you think you are clever, do you? Despite his fearsome demeanor and words, Gong Cheng's strikes were measured, matching the intensity of previous outputs. Trembling, Du spun around to rapidly reassemble his battle robe. Witnessing this scene, the other students were deterred from harboring similar thoughts. For the other students, the interval between fiery attacks was 10 seconds, yet for Du, it was merely 5. Another fiery circle erupted, accompanied by the sound of battle robes shattering and gasps of astonishment. If you can't endure, exit the training. Gong Cheng's tone turned stern, instructing students to adjust themselves before rejoining, or simply return to your dormitory. I did not compel you to be here. In 10 seconds, we continue. Xiaoyan let out a soft whimper, clearly unaccustomed to such harsh training. During her previous training sessions with Feng Wu and the Rose Spirit, everyone had shown restraint. Du cradled Xiaoyan closer, resting his forehead against her small head. Hold on, Xiaoyan, this is a rare opportunity for growth. If it becomes unbearable, just tell me, and I will draw you back inside, all right? Xiaoyan gazed into Du's bright eyes, nuzzling his forehead in a show of affection. Those who wished to retreat did so. As Gong Chung had stated, not all demon tamer careers entailed violence, but Du could not afford to withdraw. He had already missed one training session, and this time, he must excel. There was no option for retreat. Another fiery wave burst forth, and after this round, several students indeed withdrew, 8 in total. At home, they were cherished by their parents and perhaps could not withstand such treatment. Du swiftly reformed his battle robe, encircling Xiao Yan in his arms and planting a gentle kiss on her furry head, doing his utmost to protect her. Gongqing observed this scene but refrained from punishing Du Yu further. Repeatedly pushing their potential and familiarizing themselves with the sensation of impact allowed many students to gather their demonic aura robes more swiftly and adjust more rapidly. Gongqing watched closely, clearly recognizing the initial success of the training. Humph, he scoffed, adjusting the interval to 7 seconds. This announcement caused the students, who had just begun to acclimatize, to instantly change expressions. One day, you will thank me for this, Gongqing mused, lifting the staff overhead and, with a flick of his wrist, sending out another wave of attacks, perhaps for tomorrow's assessment. Du Yu lowered his head, holding Xiao Yan even more tightly. Protected in his embrace, Xiao Yan sensed Du Yu's earnest efforts to shield her and gazed up at his face. Du Yu, a soft voice echoed in his mind. What is it, Xiao Yan? I love you so much. Huh, it seems she wants, let me help her. Du Yu felt a wave of warmth wash over him as the demonic aura battle robe shattered, causing him to stagger back a step. Another slip-up? You really are something. Du Banzhong. Gongqing's expression darkened ominously, sensing the pressure had lifted. 7 seconds seemed too lengthy, did it? Very well, we will adjust it to 5 seconds. What? Please, Gong Laosher, give us a break. Voices of discontent arose, and Gongqing smirked at Du Yu. What do you think, Du Banzhong? Does this suit your fancy? Hostile and resentful gazes fell upon Du Yu. Even his friends Li Mingnan and Lin Shi were no exceptions. Not to mention Wei Feng and Lin Shihang, whose eyes seemed to wish to execute Du Yu on the spot. Du Yu understood that since enduring until the end had become inevitable, there was no need to become a target of animosity, nor should he risk exposure. After all, tomorrow's assessment was of paramount importance, regardless of its content. He should not allow competitors to prepare in advance. Thus, Du Yu shook his head repeatedly. No, please don't make it any faster. Gongqing feigned deafness. What? You want it to be faster? Du Yu replied. Huh, I truly do not mind, but if you make it any faster, you'll be in trouble. Are you using this special training as an excuse to practice your skills? Another wave of flames surged toward them, and Gongqing whirled around. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, nestled in Du Yu's arms, tilted her head back and let out a sharp fox cry. Within Du Yu's embrace, her soft, bushy tail began to radiate fiery red tufts of fur, spreading and saturating the surroundings. Like a spark igniting a vast expanse, it threatened to engulf everything. 020. Unusual colors. Unusual colors. Following the sound of the fox cry, Gongqing's gaze shifted to Du Yu's arms. Emerging from Du Yu's grasp, Xiao Yan stood proudly on his arm, emitting a series of hostile growls toward Gongqing. Phew. Oh, Gongqing's heart leaped with joy. Was this the onset of a transformation? No one knew the exact timing for the mutation of demonic pets. And this little fire fox had astonishingly broken free from its mundane constraints so quickly. This was entirely unexpected for Gongqing. The sight of the little fire fox revealed that its large tail was now adorned with layers of vibrant red hues. Bright, resplendent, and utterly breathtaking. In an instant, all the students' gazes fixated on Xiao Yan, especially Lin Shihang, who, in that moment, bore none of his usual nonchalance. The air of superiority that had once graced his face was replaced with a stormy expression. He fixated on the fire fox's tail, feeling an unbearable heat rise to his cheeks. He had once told Du Yu that it was regrettable and had sentenced the fire fox to a figurative death, claiming it could never become a rare breed while in Du Yu's care. Now, the appearance of the little fire fox rendered his previous confident conclusions utterly nonsensical. In stark contrast to Lin Shihang, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with delight, her heart brimming with blessings. Such a loyal and devoted little creature has finally transformed into a being of extraordinary hue. Who could possibly resist such charm? Hooray! A cheer suddenly erupted from behind Gongqing. Gongqing, still intently examining the fur of the little fire fox, was startled by Li Mingnan's exclamation. His fierce gaze snapped toward her. Li Mingnan, equally startled, tightened her grip on the Fengwu doll, hurriedly lowering her head and shrinking her neck. Afraid to utter another sound, the Fengwu doll nearly crumbled under the pressure. Gongqing let out a deep breath and spoke. Du Yu, here, regardless of how you communicate with the demon pet mentally, maintain the current mindset of the little fire fox. As he spoke, Gongqing raised the fire stick once more. A wave of flames burst forth again. Xiao Yan staggered back from the heat wave, her demon aura battle robe shattering with a loud crash. She pressed against Du Yu's chest, enduring the pain of the demon aura invading her body, letting out a reluctant whimper. Woo. Simultaneously, a fireball began to form in her mouth. For a little fire fox, typically exhibiting a delicate demeanor, this was indeed an extraordinary act. It appeared that everything was as Xiao Fenyang had said. She truly held deep affection for Du Yu. As Xiao Yin emitted her cry, her fiery tail, reminiscent of burning clouds, grew increasingly vibrant, gradually merging into a single mass. With a brave splash of copper sparks, a fireball shot forth. Just as Gongcheng's fire circle surged toward them once more, Du Yu, without a moment's hesitation, quickly embraced Xiao Yin, shielding her fiercely within his arms. A series of gasps echoed from the onlookers, their expressions fluctuating between green and purple. Gong instructor, may I retreat over there first? Wei Feng's voice trailed off. But Gongcheng impatiently uttered a single word, roll. Wei Feng seethed with resentment, casting a furious glance at Du Yu before swiftly distancing himself from the range of Gongcheng's fiery assault. Cursed be Du Yu. No wonder you're an orphan. Abandoned and penniless. You've exchanged it all for this wretched luck. Once again, a fire circle erupted, and this time, Gongcheng intensified his output. Du Yu could not suppress a cry of pain. Gong Laoma truly showed no regard for humanity. If Du Yu was suffering thus, the other students were faring even worse. Oh, one boy even screamed in agony. Protected by Du Yu, Xiao Yin felt an unmistakable connection, acutely sensing the pain inflicted upon him. This was truly serious. The fiery red fur of the little fire fox was rapidly engulfing her entire being. It became evident that Gongcheng's judgment was sound. This little fire fox was driven by her fierce desire to protect her master, unleashing her hidden potential in the process. For Gongcheng, it was worth it if Du Yu were to be beaten to the point of bloodshed for the sake of the little fire fox. Again, Gongcheng bellowed, raising the fire stick once more. Du Yu's face contorted with discomfort as he was forced back by the heat wave, the fire demon aura within him trembling violently. A pain almost unbearable. The surrounding students, following Wei Feng's lead, gradually retreated, leaving only 6 students on the field. After another 5 seconds, just 2 remained, Du Yu and Lin Shihang. Gongcheng glanced at Lin Shihang, feeling somewhat astonished. Despite Lin Shihang's commendable performance over the past 2 days, he was still slightly inferior to his kin, Lin Shi. Why was he still holding on? Gongcheng's expression turned peculiar as he spun the fire stick once more. Ugh! Both Lin Shihang and the rose spirit cradled in his arms cried out in pain. Lin Shihang staggered back a few steps, landing heavily in the mud, splattering dirt in the process. Seeing Lin Shihang's embarrassing fall, Gongcheng nodded appreciatively before shifting his gaze back to Du Yu. At this glance, Gongcheng narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss. Why was Du Yu not collapsing? My output intensity has been adjusted, a novice in demon taming, even with your tenacity. Your body should not withstand such punishment. Observing Du Yu, head bowed, steadfastly protecting the little fire fox, Gongcheng felt a flicker of disbelief. Raising the fire stick to spin it once more, the fire circle surged forth, forcing Du Yu back 2 steps, though he kept his head lowered. The grimace of pain on his face was unmistakable. Yet, against all odds, Du Yu remained standing and stood firm. At that moment, Gongcheng realized, this clever lad is putting on an act. Gongcheng's stern demeanor belied a chuckle within, reflecting on Du Yu's various displays over the past few days. Particularly that day in the downpour, when he seemed utterly exhausted yet reignited the fire arrow, revealed a glimpse of his resilience. Gongcheng had a premonition. Had it not been for the little fire fox's impending transformation, Du Yu would surely yield and fall once the other students had retreated. Now, only Du Yu remained. Which meant, Gongcheng bellowed, attention! Another fire circle expanded, and though Du Yu staggered back, his face flushed and breath short, he still stood. Li Mingnan, standing at a distance, could not suppress a gasp, covering her mouth in shock. Not only her, but the expressions of the other students were filled with complex emotions. As witnesses, they understood all too well the torment of being ravaged by the fire circle. Watching Du Yu's plight resonated deeply within them. Simultaneously, an enigmatic smile crept onto Gongcheng's face. There was no escape. This lad had indeed achieved the early stages of demon taming. He had been clandestinely pretending. Gongcheng felt a mix of surprise and joy. Children awakening at 17 or 18 typically possessed lower innate abilities and required vast resources to rival those who awakened at 10 or 11. True prodigies could even break through to the early stages of demon taming the day after awakening. Although Du Yu could not compare to the chosen few, his talent was commendable. A sudden, almost piercing fox cry echoed within the overlapping embrace of Du Yu through the small gaps. A pair of golden-brown fox eyes shone with an intimidating radiance. It was an astonishing hostility, one that should not be present in the eyes of a juvenile beast. Gongcheng felt a stir in his heart, attempting to stoke the flames further as he swung the fire stick down with great force. This time, it was no longer a fire circle but a blazing line of fire. With a strike to the head, Du Yu's head spun, The demon aura battle robe he had just pieced together shattered violently, and his body lurched backward, crashing down heavily. With a loud thud, Du Yu lay dazed on the ground, the intense pain rendering him helpless, his arms naturally splayed out to the sides. Fortunately, the muddy earth after the rain provided some cushioning. Li Mingnan's eyes widened. Did Gong instructor just kill him? A chorus of shocked exclamations followed, a mix of panic and disbelief. As Du Yu's arms spread wide, the little fire fox finally emerged. Upon her reappearance, she had undergone a striking transformation. Red. A brilliant fire red. The little fire fox, who had battled against the heavens, herself, and the laws of nature, had finally become a purely extraordinary demon pet. Her gaze was fixed firmly on Gong Cheng, a fireball coalescing in her mouth that continued to swell. Du Yu, are you all right? The little fire fox inquired softly, while Du Yu, in a daze, grasped her fiery tail, murmuring, I'm fine, I'm wonderful. With a brave splash of copper sparks, Gong Cheng's eyes widened. The fireball had grown immense. Such magnitude clearly indicated it had reached the level of indomitable silver. Truly, this was an extraordinary demon pet. He swung his long stick, seemingly intending to shatter the fireball, yet it appeared as though his strike was slightly delayed. A crisp sound echoed as sparks flew in all directions. Gong Cheng unexpectedly could not fend off the small fireball. Not only that, he was even knocked back several steps by the sparks. Such a scene left the onlookers in disbelief, though a few discerning students understood his intentions. The teacher was likely feigning injury, probably to vent frustration on the small fire fox. Indeed, despite the appearance of Gong Cheng being harmed, there was not a single mark on his clothing. As he staggered backward, he did not attempt to disperse the flames surrounding him, but turned to Li Mingnan and exclaimed, You, the one who accused me of murder. Li Mingnan timidly retreated a step. Gong Cheng ordered, Go, take Du Yu back to the dormitory to rest. Oh, okay. Li Mingnan quickly nodded and hurried forward with long strides. Although Xiao Yan harbored hostility, she refrained from attacking upon seeing Li Mingnan approach. Du Yu? Li Mingnan crouched down, gently rubbing Xiao Yan's head while looking at Du Yu, who lay on the ground. Xiao Yan turned around, her little paws pressing against Du Yu's face as she whimpered softly. It's nothing, really. Du Yu's words were slurred, his mind was somewhat foggy. Yet he never loosened his grip on Xiao Yan's bushy tail. On the dormitory bed, Du Yu lay flat, enduring waves of dizziness while helplessly gazing at the female demon at the bedside. Li Mingnan, with her legs crossed, sat on a chair beside the bed, cradling Xiao Yan in her arms, having played with her for nearly 2 hours without tiring of it. You are so beautiful, Li Mingnan sighed softly, occasionally stroking Xiao Yan's fiery red ears or pinching her large, bushy tail. The allure of an exotic pet to the world was indeed considerable. Xiao Yan let out a soft whimper, her heart entirely focused on Du Yu. She struggled continuously, yearning to escape the embrace of the female demon to assess her master's injuries. This was no easy feat, for usually, when there were pretty ladies around, Xiao Yan would show little regard for Du Yu. Xiao Yan's thoughts were fanciful, but how could Li Mingnan allow her to escape? Li Mingnan, with a dreamy gaze, held Xiao Yan closely, pressing her face into the soft fur, inhaling deeply. I'm in heaven. This scene was akin to that of a cat enthusiast in deep ecstasy. Crazy. Du Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Yet, Li Mingnan had no time to heed Du Yu's words. She pressed her face against the delicate form of Xiao Yan, burying her face in the soft fur and taking another deep breath. Xiao Yan looked at Li Mingnan with an expression of resentment. You may please me, but you cannot harass me. Did we not switch scripts? At last, unable to endure the humiliation, Xiao Yan shattered, transforming into specks of starlight that floated towards Du Yu's forehead. Li Mingnan grasped at empty air, finally regaining her senses and looking toward Du Yu. Du Yu possessed a pair of beautiful eyes, but unfortunately, they were now filled with disdain. Li Mingnan immediately became displeased, furrowing her brow. What are you staring at? Never seen a pet slave before? The term pet slave refers to a group of beast tamers who are madly in love with their magical pets. And some even jokingly claim that they regard their pets as their masters, akin to cat enthusiasts in the ordinary world. Once again, sparks flew as Xiao Yan emerged from Du Yu's body. With her tiny paws resting on Du Yu's cheeks, she looked down, her golden-brown fox eyes surveying him with curiosity. I'm fine now, don't worry, Du Yu reassured, patting Xiao Yan's head. Congratulations, you have finally succeeded in your transformation. As Du Yu spoke, he communicated silently in his mind. Thank you, Xiao Huiyang. Well, Xiao Yan is quite impressive. I merely guided her, Du Yu thought to himself, nodding inwardly, but reached another conclusion. So, guidance is even more crucial? Li Mingnan, feeling overlooked, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly stood up. What's wrong? I'm going to buy some food for the magical pets. Xiaoyan definitely needs to replenish her energy. Li Mingnan dashed out of the dormitory as if she had found a way to win back her master's favor. Du Yu sighed inwardly, stroking Xiaoyan's fiery red head. After tomorrow's assessment, we will go out to train and take on tasks to earn money. Seeing Xiaoyan full of energy, Du Yu felt delighted as he gently caressed her fiery fur. By the way, Xiaoyan, you have successfully transformed into an exotic variant. Do you feel any stronger? Du Yu inquired. Bound by their contract, Xiaoyan could vaguely sense Du Yu's intentions. She seemed to ponder seriously for a moment before lifting her head and quickly conjuring a fireball. Heroic copper fireball. Such a large fireball. Du Yu's eyes lit up as he noticed that the fireball before Xiaoyan was not released immediately, indicating its size for him to see. The diameter of a copper-level fireball typically does not exceed 10 centimeters. And only when the little fire fox reaches the peak of the ordinary level could she unleash a maximum 10 centimeters diameter fireball. At present, however, Xiaoyan's power was merely at the initial stage of the ordinary level, yet the fireball she conjured had already reached an astonishing 15 centimeters in diameter. Not bad. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from outside the window. Du Yu quickly rose and turned to look. Xiaoyan, more direct, spun around and hurled the fireball out the window. Gong Cheng casually raised his hand and actually batted the fireball toward the ground. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded at Gong Cheng's feet. Ugh! Xiaoyan's large tail stood erect in a defensive posture, her golden brown eyes filled with hostility. Everything's fine, Du Yu quickly reassured, holding Xiaoyan close and turning his back to the window, gently soothing the little creature in his arms. Gong Cheng leaned on the windowsill, instructing. The talents of exotic magical pets do not have a standard answer. Du Yu, what 6 attributes do we generally use to evaluate a magical pet? Du Yu, with his back to the window, dared not turn around. Physique, strength, intelligence, magical power, endurance, agility? Correct. Gong Cheng leaned against the wall, glancing at the students training on the field. At present, your little fire fox's magical power and intelligence attributes are quite impressive. Magical power is a comprehensive term. It encompasses the magical breath reserve within the magical beast, the purity of the magical breath, the damage output of magical techniques, and so forth. Intelligence is a rather unique attribute. If the other 5 attributes are considered the hardware, then intelligence is the software. Your little fire fox is so spirited, clearly indicating that her intelligence has been significantly developed, which suggests her comprehension of magical techniques surpasses that of her kin. Gong Cheng continued. Your little fire fox possesses exceptional intelligence, but having intelligence alone is insufficient. Only with equally outstanding magical power can they produce a fireball of this magnitude. You must realize that once the diameter of a fireball exceeds 10 centimeters, it falls into the category of silver-level fireball. Du Yu nodded repeatedly, adding, moreover, she has only learned fireball for a few days. Gong Cheng inwardly marveled. This is the terrifying aspect of exotic magical pets. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Du Yu's mind. No, that's not right. Unfazed, Du Yu inquired. What is it, Xiaohuiyang? What's wrong? Xiaoyan's fireball is still copper level. It hasn't advanced to silver level. Her talents are remarkable, but my breath has also amplified the intensity of her magical techniques. Du Yu responded. Oh, so it appears silver level, yet is still copper level? When Xiaoyan truly comprehends silver level fireball, won't her scale and output be on the path to glory gold? Suppressing his excitement, Du Yu asked in his mind. Xiaohuiyang, can you amplify the output strength of magical techniques? Whether it's you, a fire-type, or a fire-type magical pet, I can assist you both immensely. My goodness, is Xiaohuiyang perhaps a deity of fire? Well, that's true. After all, she is a Jinwu. She could even spread 1,000 paper cranes across half of Daxia, awakening countless individuals. Such a benevolent method and scale speak volumes of her undeniable strength. It seems that Xiao Fenyang should lean towards a supportive role within the Yaocheng team. Thank you, Xiao Fenyang, Du Yu thought, noticing the vigilant Xiao Yan in his arms. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and gently pressed his lips to her forehead. Xiao Fenyang's voice, filled with grievance, suddenly interrupted. Do you? You've kissed the wrong person? Du Yu replied, huh? Xiao Yan blinked her eyes, and with a tender kiss, she indeed felt much more at ease. Gong Cheng's sudden roar pierced through the air. Zhang Qiming, I granted you freedom to train, not to rest freely. Not only was Zhang Qiming, who was being reprimanded on the playground, startled, but even Du Yu in the dormitory nearly jumped at the unexpected shout. Gong Cheng's face darkened as he glared at the student named Zhang Qiming for a while before turning towards the window. Don't get too complacent. Your little fire fox possesses decent intelligence, but that's about it. It still can't discern that I am here to teach you, not to be your enemy. Who says it can't? Du Yu, still riding the wave of excitement, retorted quietly. Could it not simply want to punch you? Gongcheng snapped. What did you say? Du Yu hurriedly turned his head, stammering, Teacher Gong, I didn't say anything. Through the window, Gongcheng looked at Du Yu in the dormitory, almost laughing in anger. Young man, you're quite bold. Du Yu shook his head repeatedly. I dare not. Cookies have arrived. Li Mingnan cheerfully entered the dormitory, holding a bowl of Yaocheng food. As soon as she stepped in, she froze in place. Before her stood Du Yu, cradling the little fire fox. Behind him, through the open window, loomed a large, dark face. Gongcheng's expression was grim as he noticed the return of the class leader's assistant. Letting out a cold snort, tomorrow is the big exam. If you want to customize your Yaobing, don't drop the ball. Yes, Teacher Gong. Du Yu finally turned around. Nodding earnestly, Gongcheng nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. It wasn't until he had walked quite a distance that Li Mingnan finally let out a breath of relief and stepped inside, whispering, Gong Laoma is truly terrifying. Tomorrow is the assessment, Li Mingnan. She snatched Xiao Yan from Du Yu's arms. Call me big brother. Du Yu looked distressed. We'll act together tomorrow. See what the specific assessment entails, and then strategize. Li Mingnan plopped down on a chair, feeding Xiao Yan. Call me big brother. I will act alongside you. Du Yu replied irritably. I intend to take you flying. You've seen my and Xiao Yan's strength. Give it a rest. Li Mingnan crossed her legs. You are currently the target of envy. Everyone is jealous of you. Du Yu admitted. I cannot deny that. But surely there are discerning individuals who wish to befriend me. If you are unwilling, I shall go find Lin Shi and inquire. Li Mingnan raised her eyebrows and held Xiao Yan tightly. You dare. Du Yu muttered under his breath. She is much gentler than you. Li Mingnan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. I am more attractive than her. Du Yu scrutinized her with suspicion. I suppose both have their merits? Suddenly filled with confidence, Li Mingnan insisted. My legs are longer than hers. Du Yu replied. What use is length if they are not mine? Li Mingnan stood up abruptly. You've truly grown wings. How dare you tease me? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, covering Xiao Yan's eyes with one hand and kicking towards Du Yu with the other. Du Yu, with quick reflexes, seized her ankle. What do you mean? Are you truly offering your leg to me? Du Yu, I will kill you. Li Mingnan harbored a desire to kill Du Yu. After contemplating, Du Yu ultimately declined. After all, he had no intention of participating in the third college entrance examination. However, this girl truly bore a grudge. Even the next day during the assembly on the playground, she glared at Du Yu, her teeth clenched, as if she wished to shatter his skull. Speaking of which, numerous teachers arrived at the dilapidated campus today. Besides the perpetually cold-faced Gongcheng, Du Yu also spotted a familiar figure, Teacher Zhangqing. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, clad in a white women's suit that exuded a competent aura, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Interestingly, she still resembled a shopkeeper, as a pile of electronic products lay on the desk before her. She fiddled with them while observing the lined-up students on the playground. Upon spotting Du Yu, Zhangqing even greeted him with a wave. Du Yu was taken aback, hastily nodding in response. Hello, teacher. What is so good? Gongcheng's sudden deep voice startled Du Yu, causing him to shudder. Look at how frightened you are. Gongcheng gazed at Du Yu with disdain, clearly annoyed. The class leader has given you a pass. Don't let it go to your head. Du Yu was baffled. What? Are you abandoning me? On this sunny day? Du Yu's mood was anything but bright. He stood in line looking miserable, not daring to speak. Today is your graduation assessment. Gongcheng announced loudly in front of the 24 students. The examination site is the forest behind the teaching building. The students exchanged glances. They had been here for 3 days, with ample free time, yet no one had ventured behind the teaching building, let alone into the forest. Gongcheng retrieved a small, irregular crystal from his pocket, which flickered with a hint of starlight, about the size of a die. Surely you all recognize this? Yao Jing. Common grade Yao Jing. The responses from the students were increasingly precise. Gongcheng nodded. When common grade Yaozhou reach their peak, they form a Yao Jing in their heads to assist in their evolution. The Yao Jing in my hand is what you need to find in the forest. As he spoke, Gongcheng displayed one side of the Yao Jing for everyone to see. It bore a red seal, likely the emblem of the Yaoling Academy. This training session comprises 24 students, and the Yaoling Academy has hidden 50 common grade Yao Jing in the forest. You need only find one bearing the Academy's seal and successfully traverse the forest, reaching the destination before nightfall to pass the assessment. Listening to Teacher Gong's words, the students collectively exhaled in relief. With 50 Yao Jing and 24 participants, the atmosphere felt less tense. However, Gongcheng's tone shifted, his gaze icy as he swept over the crowd. If you aspire to the title of outstanding student, wish to customize your Yaobing, or seek the favor of the teachers at the Yaoling Academy, you should collect as many Yao Jing as possible. From the moment you boarded my school bus, I made it clear that you are both fellow students and competitors. This declaration altered the expressions of the students. Even before the assessment commenced, they had already grown wary of those beside them. Gong Cheng continued solemnly. What does it matter if you pass? You will merely be an extraneous student. In the future, if you wish to officially enter the Yaoling Academy or seek positions in other Yaoling departments, you will require the nod of approval from a teacher or a recommendation letter. Therefore, Gong Laoma's face darkened. Please me. I revel in witnessing your desperate struggles. Such a terrifying visage sent shivers down the spines of the students, making them feel a chill despite the bright sunshine. Teacher Gong, a slightly reproachful voice came from behind. The students turned to see Zhang Qing approaching with several teachers, holding electronic devices. Gong Cheng's expression darkened further, clearly displeased, as he stepped back and handed the group over to Zhang Qing. In contrast, Zhang Qing appeared as a savior. After all, anyone could seem exceptionally kind and approachable when juxtaposed with Gong Cheng. Zhang Qing gestured for the teachers to distribute the items and began to introduce. This is a miniature camera that will record your performance throughout this assessment, and we will conduct real-time monitoring. Do you come here? Yes. Do you, surprised, stepped forward. The other students were equally astonished. After days of training, they had grown accustomed to hearing Gong Lao Mo call out Do Yu's name incessantly. Now, another teacher from the Yaoling Academy was calling for him again. What was so special about this boy? Zhang Qing took the straps on either side of the camera and placed it directly on Du Yu's head. The camera is positioned at the side of the head, secured here. While fastening the straps for Du Yu, she cautioned, no one is allowed to damage, disable, or discard the camera in any form. Those who maliciously damage another's camera will be disqualified. Moreover, this button is for signaling distress, should you encounter real danger. Zhang Qing patiently explained, her gentle and melodious voice continually soothing the students' frayed nerves. All right. Zhang Qing gently patted Du Yu's back, indicating she had finished securing the camera, and quietly remarked, I heard your little fire fox has become an exotic pet. Was it the one you selected for me? Yes. Du Yu nodded repeatedly. She has really worked hard. Zhang Qing couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Truly remarkable. It seems your good fortune has arrived. You must strive onward. Absolutely. Du Yu whispered in reply and quickly returned to the line. Zhang Qing observed the students, now mostly prepared, and continued, the examination area has designated boundaries. No one is permitted to leave the premises, or else their scores will be voided. Additionally, let me share another piece of information. The Yao crystals hidden in the forest are not difficult to locate. However, each crystal is guarded by a teacher's pet. So exercise caution. At that moment, a teacher approached with a tablet, showing Zhang Qing the real-time footage of the 24 participants. Does anyone have any questions? Zhang Qing inquired. Looking at the crowd, this question left everyone bewildered. They had grown accustomed to Gong Cheng's harsh treatment, where the tyrant's rules were absolute. Suddenly, a gentle female teacher was asking for their thoughts, leaving the students at a loss for words. No questions? Good. Everyone, please proceed to the back of the teaching building and enter the examination area on your own. Upon her words, an odd stillness fell over the 2 rows of students. No one moved. They all turned their gaze towards Gong Cheng. Frowning, Gong Cheng, with an impatient expression, barked, What the hell are you waiting for? The exam is starting. Move it. Ah, that feels good. Du Yu felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his exclamation perhaps a tad louder than intended. Gong Cheng. Realizing the potential trouble, Du Yu quickly lowered his head and hurried towards the teaching building. The other students snapped back to reality and followed suit. Seemingly eager to gain an advantage, the students began to run faster, darting towards the abandoned teaching building, plunging into the forest. Du Yu did not compete with his classmates. Instead, he stood at the sidelines, summoning his little fire fox, while grasping the black wooden Yao soldier slung across his shoulder, using his keen eyesight to observe the departing students in various directions. As long as the Yao crystals remained unclaimed, everyone was safe. Hey, Du Yu turned to see Li Mengnan, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Call me big brother, and I will escort you. We shall go together. Du Yu turned his gaze back to the forest, sharpening his vision. As the fiery suns I began to feel a bit warm. I won't call you, but you will still follow me. Oh, you really are stubborn. Ying Xiaoyan, her long tail draped around Du Yu's neck, perched on his shoulder and looked up at Li Mengnan with a soft whimper. Gazing into Xiaoyan's golden-brown fox eyes and her gentle call, Li Mengnan felt her heart soften. Du Yu pointed towards the northwest and quietly said, Wei Feng went that way. Wei Feng. Li Mengnan paused, puzzled. What are you watching him for? Someone like him is someone to avoid at all costs. Du Yu chuckled, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Those who control Yao require a clear mind. A clear mind? Li Mengnan had not heard this term before, but it was easy to understand. especially since Diyu had already pointed her towards the target, Wei Feng. Evading Wei Feng had become a habit for Li Mingnan. Her homeroom teacher's repeated attempts to contact his parents were futile. Clearly, just 3 days of managing Yao had not sufficiently changed her mindset. How about it? Shall I help you gain clarity? Diyu asked. Li Mingnan bit her lip, contemplating the endless harassment she had endured from Wei Feng, and her spirits lifted. Excellent. Her previous air of adolescent rebellion resurfaced. The 3 years of enduring in high school have reached their limit. Today is the day of my revenge. With the sword, I shall sever this karmic bond and take my first step toward becoming a master of Yao. Diyu cautiously tugged at Li Mingnan's clothing, whispering, keep your voice down. We are live streaming. Huh. In the dense forest, the two, along with their pets, crept stealthily, embodying a furtive demeanor. They were indeed tailing Wei Feng and had been doing so for nearly half an hour. As they advanced, Diyu suddenly clenched his fist and gestured towards the trees ahead. Li Mingnan quickly stepped back, leaning against a large tree, cautiously hiding behind it. Finally exhaling a long breath, Diyu crouched beside her, looking up at the girl with a face full of disdain. Are you nervous? Li Mingnan nodded excitedly, lowering her voice. This is exhilarating. Diyu remarked. Look at you, so lacking in composure. It's just following a man. Is it really that serious? Li Mingnan quickly asked. Why are we stopping? Are we going to ambush him? We've been walking for so long. There's bound to be no one around. In such a vast forest with only 24 students present, encountering others was indeed unlikely unless they were intentionally tracking or traveling in groups. Diyu did not lower his voice intentionally, casually stating, Wei Feng has found a Yao crystal storage point. We are to observe the situation. What? He found a Yao crystal? Li Mingnan pressed against the tree, cautiously peeking out. The wind spirit doll floating beside her mirrored her actions, tilting its head in a similar fashion. Meanwhile, in the distance, beneath a massive tree, a wolf lake dog, over 50 centimeters in length, lay in wait, observing Wei Feng. Beneath this wolf lake dog was a Yao crystal stamped with the Yao Ling Academy's insignia. Judging by its size, the creature was already a ground-level Yao beast. Wei Feng pushed his rimless glasses up his nose, declaring, Shanghai, we must outsmart them in this battle. Woof, woof. In response to his command, the small wolf lake dog at Wei Feng's feet barked fiercely at the enemy. Though small in size, it exuded confidence, showing no fear. Woof, the Yao crystal's guardian. The wolf lake dog barked back at Wei Feng's pet, Shanghai. Wei Feng drew the ebony knife from his waist, crouched down, and quietly instructed. We will flank it from both sides, diverting its attention while I make my move. With a sudden burst of speed, Wei Feng leapt to the side, seizing his wolf lake dog, unyielding silver wolf net. A net woven from flowing water suddenly fell into the spot where Wei Feng had just been. Although the wolf lake net failed to capture its target, it spread out on the ground, its edges seemingly glued firmly to the earth, refusing to disperse. When it came to dodging and leaping, Wei Feng had ample experience, especially since Diyu had provided him with special training. In a swift motion, Wei Feng rolled and sprang to his feet, tossing his wolf lake dog ahead. Shanghai, follow the plan and circle around the enemy's back. Woof. Despite its small size, the wolf lake dog was full of energy as it dashed forward. Upon landing, it rolled several times across the grassy expanse before finally making an effort to regain its footing, then darted away. Come on, catch me if you can. Wei Feng brandished his ebony blade, swinging it wildly. Although lacking any real lethality, his taunt was unmistakably provocative. Woof! The guardian beast, the Lang Hu Quan, gaped at the scene, and a torrent of water shot forth. Unyielding silver water gun, Wei Feng hastily dodged to the side and sprinted away. A terrestrial-level demon beast was certainly beyond his current capabilities. Such a formidable demon technique was far beyond what his demon essence battle robe could withstand. Luckily, the guardian beast was a Lang Hu Quan, a type of demon pet known for its numerous advantages, such as obedience and loyalty. Therefore, Wei Feng believed that even if he were to fail, the Lang Hu Quan would hold back. And the instructors of the Yaoling Academy would never allow the Lang Hu Quan to harm the assessment candidates. In his frantic escape, Wei Feng glanced back and was overjoyed to see the Lang Hu Quan in pursuit. Yes, that's it. Shanghai, quickly retrieve the demon crystal. Wei Feng shouted exuberantly. The guardian beast Lang Hu Quan came to an abrupt halt, clearly understanding human language. It swiftly turned its head to see a small Lang Hu Quan darting towards the fallen demon crystal. Woof! The guardian dog opened its mouth again, and 4 streams of water converged before it, forming a diamond-shaped pattern. Do not act recklessly, enemy. I am here. Wei Feng also halted abruptly, viciously swinging the ebony blade at the Lang Hu Quan. The guardian beast was clearly displeased. Where do you see me trying to escape? A peculiar sound echoed. Though the thrown ebony blade missed its mark slightly, it nonetheless struck the Lang Huquan squarely on its rear. However, not only did it fail to injure the beast, but the protective demon essence battle robe worn by the Lang Huquan remained intact. The ebony blade was sent flying, and the Lang Huquan's movements were scarcely impeded. Was this merely a playful scratch? Unyielding silver diamond water column. The Lang Huquan, with its cerulean demon eyes, locked onto Wei Feng's small Lang Huquan through the diamond-shaped streams of water, which were now closing in on the demon crystal on the ground, poised to seize it. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped water column erupted from the overgrown ground with a sharp crack. The protective demon essence battle robe of the small Lang Huquan shattered instantly. The disparity in levels was indeed terrifying. The protective battle robe that the small Lang Huquan had desperately pieced together was as fragile as paper against the output of a terrestrial-level demon beast's silver-level technique. The small Lang Huquan whimpered pathetically, its cries tugging at the heartstrings. In truth, the water-type demon technique, the diamond water column, was relatively gentle and did not inflict piercing damage. However, the dense demon essence penetrated the small Lang Huquan's body, causing a tumultuous resonance within, inflicting pain and lamentation. Shanghai. Wei Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted at the guardian beast Lang Huquan, "Stop, please stop." The diamond-shaped water streams before the Lang Huquan dissipated quietly, and the subterranean water column lost its momentum. "Shanghai, Shanghai," Wei Feng anxiously called out, rushing over. Yet his actions contradicted his words, as he even took a moment to retrieve the ebony blade. As he passed by the guardian beast Lang Huquan, it hesitated for a moment, opened its mouth, yet ultimately refrained from attacking Wei Feng. Its cerulean eyes gazed at Wei Feng, watching him extend his arms to catch the descending demon pet. The Lang Huquan licked its nose and turned to gaze at a distant large tree, its nostrils twitching. Woof! It barked, seemingly having detected the presence of an enemy. The guardian dog bared its teeth, lowering its body into a clear combat stance. As the water streams before it converged once more into a diamond-shaped frame. "Wait!" Li Mengnan emerged from behind the tree, urgently exclaiming, "Look behind you. Turn around, silly dog. The thing you're guarding has been stolen." "Huh?" The Lang Huquan regarded the girl before it with skepticism, its expression wary as it eyed the wind spirit doll floating beside her, seemingly contemplating the opponent's demon technique. "You foolish dog." Li Mengnan stamped her foot in frustration, pointing behind her. "Look, just look." The Lang Huquan took a few steps back, slightly turning its head. Upon seeing the scene, the Lang Huquan was utterly bewildered. For after Wei Feng caught the falling demon pet, he did not immediately check its injuries, nor did he retreat in dismay. Instead, he seized the opportunity to grasp the demon crystal lying on the ground. The guardian dog watched as Wei Feng sprinted far, far away, fleeing with wild abandon. The fervor he exhibited was akin to a child lamenting that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. The Lang Huquan pondered, hadn't the challenge concluded? You lost so thoroughly, and I spared your life, yet you still dare to take the demon crystal? Woof, woof. The guardian dog was furious but could only seethe in frustration. Its duty was to guard the demon crystal. Once the crystal changed hands, it constituted a failure of its task. It was not permitted to seize the demon crystal or pursue the students. A rule established by the Yaoling Academy to lessen the burden on its students. As Wei Feng clutched the demon crystal tightly and fled for his life, he heard the guardian dog's exasperated voice and quickly turned to look back. Li Mengnan. Wei Feng was taken aback. Had he truly encountered the goddess? Fortune smiled upon him. Wei Feng's heart soared with joy, and without hesitation, he turned again to continue his frantic escape. Clearly, he believed that Li Mengnan's presence had distracted the Lang Huquan, buying him precious time for his flight. Ha ha! Wei Feng laughed exuberantly, glancing at the injured small Lang Huquan in his arms. "Shanghai, this battle is your triumph. Let us head to the finish line and conclude our task." However, unbeknownst to him, danger loomed nearby. The small Lang Huquan, wounded in his embrace, appeared more perceptive, sensing something amiss and letting out a soft whine. Woo! But it was too late. Whoosh! A blazing fire arrow shot forth from the forest ahead. Wei Feng, of course, noticed the shift in his pet's demeanor and quickly looked forward. In his line of sight, a fire arrow hurtled toward him, already poised to pierce his chest. A sharp crack rang out. Wei Feng's smile froze instantly, and his demon essence battle robe shattered with a resounding crash. Moreover, as the battle robe and fire arrow broke apart, the fire arrow's power surged, sending a hint of fire demon essence coursing through Wei Feng's body, disrupting his internal energy. Was the attack from a minor segment of a demon tamer's mastery something Wei Feng, a novice, could withstand? Damn! The impact of the fire arrow was considerable, forcing Wei Feng's upper body to lean backward. Yet, as he was propelling himself forward. There came a moment where Wei Feng appeared to be suspended in midair before crashing down, just ahead in the woods. Du had already circled around and lay in ambush. The next moment, Du burst forth from the underbrush, wielding the demon weapon Hei Mu, exclaiming, "Hi-ha, beautiful." From a distance, Li Mingnan's voice rang out in admiration. "Is this the joy of being the sixth wheel? This is utterly delightful." Du and Li Mingnan's original strategy was to create a diversion, with Li Mingnan, concealed initially, launching a surprise attack to draw the opponent's full attention, allowing Du to strike from the shadows. Double the sixth wheel, double the delight. However, the Lang Huquan had first detected the poorly concealed Li Mingnan, and Wei Feng, despite being a defeated soldier, had audaciously seized the demon crystal in the midst of being spared, leading to the current scene. Nonetheless, it was not a major issue. "Wind spirit, let us go." Li Mingnan strode forward with long strides, swiftly heading toward the battlefield. Only the guardian Lang Huquan remained, dejectedly hanging its head, feeling a deep sense of loss. It was simply too young and too trusting of humans. Having learned from Wei Feng's recent ordeal, it is believed that he will undergo significant growth. Returning to the matter at hand, it indeed requires a wolf lake dog to serve as the guardian beast for the seal, thus providing the students with a fair opportunity for victory. If one were to procure a well-trained adult wolf lake dog from the Xia police station, the students would stand no chance of graduating. Meanwhile, the wolf lake dog was quietly disheartened, while Du Lao Lu was busy reaping the fruits of victory. "Give me the demon crystal." Du drew his bow, aiming for Wei Feng's head. Xiao Yan, with a fierce yet adorable demeanor, stood beside Du, raising her fiery red tail towards Wei Feng. Wong. The little wolf lake dog struggled to rise, yet after previously enduring a barrage of water spikes, it trembled and lacked any combat strength. As for Wei Feng, he was even less formidable than the wolf lake dog. "Ah!" Wei Feng clutched his chest, wailing in pain, rolling on the ground uncontrollably. Observing this scene, Du hesitated. Logically, Wei Feng should not be in such a state. Du had also experienced the tremors of demonic breath, and moreover, during the final day of training, teacher Gong Cheng had helped the students acclimate to such painful sensations. Was Wei Feng truly suffering excessively? Li Mingnan rushed forward, exclaiming, "Robbery! Hand over the demon crystal." "Ah!" Wei Feng remained curled up, rolling on the ground. Li Mingnan boldly stepped closer, delivering a fierce kick to Wei Feng's rear. "What are you pretending for? After 3 years, do I still not know your shameless nature?" Wei Feng responded with a series of distressed cries. Suddenly, Li Mingnan declared, "Keep pretending. If you do, I will press the emergency button and summon the teachers to carry you away for treatment, which would mean you are disqualified from the assessment." Wei Feng's cries abruptly ceased, but in an attempt to ease the awkwardness, he coughed lightly twice. "Humph." Li Mingnan wore a knowing expression. "Robbery. Hand over the demon crystal." Wei Feng tightly grasped the demon crystal, looking up at Li Mingnan. "This is theft." Li Mingnan shot back. "No kidding, did I not just say it was a robbery?" Wei Feng retorted, "This is illegal. The teachers will see what you are doing." Li Mingnan, visibly impatient, replied, "Teacher Gong has said to encourage students to seize and battle for what they want. Spare me the nonsense. Hand over the demon crystal, or else." Wei Feng shifted back slightly. "Or else what?" Li Mingnan twirled the black wind sword in her hand. "Or else I will strip you of your combat ability and eliminate you from the contest." Wong. From a distance, a bark from the little wolf lake dog echoed, as a net made of water was cast. A fireball shot forth from Xiao Yan's mouth, surprisingly carrying the water net skyward. Bang! Water and fire clashed, the water net failing to stir even a ripple, leaving only a haze of flames in its wake. Clearly, the more potent sparks prevailed. Witnessing this, Wei Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly extended his hand, offering the sealed demon crystal to Li Mingnan. "If you desire it, I shall give it to you." Li Mingnan nearly burst into laughter. "Am I to accept it as a gift? This is a robbery. I demand you hand over the sealed demon crystal, and I will not be accepting it as a gift." Wei Feng insisted, "Here, take it." Shameless. Li Mingnan was infuriated. And if this continued, she might very well drive her sword through him. Du quickly interjected, "We can sever this entanglement without resorting to violence." Li Mingnan raised an eyebrow. After a moment's thought, Du continued, "How about this? We shall not fight over the demon crystal and let Wei Feng go." Wei Feng was astonished. He could scarcely believe that Du, whom he had regarded with such animosity, would be so magnanimous as to spare him. "Are you certain?" Li Mingnan asked incredulously. Du nodded confidently. "Indeed. As long as Wei Feng promises to never trouble you again." "No problem." Wei Feng interjected decisively. Li Mingnan was rendered speechless. To be clear, she had never considered Wei Feng as a backup option, nor had she ever accepted any benefit from him. She would prefer him to remain far away. Her disappointment stemmed from the realization that all his previous entanglements had been mere pretense, revealing his true, ugly nature over a single demon crystal. Men, do you warned Wei Feng. The next time we meet, I shall not hold back, and I will seize all your demon crystals. Wei Feng retorted, rest assured, we shall never meet again. I will head straight to the finish line and not linger in the forest. Du Yu nodded, very well. The bond is severed, let us depart. Li Mingnan cast a reluctant glance at Wei Feng's tightly clenched fist around the demon crystal before moving towards Du Yu. She did not wish to leave. She had no intention of departing. She required an explanation. They had spoken of severing ties with a sword, yet the sword had not fallen. And now they were letting someone off the hook? However, just as she attempted to pass by Wei Feng, she noticed Du Yu halt mid-stride, unexpectedly turning around and returning. Ha ha ha. Du Yu laughed heartily. Wei Feng, we meet again. Truly, enemies have a narrow path. Wei Feng was bewildered. What the heck? I am utterly amazed at this old six. Is there truly someone more shameless than I? In the distant, dilapidated campus, a group of teachers observed their tablet screens, unable to contain their laughter. Zhang Qing stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with one hand, and turned to Gong Cheng. Is this the Du Ban Zhang you raised? Gong Cheng wore a grim expression, his lips twitching awkwardly. On the screen, Li Mingnan appeared invigorated, having kicked Wei Feng down and snatched the sealed demon crystal from his grasp, delivering several more kicks for good measure. She was thoroughly satisfied, returning with her bounty. Meanwhile, Wei Feng remained in a state of disarray, seemingly engulfed in deep contemplation about the world around him. Fortunately, aside from the initial arrow that intercepted Wei Feng, neither Du Yu nor Li Mingnan pursued him further. Moreover, Wei Feng's little wolf lake dog sustained no additional harm. The cooperation between the little fire fox and the wind, which was exceptional, consistently blocking the little wolf lake dog's advances without inflicting any injury. The role of a demon tamer truly embodies a dreamlike existence, Li Mingnan mused, delighting in the demon crystal as her spirit soared. After 3 years of relentless torment, she finally had the opportunity to exact her revenge in a legitimate manner. It was immensely gratifying. To be honest, Li Mingnan remained kind-hearted. If she had encountered someone ruthless, it would not have been impossible for them to take advantage of the situation and severely injure Wei Feng, thereby obstructing his assessment path. Du Yu regarded her with an odd expression, turning to ask, are you feeling better? Of course. What did you say earlier? Li Mingnan pondered thoughtfully before flashing a radiant smile at Du Yu. The thought has become clear. Du Yu placed Xiao Yan upon his shoulder. All right. Let us quickly seek the sealed demon crystal. You know my desire for the title of outstanding student. No problem. Li Mingnan pointed towards the sky, directing the wind which to fly up and locate the largest tree nearby. With unwavering determination, the wind which soared into the sky. Having previously visited the location of the sealed demon crystal, Du Yu and Li Mingnan had deduced the types of places where demon crystals might exist. Du Yu instructed, conceal the demon crystal, do not let others see it. Right, Li Mingnan agreed, tucking the demon crystal into her pocket, taking a few steps forward, and playfully nudging Du Yu's shoulder. Second brother, what is it? He inquired. I avenged my grievance, yet yours remains unaddressed. Li Mingnan whispered, a few days ago, Wei Feng intended to ascend to the position of class leader by stepping on your head. I know him well. If you hadn't activated the demon soldier, he would have certainly crushed you in front of both classmates and teachers, leaving you utterly humiliated. Dude, didn't I just take my revenge right then? Du Yu scratched his head. Li Mingnan replied, was that really revenge? Weren't you forced to accept the challenge? That hardly counts. What? Do you wish to try again? With a look of regret, Li Mingnan added, I can't shake the feeling that it was too easy for that guy. Du Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around, cupping his hands around his mouth as if forming a megaphone, and let out a loud laugh towards the direction from which they had come. Hey! Hey! In the distance, in the woods, Wei Feng was trudging along, looking despondent while cradling his wolfhound. Upon hearing the faint, devilish laughter from the forest, he was startled, nearly dropping the little wolfhound. Covering his ears with one hand and holding the wolfhound with the other, Wei Feng shouted frantically as he ran away, get lost. Just go away. Li Mingnan's expression was rather peculiar as she watched Du Yu, who was still chuckling. She felt that something was amiss. What kind of look is that? Du Yu asked, lowering his hands. Li Mingnan replied, your laughter has a rather enchanting quality. Du Yu shrugged. Just as Feng Wu descended swiftly. Did you find it so quickly? Li Mingnan exclaimed in surprise at her demon pet, feeling a bit incredulous. Feng Wu danced around Li Mingnan joyfully. Once you fly to the treetops and gaze far, isn't it easy to spot the tallest tree? Li Mingnan grasped the fluttering Feng Wu, affectionately rubbing her thumb against its knitted little face. Tell me, where's the big tree? Feng Wu struggled out of Li Mingnan's grasp, appearing a bit dizzy from being held too tightly. After some time, it finally led the two towards the northwest. After traversing roughly 800 meters through the forest, they indeed spotted a colossal tree. Unsurprisingly, a demon beast was already guarding it. "Hush," Li Mingnan whispered, tugging at Du Yu's sleeve as she hurriedly hid him behind the tree. "Is this girl addicted to being stealthy?" Du Yu mused. "Looks like a wealthy boar." Li Mingnan peeked out, observing closely. Du Yu curiously joined in, spotting a soil-type demon pet. Upon closer inspection, Du Yu whispered, "The guardian demon pets placed in the woods by the teachers are likely all designated novice types." Indeed, there are two options for soil-type novice demon pets: little soil rhinoceros and wealthy boar. The guardian beast napping beneath the tree was indeed a wealthy boar. Despite the name, it resembled a bamboo rat dressed in a skirt, the skirt being composed of spines that spread from the back half of its body, each spine adorned with terrifying barbs. Du Yu, with his exceptional eyesight, noted those barbs. If one were to be pierced by such spines, extracting them would surely tear flesh and draw blood. A thought that sent chills down his spine. Li Mingnan quietly remarked, "This one is a bit smaller. It seems to be below the earth level. What do you think?" Suddenly, Du Yu raised his hand, halting Li Mingnan's inquiry. He concentrated his vision, closely observing the wealthy boar, which breathed rhythmically as it slept. After a while, Du Yu whispered, "It appears to be genuinely asleep." "Oh," Li Mingnan's interest piqued. "Then let's sneak over quietly." He. Du Yu chuckled at Li Mingnan, especially at her expression of a scheme about to succeed. "Xiao Yan," he called. "Huh." In her confusion, Xiao Yan had already leaped onto Du Yu's shoulder. Du Yu stepped partially out from behind the tree, pointing towards the napping wealthy boar in the distance. "You sneak over and grab the demon crystal. Be sure to move lightly. Avoid fighting the wealthy boar. I'll provide cover here." "Uh-huh. Also, don't absorb the demon crystal. That's our exam for graduation." Uncertain if Xiao Yan understood, she nonetheless nodded eagerly. With a graceful leap, she plopped onto her large tail, bouncing like a rubber ball before landing steadily. Du Yu removed the demon soldier He Mu from his back, keenly watching Xiao Yan advance. One must admit, the Firefox clan was remarkably agile, and with their lightweight build, they were perfectly suited for such stealthy endeavors. Du Yu held his breath, observing as Xiao Yan approached her target and stood cautiously before the wealthy boar. The guardian beast was dozing, with a demon crystal stamped beneath its snout. Xiao Yan cautiously extended her tiny paw, attempting to nudge the demon crystal. However, the moment the crystal shifted slightly, the wealthy boar stirred its head, startling Xiao Yan into immobility. Seeing the wealthy boar continue to doze, Xiao Yan turned her head to glance at her master. She found Du Yu clenching his fist, encouraging her silently. With a tiny whimper, Xiao Yan hesitated, then slowly turned back to the sleeping wealthy boar, her little mind racing. Suddenly, she flicked her large tail, gently probing the boar's snout. The wealthy boar twitched its nose and rubbed its face with its paws. Xiao Yan's heart leaped with joy as she gently nudged the tail tip again. To her surprise, the wealthy boar shook its head, its tiny paws reaching for its nose. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yan let out a jubilant cry, snatching the exposed demon crystal with her mouth. The wealthy boar jolted awake. The trouble began with Xiao Yan's exuberant shout. She was still too young to suppress her delight, thus rousing the wealthy boar. In an instant, their eyes, one dark and the other golden brown, locked intensely. The wealthy boar blinked, seemingly trying to comprehend the situation. Xiao Yan, clutching the demon crystal, tilted her fluffy little head, employing a cuteness offensive. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xiao Yan cautiously retreated, her 4 limbs pressed to the ground. Suddenly, the bewildered wealthy boar realized what was happening and let out a loud cry, curling into a spiked ball. Xiao Yan was startled, dropping the demon crystal and bolting away. However, the wealthy boar did not pursue her, nor did it exhibit any desire to attack. Instead, it curled up, hiding its face, as if unable to face the world. Li Mingnan witnessed the brief yet dramatic scene unfold, her heart swelling with joy. She was simply perfect, intelligent, graceful, and agile. In that fleeting moment, Li Mingnan found herself inspired, already envisioning a name for her organization. Xiao Yan's golden brown eyes sparkled with a hint of pride. Li Mingnan hurriedly crouched down, embracing the beautiful little fox that leaped towards her. Xiao Yan's large, oval-shaped tail swept across, deftly parting the collar of Li Mingnan's clothes. As the little creature wriggled, taking advantage of Li Mingnan's momentary distraction, Xiao Yan slipped into her collar, using her tail to pave the way. Such a silky maneuver left Du Yu utterly speechless. Li Mingnan's cheeks flushed, yet she paid no mind, seemingly having accepted her identity as a fish. She turned to Du Yu and declared, "I've made up my mind. The name of our organization shall be Yin." Du Yu raised an eyebrow. Salt? Li Mingnan firmly nodded. "Yes, the Yin in Xiao Yan. From now on, Our organization's totem of faith will be Xiao Yan. Du Yu's expression turned odd, noting that it was clearly an organization founded by him. Yet the name was derived from his second brother's pet. Moreover, they were still broadcasting live, and here she was conspiring out loud. Du Yu chose to disregard the individuals and the fox beside him, raising his gaze once more to the distance. The Du Haoju, Teheoju, remained huddled as a spiny ball, utterly motionless, seemingly resigned to its fate. Witnessing such a scene stirred something within Du Yu. There was an issue at hand. Li Mingnan remarked, "What a beautiful name. What could possibly be wrong? Xiao Yan embodies elegance, beauty, and wisdom. It is settled." "Not at all." Du Yu pointed towards the Du Haoju, Teheoju, in the distance, feeling a pang of guilt towards his hometown. As a guardian beast, it should have retaliated after the Yaojing, was stolen, yet it did not attack. Li Mingnan curiously peered ahead. Perhaps it feels shame and guilt? Du Yu shook his head. Under normal circumstances, it should be enraged, right? The Du Haoju, Teheoju, is undoubtedly stronger than Xiao Yan, and they had a brief confrontation. Why hasn't he reclaimed the Yaojing? Li Mingnan furrowed her brows, realizing the truth in his words. After all, the Du Haoju, Teheoju, was tasked with protecting the Yaojing. Why wouldn't he reclaim it from a weak adversary so close by? Du Yu's expression brightened slightly as he spoke. Do you remember the Wolf Lake dog guarding the Yaojing earlier? Li Mingnan, not lacking in intelligence, quickly followed his line of thought. Wei Feng stole the Yaojing from the Wolf Lake dog, yet it merely howled in place and did not pursue. Du Yu continued. The Wolf Lake dog is a legitimate DG Yaochong, a tier above this Du Haoju, Teheoju. It could easily catch up to us novices. So why did it not? Li Mingnan's eyes sparkled with realization. So, if we manage to obtain the Yaojing, the Zhiyun Jiaoshu, Shuan Jiaoshi, Yaochong, will cease its attacks on us? Du Yu nodded emphatically, precisely. Li Mingnan's face lit up with joy. Then this assessment is far too simple. Regardless of the strength of the guardian beasts, we need not engage them in battle. With a strategy of diversion, we can simply grasp the Yaojing, and complete our task without concern for retreat. Du Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he envisioned the customized Yaobing, beckoning to him. Shall we give it a try? Thus, Du Yu and Li Mingnan, through their experiences of acquiring the Yaojing, arrived at a remarkable conclusion. Meanwhile, far within the campus, teacher Gong Cheng, who had been closely monitoring Du Yu, nodded in silent approval as he observed Du Yu's analysis on his tablet. Truly a commendable class leader under teacher Gong's tutelage, displaying keen insight, remarked Zhang Qing from the side. However, Gong Cheng suppressed his pride, maintaining a cold demeanor, and scoffed. It's merely adequate. As they sought the area of a circle, the distinction between knowing the formula and being oblivious to it yielded entirely different results. Despite the formula's simplicity, ignorance rendered one helpless before a problem. Staring blankly at the question, Du Yu and Li Mingnan's minds seemed to have been illuminated. What about the radius? Quickly square it. Multiply? Keep multiplying. Thus began their fervent journey to harvest the Yaojing. The term harvest could not be more fitting. Their formula for acquiring Yaojing was exceedingly straightforward and brutally effective. Once they secured the Yaojing, the guardian beasts would indeed cease their attacks. This was a conclusion Du Yu had personally verified just hours prior when, after desperately clutching the Yaojing from the ground, the guardian beast, Muduanduan, abruptly halted its assault and abandoned the chase. Such a moment filled them with joy. Their harvesting journey had officially commenced. Among all the guardian Yaochong, left by their teachers, Du Yu particularly relished encountering the Xiaojuju. Why? This creature was both plump and lazy, lacking in speed, consistently providing Du Yu's team with opportunities. For instance, at this very moment, Du Yu was attempting to lure the pig away. Wake up! Du Yu swiftly released a fiery arrow, striking the round rear of the Xiaojuju, with pinpoint accuracy. Regrettably, the Xiaojuju, was of peak Fanji quality, and Du Yu's fiery arrow could not penetrate its soft posterior. Instead, the fire element emitted from the arrow invaded its body, causing the little pig to tremble. With a yelp, the Xiaojuju rose on its short legs, revealing the Yaojing beneath its belly. It angrily charged towards Du Yu. The valiant copper pig charged forth, flames engulfing its form, its nose snorting as it barreled towards Du Yu. In all honesty, this little creature was only slightly taller than Du Yu's ankles. If it were to collide with his legs, one could only imagine the comical scene that would ensue. Yet Du Yu, seasoned in such encounters, remained unfazed. He sidestepped swiftly, drawing back his bow. With a whoosh, a blazing arrow reappeared, and at the same moment, Du Yu's eyes gleamed with intensity. The eye of the burning sun. A self-targeting gaze. The bowstring tautened, and the fiery arrow was released with haste. Without a second thought, Du Yu fled. As he raced alongside the pig, the arrow traversed dozens of meters, striking the Yaojing, on the ground. With a crisp sound, the irregularly shaped Yaojing, was sent flying, hiding behind a nearby tree. Li Mengnan stealthily observed the passing Xiaojuju. Seizing the moment, she sprang forth. Ha ha ha. With a mischievous laugh reminiscent of Du Yu, she brandished her Wu Fengjian, in a swift motion. In tandem, the wind-witch doll closed its eyes, summoning gusts of wind that immediately surged forth. The valiant little wind blew. The dual winds converged, targeting the unsuspecting Xiaojuju. With a gust, the Xiaojuju was knocked off balance. As it turned, its attention was drawn not to Li Mengnan, but to a fiery figure in the distance. With a leap, Xiaoyan snatched the flying Yaojing, her bushy tail tapping the ground. Descending from the sky, Xiaoyan landed squarely on her tail, bouncing slightly, her limbs firmly planted on the ground. The Xiaojuju, stood frozen. After a moment of confusion, it nudged the grass, creating a makeshift nest, then lay down. Its carefree demeanor drew envy from onlookers. Nice. The ninth one. Li Mengnan joyfully ran towards Xiaoyan, pursued by the wind-witch doll eager for attention. Du Yu also paused in his flight, cautiously maneuvering around the Xiaojuju, wary of a sudden outburst. However, he overthought it. The Xiaojuju, bore no psychological burden. Wherever it had failed its task, it simply rested there. After all, it had just sprinted several meters. It must be exhausted. There were indeed slower guardian beasts than the Xiaojuju, such as the wooden creature, Muduandun. That was merely a wooden post, its small legs moving at a snail's pace. Yet it was aware of its weaknesses and steadfastly guarded the Yaojing. Unlike the Xiaojuju, which was both sluggish and prone to charging at others. When Du Yu reunited with his team, he found Xiaoyan shaking her fluffy little head, her fox-like eyes sparkling with delight as she showcased the Yaojing to him. Du Yu raised a thumb in approval, convinced that his approach had crystallized into an encouraging style of education. Li Mengnan turned to Du Yu. I assent it about time. We reached the western boundary. Du Yu glanced upward. The sun blazed overhead, rays filtering through the leaves, casting patterns of light and shadow across his face. It was midday, and both he and Li Mengnan felt hunger and thirst. With 9 Yaojing, in hand, it seemed they had gathered enough. In truth, Du Yu could have acquired even more. While searching through the towering trees, he encountered 2 groups of individuals, yet he and Li Mengnan refrained from exploiting their misfortune. After a moment's hesitation, Du Yu suggested, shall we head to the finish line? Based on your performance over the past 3 days, along with our accumulated Yaojing, we should have no issues. Li Mengnan, brimming with confidence, gestured towards the nearby caution line and declared that if they followed it, they would surely find their way out of the forest. Excellent. Du Yu, resolute in his decision, and Li Mengnan collected nearly 15 Yaojing, choosing to leave while the getting was good to avoid unnecessary complications. The longer they lingered in the woods, the greater the risk of encountering bandits. After all, Du Yu had begun his journey through theft, and the Yaojing he possessed were provided by Wei Feng. How could he not appreciate the thrill of robbery? Let us go, Xiaoyan. Once we submit our papers, we shall feast. Li Mengnan licked her parched lips, with the allure of lunch and water. The two swiftly advanced north along the boundary line. Du Yu absorbed the fiery essence of the earth as he remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. He had no choice. With several Yaojing in his possession, losing them to thieves before submission would spell disaster. As he cautiously moved forward, Du Yu's vigilance was validated when he seemingly stumbled upon something extraordinary. Was that hair? Furrowing his brow, Du Yu swiftly grasped the back of Li Mengnan's collar. Li Mengnan, who had been jogging, found herself abruptly halted, the collar constricting around her neck. In truth, it was not Li Mengnan who was truly ensnared, but the small Xiaoyan, whose head was caught in the collar. Li Mengnan felt a pang of sympathy, fearing that Xiaoyan's head might burst from the pressure. She widened her eyes and glared at Du Yu. Shoo, Du Yu replied, his expression grave, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Li Mengnan's heart stirred. It was rare to see Du Yu so serious, and her anger dissipated significantly as she subdued her voice, asking, "What's wrong?" Du Yu pulled Li Mengnan behind a tree, revealing only half his face as he scrutinized the distant trees with meticulous care. Li Mengnan refrained from speaking, gently soothing Xiaoyan and signaling her to remain calm. In truth, Not only Li Mingnan held her breath, but Gong Cheng, watching the surveillance footage on campus, also wore a serious expression. His focus was on Du Yu, and as Du Yu's team approached the finish line, Gong Cheng maintained a stoic demeanor while his heart brimmed with concern. The micro cameras worn by the students not only recorded video and had a distress signal function, but also a positioning feature, ensuring that teachers could provide immediate assistance in case of emergencies. Therefore, Gong Cheng was acutely aware of the ambush Du Yu was about to face. The 4 boundary lines of the examination area formed a diamond shape, with corners marking both the entrance and the exit. Should anyone lie in wait just before the finish line, they would inevitably seize the Yao Jing from all students arriving to submit their papers. At this moment, Du Yu noted that 7 individuals were concealing themselves in his right front. There were numerous ways to conduct an ambush, and these individuals were clearly brigands. This is troubling. Du Yu thought, retreating behind the tree. Someone is lying in wait. Li Mingnan gasped in shock. Are they directly blocking the finish line to rob all the students of their Yao Jing? Du Yu nodded slightly. That seems to be the case. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to linger near the finish line. Li Mingnan whispered. Who would dare do such a thing? They must be inviting trouble. Don't they fear being overwhelmed? Du Yu considered, speculating, perhaps their team is large and possesses confidence? Or maybe they are only ambushing lone participants. Who can say? Regardless, he had spotted a girl's ponytail, recently disturbed by the wind, hidden behind a tree. Li Mingnan nodded, her expression grim. Didn't the teacher mention that we aren't allowed to leave the boundary line? If only we could find a way around. Du Yu contemplated. Let us retreat along the same path, attempting to identify all those lying in wait. Li Mingnan's eyes brightened. Or we could play it safer and wait for the next team to arrive. Once the ambushers spring into action, their numbers and positions will be revealed. Upon hearing this, Du Yu nodded vigorously. When that happens, we can choose to assist or turn the tables on them, depending on the situation. Exactly. Li Mingnan's voice quivered with excitement, and it was clear she was becoming exhilarated. The thrill of stealth and deception was intoxicating. Let us not waste time. I must thank Du Laolu for opening the doorway to this new world. As Li Mingnan settled behind a tree, she licked her dry lips. Patiently awaiting the return of the scout, little Du suddenly, branches rustled in the thicket to their right, accompanied by a delightful rustling sound. Li Mingnan tensed, leaning against the tree as she gripped the Wu Feng's sword at her waist. Upon seeing Du's furtive head emerge, she finally exhaled in relief. What is the result? Did you find anything? Du's expression was serious as he approached the tree. There are 7 ambushers. Li Mingnan's heart sank. So many? She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Were it not for Du's early discovery, they might have blundered into their trap, risking all their Yao Jing. Li Mingnan recognized Du's prowess, but 7 opponents? What a farce. Wei Feng was among them. Huh. Li Mingnan was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a case of fate bringing enemies together. She speculated. Did he form a team for support after we robbed him? Perhaps. Du paused. Offering even worse news, I saw Lin Shihang. The name alone darkened Li Mingnan's expression. Lin Shihang had been the second last to exit the arena in yesterday's final class. His strength was not to be underestimated, especially given his numbers. Under the current circumstances, to safeguard their commendable performance, a confrontation with Lin Shihang's team was inevitable. Is Lin Shi in that team? Aren't you close with her? Should we not reach out to her? Li Mingnan inquired. Du Yu shook his head. I did not see Lin Shi. Besides, they are merely members of the same family. Their relationship is not particularly close. Lin Shi harbors resentment towards Lin Shihang. She wouldn't have needed to join our humble training class if not for the betting incident involving him. At this revelation, Li Mingnan shot Du Yu an odd look. Her displeasure evident. You seem rather well informed about girls. Quite attentive, aren't you? Du Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wasn't it you who suggested I speak to Lin Shi on our behalf? He took a moment to gather himself before suggesting. Let us change our location to a more advantageous spot, where we can wait for the right moment. Once other students arrive to submit their papers, we can slip past amidst the chaos. Li Mingnan nodded vigorously. Good idea. Let us move to a new position. Du Yu assisted Li Mingnan to her feet, instructing her to first put away her Yao pet, for their priority was to conceal themselves. Okay, Li Mingnan complied, stowing away the Fengwu doll. Du Yu also tucked Xiaoyan away, and the two stealthily shifted eastward. The breakthrough point Du Yu referred to was, in fact, the spot guarded by Wei Feng, with the 7 ambushers arranged in a formation. However, due to the extended line of engagement, their position was not as formidable as it seemed. Having found a suitable hiding place, Du Yu retrieved all the Yao Jing from his pocket, resembling a handful of dice, and handed them to Li Mingnan. Li Mingnan's face was puzzled. What is this? Du Yu replied, in case of emergencies, when we make a run for it, I will cover the rear. and you will ensure that our examination papers are taken out of the examination area. As long as you safely transport the Yao Jing out, we will have succeeded. This is merely an assessment. It does not involve life and death. I will certainly make it out of the examination area, and at that point, I will also have my results. Li Mingnan hesitated for a moment. You are the archer. Let me cover the rear. Du Yu chuckled, patting Li Mingnan on the head. I'm slightly stronger than you. Just listen to me. I will cover the rear. With these eyes of mine, anyone who faces them will be bewildered. Li Mingnan tilted her head, casting an annoyed glance at Du Yu, but then she felt a strange emotion stir within her. Lowering her head, she obediently secured the Yao Jing. A strong man being obedient? At this critical moment, Du Yu dared not jest, and as they waited, nearly 20 minutes passed. On a distant forest path, 3 team members, a pair of young men and a young woman, hurried towards the finish line, their faces alight with joy, evidently lost in daydreams of life after the assessment. Du Yu placed a hand on Li Mingnan's shoulder and whispered softly, beneath his palm. He sensed Li Mingnan's body trembling slightly. The two quietly watched the trio pass by from afar, their gaze trailing them for dozens of meters. Suddenly, a strange crackling sound filled the air as a lightning arrow shot forth, landing swiftly on the grass ahead of the 3. Be careful, one of the boys shouted, extending his hands to push his teammates back a few steps. At the same time, the other 2 could not help but glance sideways, noticing the rustling in the bushes nearby, clearly indicating an encirclement. Hello, classmates. A male voice called out from afar among the trees. Zhang Qiming. The girl among the surrounded trio was quite astonished, as she held a very favorable impression of Zhang Qiming and could not believe he would engage in such thievery. It could be said that all girls viewed Zhang Qiming positively. Without exaggeration, he was the most handsome among all male students. Such a visage was typically only seen on television idols, with distinct features, his nose and eyes perfectly defined. This path is mine. Zhang Qiming, perched in the trees, wore a bright smile as he looked down at the bewildered trio. You understand what I mean, right? Huh. Zhang Qiming continued, of course. We won't let you fail the assessment. Each of you may keep 1 demon crystal, but the excess must be surrendered. Otherwise, what will you do? One boy among the surrounded trio asked, his expression filled with indignation. Before Zhang Qiming could reply, Lin Shihang emerged from the bushes, sword in hand. Otherwise, we will take all your demon crystals, and you will fail the assessment. The boy, recognizing Lin Shihang, was instantly dumbfounded and quickly stammered. We each only have 1 demon crystal. Lin Shihang replied, then prove it. Don't make me take action myself. In the sweltering summer, the students were dressed in light clothing, with no place to hide anything. Following the appearance of the Lin family heir, the trio became considerably more docile. Perfectly embodying the phrase dare to be angry, but do not speak. They hastily pulled out their pockets to show their possessions. Interestingly, they spoke the truth. Each indeed possessed only 1 demon crystal. Lin Shihang, looking displeased, hesitated for a while before saying, hurry up and leave, don't delay us here. Just as Lin Shihang finished speaking, a sudden series of barks erupted from the opposite bushes. Woof, woof. Then came Wei Feng's startled voice. Who is there? Don't run. Wei Feng took large strides to give chase, but from behind the trees, a loud laugh echoed. Ha ha ha. The magic sound is deafening. Wei Feng froze, momentarily forgetting to move, but his forward momentum caused him to stumble and fall flat on his face. Woof. The small wolf pup that had been sprinting halted abruptly, turning to gaze at its owner, confusion filling its tiny eyes. Why did my owner fall flat? Is this some new tactic? Lin Shihang's expression shifted as he glanced past the trio, spotting figures darting through the woods, fleeing in evident panic. It's you again, Captain Du. Zhang Qiming clearly possessed considerable prowess, quickly rising to draw his bow, maintaining a steady stance as he prepared to shoot. A small white cat lounged on his shoulder, resembling a typical summer farm cat, except for its piercing electric eyes. Z. An arrow of lightning swiftly took form and shot forth. Notably, the electric arrow was composed solely of lightning elemental energy, maintaining its essence as an arrow. Its speed was comparable to that of a regular arrow, not a lightning technique, thus not capable of striking its target instantly. Du Yu fell behind Li Mingnan, glancing back as the electric arrow sped towards them. His expression changed alarmingly. He pushed Li Mingnan forward and came to a sudden halt. Whoosh! The electric arrow plunged deeply into the ground, narrowly missing Du Yu. Du Yu. Lin Shihang immediately disregarded the trio and hurried after Du Yu, determined not to let him escape. After seeking a trade for the unique little fire fox without success, Lin Shihang had investigated Du Yu's background and was surprised by the findings. Du Yu was genuinely impoverished, lacking any connections to power or influence. Given Du Yu's performance during training, it was evident he aimed for a custom demon weapon, which indicated he must possess a considerable number of demon crystals. I said, "This path is mine." Zhang Qiming, looking down at the halted Du Yu, declared, "Even you, Captain Du, must leave me a toll for passage. Is that so?" Du Yu suddenly drew back his bow, igniting a fiery arrow aimed at the enemy in the trees. "Mingnan, execute the plan." Zhang Qiming's expression changed as he finally understood why Wei Feng had faltered against Du Yu a few days prior. Those eyes seemed capable of locking onto the enemy's vital points. However, the distance between them was substantial, and Zhang Qiming hurriedly took cover behind a tree. Yet Du Yu abruptly redirected his aim downward. At that moment, two vines surged unexpectedly from behind the bushes, lunging towards Du Yu. Whoosh! The flaming arrow soared between the two vines, piercing the foliage beyond. Crack! The sound of demon energy armor shattering echoed. Ugh! The spirit of the rose flower let out a mournful cry, and the two flower vines, in pain, twisted and ceased their attempts to ensnare Du Yu. "Du Yu!" Lin Shihang shouted, racing forward with his sword. He spotted Du Yu and also noticed Li Mingnan fleeing behind him. Lin Shihang, both astonished and furious, commanded loudly, "Target that girl, go!" Du Yu again drew back his bow and swiftly turned to shoot at the figure chasing through the right side of the forest. Crack! The arrow flew like a meteor, striking one of the pursuers in the temple. Ah! The sound of armor shattering accompanied a boy's anguished scream. The newly formed demon energy armor was utterly ineffective against Du Yu's fiery arrows. Du Yu pulled back his bow yet again, the eye of the burning sun radiating intense heat. "Don't ask. Just release. Don't dodge. I've locked onto you." Du Yu retreated step by step, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. The once relentless pursuers now hid behind trees, deterred by Du Yu's formidable prowess, momentarily hesitant to show themselves. "This path belongs to you. Now it is mine. Everyone, don't leave. Be careful." In his mind, Xiao Fenyang suddenly cautioned. With his body already tense, Du Yu hurriedly leaped to the right. Z. A small lightning sphere plummeted from above, crashing to the ground, with fine currents sprawling out like tiny snakes. "Continue, Xiaobai." Zhang Qiming, hidden behind a tree, observed as the small white cat on his shoulder gathered another lightning sphere. He suddenly drew his bow and dashed out from behind the tree. He intended to execute a combined attack with his demon companion. However, whoosh! Zhang Qiming's expression froze, and he hastily retreated. The position of the lightning sphere in front of the small white cat had shifted. Meow? In the next moment, a flaming arrow grazed the tree bark, speeding past. Fighting in the forest, one could only wonder if this fire arrow would ignite a blaze. Surely, there must be teachers nearby to intervene? Damn it! I still let her escape. Lin Shihang's expression darkened, and it was rare for this usually carefree young master to utter a curse, indicating his mood had plummeted to the depths. In truth, Lin Shihang held little interest in customizing demon weapons, with an abundance of relatives at home. He could effortlessly procure a collection of superior goods. However, Lin Shihang yearned for the title of an exceptional student. In their small group, the young scions who awakened concurrently were measured by this standard. During the 3 days of training, Du Yu's performance was undeniably remarkable, and this graduation examination represented a pivotal opportunity for Lin Shihang to redeem himself. While Lin Shihang was consumed by frustration, Li Mingnan, with her long legs seemingly propelled by the winds, had successfully dashed through the finish line, aided by Du Yu's unwavering protection, without encountering significant obstacles, and now found herself beneath the sunshade set up by the Demon Spirit Academy. Outside the finish line, 7 students had already arrived, all having passed the assessment, most likely after being pilfered by Lin Shihang's team, each clutching a single demon crystal as they crossed the line. Upon witnessing Li Mingnan dive into the sunshade, a group of teachers hurried forward. "Classmate, do not panic, you are safe now. Take a deep breath and compose yourself," they gently reassured her, fully aware that Li Mingnan was unscathed. "I'm out, do you hurry up?" Li Mingnan called out anxiously, cupping her hands as a makeshift megaphone to holler into the forest. Hearing her call, Du Yu finally felt his heart settle. He glanced at Lin Shihang not far away and said, "I don't have a single demon crystal on me. You all should return to hunting. Don't waste time on me." Lin Shihang, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "Show me what you've got." Du Yu responded, "What did you say?" Lin Shihang enunciated clearly, "I told you to show me." Du Yu's expression darkened, with his hands drawn back, readying his bow. He hardly had the luxury to rummage through his pockets. Moreover, he wasn't foolish. If he were to foolishly search his pockets, the moment he lowered his bow, his adversaries would surely seize the opportunity to strike. "Shihang, more are coming. 3 of them." Zhang Qiming's voice rang from the distant branches. "Ignore them," Lin Shihang replied without a moment's hesitation. Du Yu, puzzled, understood that his relationship with the Lin family heir was strained due to his refusal to hand over Xiao Yan, But did this truly warrant such hostility? The newcomers were undoubtedly wealthier than Du Yu, yet Lin Shihang issued such a command? Wei Feng, go! Lin Shihang suddenly bellowed. Me? Wei Feng stammered, his feet firmly planted in place, appearing quite comical in his panic. Seeing Wei Feng's reaction ignited a fire within Lin Shihang, who turned to glare at him. What do you mean? Are you betraying us? With such a heavy accusation, Wei Feng found it hard to withstand. Regardless of whether Wei Feng held a grudge against Du Yu or not, one side was Du Yu, and the other was Lin Shihang of the Lin family. Even a fool would know which camp to choose. Swoosh! An electric arrow zipped past swiftly. Du Yu's expression changed, and he hastily retreated. Go! Lin Shihang seized the opportunity, shouting Rose Thorn. In an instant, two vine whips surged from either side of Lin Shihang's body, their tips sharp as if they were spears. Lin Shihang had the audacity to use his body as a shield for his demon pet? Very well, as you wish. Without further ado, Du Yu aimed an arrow straight at Lin Shihang. Lin Shihang's pupils constricted as he desperately channeled his demonic energy outward, reinforcing his demonic armor while swinging his sword fiercely in an attempt to sever the incoming fire arrow. Perhaps by sheer luck, the sword did indeed collide with the fire arrow but failed to bring it down. Crack! The arrow struck Lin Shihang's chest with a resounding thud. Cough, cough. Lin Shihang's complexion flushed crimson, and his expression twisted in pain as he staggered backward, clutching his chest while coughing violently. The demonic armor shattered effortlessly, and waves of fiery demonic energy surged into his body, causing his own demonic energy to quiver uncomfortably. Regrettably, Du Yu's fire arrow lacked sufficient strength. Had it transcended the ranks, it would not have shattered and would have surely pierced Lin Shihang's flesh. If the demon weapon in Du Yu's possession were not of inferior quality, perhaps the arrow could have penetrated Lin Shihang's chest. Go! All of you go! Lin Shihang, in a fit of rage, urged frantically. The first to heed his command was Lin Shihang's demon pet, the rose spirit, whose flower vines surged forth once more. Du Yu, disregarding everything, hastily turned to flee, hiding behind a tree. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of sharp thorns piercing would send waves of panic through Du Yu. Was the rose spirit's attack truly that ferocious? Woof! Woof! Amidst the barking of dogs, a small net of flowing water was cast towards him. Du Yu hurriedly evaded the tree and sprinted towards the finish line, while on either side of him, including Wei Feng, 2 men and 2 women charged forward. At this juncture, they dared not hold back. Their leader was genuinely furious. Stop, you scoundrel! Wei Feng shouted, likely to bolster his own courage. Yet he merely voiced his anger without action, trailing behind his 3 teammates like a cheerleader. Heads up, came Xiao Fenyang's warning. Du Yu tilted his head in a hurry. But as a novice, his inexperience showed. In his panic, he inadvertently raised his shoulder. Ding! The electric arrow struck Du Yu's left shoulder blade. The demonic armor buzzed, but did not shatter. However, the electric arrow's lightning attribute energy seeped through the low-quality armor, penetrating Du Yu's shoulder. Hiss! Du Yu gasped in pain, his body leaning forward, causing his running form to falter. The pursuers behind him rejoiced and quickened their pace, leaping forward. From dozens of meters away at the finish line, the teachers observed the unfolding drama, shaking their heads in dismay. It's over. A few teachers prepared to spring into action, ensuring they could rescue the severely injured student at the first opportunity. Quick duck! Xiao Fenyang issued a divine command to Du Yu. Your Xiao Fenyang, the master of men, is now online. But where could he hide? In a moment of panic, Du Yu, unable to steady himself, leaped forward in a desperate maneuver. Yet his leap was anything but conventional. He twisted his body mid-air. In the blink of an eye, Du Yu transitioned from a forward dive to a supine position, drawing his bowstring taut. Let us see who dares to come. It turned out, everyone dared. As Du Yu lay back, he spotted 4 students lunging at him. Aside from the boy he had previously knocked out, the remaining 3 rushed forward, including Wei Feng, his loyal canine, desperately attempting to match its owner's pace. Was regrettably too young to keep up with the 17 or 18-year-old humans. Among the 4, 2 possessed a small earth rhinoceros and a wealthy pig as their demon pets, which was one reason they had joined Lin Shihang's team. The younger earth-type demon pets moved slowly, and their unique abilities could inadvertently harm their own masters if held too closely. However, a water-type demon pet, the cave salamander, perched on a girl's shoulder, unleashed a sharp stream of water toward Du Yu. Xiao Fenyang anxiously exclaimed, I'll help. No, Du Yu shouted, abruptly halting the fiery arrow he had been readying on his bowstring. In that moment, enlightenment struck. Wei Feng's expression shifted dramatically, perhaps too intimidated by Du Yu. His focus sharpened. He watched in horror as the fire arrow he had been preparing vanished into thin air. Thud! The bowstring snapped taut, vibrating violently. Without the fire arrow, An endless surge of fire elemental energy continued to flow outward. In an instant, as Du Yu released the fully drawn bow, a blazing circle of fire, crafted from demonic energy, erupted forth. Whoosh! The thick, warm energy surged forward, enveloping the air with a wave of heat. Du Yu's back slammed heavily against the ground, sliding backward. The few trainees armed with swords and knives, propelled by such momentum, were unexpectedly toppled over, along with their companion. Such a scene should not have occurred amidst this group of novices. The teachers at the finish line were momentarily stunned, their hearts bewildered, never anticipating Du Yu would break through the stalemate in this manner. The first technique of the Yu Shun arrow method, the frightened bird. Wei Feng instinctively raised a hand to shield his face, forcefully pushed back by a ring of fire. He had witnessed this move before. The piercing attack of the Dong Yanyu was unexpectedly fierce, its piercing effect remarkable, though its speed was slowed by the push of the fire circle. It still penetrated layers of fire demon essence, the sharp tip aimed directly at Du Yu's nose. Ding! Du Yu's demon essence battle robe quivered once more, faint cracks appearing. As the demon essence surged in, Du Yu felt a sharp sting in his nose. Though not fatal, it brought tears to his eyes. Don't let him escape. He must not cross the line. Lin Shihong's voice resonated, growing closer. Du Yu's performance during the training period was evident, and Li Mingnan had no idea how many demon crystals he had taken out. He absolutely could not be allowed to cross the line. Otherwise, the title would most likely be his. Captain Du, you are truly impressive. From a distance, Zhang Qiming's voice of admiration rang out. Just as he uttered the name Du, an electric arrow accompanied by a thunderball was swiftly shot forth. Du Yu repeatedly pushed off the ground, desperately trying to move backward, his expression extremely stiff. He had intended to flee and submit his paper, but your relentless pressure left him no choice. Did you really think the Yu Shun was made of clay? Xiaoyan. With a whoosh, Du Yu felt his forehead burning, the fire demon essence rapidly converging. Xiaoyan's figure quietly appeared, her hind paws resting on his forehead, her front paws on his cheeks, and with her head tilted back, she let out a fox cry. Woo! Sparks of courageous copper fire erupted. In a moment of mutual understanding, a fireball far larger than the thunderball surged towards the electric arrow. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted a few meters away as the fireball collided with the electric arrow, shattering into a dazzling display of sparks, which immediately reached a nearby thunderball, causing it to explode as well. The position of the thunderball's explosion happened to be right behind the group of 4 attackers. The young man standing farthest to the right was evidently the most affected. He hurriedly crouched down, covering his head. The others quickly dodged to the left in a panic. Du Yu's repeated pushes against the ground suddenly halted as he lay back, abruptly performing a sit-up in an unusual posture, drawing back his bow. With a soft call, Xiaoyan, in a moment of shared intent, hooked her long tail around the back of Du Yu's head, using her petite frame to leap up, granting him a clear view. The demon weapon, Hei Mu, resembled a scorching moon, a flaming arrow igniting fiercely. You want to let me go? Very well. Then let none of us escape. With a thud, continue? The chilling screams echoed, as a flaming arrow pierced deeply into the arm of the young man who had crouched down to shield his head. Du Yu's heart tightened. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had harmed another's flesh. Even in previous encounters against the Seal Guardian Beast, or when ambushing Wei Feng, those opponents had all been clad in demon essence battle robes. The pain and injury inflicted by the flaming arrow felt more like an internal force attack, rather than being gruesomely displayed before Du Yu's eyes. Yet, at this moment, the burning arrow had indeed embedded itself into the young man's arm. The opponent's demon essence battle robe had clearly been shattered by the recent explosion of the fireball and thunderball. Du Yu, Xiao Fenyang's voice abruptly called out, jolting the slightly dazed Du Yu back to focus. Losing concentration on the battlefield was a grave error. Perhaps Du Yu possessed a certain talent for martial arts, occasionally displaying flashes of brilliance, capable of executing the frightened bird technique. However, he was still a novice. 3 days of training and past memories could not transform him into a competent warrior. He had a long journey ahead. Cease the attack on the injured. From the distant woods, a middle-aged male teacher's voice rang out. But before the words were fully spoken, the scene on the field had already shifted. The trio before Du Yu turned pale. They too were novices, having only sparred under fully protective conditions, never having witnessed such a scene. In such a critical moment, each individual's reaction was understandable. Wei Feng and the girl turned to flee, panic-stricken, fearful that they would be the next targets. The other young man, however, acted differently. In extreme fear, his choice was to charge forward. You will die? He shouted angrily, recklessly launching himself at Du Yu, swinging his wooden sword ferociously. This was quite an intriguing scene. Did fear lead to madness? And could such madness manifest as an alternative form of courage? Everything on the battlefield transpired in a flash. As Du Yu's arrow was just released, and he was straining to draw back his bow, Xiao Yan had already charged ahead. Wu, the Firefox artillery, crouched atop Du Yu's head, unleashed a fireball directly at the deranged young man. Sun Beiji, Zhang Qiming's exclamation echoed from afar, but it was already too late. The young man named Sun Beiji, in his frantic charge, had his wooden sword pierced through the fireball, which exploded instantaneously. Bang! The deafening explosion, accompanied by a wave of heat and flying sparks, sent Sun Beiji crashing backward. Du Yu could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Friend, you shouldn't be called Beiji, you should be named Lost Ji, even at a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Du Yu felt his demon essence battle robe tremble slightly, while the deranged classmate at the explosion's center was surely going to fall. As Sun Beiji collapsed, Du Yu staggered back. Feet! Feet! Suddenly, Xiao Fenyang's voice exclaimed in alarm within his mind. Without hesitation, Du Yu swiftly dodged to the side. 2 vines lashed out, their sharp thorns embedding deeply into the grass. Bind him! Hualing, bind him for me! Lin Shihang ordered loudly, racing forward with the rose spirit in her arms. Young demon pets were generally slow and could not jump high, requiring the protection of their demon tamers. At this stage, demon pets could only showcase their demon skills, and being carried by their tamers was the best combat strategy. Lin Shihang's choice was evidently the right one. Seeing the situation turn dire, Du Yu leaped, attempting to hide behind a large tree. A dreadful flower vine brushed against the soles of his shoes. However, Du Yu soon found himself powerless, having evaded one flower vine. Another quickly ensnared his knee. Wu, Xiao Yan protested, her tail tightly gripping Du Yu's neck as she balanced on his shoulder, swiftly gathering a fireball before the flower vine. Simultaneously, the vine tightening around Du Yu's leg ruthlessly pulled him down. Wu, with a startled cry, Xiao Yan, having clung tightly, was naturally dragged down alongside Du Yu. Lin Shihang exclaimed with joy, sweep that fireball. Quickly! Du Yu urgently called out, jump, Xiao Yan. If that fireball gets pierced, it will be all over. Du Yu's demon essence battle robe could withstand the enemy's attacks, but it could not endure Xiao Yan's onslaught, especially since her demon skill's intensity had been amplified by Xiao Fenyang. Xiao Yan obediently released her grip around Du Yu's neck, leaping high. Wu. As she exerted herself to jump, she directed the small fireball at the midpoint of the flower vine. Bang! The explosion erupted. The midpoint of the flower vine was blown to shreds, causing the rose spirit to shut its eyes tightly in pain. However, the flower vine was quite resilient. Being an integral part of the rose spirit's body, a single spark is insufficient to shatter the floral tendrils. A far greater dilemma arises from the pain-inflicted rose spirit, which is maddeningly terrifying. One vine ensnares Du Yu's leg, while another lashes out with wild fervor. A sharp cry escapes Xiao Yan as she is struck by the erratically flailing tendril, left with no means of support in the air. Xiao Yan, Du Yu exclaims, attempting to catch his beloved pet, but he is utterly ensnared by the vine binding his leg. In a moment of desperation, Du Yu hastily nocks an arrow, aiming at the spot where the floral tendril had previously been singed by a spark, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, Lin Shihang seizes the opportunity, determined not to let Du Yu escape. The rose spirit, still in agony, spirals into a frenzy, while Lin Shihang pivots and yanks, orchestrating a scene reminiscent of a devoted boatman. At the moment Du Yu releases his arrow, the vine around his knee yanks him down to one knee, causing his shot to veer wildly off course. Zhang Qiming, aim for his head, Lin Shihang exclaims while dragging Du Yu away, firmly tethered to him. Rose spirit, do not let go. Du Yu struggles against the ground, attempting to resist the pulling force. Yet he is no match for the combined strength of Lin Shihang and the rose spirit. Overwhelmed by their might, he stumbles and falls, hastily turning to lie on his back, only to hear a loud laugh from a nearby tree. Captain Du, my apologies, ha ha ha. Du Yu looks up in a panic, searching for the source of the voice, and spots Zhang Qiming, poised with bow and arrow from a nearby tree. Electric Cat rests upon Zhang Qiming's shoulder, with a sphere of lightning forming at his lips. You are truly a lackey. Du Yu's heart burns with anger as he is dragged along, yet he knocks another arrow. Fire bow versus electric bow? The time for fervent exchange has arrived. Curling his legs, he leaps forward, recalling the command from his mentor, Yu Ren Shi Xiao Fenyang. An epiphany strikes him, yes. He curls his legs tightly, maintaining a semblance of balance against the force pulling him, while the demon soldier, Haimu, takes aim at Zhang Qiming in the tree. This scene sends a wave of panic through Zhang Qiming, for Du Yu's desperate struggle and the intensity of his blazing gaze are disconcerting. Are these truly human eyes? They seem to be igniting with fire. Meow. Electric Cat strikes first, launching a lightning sphere toward Du Yu. Yet, he appears oblivious to the impending attack. his gaze fixed resolutely on Zhang Qiming. Zhang Qiming's handsome face stiffens as he releases the tension in his fingers. The bowstring snaps taut, unleashing an arrow composed of pure lightning, precisely predicting Du Yu's drag trajectory. As Du Yu, still being pulled, exerts force against the ground, he suddenly propels himself upward, leveraging the pull to leap forward. The demon soldier, Haimu, feels the bowstring tremble. After Zhang Qiming looses his arrow, he darts back behind the tree, evading Du Yu's advance. But instead of fire arrows, Lin Shihong's anguished scream pierces the air. Ah! Zhang Qiming clings to the tree trunk, peering down anxiously. There! He witnesses Lin Shihong collapse to the ground, writhing in pain, while the rose spirit seems to have vanished into the ether. Zhang Qiming dares not meet Du Yu's gaze. Yet the teachers at the finish line bear witness to the unfolding drama. Just moments before Du Yu shot his arrow, he had unexpectedly leaped forward, redirecting his aim from the tree to Lin Shihong, who was dragging him along. Lin Shihong clearly did not anticipate this sudden maneuver, causing him to lose his grip, stumbling underfoot. Meanwhile, as Du Yu lunges forward, he draws his bow with the poise of a crescent moon, under the fervent gaze of his blazing eyes. Even Lin Shihong's staggered movements seem to slow. Ding! The fiery arrow strikes true, shattering the demon aura battle robe. Ah! Lin Shihong cries out in agony, the arrow embedding itself in the side of his head, the fire demon essence frantically invading his mind, wreaking havoc within him. Lin Shihong was right. Aiming for the head is indeed crucial. The damage inflicted by an arrow to the chest pales in comparison to that of one to the skull when protective garments are involved. With a thud, Du Yu collapses heavily to the ground. Not far behind him, the scene of a lightning sphere exploding unfolds, alongside a grounded electric arrow. Observing Lin Shihong writhing in distress, Du Yu quickly rises, charging forward to draw another arrow. Lin Shihong. His rolling movements abruptly cease, a pained cry caught in his throat. His mind is reeling, the demon essence swirling chaotically, engulfing him in torment. In such a state, the only thing halting his rolling is the fiery arrow aimed directly at his face. A point-blank shot? Lin Shihong's mind buzzes, disoriented. Perceiving Du Yu as a mere shadow against the blinding pain, akin to an unreal nightmare. No, this cannot be. How can we possibly lose? How can I cease my assault? Determining that the student has lost combat capability, cease all attacks. A voice from deep within the woods, belonging to a female teacher, resounds. Du Yu halts his movements, immediately scanning for Zhang Qiming among the trees. His combat prowess is visibly escalating at an alarming rate. The ensuing scene is rather amusing. As Du Yu glances toward the distant tree, he delivers a swift kick to Lin Shihong's rear. Pardon the interruption, do carry on. You. Aya. Lin Shihong's fragmented words trail off as he clutches his throbbing head, contorting in agony. Zhang Qiming does not draw his bow again, nor does he assume a combat stance. Simply staring blankly at Lin Shihong, still in a state of shock. Sensing Du Yu's gaze upon him, Zhang Qiming's expression shifts, hurriedly retreating behind the tree. Simultaneously, the young female teacher retrieves the fallen rose spirit from the forest floor, hastening to assess Lin Shihong's injuries. Observing Zhang Qiming concealed behind the tree, Du Yu shifts, leaning against the trunk, straining to observe the scene. Lin Shihong's face contorts in pain as he grits his teeth, murmuring, I can still continue. The teacher regards him with disdain, casting a cold glance. You can do what? You are already defeated. Had I not intervened, you would have surely met your end today. It is evident that Lin Shihong's battle robe lies in tatters. Du Yu's relentless, aggressive actions foreshadowed dire consequences. Determining that Lin Shihong has lost combat capability, I will escort him from the examination area. As she speaks, the young female teacher begins to rummage through Lin Shihong's pockets. Realizing her intention, Lin Shihong desperately attempts to stop her, gripping her arm tightly, but she easily breaks free. Then, a resounding slap echoes through the air, leaving a bright red imprint upon Lin Shihong's face. Both Lin Shihong and Du Yu are momentarily stunned. The expressions of numerous teachers observing the video footage are equally bewildered. Lin Shihong's voice, tinged with indignation and a hint of grievance, exclaims, Auntie, still unable to piece together your demon essence robe, and you dare to speak? The female teacher quips, continuing her search. Lin Shihong, cradling his face and head, surrenders to the inevitable, falling silent. The teacher extracts 7 demon crystals from Lin Shihong's pocket, placing them on the ground. These are your spoils. You performed admirably, maintaining composure and promptly heeding the teacher's commands, demonstrating rationality. Offering a few encouraging words to Du Yu, the teacher hoists the silent Lin Shihong away. What occurred? What transpired? In the grove, a surprised voice of a girl exclaimed, Ah, Ching Ching Ai. Du turned his gaze and saw Lin Shi and her female roommate approaching. Upon noticing that it was Lin Shihang being carried off by the teacher, Lin Shi's expression became quite vivid, her smile bearing an unmistakable hint of schadenfreude. The teacher, affectionately referred to as Qingqing Ai, understood the girl's subtle expression and shot Lin Shi a playful glare before continuing on with Lin Shihang. Was he the one bothering you? Lin Shi inquired with a smile as she walked over to Du, watching Lin Shihang leave. Although Lin Shi had not known Du for long, she held him in high regard, believing him to be a responsible and caring monster tamer. Moreover, among the current batch of trainees, she doubted anyone would dare to provoke Lin Shihang. It was evident that Lin Shi was in high spirits, unable to suppress her giggles. How amusing. He actually failed the assessment and was carried out by Qing Ai. Leaning against a large tree, Du slightly craned his neck, searching for Zhang Qiming's whereabouts. Is that teacher one of the Lin family? He asked. Though she doesn't share the Lin surname, she is indeed related. Qingqing Ai's sister is Lin Shihang's mother. As they spoke, Lin Shi hurriedly extended her arms, embracing the small creature that had darted towards her. The little fox, Xiaoyan, nuzzled against the girl, seeking comfort. Under their contract, Du understood Xiaoyan's sentiment. I've been hurt. Dear sister, please comfort me. Du's expression turned peculiar as he turned his gaze towards the distance. Noticing that Wei Feng and his group had yet to appear. Even amidst the fierce battle, they had not dared to intervene, likely having fled to submit their assessments. Zhang Qiming was also nowhere to be seen. However, compared to those who had fled early, he should not have been able to escape the examination ground so swiftly. Although Du was somewhat distracted, he continued to monitor Zhang Qiming's position. Could it be that Zhang Qiming had taken advantage of the moment? Du's eyes sharpened, his keen perception revealing a cluster of rustling bushes, providing him with a clear answer. Playing hide and seek with me? You truly are in for a misfortune. Xiaoyan, Du suddenly called out, racing towards a large tree to the left. Connected by their contract, Xiaoyan sensed Du's intent. Without a hint of hesitation, she leapt from her cozy spot and pursued him. Lin Shi, now feeling empty in her arms, watched as the duo hurried away with newfound excitement. She turned to her roommate, asking, shall we go take a look too? The roommate seemed reluctant to stray from their course, preferring a safe arrival at the finish line, yet did not wish to disappoint Lin Shi. Caught in a dilemma, the girl found herself at a loss for words. Lin Shi, perceptive and gentle, noticed her companion's predicament and smiled. All right, let us go to the finish line. Her friend nodded eagerly, her voice barely a whisper. Okay, but be careful. Lin Shi called out a reminder to Du as he moved ahead. He leaned against the tree, his gaze fixed on the distant thicket, not turning back, but merely waving his hand. Xiaoyan swiftly climbed onto Du's long legs, landing gracefully on his shoulder, her tail curling around his neck. Cannon 1, Xiaoyan. Ready for action, Du whispered, darting forward. Today, I shall uncover who paved this path. Meanwhile, behind a large tree at the northwestern boundary, Zhang Qiming leaned against the trunk, swallowing hard. Having always been the hunter, he now felt the unsettling sensation of being the prey. Meow? On his shoulder. The electric cat sensed its owner's anxiety and emitted a soft whimper in an attempt to soothe him. Shoo! Zhang Qiming urgently gestured for the cat to remain silent. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the electric cat turned its gaze elsewhere. Zhang Qiming cautiously peeked out, discovering that Lin Shihang's defeated position was now devoid of any presence. His heart sank. Admitting it felt embarrassing, but he was genuinely frightened. Amidst the onslaught of his assailants, Du had displayed terrifying strength. With remarkable archery skills, he had single-handedly repelled the 4 attackers. That little fire fox was especially fearsome, managing to send Sun Beiji out of the assessment and frightening the other trio away. Originally, Zhang Qiming had hoped to seize the opportunity alongside Lin Shihang to deal with Du, but Du's maneuvers were unexpectedly cunning. A leap, a swift reversal. Now, Zhang Qiming's greatest ally had vanished. While others might hesitate in the presence of the Lin family's heir, fearing repercussions, Du had no such reservations. Not only did he dare to fight back, but he also shot directly at Lin Shihang, even ejecting him from the arena. Zhang Qiming swallowed hard again, growing increasingly anxious. Damn it, I've run into trouble. He peeked out once more, only to see Lin Shi and her roommate leisurely progressing. No sign of Du. Suddenly, the electric cat on his shoulder became agitated, its heightened senses alerting it to danger. Zhang Qiming, unaware of where the threat lay, had no time to ponder. He kicked off from the tree and leaped forward. A loud crash erupted, sending sparks flying. Time rewound a few seconds earlier as Du had circled around, stealthily positioning himself behind Zhang Qiming. Though his opponent had concealed himself well, Du deduced that he must have rolled into hiding based on the earlier rustling in the bushes. For the first time, Du refrained from commanding Xiaoyan verbally. Under their bond, He pointed towards a nearby tree, attempting to communicate his intent mentally. Following Du Yu's direction, Xiaoyan sensed her master's plan and began gathering a small fireball before her mouth. Du Yu felt a surge of delight and quickly gave her a thumbs up. Encouraged by her master's approval, Xiaoyan focused even harder on forming the fireball. With a brave spark, she released the fireball towards the tree. Where it struck the ground with a heavy thud, the fireball would not harm the hidden figure behind the tree, but the ensuing sparks would undoubtedly cause secondary damage. Du Yu's judgment proved accurate, as moments before the fireball landed, a shadow darted away, hastily evading the blast. Damn, Du Yu was elated, swiftly shifting his position to draw back his bow, muttering to himself, cunning indeed. Du Yu, you are truly crafty. Zhang Qiming, having made his escape, demonstrated his skill by executing a roll that allowed him to regain his footing rather gracefully. Even so, he grimaced, feeling the reverberations of the shockwave from the explosion. Though he was not thrown to the ground, the experience was nonetheless jarring. Du Banzhong, we can discuss this. Zhang Qiming charged forward, suddenly pivoting and leaping sideways. Du Yu's fingers, poised to release the arrow, froze. What did this signify? Evading with a Z pattern? It became evident that Zhang Qiming had succeeded. As Du Yu adjusted his aim, Zhang Qiming's sprint to the right suddenly halted. As Du Yu anticipated his opponent's movements, believing Zhang Qiming would make a retreat, he was taken aback when the seemingly stationary Zhang Qiming suddenly resumed his stride, not altering his direction, but instead plunging behind a large tree. Du Banzhong, I concede. Please grant me a chance to escape, came Zhang Qiming's voice from behind the tree. Due to his concealed position, he faced the direction where Lin Shi was traversing. It was a juxtaposition of life and death pursuit against a leisurely excursion. This scene was undeniably amusing. Lin Jia, could you intercede on my behalf? I am a teammate of Shi Hang. Zhang Qiming implored, his handsome visage adorned with a pitiful expression as he turned his charm on Lin Shi. Heh, Lin Shi chuckled lightly, unmoved. You're so handsome. Why not plead for yourself? Beside her, a female roommate clung to Lin Shi's arm, her cheeks flushed as she discreetly admired Zhang Qiming. Du Ban. Before Zhang Qiming could finish his sentence, the electric cat erupted in agitation once more. He hurriedly dashed forward, and just beside the tree where he had hidden, a fireball erupted once again. The terrain ahead was dotted with trees, but most were slender and could not conceal him. In this critical moment, Zhang Qiming employed every trick he knew, weaving left and right through the woods. Goodness, Iverson, are we engaging in a butterfly dance here? In the face of danger, Zhang Qiming exhibited an extraordinary will to survive, and even before the fire arrows arrived, he glimpsed the glimmer of hope, the finish line. It was merely 40 meters away. Curse it, Du Yu muttered as he made minute adjustments to his aim, his gaze fixated on Zhang Qiming, growing increasingly intense. This won't hit. Darn it, Zhang Qiming. Suddenly, Du Yu inhaled sharply, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He instinctively wanted to shut his eyes, but was unwilling to relinquish his adversary. Thus, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had entered another realm. In that moment, it felt as if Zhang Qiming was the sole figure against the vast expanse of the world. His butterfly-like movements gradually slowing, ever so slowly. A thought stirred in Du Yu's mind. He had experienced a similar phenomenon before, just moments ago. When he was ensnared by the vines of the rose spirit, leaping and drawing his bow, he had perceived the stumbling Lin Shihong's movements as if they too were decelerating. Could it be that the previous scene was not a mere coincidence? Was it not an illusion? Du Yu's eyes burned with intensity, and just before he could no longer bear the strain and closed his eyes, his fingers finally released the arrow's knock. With a twang, the bowstring snapped taut. Whoosh! The fire arrow shot forth like a meteor. Crack! The enchanted battle robe shattered. The butterfly flitting through the woods was struck precisely in the back of the head, crashing to the ground. Lin Shi and her roommate halted in their tracks. Faculty and fellow students on the other side of the line stared in disbelief as Zhang Qiming clutched his head, writhing in agony before the finish line. Zhang Qiming's butterfly-like dance was mesmerizing, while Du Yu, who had yet to launch his attack, left everyone wondering whether he was truly lost or had some confidence in his aim. Li Mingnan and Feng Wu gaped in astonishment at Du Yu in the distance. At that moment, Du Yu, with his left hand naturally holding the bow down, rubbed his eyes with his right. It was a battlefield, yet his demeanor resembled that of someone just awakened from slumber. At this juncture, Li Mingnan's emotions were in turmoil. We agreed to be the underdogs together. Why have you secretly become the king of pressure? Du Yu completed his examination, successfully fulfilling his assessment task. At 3 p.m., the school bus transported the students back to the dilapidated school gates. Under the guidance of teacher Zhang Qing, the students disembarked and glimpsed the imposing figure of old Demon Gong standing with hands clasped at the center of the playground. However, out of the 24 participants in the assessment, Only 19 returned to the campus. This brutal examination was unforeseen by the students. Remarkably, Wei Feng had successfully passed the assessment and had not been eliminated. His teammates Lin Shihang, Zhang Qiming, and Sun Beiji were deemed unfit for the competition and required re-evaluation. While Wei Feng managed to escape with remarkable swiftness, he had fled with a demon crystal assigned to him from Lin Shihang's team, ultimately achieving a successful escape and laughing in triumph. The outcome was undoubtedly intriguing. Even more amusing was that upon boarding the school bus, Du inevitably encountered Wei Feng. Wei Feng sat at the back, by the window, exuding a demeanor of submission, hardly daring to meet Du's gaze, not even daring to let out a sound. Hey, isn't that? Li Mingnan, stepping off the bus, noticed a tall, middle-aged man by a black sedan, her expression filled with curiosity. Do you know him? Du inquired with interest. Li Mingnan furrowed her brow, deep in thought. I believe I've seen him in my mother's wedding photo. Only you would say something like that. Li Mingnan. A normal person wouldn't even conceive of such a statement. The middle-aged man smiled broadly upon spotting Li Mingnan, waving repeatedly. As she followed the crowd, she waved back absent-mindedly. Only after passing through the school's large iron gates did she turn to Du beside her, saying, in my memory, he was tall and thin, with much more hair. Clearly, Li Mingnan's recollection of her father was still anchored in her fourth-grade elementary school days. Du glanced back. Well, it seems he still has a fair amount of hair now. You don't know anything. Back then, he had long hair and looked just like a rock star. Li Mingnan muttered under her breath. Du, over here. Du snapped back to attention, hastily responding. Gong Cheng's gaze swept over the students and landed on Du. So Du Banzhong, how did it go? Succeeded? Feeling triumphant? No, not at all. Then why aren't you organizing the line? Du quickly stepped out of the crowd. Everyone, form a line. Gong Cheng instructed. Queue up in front of the teaching building and wait for the teachers to take attendance. Yes. The group of fewer than 20 students quickly assembled in front of the teaching building. Through the glass doors, Du could see teacher Zhang Qing seated at the center, flanked by two other teachers, poring over some documents as if they were studying something. As attendance began, the students entered one by one. Upon exiting, most bore expressions of joy, clutching tactical backpacks adorned with the emblem of the Demon Spirit Academy. Only a few students emerged with backpacks but appeared dejected, likely having faced stern reprimands. The students in line were eager to glean information, but with old Demon Gong standing nearby. Those who exited hurriedly made their way to the dormitory, none daring to linger, leaving Du feeling anxious. To his surprise, this wait extended until the very end. Du, hurry inside. Li Mingnan, the second to last to enter, emerged with her backpack, her demeanor radiant. The teacher is calling for you. All right. Du took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and strode into the interview area. Upon seeing him, Zhang Qing's smile widened, and she spoke first. Du, your performance was commendable. The faculty holds you in high regard. As she spoke, she glanced down at her documents, which contained the teacher's observations. Calm, perceptive, decisive, observant. He maintained good rapport with the demon pets, possessed a solid foundation in archery, and demonstrated considerable creativity, occasionally executing remarkable feats. Zhang Qing read through the notes carefully. However, your weaknesses lie in insufficient synergy during combat with demon pets, failing to leverage their advantages. Your close combat skills are lacking, and you lack experience. Additionally, your physical capabilities require enhancement, and your attitude during task execution needs to be rectified. Du listened intently, his heart filled with ambivalence. Zhang Qing set down the materials. Your close combat skills are lacking, and you lack experience. This is a common ailment among all archery students. After all, your high school martial arts classes merely required you to stand and shoot. However, what do you have to say regarding your attitude? After a brief hesitation, Du replied, my attitude is quite proper, and I take this assessment very seriously. Zhang Qing nodded approvingly. I share the same belief. Perhaps during your first attempt to seize the demon crystal with Li Mingnan, some of your actions appeared rather reckless, which did not sit well with several instructors. Before Du could respond, Zhang Qing continued, smoothly transitioning past the previous concerns. Let me ask you again, are you interested in joining the Yaoling Academy? Du nodded emphatically, yes. Excellent. The teachers are placing great emphasis on you, Zhang Qing remarked with satisfaction. 7 instructors have explicitly expressed their wish for you to become their external student. This is indeed a rare opportunity, and you should be proud of yourself. Du initially felt elated, but then confusion crept in. Can external students really have mentors? Not exactly. Most young individuals who awaken at your age possess average talents. Even as external students, they are uniformly managed by the Yaoling Academy, Zhang Qing patiently explained. However, there are exceptional circumstances. Amidst the sand, one may find a small nugget of gold. Some teachers possess the foresight to identify potential students and wish to reserve them early, which the school permits. After a year of practical training, these students will naturally fall under the tutelage of the respective instructor. Come here. I have a list of teachers for you to review. Du stepped forward and took the paper. The elegant handwriting at the top was pleasing to the eye, yet he recognized none of the names. These instructors are eager to assist you, guiding you through your upcoming year of training. Note that while you receive special attention, your mentor will also assign you extra tasks, as required by the Yaoling Academy for students of your unique status. You need not rush your decision. Tomorrow, when you report to the Yaoling Academy and collect your customized demon weapons, you can make your choice. Do use Heart Sword. Am I considered an outstanding student now? Zhang Qing responded with a smile. What else could it be? Du repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. No need to thank us. Zhang Qing waved her hand. The decision regarding outstanding students lies with teacher Gong Cheng, who reported your name last night. Du was taken aback, puzzled, reported last night? But the graduation assessment hadn't even taken place yesterday. It is indeed somewhat irregular, but teacher Gong did submit his report early, Zhang Qing replied, looking at Du. Perhaps to him, your assessment is already complete. Du opened his mouth, the terrifying scarred face of teacher Gong flashing through his mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly glanced at the list of teachers again, but saw no mention of Gong Cheng's name. I thought we had mutual intentions, yet my desired mentor has not turned to me. Du's emotions were evident, and the teachers could see it clearly. Zhang Qing interjected. Due to the recent surge in student numbers from the Qian Paper Crane rainstorm, teacher Gong was temporarily assigned to assist. The students he typically teaches are all at a markedly higher level, suitable for the battlefield. You two simply do not align, and the school would not approve. Du remarked. Teacher Zhang Qing is still gentle. Her words are truly tactful. Not suitable. Does that not imply I am unworthy? Zhang Qing's name was absent from the teacher list as well, prompting Du to feel even more inadequate. Now, let us proceed to collect your equipment. Please check the items against the list. Du accepted the tactical backpack Zhang Qing handed him and noticed the item list attached, all of which pertained to outdoor survival. Once he confirmed everything was in order, Zhang Qing produced an identification card and a mobile phone. The palm-sized black wallet opened vertically, reminiscent of a police badge. Curiously, Du flipped it open to discover a beautifully designed card bearing his image, along with several lines of simple information. Du, Sangha Tower City, Yaoling Academy, external student. ID number, 531163941. With this identification, you may enter lower-level Yaoling anomalies, Zhang Qing observed, secretly pleased for him. This could be seen as witnessing a poor child's rise to success, reflecting on how the unique little fire fox had been chosen from her. Zhang Qing felt a small sense of involvement. Unlike her treatment of other students, she meticulously instructed, you must keep this document safe. It is your ticket for training. If lost, replacing it will incur a cost. Upon hearing this, Du nodded vigorously. I will ensure its safekeeping. Zhang Qing then handed him the mobile phone. This is issued by the school, equipped with a novice-level demon spirit encyclopedia. Your account is your student ID, and the password is 16. The encyclopedia contains extensive information on demon beasts, demon flora, rare fruits, and more. You can scan to identify any beings you encounter in the Yaoling anomalies and learn their basic details. Du nodded repeatedly, noting the large screen of the phone appeared quite fragile, especially with rare fruits. If you come across unfamiliar ones, be sure to scan and identify them beforehand. Do not consume them recklessly to avoid harm to yourself or your demon companion. Understood. Zhang Qing concluded. It's time for you to return to your dormitory and pack your belongings. The school bus will take you back to the city shortly. Prompted by Zhang Qing, Du could only express his gratitude profusely before departing. As he stepped outside the teaching building, Du let out a long breath, gazing at the school bus parked beyond the grand iron gates, feeling a wave of emotions wash over him. 3 days prior, this very bus had brought him to the training base, filled with trepidation. Now, 3 days later, the same bus would take him back. But this time he would return to society as a bona fide demon tamer, mastering demon weapons, solidifying contracts, training demon techniques, evolving unique demon companions, piecing together demon armor, and undergoing a perilous practical assessment. His heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment as he reflected on these past 3 days. Do you? Fantastic. We will become increasingly powerful. With a cheerful chirp, Xiaoyan appeared, leaping onto Du's shoulder, equally delighted, and raised her head to emit a triumphant fox call. Du's spirits lifted further. The mutual influence between human and pet created a fascinating cycle of positivity. Just as Du savored this moment, an intense wave of fiery demon energy surged forth, gradually expanding. He quickly turned to look. Xiao Yan, head held high, exuded a proud demeanor that painted a stunning picture. Gong Chung stood alone on the playground, watching the students laden with their belongings board the bus. Upon hearing the familiar and melodious fox call, he turned to see the spirited Du Yu, as well as the rippling waves of energy surrounding the little fire fox. A rare smile graced Gong Cheng's usually stoic face. A unique little fire fox. At the ordinary level of small success? Quite a fitting conclusion. Du Yu approached Gong Chung, his expression earnest. Thank you for your guidance over these past few days. Gong Cheng nodded, glancing at the little fire fox on Du Yu's shoulder. This time, Xiao Yin refrained from baring her teeth, evidently sensing her owner's gratitude toward the teacher. Du Yu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. The lack of common topics rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Shall I perform a dance for you? Listen to me say thank you. Your presence has warmed the seasons. Gong Chung timely interjected, as the assessment drew to a close. I finally saw some youthful spirit from you, which I personally admire. Thank you, teacher. Gong Chung suddenly shifted the topic, stating that through the past few days of observation and understanding, he hoped that one could maintain a cunning and treacherous style, for that would be the truest version of oneself. After all, only by choosing the path most suitable for oneself can one travel further. Du Yu remarked. As expected from a teacher, your words carry weight. After pondering for a long while, Du Yu could not decipher whether Gong Chung was complimenting or belittling him. Gong Chung slightly raised his head, gesturing with his chin towards Du Yu's back. Go on, your little assistant has come to fetch you. Turning around, Du Yu saw Li Mingnan approaching with reddened eyes. A sense of confusion stirred within him. What had happened to her? Li Mingnan reached out to embrace Xiao Yan, then bowed slightly to Gong Chung. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. What's wrong? Have you been bullied? Du Yu inquired, as Li Mingnan began walking towards the dormitory to pack her belongings. He scratched his head and hurried after her. Li Mingnan, what on earth is going on? Li Mingnan wore a discontented expression. My dad has come to take me away, claiming he has used connections and spent a fortune to hire a team, specifically for newcomers. The industry of the Yu-Yo world permeates every aspect of society, including training institutions dedicated to nurturing novice Yu-Yo practitioners, often referred to as babysitters. These practitioners, aged 30, 40, or even 50, typically possess low talent and insufficient strength, relegating them to a life spent in low-level demon realms. Having low talent is acceptable as long as it suffices. Insufficient strength is manageable if accompanied by ample experience. With the assistance of such a babysitting team, novice Yu-Yo practitioners receive comprehensive and meticulous care, with training programs tailored to their needs. If Li Mingnan could join such a team, it would undoubtedly benefit her development. The Yin organization Li Mingnan had previously established, insisting on recruiting Du Yu as her second-in-command, was built upon their shared vulnerability. Little did she expect that after requesting pocket money from her father and revealing her status as a Yu-Yo practitioner, she would uncover the truth about her father. Li Mingnan pouted. I told my dad I wanted to include you in the team, but it's already at full capacity. Du Yu nodded gently, recognizing that Li Mingnan's father must have sought a prestigious team. Otherwise, it would be illogical to leverage connections when one could simply hire an ordinary babysitting team with money. Li Mingnan lowered her head, mumbling softly. He said I was initially a transfer student, and to ensure the brand and training effectiveness, this team wouldn't accept additional students. Du Yu encouraged? This is a good opportunity for you. You must seize it. Before he could finish, Li Mingnan turned to him with a complex expression. Du Yu chuckled, patting her shoulder. Is this really worth crying over? Did you argue with your uncle? Why should I cry over a quarrel? He went and complained to my mother, who then called me and scolded me. Li Mingnan fiddled with Xiao Yan's tiny paws, pinching her soft pads. It's ridiculous. They've been divorced for so many years, and now they're united again, acting like one big happy family. Du Yu organized his thoughts and advised. You should heed teacher Li Hong's advice. Your uncle must have exerted considerable effort to secure this spot for you. You need not worry about me. I am not a member of your organization. Once you grow stronger, you will be able to protect me. Li Mingnan shot him a glance and kicked the dormitory door open. I'm just going to miss Xiao Yan. Du Yu did not counter her sentiment, responding smoothly. I will take great care of Xiao Yan, so you need not worry. Li Mingnan gazed down at the little fire fox in her arms, her expression filled with dissatisfaction. That little flirt falls in love with every person she meets. I know her too well. By the time we meet again, she might have forgotten me. Xiao Yan, still too young to comprehend the complexities of human emotions, sensed Li Mingnan's sadness and gently licked her face. Indeed, she was a flirt. Li Mingnan playfully tapped Xiao Yan's nose, displaying a mix of annoyance and affection. As Du Yu entered the dormitory and began to pack his bag, he suddenly asked, by the way, have you received an invitation from the teacher? Li Mingnan plopped down onto a chair. What invitation? Do you clarified during this assessment? If a teacher finds a student particularly impressive, they may extend an olive branch and invite that student to become a named disciple in advance. Li Mingnan, puzzled, asked. I Haven T received an invitation. Did you? Do you nodded gently. Li Mingnan's face brightened. Then she adopted a look of nonchalance. Your performance was simply stunning. It's only natural you were selected. Which teacher chose you? Do you shook his head? I don't know. Then why not find out? What is the teacher's name? Do you quickly replied, what I mean is, I am to be taken under the wing of a teacher from the Yuyo Academy and will receive early guidance. You must also work hard to seize this training opportunity and grow exponentially. Li Mingnan nodded thoughtfully, then pulled out her phone. What is the teacher's name? Do you continued? Aren't you always dreaming of being the leader? If your strength is inadequate, your subordinates may rebel. I know. Li Mingnan shot him an incredulous look. You're sounding just like my dad. Just tell me the teacher's name. Do you retrieved a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to Li Mingnan? She reached out to take it, glancing at the list of teachers. Which teacher issued you the invitation? Do you replied, all of them. Li Mingnan paused and turned to Do you? All the teachers written here invited you? Do you silently nodded. Li Mingnan blinked in surprise, suddenly standing up, pressing down on Du's head and playfully ruffling his hair. I knew it. My second brother possesses extraordinary talent and is unmatched. Stop, stop. Du quickly dodged from her grasp. She scanned the list of teachers, selecting the one she found most appealing, Yang Qingqing. What a lovely name. It sounds vibrant. As she spoke, Li Mingnan quickly typed in Yang Qingqing's name. The teacher appeared familiar. Wasn't she the one who slapped Lin Shihang and escorted him out? Do you then realize that this individual was the Aunt Qingqing mentioned by Lin Shi? This teacher exudes such charisma. Li Mingnan had already forgotten about the encyclopedia entry, flipping through pictures of the character, which appeared much more serene than in real life. Do you observed? It is said that she is Lin Shihang's aunt. Really? She is the sister of Lin Shihang's mother, and Lin Shi also refers to her as aunt. Li Mingnan pondered. Since you hurt Lin Shihang so badly, will she recruit you and make things difficult for you? Do you shook his head. How could that be? She is a teacher at Yuyo Academy. A powerful and prominent figure, not someone who would hold a grudge against a minor like me. He scratched his head and added, moreover, during that incident on the battlefield, she actually praised me. Li Mingnan looked at Du with disdain. How can you tell what others think? I remember when I turned 8. My parents celebrated my birthday together, both looking particularly joyful, only for them to divorce the next day. Du responded. And Li Mingnan regarded him as if he were foolish, understand? Watching Li Mingnan with an expression of enlightenment. Du silently reflected. What if uncle and aunt divorced to make their anniversary easier to remember? Li Mingnan swiped her thumb across the screen, unable to contain her admiration. A fully attribute Yuyo practitioner? This teacher Qingqing is quite impressive. Du leaned in to look at her phone. Her representative demon pet is the rose spirit, indicating she specializes in both wood and fire attributes. Fire would certainly suit me well. It is advisable to consider other instructors first. Who knows? There might be someone even more formidable. Li Mingnan continued to search for names. Unfortunately, the most authoritative school website did not explicitly state the specific skill levels of the various teachers. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, a rhythmic tapping on the pipes. Shortly thereafter, the deep voice of old Demon Gong resonated through the empty dormitory building. The school bus is about to depart. If you need to go, hurry up and don't delay my training for the next group of students. Upon hearing this, Du hastily organized his backpack and rushed outside with Li Mingnan. As anticipated, just as he exited the dormitory, he glimpsed through the dilapidated school gate a new school bus parked along the roadside. As Du walked, he counted the descending students, exactly 24 in total. The young men and women gazed at the rundown campus, their expressions a mix of confusion and disappointment, reminiscent of how Du and the others appeared upon their arrival. However, one handsome young man, brimming with anticipation, approached Du eagerly. Hello, did you just finish training? Du replied, yes. How was it? The young man inquired impatiently. What is the teacher's teaching level? Is he impressive? What attributes does he have? What kind of demon pet is he nurturing? Du responded. The teacher has a fire attribute and possesses remarkable skills with the staff. He is quite amiable, very kind-hearted, tall and robust, exuding a unique charm, and has a captivating voice. His teaching style is particularly distinctive, ensuring the cultivation of outstanding students. Is it really that ideal? That's fantastic. Truly worthy of being a special instructor from the Yao Ling Academy. The youth nodded excitedly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. My name is Enran. And you? Du waved his hand dismissively and headed straight for the school bus, leaving the young man with a fleeting silhouette, pondering the transient nature of their encounter. The journey through the Jianghu is long. Perhaps fate will allow them to meet again. as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with fiery clouds. The school bus slowly departed from the gates of Shurjo Middle School. Behind the bus, a few youthful faces emerged on the road. The students exchanged farewells, leaving Du Yu standing alone, facing the familiar street. With a deep sigh, he clutched his tattered backpack, filled with Li Mingnan's affection. Yes, it was Li Mingnan's love for Xiaoyan. Earlier, just before the bus was set to leave, Li Mingnan had rushed to catch up, bringing with her 10 bags of premium demon pet food from the cafeteria, which she stuffed into Du Yu's bag. The expressions of the students on the bus varied, with envy and jealousy directed at Du Yu, far beyond mere admiration for his unusual demon pet. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful young heiress like Li Mingnan? She did not board the bus with Du Yu but departed in her father's car to join a prestigious team that had been hired at great expense for superior educational training. The words of the girl inviting Du Yu echoed in his mind. We, as older awakeners, should form small groups to help each other. It is our only way forward. Why would those prodigies want to carry us along like burdens? Even if someone were to assist us, the rare treasures and unique demon pets encountered along the way would surely not involve us. Du Yu gazed silently at the setting sun, feeling a twinge of anxiety about the future. He had received considerable support from the Li family, and Li Mingnan's demon pet food had afforded him some respite. He hoped to earn money quickly after acquiring the customized demon weapon tomorrow. As he took a few steps back onto the sidewalk, Du Yu set down his ragged backpack and retrieved his phone from his pocket. To his surprise, someone was calling him. This was indeed a novelty. Observing the unfamiliar number on the screen, notably ending with 5 sevens, it seemed to indicate the caller had some disposable income. Hello, Du Yu answered the call. Is this Du Yu? Came a slightly cool female voice from the other end, distinctive and recognizable. Instantly, a silhouette of beauty formed in Du Yu's mind. Yaoling Academy. Yang Qingqing. The caller introduced herself, confirming the image he had conjured. Intriguingly, Du Yu's first thought was not of her face, but rather her graceful figure. During their brief encounter on the battlefield, what had remained etched in his memory was her waist. Not merely a waist, but a blade capable of striking down foes. Hello, teacher. Du Yu replied, did you receive my invitation? I did. Teacher Zhang Qing explained everything to me clearly. Yang Qingqing spoke softly. I also heard from Zhang Qing that several teachers are vying for you, and she suggested I take the initiative. Take the initiative? Du Yu pondered if teacher Zhang Qing also wished for him to join Yang Qingqing's tutelage. He held a particularly favorable impression of teacher Zhang, who had always treated him with kindness and patience. Yang Qingqing inquired, so, with so many teachers inviting you, have you reached a decision? Du Yu replied, not yet. My understanding of Yaoling Academy, and indeed the entire demon-taming world, is quite superficial. It is already an honor for a teacher to take notice of me. Yang Qingqing, seated at a dining table, gently manipulated a small green plant, chuckling softly. You are indeed quite humble. If Lin Shihang could be this understanding, his family would surely be grateful. Young teacher? Du Yu called softly after a prolonged silence, not receiving a response. Yang Qingqing, her delicate fingers caressing the leaves, remarked, I just spoke with Shi to learn about your situation. I intended to inquire about your performance during training, but Shi mentioned that you had some conflicts with Lin Shihang during the assessment and that you two were not on good terms during training. Du Yu confirmed, yes? He wants my unusual little fire fox. Yang Qingqing responded, if you truly give the little fire fox to him, I would not be calling you right now. I might even retract my invitation. I have high hopes for you, Du Yu. Regardless of whether we have a mentor-student bond, I believe you will surely succeed in entering Yaoling Academy. Here is my phone number. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Qingqing hung up the phone. Du Yu listened to the busy tone, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Yang Qingqing set down her phone and turned to the beautiful girl sitting across from her. Are you satisfied? Lin Shi's face flushed slightly as she protested. Aunt Qing, you believe in me, right? Du Yu is truly exceptional, and you have annual training quotas to fulfill. This is a win-win situation. Yang Qingqing, appearing around 26 or 27, seemed to connect well with youthful girls like Lin Shi, teasingly remarked, have you taken a liking to him? Did you come all this way just to invite me to dinner for him? At this, Lin Shi's already flushed face turned crimson. You nonsense, aunt. As they spoke, the phone screen on the table suddenly lit up. Yang Qingqing glanced over and saw Du Yu's number. She reached for the phone and answered again. Du Yu? Young teacher. Hello. After careful consideration, I would like to become your disciple. Yang Qingqing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. You thought it over for about 20 seconds? Du Yu stammered. Should I call you back in half an hour? Haha. Yang Qingqing laughed lightly. Tomorrow at 8:30 in Shishu Garden. Come find me. Young teacher. I need to go to Yaoling Academy tomorrow morning to retrieve my customized demon weapon. I'll help you collect it. Come to me tomorrow. Okay, understood. As the call ended, Du Yu set his phone down, releasing a long breath. He had just told a small lie during the bus ride back. He had taken the time to familiarize himself with the teachers on the list. There were 3 teachers specializing in fire attributes, 2 of whom wielded bows. One being Yang Qingqing. Du Yu's thoughts were straightforward. Since the teacher had personally called him, he must show gratitude. After all, she was a distinguished instructor from Yao Ling Academy, and it was unlikely, as Li Mengnan suggested, that she would deliberately make things difficult for him. Presently, he was akin to wild grass. How could he expect a person of stature to target him? Moreover, with the recommendation from teacher Zhang Qing, Du Yu was inclined to trust the gentle and kind deputy director of the admissions office. Considering various factors, he found his first mentor. And if their relationship flourished in the future, she could serve as his initial support. After all, Yang Qingqing was also a member of the Lin family. And within the confines of Songgu Tower City, this support was sufficiently formidable. Contemplating the image of teacher Qingqing delivering a resounding slap to Lin Shihang, rendering him speechless, Du Yu felt that associating with her might yield unexpected benefits. As the saying goes, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Once I become teacher Qingqing's esteemed disciple, I shall take it upon myself to deliver the slaps she directs at Lin Shihang. Ah, that thought brings great comfort. In a much improved mood, Du Yu picked up his tattered backpack and made his way to teacher Li Hong's home. A short while later, he knocked on the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing teacher Li's somewhat proud expression under the warm glow of the living room lights. As the light illuminated Du Yu, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of delicious food. Welcome back. I heard from Nan Nan that you received the title of outstanding student. Li Hong said with a tender smile, her usual sternness and authority as a homeroom teacher seemingly left behind at school. Just lucky. Heh. Du Yu scratched his head. Please come in. Li Hong stepped aside, surveying Du Yu with increasing satisfaction. Dinner is ready. Hurry and change your shoes. As she spoke, Li Hong returned to the kitchen, her voice echoing back. Nan Nan is with her father. Du Yu quickly interrupted. I know, teacher Li. It's a good thing to have the opportunity to join the elite training team. By the way, teacher Li, since I am an outstanding student, I have caught the attention of the teachers at the Yao Ling Academy. I need to report to the school tomorrow for early training with my mentor. Oh, Li Hong emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, observing Du Yu closely. Seeing that he seemed earnest, a proud smile spread across her face. Wonderful. During dinner, Du Yu recounted his recent experiences and shared many stories of Li Mengnan's growth. However, Li Hong merely found amusement in his tales. Unable to believe that Mengnan had matured so rapidly, amidst laughter and joy, dinner was exceedingly warm. Yet, after the meal, while washing the dishes, Du Yu broached the subject of moving out once again. His reasoning was impeccable, stating that he would be relocating to reside at the Yao Ling Academy. Naturally, Li Hong readily consented. However, where would Du Yu actually stay? He simply wished not to intrude upon others' daily lives any longer. Nonetheless, it was not a significant concern. Now, in the sweltering summer heat, with Yao Ling Academy issuing outdoor survival gear, living within the Yao Ling realm to undertake tasks and diligently cultivate day and night seemed like a splendid option. The rich aura within the Yao Ling realm would surely be appreciated by Xiao Fenyang and Xiao Yin, wouldn't it? By the way, regarding the matter of the eye of Fenyang, after tidying up the kitchen, Du Yu hurried back to his bedroom, calling out in his mind, Fenyang. Xiao Fenyang. Did Xiao Fenyang just yawn? Du Yu said apologetically, did I wake you? The figure of Xiao Fenyang appeared silently, looking drowsy as she floated towards Du Yu, snuggling into his embrace. Du Yu instinctively reached out, but the little girl's form was ethereal. She rubbed her eyes, drifting in an angled position within his arms. It was inconsequential that he couldn't grasp her. What mattered was the sensation. Du Yu whispered, during the assessment today, my eyes felt intensely heated, and it seemed the enemy's movements slowed down. Was that also the effect of the eye of Fenyang? Xiao Fenyang replied in a drowsy manner. You have only grasped a small part of it, and can only use it briefly. Du Yu felt an overwhelming joy and eagerly inquired, what other functions does the eye of Fenyang possess? Please tell me everything, and I will endeavor to comprehend each one. The little Fenyang in his arms lifted her face, her sunset-colored eyes gazing at Du Yu. After pondering for a while, she finally spoke, but not yet. Your body is too fragile, and your eyes might get burned out. Du Yu encouraged, keep growing, quickly. The figure of Xiao Fenyang quietly vanished, retreating into Du Yu's mind to rest within his fiery essence. Just moments later, a soft voice echoed in his mind. You can first try to see through the night. See through the night? Du Yu hurried to the window, gazing out at the quiet neighborhood illuminated by streetlights. The illumination did not cover every corner, leaving patches of darkness. Du Yu focused intently on a pitch-black corner. The more he stared, the brighter his vision became, and the heat in his eyes intensified. Suddenly, a light red veil enveloped his vision, transforming the entire world into a spectrum of colors. It was as if he had donned a special night vision device. The scene before him was bathed in a rosy hue, revealing clearly what was previously obscured in darkness. In a mere 5 or 6 seconds, Du felt an unbearable heat in his eyes and hastily closed them. Wow, you can really do it, do you? You're amazing. But only for a few seconds. I'm so weak. Do you? 034 Ching Silver Fire. The following morning, Du enjoyed a delightful breakfast, repeatedly dissuading teacher Li Hong from accompanying him as he descended the stairs with his bedding in hand. He found a donation box on the street and contributed everything he could. He held a modicum of confidence in himself, believing that he would one day afford new clothing and bedding, and even rent a small place of his own. With his tactical backpack and the Yao soldier He Mu in tow, Du boarded the 65 bus amidst envious gazes from passers-by. At precisely 8:15, he arrived at Shishu Garden. To be honest, Du initially thought this was merely a park. It was only last night that he discovered it was a high-end residential complex. Peering through the entrance, he beheld a lush expanse, with asphalt roads leading to unknown destinations. Hello, looking for someone? A uniformed security personnel approached Du, who was peering curiously. Du nodded. Teacher Yang Qingqing sent me to find her. She is a teacher at Yaoling Academy. Ms. Yang has instructed me to request your identification. Here. Du handed over his external student ID, which contained his identification card. All right, please follow me. The security guard beckoned while signaling to others to cover his post, escorting Du in a small transport vehicle. Du had never experienced such treatment before. Riding in the small vehicle felt akin to being on a scenic tour, and along the way, he even glimpsed a lakeside pavilion. After traveling for a considerable distance, the vehicle finally halted in front of a tall building. The security guard escorted Du, helping him swipe the elevator card for the 17th floor before bidding farewell. Du silently stared at the electronic display, watching the numbers flicker, feeling quite anxious. Why was he summoned to her home? Was this a form of introduction? Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Du was utterly taken aback. Good heavens! Was this a botanical garden? He was unsure if he was in the corridor or had already entered the residence. Everywhere he looked was filled with foliage. Blooms were sparse, but leaves were abundant. Even the walls on either side of the corridor were adorned with verdant vines. Please wait a moment. A faint, cool female voice echoed. Oh, okay. Du quickly responded, following the sound to the left, traversing through the vine-laden corridor until he finally stepped into the heart of the botanical garden. Du's expression turned peculiar. He could discern the semblance of a living room, as it was furnished with various pieces of furniture and appliances. However, beyond that, the space was completely engulfed by greenery, more so than outside, leaving Du utterly bewildered. Teacher Yang Qingqing resides here? A place filled with oxygen by day and devoid of it by night. As he pondered, a small tree in the enormous flower pot beside the far-off living room television suddenly stirred, producing a delightful rustling sound. Du fixed his gaze on the lush branches and leaves of the tree, half expecting some mystical creature to emerge. However, after a prolonged observation, he shockingly realized that the tree itself was in motion. Its drooping foliage swayed gently, animated without the caress of wind. In a flurry, Du hastily retrieved the phone provided by the school, opened the Demon Spirit Encyclopedia, and directed the camera at the verdant little tree. After a brief scan, the encyclopedia presented him with a series of messages. Fire Phoenix Tree, a dual elemental demon plant of fire and wood. It produces a type of red fruit known as Fire Phoenix fruit, a high-grade material for demon spirits. The nutritional value of the fruit is high, making it highly favored by fire-type creatures. Strength assessment. Celestial level minor completion, peak celestial realm, actual strength may vary. Detection by the encyclopedia is for reference only. Du's mouth formed an astonished O. A mere tree, classified as a celestial demon plant? Unlike demon beasts, demon plants cannot be contracted and cannot be taken into the possession of demon tamers. Yet, this celestial demon plant was simply being used as a decorative piece by Yang Qingqing in the living room. Du stood frozen in place, paralyzed by astonishment. Though he remained still, the Fire Phoenix tree extended its branches, reaching out inquisitively. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, the branches traversed the expansive living room, gradually drawing closer to Du. Teacher Yang, Du exclaimed, sensing the precariousness of the situation. Came the sound of footsteps from the wooden staircase in the distance. Moments later, Yang Qingqing descended, clad in a light green nightgown, her face still smeared with facial cleanser and slippers adorning her feet. Du pointed at the approaching leaves and stammered. Why don't you play with it for a bit? Just wait for me, she replied, turning back to ascend the stairs. Du was left dumbfounded, thinking to himself, aren't you worried it might harm me? While he remained mulling over his thoughts, The branches of the fire phoenix tree had already entwined around Du Yu's body, surprisingly softer than he had imagined. "Hello?" he whispered. Unlike demon beasts, the fire phoenix tree lacked a face, eyes, or a mouth, and it appeared to have no feet, as its roots were still firmly planted in the large flower pot. The tree offered no response. Instead, the voice of Xiao Fenyang echoed in his mind. "We shall peel its bark." Startled, Du Yu hurriedly countered in his thoughts. "No. No. Xiao Fenyang, you have the wrong tree. This one is definitely not the one you fought with." Xiao Fenyang continued muttering, "I dislike trees. I detest trees. Please, this is someone else's property. We can't afford to compensate for any damage. Just wait until I leave here, and I'll give you some cream-filled cookies." "All right, fine." In the midst of their dialogue, the leaves of the fire phoenix tree brushed against Du Yu's face, each leaf resembling tiny hands gently caressing his features, as if recording his likeness. When Yang Qingqing descended the stairs without makeup, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Du Yu found himself entirely enveloped by the leaves, appearing as though he were encased in a cocoon from an outsider's perspective. All right, Yang Qingqing casually remarked. The fire phoenix tree, exhibiting a remarkable sentience, gradually loosened its lush branches in response to her words and slowly withdrew. Yang Qingqing then effortlessly plucked 2 radiant red fruits from beneath the layers of concealed leaves. "Oh." Du Yu inhaled deeply, finally freed, and now able to see the teacher before him. "It has memorized your appearance. You are now friends. Consider this a gift of introduction," Yang Qingqing said, tossing the 2 fire phoenix fruits to Du Yu. He caught them eagerly, his heart swelling with joy. One fire phoenix fruit could yield numerous cream-filled cookies. And here, Teacher Qingqing had directly gifted him 2 raw ingredients. However, the fruits were about the size of ping-pong balls, making them somewhat cumbersome to consume whole. The mere thought of biting into the fruit and swallowing it made Du Yu feel as though his stomach was already churning. "You are well aware of the objectives for the 1-year training period, correct?" Yang Qingqing beckoned casually. "Yes," Du Yu replied, uncertain of the teacher's intent. Yet he noticed the green leaves crawling up the walls of the hall suddenly come alive. Clusters of leaves surged forth, assembling into a leaf-shaped table that stood before Du Yu. "Sit," Yang Qingqing instructed as she took her place on a chair made of woven leaves. "During this 1-year training period, you need to achieve just 1 objective to gain formal status. Do you have any questions regarding these tasks?" Du Yu glanced behind him, spotting a leaf-woven chair as well, and cautiously seated himself. The phone issued to the students contained not only the Demon Spirit Encyclopedia, but also the objectives for the training period. There were 6 objectives in total. 1. Evolve a demon pet to the peak of Earth level. 2. Progress to the peak of a demon tamer. 3. Obtain a qualification certificate for a low-level or higher breeder. 4. Complete 100 copper-level task bounties. 5. Acquire at least 1 demon spirit library ring. 6. Make significant contributions to the demon spirit cause, including but not limited to discovering new species of demon beasts, demon spirit fruits, and developing new demon techniques. The final interpretation rights belong to the Demon Spirit Academy. Du Yu spoke confidently, attempting to project a self-assured demeanor in front of the teacher. "I should be able to accomplish the 1st and 2nd objectives. Confidence is key," Yang Qingqing replied, gently tapping on the leaf table, recognizing that Du Yu was indeed exceptional. After all, the student file provided by Gong Chang indicated that Du Yu had already reached the minor completion stage in demon taming. As Yang Qingqing tapped the table, tendrils of branches coiled around a longbow, slowly resting upon the tabletop. As the leaves receded like a tide, the longbow revealed its true form. Although made of wood, it had a silvery sheen, albeit a dull one. "This is your custom demon weapon, with a usage duration of approximately 6 months. The teacher has sealed a unique demon arrow formation within it." As the leaves continued to shift, the wooden bow was pushed to Du Yu's side. He reached out to gently touch the longbow. "A demon arrow formation?" Yang Qingqing pointed to the grip, where a slightly recessed flame design was etched. "Activating the demon arrow formation will grant you a new method of attack." Curiously, Du Yu observed the flame design and quickly inquired, "What kind of attack?" "You can give it a try," Yang Qingqing suggested, slightly shifting to the side. Behind her, a wall constructed of leaves stood at a distance of more than 10 meters. Du Yu seized the dark silver longbow and stood up promptly. As he grasped the bow, he felt the peculiar texture of the silver bow, which produced a rustling sound, an intriguing sensation. "Channel the fire demon essence within you until the demon arrow formation lights up," Yang Qingqing instructed. "Understood." In an instant, Du Yu drew the bow and knocked an arrow. With a swift motion, the tail feathers of a fire arrow began to materialize, igniting as they formed, quickly assembling into a fire arrow from tail to tip. Yang Qingqing raised an eyebrow in intrigue. She had long noted the brilliance of his eyes, But as Diyu truly readied himself to draw the bow and enter a combat stance, his entire demeanor transformed once more. Those fervent eyes were strikingly beautiful. While Yang Qingqing silently admired him, Diyu concentrated on channeling the fire demon essence. With the guidance of the demon weapon, intricate control was unnecessary. He simply needed to funnel the fire essence into the bow. With a breath, Diyu felt the recessed flame design on the bow's grip suddenly illuminate. Immediately, a scarlet fire arrow was enveloped in a layer of dark silver. It was stunning, so breathtakingly beautiful. However, Diyu found himself pondering. Realizing that firing such a unique arrow would consume 3 times the essence compared to a standard fire arrow. Whoosh! As Diyu relaxed his fingers, the dark silver fire arrow shot forth swiftly, embedding itself into the layered wall of leaves. With a gasp of exhilaration, Diyu's eyes sparkled with delight. A silver flame unfurled across the leafy wall, gradually spreading forth as if it were laying siege to every inch of territory. Yang Qingqing propped her chin on one hand, not turning her head, but gazing through Diyu's eyes at the peculiar sheen reflected therein. The demon soldiers, the silver fire. Yang Qingqing raised a finger and casually spun it around. The wall, engulfed in silver flames, appeared almost alive, swiftly curling up and forming a cocoon. Moments later, as the leaves slowly retracted to cover the wall once more, the silver flames vanished without a trace. Diyu inquired, "Teacher, does this silver flame possess any special properties?" Yang Qingqing countered, "What do you think?" Diyu speculated, "After striking a target, will it ignite automatically?" Yang Qingqing nodded. "Ordinary fire arrows, upon hitting a target, at most create a shock to the enemy's demon breath battle attire. They do not ignite it. However, silver fire is different. Its adhesion capability is formidable, igniting the enemy's demon breath battle attire and causing persistent fire damage." Ignite? Diyu looked down at the dark silver longbow in his hand. His spirits lifted. Yang Qingqing continued, "This demon weapon is of silver grade, which is the second tier. More powerful demon tamers or demon beasts can easily extinguish silver fire. For instance, that heavenly grade demon plant. Why not give it a try?" Diyu shook his head repeatedly. "I understand. No need for an experiment. I am already on good terms with the fire phoenix tree." With a chuckle, Yang Qingqing cast a glance at Diyu and added, "In comparison to the continuous ignition damage, you should focus more on its marking function." Marking? Yang Qingqing explained, "The demon spirit anomaly is fraught with dangers, teeming with various demon beasts and plants. If you ignite a target in the dark," Diyu's eyes lit up, "then my target becomes clearer. And I might also attract other hunters. You catch on quickly." Indeed, Yang Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. However, Diyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Having grown accustomed to the harsh treatment from Gong Cheng, he needed time to adjust to a more conventional teaching style. Yang Qingqing remarked, "Although I have extended an invitation to you, you remain an external student, and I have other duties. We shall meet once every 3 months. You will compile all your questions from the past 3 months, and I will address them." Understood. Yang Qingqing continued, "According to the school's educational system, I will assign you 4 tasks. Today marks the first. For the next 3 months, your task is to acquire 3 mortal-grade demon crystals from the demon spirit anomaly. How do you feel about that? Are you confident? Mortal-grade demon beasts only condense demon crystals when they reach their peak. This means Diyu and Xiao Yin must hunt 3 peak mortal-grade demon beasts. This task is relatively straightforward. You may purchase them, hire a more skilled demon tamer to assist, or join a team to hunt collaboratively. However, considering Diyu's circumstances, finding a team may rely on luck, and hiring someone is likely out of reach. He will most probably have to complete it alone. It is uncertain whether Yang Qingqing tailored this task specifically for Diyu's situation." "All right," Diyu responded eagerly. Yang Qingqing nodded in satisfaction and added, "One last point. The concept of cold air, do you understand?" The cold air she referred to was not the ordinary chill recognized in the mundane world, but a sinister aura that demon tamers despise. This cold air lurks within demon breath, cunning and malicious. In normal society and environments, the concept of cold air can often be overlooked, as it is rare and does not constitute a climate. Typically, the denser the demon breath, the more prevalent the cold air becomes, as seen within the demon spirit anomaly. While demon tamers cultivate within, they must exercise utmost caution. One might think they have absorbed 100 portions of demon breath, but among them could lurk a single portion of the toxic cold air. Thus, demon tamers must meticulously discern and eliminate the dross. Cold air possesses a dual nature, with its disadvantages far outweighing its benefits. Firstly, it disturbs the mind, whether for demon tamers or their demon pets. If they are corroded by cold air, they often become impulsive, irritable, and exceedingly volatile. Secondly, excessive cold air in the body can hinder a demon tamer's physical functions, rendering them increasingly frail and unwell. thus obstructing their cultivation and growth. The only benefit of cold air is that it can enhance the physical capabilities of demon beasts, yet at the cost of rendering their temperament increasingly ferocious, making it a trade-off not worth making. Notably, this cold air virus exclusively targets demon tamers and demon beasts. It cannot infiltrate the bodies of ordinary individuals who have not awakened and cannot absorb demon breath. I understand, teacher. I have thoroughly researched what to be cautious of when entering the demon spirit anomaly, Diyu responded. Remember, haste makes waste, Yang Qingqing stood, and the leafy table and chairs slowly retracted. Diyu hurriedly rose as the leafy chair gradually climbed back to the wall. This scene was indeed enchanting. Yang Qingqing extended her left hand, retrieving a flower vine that held a tote bag, which she slowly presented to Diyu. Curiously, Diyu accepted the tote bag and pulled out a piece of lightweight clothing. The gray-green hue and the fabric woven from vine and grass shavings. Was this the auspicious attire? This is the Hushi Shu E, a bronze-grade combat coat designed to aid in stealth, concealment, and evasion from enemy attacks. Yang Qingqing smiled, continuing. The evaluation of you in the student materials reported by teacher Gongcheng is quite intriguing. It emphasizes your two characteristics, cunning and patience. Diyu replied, I. Yang Qingqing interjected, I believe you should leverage your strengths and try it on. Diyu set down the tote bag and opened the Hushi Shu E, only to realize that this incredibly lightweight garment was indeed a cloak. He swiftly donned the cloak, which reached down to his ankles, yet its lightness made it feel as if he were not wearing anything at all. Yang Qingqing suddenly reached out, helping Diyu pull on the hood, tugging down the brim as she said, You have beautiful eyes. To accentuate your style, it is best to conceal them. Do you? Compelled to lower his head by the hood, felt a sense of déjà vu glancing down at the tote bag at his feet. He discovered it contained more items, familiar vacuum-sealed food, premium fire-type pet food, a total of 10 bags, each containing 8 biscuits. Assuming each biscuit costs 50 yuan. That amounts to 4,000 yuan. Teacher, this. Yang Qingqing interjected, nurture your demon pet well. It is your responsibility to protect it now. But it won't be long before it protects you. Yes, I understand. Diyu nodded vigorously. Go now, plan your time wisely, and we shall meet again in 3 months. Yang Qingqing did not afford Diyu much opportunity to speak, simply waving him off. With the host issuing a dismissal, Diyu could only express his gratitude and farewell before turning toward the leafy corridor. However, upon reaching the elevator, he found that pressing the button yielded no response. Suddenly, a slender vine appeared at his side, curling around an elevator card to swipe for him. Is being a wood-type demon tamer this accommodating? Diyu pondered. Whether this was a wood-type demon pet or plant, it exhibited an extraordinary degree of sentience. Perhaps he could cultivate a few in his rented abode? No. Fire types are the best. Fire types are the best. A discontented voice echoed in his mind. Yes, fire types are the best. Diyu hastily agreed. Quickly entering the elevator, he retrieved a fire phoenix fruit from his pocket, mentally apologizing. I was wrong. Here, have a fruit. Humph. Xiao Huiyang responded. Diyu lifted the Hushi Shu cloak and produced a fruit from his pocket, unable to resist licking his lips. After a moment of hesitation, Diyu finally bit down on the fire phoenix fruit. With a wince, Diyu's face contorted into a comical expression. Inside the room, Yang Qingqing gazed at the doorbell's electronic screen, her eyes drifting to the elevator where Diyu grinned foolishly. She couldn't help but display an odd expression. This lad truly embodies the essence of a naive novice. Perhaps he wishes to sample the authentic flavor of the huetong fruit? Yang Qingqing chuckled softly, then suddenly turned her head to spot a pair of small legs peeking from the staircase. Is Miss Lin here? Her aunt, Lin Shi, descended in a nightgown. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Diyu has already left, right? He took the pet food you bought, Yang Qingqing teased, her expression revealing amusement. This young man is quite commendable, possessing both handsome looks and a proper demeanor. If he wishes to pursue you, he should do so boldly. I will support you. So you need not act in secrecy. In truth, Yang Qingqing had only prepared 5 bags of pet food for Diyu. The additional 5 bags were added by Lin Shi herself. I have no intention of pursuing him, Lin Shi exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she hurriedly explained. His rare, multicolored fire fox is in a crucial growth stage. It would be a pity if it lacked proper nourishment. You know his family struggles financially. Yang Qingqing regarded her with a knowing smile. Ah, little Shi, you truly are a gentle soul. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Her words caught in her throat as she turned and dashed up the stairs. While they exchanged playful banter, Diyu had exited the elevator and summoned the little fire fox. The tiny fire fox, just pieced together, had yet to nuzzle her master before something was forcibly stuffed into her mouth. The authentic huetong fruit, produced by a celestial demon plant, was intended to be shared equally. Though the little fire fox's mouth was full, as she bit into the fruit, the tangy juice flowed, and her expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Is it truly delectable? Duyu's face was etched with confusion. Ing. The little fire fox joyfully swallowed the huotong fruit, lifting her furry little head in an attempt to lick Duyu's face. He instinctively leaned back, fearing that the sour juice might stain his visage. Oh. The little creature blinked her expressive golden brown eyes, filled with sorrow, as she lowered her head in disappointment. Don't be like that, Duyu said awkwardly, feeling the tension rise. This little rascal certainly had more spunk than the huotong fruit. Go on, lick me. Reluctantly, Duyu leaned his face closer, yet the little fire fox turned away, ignoring him, adopting a petulant demeanor. Wow, a multicolored pet, exclaimed a mother and child approaching. Oh, indeed, it is quite beautiful. The elegant lady, unbothered by the volume of her voice, caught the attention of the little fire fox, who immediately brightened at the sight of her. Realizing the situation was unraveling, Duyu swiftly covered the little fire fox's head and dashed away. Ing, what are you whining about? We now have 20 bags of filled cookies. That should suffice for a while. When you can no longer afford meals, you can seek out the big sister for a treat. Ing, forget about those wealthy ladies. I have acquired divine equipment. Let us hasten to the Yaoling Yi Jing and engage in battle. Ing. In the afternoon, Duyu boarded a dedicated bus. Arriving at the southern outskirts of Songgu Tower City, the Yaoling Yi Jing. Upon his arrival, he initially believed he had stumbled into a forest park, although sparsely populated. The area boasted a variety of well-equipped buildings, a pet center, a pet hospital, a pet shop, and even a pet grooming salon. The opulent storefronts captivated Duyu, who observed them for quite some time. Eventually, he discovered a wooden cabin-style independent structure on the far right, Yaoling Book House. This establishment is a national chain endorsed by Daxiao and serves as a livelihood for many demon tamers. As Duyu stepped forward, he noticed a line of small text beneath the sign, Southern Outskirts Branch of Songgu Tower, carrying 2 bows on his back. Duyu opened the door to the book house, and the sound of wind chimes announced his entrance. The young man behind the counter rose to greet him. Despite Duyu's cloak and hood, along with the bows slung over his back, the attendant showed no sign of surprise. He simply smiled and nodded. Are you a Yaoling student? Duyu produced his identification and handed it over. Oh, an external student. Wishing you a swift transition to regular status. The attendant returned the document with a beaming smile. How may I assist you? Removing his hood, Duyu curiously surveyed the 2-story interior of the book house, where the upper level was obscured by shelves. The first-floor hall resembled a cafe, boasting a pleasant atmosphere. A few demon tamers rested there, tending to their pets. Is this your first visit? The attendant, noticing Duyu's look of wonder, inquired. Would you like me to give you a tour? Yes, please. The attendant explained. The upper level houses the library, equipped with computers for your free research. The ground floor serves as a lounge, providing simple dining options for demon tamers and their pets. The primary function of the Yaoling Book House is to assign tasks to demon tamers. The points earned from these tasks can be used interchangeably at the pet hospital, pet shop, and other establishments. He gestured toward a small blackboard on the wall. Here are today's bounty tasks. There is no limit to the number you can take on, but be mindful of the deadlines. If tasks are not completed on time, points will be deducted. The names and phone numbers on the adjacent board belong to those seeking partners, mostly for the 6th task. Duyu scan the matchmaking board and then the task board. There were a total of 6 tasks, for bronze level and 2 silver level. It would suffice to simply label them as bronze level. There's no need to overemphasize heroism with brave bronze. As if everyone truly were brave. This is a novice Yaoling Book House, with tasks categorized into 3 types: collection tasks, intelligence tasks, and combat tasks. You can see the details. 1. Collect 1 vine from a beard tree that is over 3 meters long. Task level, brave bronze. Deadline, 10 days. Reward points, 1-2. Collect 8 of any type of demon plant fruits. Task level, brave bronze. Deadline, 10 days. Reward points, 1-3. Last night, a tremendous buzzing sound emerged from Zone 1 of the Yaoling Yi Jing. Investigate the source of the sound, collect accurate information, and provide clear visual documentation to the Yaoling Book House. Task level, Indomitable Silver. Deadline, 7 days. Reward points, 5-4. In Zone 4 of the Yaoling Yi Jing, a vicious and aggressive double-leaf snake, eroded by cold air, has appeared, estimated to possess peak ordinary level strength. Defeat the double-leaf snake and acquire the demon crystal contaminated by cold air, then submit it to the Yaoling Book House. Task level, Indomitable Silver. Deadline, 10 days. Reward points, 10. Duyu questioned, if I do not accept a specific task but inadvertently complete it during my training, may I submit it afterward? The attendant nodded. Of course, provided the task remains on the board that day. Du Yu replied with enthusiasm, if it is not there the next day, I shall sleep here on the floor until new tasks are posted. The attendant chuckled, are you hoping to farm tasks? Each task can only be completed once per day. He added, moreover, if tomorrow's board doesn't have a task you want to submit, what then? Du Yu replied, then I shall simply sleep a few more days until I can complete it. The attendant sighed, attempting to maintain a gentle tone. First, you cannot carry 100 beard tree vines at once. Secondly, my young friend, your time is precious. Du Yu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, spare me that. By the way, how much is 1 point worth? The attendant replied, 1 point can be exchanged for 50 yuan. Scammer, 50 yuan for a single trip? And that's risking life and limb in the Yaoling I Jing. Who knows how many days it will take, only to submit the collected items afterward. I could earn more delivering takeout with Xiao Yin. Perhaps there may still be a considerable number of customers willing to bestow gratuities. The young shopkeeper, perceiving Du Yu's discontent, chuckled. Converting 1 point into 50 yuan would merely procure you a single exquisite meal outside. However, if you utilize that 1 point here. Du Yu blinked. What delectable treats can I acquire? The shopkeeper raised 2 fingers. You can purchase 2 meals. Du Yu thought to express his gratitude through a dance. For it was because of such kindness that the world appeared more beautiful. After some contemplation, he ultimately accepted 5 tasks, opting not to engage in the final one, as he was not yet prepared to confront a pinnacle-level creature. After all, there was a considerable gap in their levels. And undertaking such a challenge now would be quite arduous. The realm of Yaoling was rich in demonic energy, providing him sufficient time to grow. This is the map of the Yaoling realm. As a novice, I shall gift you a bottle of healing potion, said the shopkeeper, handing over the item. To use it, simply apply it to your wounds. It will alleviate the elemental damage caused by various attributes of demonic energy. It has healing effects for both demon tamers and their pets. There are free storage lockers over there where you can organize your equipment. Since you have accepted all 4 collection tasks, you must make room in your backpack. Du Yu weighed the palm-sized red potion in his hand, thanked the shopkeeper, and proceeded towards the storage lockers. While tidying his belongings, he casually inquired, by the way, how does one obtain a ring from the Yaoling bookstore? Acquiring a ring from the Yaoling bookstore also allows external students to become official members. However, for those who are external students with a status of 9,999, this task merely serves as a facade on the list. Each ring from the Yaoling bookstore is exceedingly difficult to obtain. The bookstore ring symbolizes honor. Should Du Yu possess this ring, he would enjoy discounted prices at all establishments surrounding the Yaoling realm. Some goods would even be offered for free to the ring's owner, such as meals for ordinary humans. If Du Yu were to obtain such a ring, he would no longer need to worry about his sustenance for the rest of his life. As for the origins of the bookstore ring, it is essential to understand that not all bounties can be resolved flawlessly. For tasks that have remained uncompleted for over 3 years, if you can resolve them adequately and undergo a rigorous examination at the bookstore, you may be granted a ring at their discretion. The shopkeeper chuckled. Having encountered countless novice demon tamers and grown accustomed to their audacious aspirations, he pointed towards the door. It hangs right there. Du Yu turned his gaze and saw a small blackboard hanging above the door, inscribed with a task. In the 5th district of the Yaoling realm, 2 twin ancient trees grow, blooming in summer and bearing fruit in autumn. Task objective: collect a complete flower from the twin trees or a complete fruit from the twin trees. Task level: honor gold. Reward: a ring from the southern suburbs branch of the Yaoling bookstore. As Du Yu inquired further, several students within the quiet bookstore glanced towards the small blackboard. The shopkeeper expressed a sense of nostalgia. I've worked here for 7 years. When I first started, this task was already present, and it remains unfulfilled to this day. At a nearby table, a girl cradling a Longhu dog asked, with so many experts in our great Xia, cannot anyone collect the flowers or fruits from the twin trees? The shopkeeper replied, this Yaoling realm is only open to demon tamers. Higher-level tamers are not permitted to enter. Furthermore, there are troops stationed around the twin ancient trees. They will observe your strength and how you collect the flowers or fruits. Deception is impossible. The girl nodded, gazing at the task on the blackboard with longing in her eyes. The shopkeeper turned to Du Yu, playfully remarking, there's no need to rush into this task. It will always be here when you decide to take it. Du Yu nodded. Then I suppose I won't be able to complete it. The shopkeeper reassured him. Do not be disheartened. This task is exceedingly difficult, beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Du Yu shook his head. No, I mean my advancement is too swift. Perhaps in a few days, I will become a demon tamer. And I want to even be allowed to enter here. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, observing Du Yu with a hint of skepticism. There's a reason this task remains here. To put it bluntly, even if you become a demon tamer, you may still be unable to complete it. Did you not notice the task's rating of honor gold? The difficulty assessment provided by the bookstore is never wrong. You would need to at least be a third-level demon tamer to have any chance of completing this task. Du Yu refrained from further comment, instead organizing his items, traveling light, and bidding farewell to the shopkeeper with a wave. As Du Yu stepped outside, a voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Fenyang's voice brimmed with excitement. Are we going to peel tree bark? Du Yu replied, my little lowly, you shall stay close to the trunks. After a moment's reflection, he cautioned, be careful. There are soldiers patrolling within the Yao Ling realm. You must hide well. Xiao Fenyang seemed reluctant. All right. Du Yu, swiftly approaching the entrance, felt significantly lighter with his backpack, carrying only the Yao Bing Yinhua. In fact, the Yao Bing He Mu could be reclaimed, as there were still over 20 days of usage left. Although Du Yu was low on funds, he had no intention of selling it, for the He Mu Bao had been instrumental in his achievement as an excellent student. Once he earned sufficient money and secured a place to live, he planned to hang this remarkable Yao Bing as a keepsake. With his external student certificate in hand, Du Yu smoothly passed through the entrance. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the flora, his expression slightly entranced. Xiao Fenyang suddenly exclaimed, so many trees. In a moment of intuition, Du Yu sensed that had he not intervened, Xiao Fenyang might have stripped the bark from every tree in the forest. The earlier lack of interest during the assessment likely stemmed from the fact that those were ordinary trees. With this thought, Du Yu took out his phone, resembling a tourist, and began capturing images and scanning the surroundings. Husu tree, a dual-element demon plant of earth and wood. The naturally hanging branches are known as Husu, a low-level demon plant material with extensive uses. Strength level assessment. Early stage of the ordinary realm. Specifics depend on actual circumstances. The illustration detection is for reference only. Du Yu's mouth agape. He noticed the trees before him were stripped bare. Even the branches had been broken off, resembling large wooden sticks. What a pity, my friends. The demon tamers have truly gone to extremes. Look at what they've done to these poor Husu trees. Why must they grow right at the entrance? Du Yu stepped forward, gently patting a Husu tree and casually tearing off a small piece of bark. Xiao Fenyang couldn't help but cheer, yay, so happy. Du Yu is the best. Du Yu mused, 037 Summer Night Forest. The regions within the Yaoling realm are distinctly divided, from the 1st to the 9th district. They follow a 3x3 grid, mirroring the layout of a digital keypad. At the entrance, Du Yu found himself in the 2nd district, while his intended destination lay in the southwestern 1st district. He aimed to complete the 5th intelligence task, seeking to understand why the insects chirped. As for the other 4 collection tasks, he should be able to accomplish them along the way. Contemplating this, Du Yu quickened his pace towards the west. Upon entering a secluded forest path, with no one around, he immediately summoned his demon pet. A surge of fiery demonic energy coalesced, and Xiao Yin materialized, landing softly in Du Yu's palm. Upon her reappearance, Xiao Yin clearly relished the surrounding environment. The rich and pure demonic energy here was devoid of attributes, allowing any demon pet to cultivate freely. However, a conversion process was necessary to transform the neutral demonic energy into a compatible elemental form. Bug, called out Xiao Fenyang. Du Yu swiftly scanned the area, only to find a large ladybug descending directly above him. When Du Yu finally comprehended the situation, he found that a ladybug cap had been placed atop his hood. Xiao Fenyang exhibited minimal reaction, suggesting that this creature was relatively weak and devoid of malice. Du Yu shook his head and swiftly brushed the ladybug aside. The insect, about the size of a palm, landed on the ground. In terms of demon pets, its size was quite diminutive. However, when compared to ordinary ladybugs in society, it was nothing short of a giant. The ladybug's antennae twitched as it endeavored to touch the little fire fox standing before it, seemingly drawn by the enchanting sound of its fox call. Demon pet combat? A thought sparked in Du Yu's mind. His first offering had been to Li Meng Nan, and now, let this wild encounter be dedicated to the crimson ladybug. Du Yu hastily retrieved his phone to scan the creature. The red ladybug, a fire-type demon beast from the insect tribe, derived its name from the black square spots dotting its elytra. Known for its relatively gentle temperament and low aggression, specifically towards humans, it possessed minimal growth potential, prompting potential demon tamers to exercise caution in forming a contract. Its strength was assessed at the initial stage of the mortal level, with the actual capability dependent on circumstances. The illustrated data served merely as a reference. Its commonly recognized skills included Fire Wing Flap. The note regarding its limited aggression only towards humans reminded Du Yu of another creature, the orca. As a dominant marine predator, the orca's combat prowess was unquestionable, and its hunting methods were ferocious. Yet, wild orcas rarely harmed humans. Suddenly, a warning surged within Du Yu. In his contemplation, he noticed Xiao Yin approaching the ladybug. treating it as a toy and gently patting its round back with her small paw. Buzz, the red ladybug, seemed unwilling to be played with, suddenly taking flight. With remarkable agility, Xiaoyan attempted to pin it down, but her petite stature and the firefox lineage were not known for their strength. The ladybug swayed but did not halt, hastily soaring away. Xiaoyan gathered a fireball before her face. Wait, Xiaoyan, you quickly intervened. The fireball slowly dissipated as Xiaoyan turned to look up at him. You proposed, let it go. This creature is too weak. Let us seek out the more ferocious demon beasts. Xiaoyan tilted her head at Yu, but obediently bounced back toward him. He rewarded her with a cream-filled cookie, ensuring fairness by sharing one with Xiao Fenyang as well. Honestly, Yu felt he could save on food expenses, after all. When he fed Xiao Fenyang the demon pet's food, the huotong fruit jam was absorbed, while 2 cookies ended up in his own stomach. Contemplating this, he continued scanning with his phone while advancing toward Zone 1. It may be hard for people to believe, but along his journey, Yu encountered no fewer than 5 different demon beasts of various sizes and types. The state of the demon plant, the whisker tree, remained constant, always devoid of any visible whiskers. Upon stepping into Zone 1, Yu still had yet to see what the whiskers of the whisker tree looked like. Suddenly, he spotted someone. He hurried forward, leaning against a large tree, peering over cautiously while discreetly peeling off a small piece of bark. Xiao Fenyang was elated, happier than when consuming cream-filled cookies. Whiskers. Yu's heart leaped with joy as he finally spotted them. Beneath a distant tree squatted a youth who had even laid out a sleeping bag and dining cloth, clearly prepared for a prolonged wait. Above his head swayed a thick vine with a gray-green hue, undoubtedly the whiskers. Yu hesitated but decided to approach. Woof. The small wolf dog was the first to detect the intruder. Who goes there? The youth, spotting the cloaked Yu, quickly rose, adopting a defensive stance. I found the whiskers first. I want to take them. Yu hastily gestured, signaling his lack of ill intent. Why don't you just pluck the whiskers? The youth relaxed slightly and pointed to a measuring tape on the dining cloth. This whisker is currently 2.8 meters long. It needs another 20 centimeters. I'm waiting for it to grow. Yu inquired, how long have you been here? The youth replied, for days. The whisker grows more than half a meter each day, so I'll be reaping rewards soon. For days? Who claimed that a young person's time was invaluable? With this response, Yu felt even less inclined to act maliciously, asking, have you heard any loud insect calls while staying in Zone 1? Ah, indeed. It was quite serene a few days ago, but last night, there was suddenly a loud insect chorus, a continuous cacophony that lasted the whole night. The youth pointed westward, indicating the direction from which the sound had emanated. Thank you, Yu said before promptly departing, leaving the youth feeling more at ease. Returning to his thoughts, Yu mused about how remarkable it was for such a young child to awaken their abilities. Surely, they were among the elite. He was focused on completing his task to earn points and did not realize that the terrain of the supernatural realm was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Lacking any outdoor survival experience, he appeared to have lost his way. Wandering about, he engaged Xiaoyan in several skirmishes with demon beasts, mostly keeping things light. In this lower-level supernatural realm, the chill was relatively mild, and there were few demon beasts that had their minds consumed. The little creatures were mentally intact, and some, being lively, could spar with Xiaoyan, but it was far from a life-or-death scenario. This training journey was truly idyllic. Unfortunately, as night fell, Yu had yet to hear the resounding insect calls. As night enveloped the land, Yu found himself seated on a thick tree branch, leaning against the trunk, bow in one hand and the vigilant Xiaoyan cradled in the other. The rhythmic sounds of insects filled the air, and the scent of moist earth enveloped him, creating a delightful summer night ambience. With Xiao Fenyang's assistance, he followed the mysterious and captivating black golden bird, tracing fiery lines within his body to nourish himself, gradually expanding the limits of his physical vessel. Suddenly, something felt amiss. Yu opened his eyes wide. Xiao Fenyang was swimming through his body, absorbing and converting demon essence at a remarkable pace, when he sensed a foreign presence infiltrating him. Cold aura. Is this the cold aura? Yu raised his hand, scrutinizing his slightly reddish skin. After an entire day, he had finally encountered the infamous cold energy. Burn it or force it out, Xiao Fenyang advised. Yu spread his palm, and the fiery lines within him momentarily paused. Waves of fiery demon essence surged toward his hand, akin to purging treachery, leaving no opportunity for this foreign essence to conceal itself or flee. Under the fierce blaze, the cold aura was entirely incinerated. Curiosity piqued, Yu pondered aloud. The cold aura seems not as elusive as people claim. Because you are pure, your fire attribute is untainted, making it easier for you to detect anomalies. Xiao Fenyang explained. Yu nodded in contemplation, inferring that multi-attribute demon tamers like Li Ming, Nan would be more susceptible. given the diverse types of demon essence within them, allowing the cold aura to blend in more effectively. Suddenly, the buzzing of insects intensified, converging into a piercing chorus that startled Du Yu into an upright position. The colossal insect call, and it was not far off. Du Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why hadn't he noticed the gathering of insect tribes during the day? He quickly proposed, "Shall we investigate?" "Sure." Du Yu carefully descended from the great tree, clutching it tightly, and illuminated the path ahead with his flashlight, following the persistent sound of chirping insects as he advanced. The further he walked, the more intense the buzzing of the insects became. Uncertain of what awaited him, he noticed rustling sounds above, as if some ethereal beast was fleeing. Surely, this was not a good omen. With a deep breath, Du Yu stealthily moved a few steps and reached another large tree. Slowly crouching down, he steadied himself against the trunk, tilting his head slightly, and finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. In the distant horizon, moonlight cascaded down, revealing shimmering water. Was that a small river? Rarely did one get to see the moonlight like this. Du Yu cautiously proceeded, yet hesitated to cross the river, fearing the emergence of some aquatic creature. Approaching the riverbank, he finally caught sight of an unusual glow in the mountains on the opposite side. It was a dark red hue, dim yet conspicuous against the pitch-black night. This was also the source of the insect sounds. Attempting to shine his flashlight towards it, he found the distance too great and hesitated for a moment before slowly closing his eyes. After a few seconds of contemplation, Du Yu abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, a faint red veil shrouded his vision, mysterious and dazzling. Unbeknownst to him, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a seasoned expert, for after that glance, he was utterly astounded. The woods across the river were teeming with red ladybugs. 10 or so would complement the enchanting summer night perfectly. But this multitude, swarming everywhere? The overwhelming sound of buzzing was indeed produced by the flapping of the red ladybugs. Du Yu was bewildered. Did ladybugs possess such a tendency? Wasn't this the domain of cicadas and crickets? After attentively listening for a while, Du Yu directed his flashlight towards the river. Xiao Fenyang. "Are there any beasts in the water?" Xiao Fenyang replied uncertainly, "I don't think so." "I trust you," Du Yu said, stepping into the river. His battle robe was quite convenient. It could shield him from rain and naturally protect his shoes and trousers from getting wet. "Do you look? There's a path of stones over there." Observing the water that submerged his calves, Du Yu replied softly, "I have already crossed halfway." With a playful smirk, Du Yu rolled his eyes, waded through the river, and illuminated the trees. Countless palm-sized red ladybugs covered the trunks and branches, causing Du Yu to itch all over. As he stepped onto the opposite bank, the red ladybugs suddenly ceased their buzzing, and the loud, sharp sounds came to an abrupt halt. "My heavens!" Du Yu thought in amazement. Although the red ladybugs were weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Naturally, Du Yu dared not provoke them. Xiao Yin nestled within his hood, her little head pressed against his cheek, gazing at the toys everywhere, but showing no inclination to play. This perfectly illustrated the concept of being a bully against the weak, yet cowardly towards the strong. Indeed, such a commendable quality, most suitable for my team. Du Yu, equally cautious, carefully skirted the edge of the ladybug territory, weaving through the forest until he finally discerned the source of that dim light. It was a charred, withered tree. Unlike ordinary trees, this one appeared desolate, devoid of leaves, with its bark cracked in large chunks, revealing an orange-red glow akin to flowing lava. Du Yu suddenly awakened to the realization the surrounding aura was no longer the pure, attribute-less essence, but rather the essence of fire. Were these red ladybugs congregating due to this tree? Hastily, Du Yu retrieved his phone, attempting to scan the peculiar tree. However, the phone's camera was far less effective than his eyes, failing to capture anything due to the distance. In the silence of the woods, faint cries echoed. Du Yu was puzzled. Within the insect gathering, there were cries from other beasts. He quickly exited the encyclopedia and activated the camera function. At that moment, with the cries of the beast cubs, swarms of red ladybugs resumed their flapping, their sharp, piercing buzz startling Du Yu into a grimace. The immense sound of buzzing was evidently amplified by the cries. Positioned too close to the source, Du Yu instinctively covered his ears, enduring the cacophony for nearly half a minute before the sounds finally subsided. I am truly bewildered. Are the ladybugs out of line, or have the cicadas strayed? The thought struck him. He dared not proceed. This was the territory of the red ladybugs, and if he intruded recklessly, would he be besieged by them? Yet, the encyclopedia clearly stated that red ladybugs were relatively gentle and posed minimal threat to humans. As he pondered, Xiao Fenyang evidently sensed Du Yu's hesitation and suggested, "Just go in, the red bugs are not hostile." Du Yu replied, "After all, this is their territory. It's fine. I've traversed numerous red bug territories, and they are always friendly." He or she Had Xiao Fenyang inadvertently referenced the past? Having learned from his previous misstep, Du feigned ignorance and promptly inquired. With so many red ladybugs, what if one is infiltrated by cold energy? The area around the Chengjiang tree is filled with fire essence, which has been filtered and transformed, so there won't be any cold energy, Xiao Fenyang whispered. Chengjiang tree? Du turned to the distant light. Was this the name of the mystical plant? Yes. Although it belongs to the fire category, it is still a tree and should not be spared. We should strip its bark. All right then. Du first tucked Xiao Yin into his body, mustered his courage, and cautiously stepped into the domain of the red ladybugs. It was a nerve-wracking endeavor, each step fraught with trepidation. The display was truly terrifying, and it was no wonder it was classified as a silver-level task. Even though the encyclopedia assured him that red ladybugs were friendly towards humans, it was difficult to summon the courage to enter. As he walked, Du contemplated, if the area around the Chengjiang tree is saturated with fire essence, can we cultivate here and bypass the need to transform attribute-less essence? Yes. But the essence here is not dense enough. We should seek a higher-level mystical realm. If we could have the assistance of demon fire, that would be even better. Demon fire? Yes, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, truly remarkable. I once possessed some, but it was regrettable. Du's heart stirred. What happened? Did you lose your demon fire? I used it to burn trees. Xiao Fenyang. Demon fire cannot be extinguished. Once we grow stronger, we must reclaim it. Du pressed his lips together and quietly asked, you mentioned you once had a type of demon fire. How many types are there in total? I don't know. I've only seen 3. Do you know where to find demon fire? Not precisely, but if we are close to it, I can sense it. I see. Du pulled out a cream-filled biscuit from his pocket and swallowed it like medicine. Xiao Fenyang, I am merely at the initial stage of being a demon tamer. Please be patient. Give me some time. Yes. We will grow stronger, step by step, laying a solid foundation for each level. Xiao Fenyang spoke with great anticipation. I can feel that you are about to advance soon. Du treaded carefully, attempting to maintain a distance from each tree, fearful of brushing against a ladybug. Really? Yes. You are so small and weak. With my assistance in building your foundation, you will advance swiftly. All right then. Du grimaced, and faintly. He heard the cries of beast cubs once more. He immediately crouched down, covering his ears with his hands. Du's prediction was spot on, as the cries echoed. The red ladybugs resumed their flapping, the colossal wave of sound completely engulfing him. This is rather frightening. After a while, the cacophony of insects finally subsided. Du shook his buzzing head and rose once more. A few minutes later, still reeling from the auditory assault, he had endured 2 rounds of insect serenades and finally stood before the Chengjiang tree. What a sight to behold! No longer requiring the illumination of a flashlight, the ashen, withered tree brimmed with a flowing, fiery orange liquid from the fissures in its cracked bark, radiating a dazzling brilliance. No, this could not be magma. Rather, it was a unique orange-red liquid. Otherwise, the temperature would not be so low. Du hastily took out his phone to scan. Chengjiang tree, a dual-type fire and wood spirit plant, is commonly found in various spirit realms. It absorbs the essence of the world and transforms it into fire attribute essence, making it highly favored by fire-type spirit pets. Its strength level assessment indicates a minor achievement in the ordinary class, with the specific strength subject to practical evaluation. The Pokédex's detection is merely for reference. Xiao Fenyang, it seems there is something within the tree. Oh, Du activated the recording function again, dodging the sparks that burst forth, circling around the Chengjiang tree while filming. In the spirit realm, there are fire-type spirit plants and numerous fire-type beasts. Yet there is no need for concern about the entire forest being set ablaze. If one perceives the spirit realm as a whole, it possesses its own defense system and even a self-healing ability, preventing it from being easily destroyed. In simpler terms, the pure essence of spirits that fills the realm is its most effective tool for resolving all issues. A faint, pitiful whimper echoed again, still in a preparatory phase, lacking the full-blown wailing. Du crouched down and peered through a vertical crack in the dead wood, looking inside. There was no trace of orange liquid within. Was this little creature trapped inside? How on earth did it manage to get in? Du switched to the spirit Pokédex and cautiously maneuvered his phone's camera into the gap. Tu Dongfang Kuai, a soil-type spirit beast of the Tianbao clan, derived its name from its jelly-like texture and cubic shape. Naturally mischievous, Tu Dongfang Kuai has considerable growth potential and high cultivation value. Its strength level assessment indicates an initial ordinary class achievement. With specific strength subject to practical evaluation, the Pokédex's detection is merely for reference. Common skills of Tu Dongfang Kuai include 1. Tu Dongniao, Tianbao clan, a treasure of nature. This implies it did not emerge from a womb or an egg, but was formed naturally in the world. Likely Ming Nan's Wind Witch. Such spirit pets cannot be artificially raised. They can only be acquired in the spirit realm. I've struck gold. Oh, jelly. Xiao Fenyang. Through the eye of Fenyang, shared his vision with Du Yu, urging him to pull it out. Pull it out directly? Du Yu pondered. Could such a small crack really allow for that? Well, it makes sense. This little creature likely wriggled its way in. Du Yu attempted to insert one hand, and, to his surprise, felt something jelly-like. Wah! Tu Dongfang Kuai immediately burst into tears. Earlier, while on the opposite bank of the river, Du Yu had thought it was merely whimpering. Now, up close, he realized it was indeed wailing. Buzz! Buzz! In a chain reaction, countless red ladybugs took to the air, their buzzing sound piercingly sharp. Come out! Amidst such a tremendous uproar, Du Yu mustered all his strength and yanked Tu Dongfang Kuai out. Huh! As the square jelly emerged through the gap, it was squished and deflated, its cries abruptly ceasing. Du Yu observed the cushion in his hand, and before he could process it, the cushion suddenly expanded. Duong. A perfectly cubic jelly materialized before Du Yu. He rotated the cube in his hand and finally found its front. It had 2 eyes and a small mouth. Its body a dirty gray-brown. It seemed quite disoriented from being squeezed through the tree's crack. Du Yu was overjoyed. The once deafening insect chorus now sounded like a triumphant symphony. What is the point of continuing the collection task? First, I must return to the Spirit Pet Center and find a place for this little one. Xiao Yan, my wealth has finally arrived. I can afford to keep you now. What if I don't sell it, but exchange it with others instead? Still caught up in excitement, Du Yu suddenly sensed something amiss around him. The red ladybugs, which had been resting on the tree, began to flutter wildly. They were friendly towards humans, but hostile to other beings, especially those intruding upon their territory. Du Yu quickly shoved the jelly cube into his cloak and dashed away. Du Yu sprinted swiftly, anxiously awaiting the guard's inspection before bursting out of the spirit realm and heading straight for the Spirit Pet Center on the left. The Spirit Pet Center is a comprehensive facility offering accommodations, dining, entertainment, spirit pet fostering, and trading among other services. Du Yu did not pause. He dashed into the lobby towards the service desk. Miss, I wish to foster this. Tu Dongfang Kuai, the well-dressed young woman, previously yawning, was suddenly alert upon seeing Du Yu present a cubic jelly from his cloak. She inquired, do you know the cultivation value of Tu Dongfang Kuai? Have you considered a contract for it? Du Yu shook his head. I lack soil attribute. I cannot contract it. I see. The woman stepped out from behind the service desk, guiding Du Yu towards a window on the left side of the building. We offer recycling services. You can exchange it for points or cash. We also provide spirit exchanges, but a handling fee applies. Du Yu hurriedly asked, how many points can I get for recycling? We must first assess it, she replied, pointing to a sticker on the service window, which displayed a clear points exchange chart. Behind the service window, a staff member perked up. Tu Dongfang Kuai, you are indeed fortunate. Click. A drawer slid out from below the window, and Du Yu placed Tu Dongfang Kuai inside. The dirty little creature still appeared dazed. However, compared to being trapped in the Chengjiang tree, it was no longer crying. Du Yu scanned the spirit pet recycling price list, sliding his finger across it. With high growth potential, Tian Bao Clan, 400 points. Oh, 1 point equals 50 yuan. That translates to 20,000 yuan. Du Yu clenched his fist, realizing the rarity of the Tian Bao Clan exceeded his expectations. Tu Dongfang Kuai falls within our recycling category. Its strength level assessment is initial ordinary class, meeting the criteria for a juvenile. It probably has only been in this world for 12 units of time. Classmate, your capture speed is truly impressive. Du Yu scratched his head. The staff member continued. What do you plan to do with it? Exchange for points? It is noteworthy that this is a novice spirit realm, with different rules compared to other levels of spirit realms. This is a place for Daxia to train newcomers, where many spirit beasts are artificially cultivated and then released here. Thus, the vast majority of spirit beasts cannot be taken out of the spirit realm or exchanged for points. Earlier, Du Yu was stopped at the entrance for a routine inspection by the guards. Daxiao allows you to contract spirit pets within, serving as a benefit for newcomers. As for your contracted spirit pet, should you tear up the contract upon returning to society and privately sell it? That would be an entirely different story between the police and criminals. Classmate, the staff member behind the window observed Du Yu lost in thought and continued. I suggest you exchange for points. If you heed my advice, I can offer you up to 420 points. Oh, Du Yu snapped back to reality, filled with regret. If he had lingered a bit longer, would the points offered have been higher? Behind the window, the staff member seemed to look at Du Yu with anticipation, as if he had some performance targets to meet. Du Yu spoke. What if I choose to exchange for a spirit pet? Certainly, you are required to pay 5 points. And we shall assist you in uploading the basic information of this to Dongfang Kuai to the trading platform. Simply express your intention for exchange, and you may then wait patiently. The staff member hurriedly added, if your points are insufficient, a payment of 500 yuan will also suffice. Do you? 5 points only amounts to 250 yuan. Why then is the monetary equivalent 500? Du Yu clutched his chest and took a step back. He surveyed the resplendent hall, where the air was thick with the scent of unscrupulous merchants. The staff member patiently explained, firstly, we provide you with the trading platform. Secondly, you have no knowledge of where the creature you wish to exchange is located. It is possible that its owner resides in a coastal city at the far western edge of Daxia. In 37 days, we will traverse the entirety of Daxia and safely deliver the creature you desire to your hands. Do you not find that to be of value? Trust me, whether it be 5 points or 500 yuan, you are purchasing peace of mind and comfort. Do you? The current workers are indeed relentless. Do employees of state-owned enterprises exert themselves so? Du Yu calculated his modest savings. It was evident that he lacked sufficient funds, with barely over 300 yuan in his phone, which constituted his entire wealth. Should he exchange for points instead? No, that would be unwise. One must not allow financial constraints to diminish ambition. It would be a prudent choice to exchange for a creature of equivalent value. Should he wish to procure a creature deemed to possess higher potential, the cost would undoubtedly rise. Du Yu's mind stirred, and he spoke. Please wait a moment. I will submit a task at the Shu Wu and return once I have exchanged for points. Du Yu tapped the drawer beneath the service counter. Please hand me the Tudong Fong Kuai. I will return shortly. You should go and exchange for points. The staff member appeared speechless, stating that they were a legitimate institution of Daxia and could not simply give away items. He grinned and replied, just wait for me. Du Yu hurriedly dashed out, racing towards the Yaoling Shu Wu. He paused momentarily before the entrance, reviewing the fragmented video he had recorded. After some editing, he finally stepped inside. The bell above the door jingled, prompting the attendant at the bar to look up. Still on duty at this hour? It must be tiring. Du Yu remarked, recognizing the familiar face, Qin Shuyang. First time here, second time familiar, right? My brother attended to you during the day. The attendant smiled. Are you here to submit a task? Oh, Du Yu glanced at the strikingly similar young man, somewhat taken aback. I'm here to submit the 5th task. Which day is 5th task, may I ask? The one for today, the day of the incessant insect chorus. Du Yu pointed at the unaltered task list on the board above. Please provide the visual documentation as per the task requirements. Du Yu quickly handed over his phone. After Qin Shuyang confirmed the details, he inquired, where's the Tudong Fong Kuai? Du Yu replied, it is at the neighboring Yaocheng Center. I just need these 5 points to proceed with the online exchange. Qin Shuyang nodded, explaining that the 5th task was merely an information-gathering task, unlike the 6th task, which required the slaying of the Shuang, Yet Cao She, and submission of the contaminated Yao Jing. Your identification, please. Here. Du Yu handed over his ID. Qin Shuyang operated the computer and then swiped Du Yu's ID card. 5 points have been credited to your student card. You may use it for any transactions or access the Yaoling to Jian Online. Great. Thank you, Du Yu exclaimed, rushing out. While Qin Shuyang shook his head and chuckled. Although the disciples of the Zhihe were not highly regarded in society, they were indeed a fresh source of vitality. Upon returning to the Yaocheng Center, Du Yu enjoyed special attention from the service staff. Successfully uploaded the information of the Tudong Fong Kuai after redeeming the 5 points, and the attendant patiently taught him how to operate the system. The potential value is categorized into 5 tiers: extremely low, low, medium, high, and extremely high. Your Tudong Fong Kuai falls into the high potential category. I recommend that you also choose from within this category. Though there are merely 5 tiers, the disparity between each is akin to a chasm, as you can discern from the point exchange rates. For instance, a creature of the Tianbao lineage, with extremely high potential, can be exchanged for up to 2,000 points, while your Tudong Fong Kuai, with high potential, hovers around 400 points. In contrast, those with medium potential have a minimum exchange value of merely 10 points. Du Yu nodded lightly, recognizing the staggering differences in innate talent. Of course, talent does not equate to ultimate combat strength. Numerous factors can influence a creature's growth during the long nurturing process. Du Yu's greatest confidence stemmed from Xiao Fenyang, with the guidance of the fiery little girl. How could his creature possibly falter? What type of Yao master are you? Du Yu responded, fire, pure fire. The attendant cast a surprised glance at him while filtering exchange conditions on the screen. Are you seeking to exchange for a juvenile creature, or are all growth stages acceptable? Certainly for a juvenile. The younger, the better, as they can benefit from Xiao Fenyang's assistance sooner. With this in mind, Du Yu decisively replied, juvenile. Do you have any specific requirements regarding the species? Or any particular fire-type creatures you favor? Du Yu replied, no, not at the moment. Fire-type or multi-type creatures with fire attributes, high potential, and juvenile. The attendant murmured while clicking on the screen. All right, You are selecting others, and others are selecting you. Please tell me the maximum conditions you can accept. Du surveyed the rows of listings on the computer screen and replied, the same as my current selection criteria. Then I will assist you in registering. Please take your time to choose. The myriad of fire-type creatures dazzled Du. There was even a frog among them. A water-fire dual type was indeed alluring. Such a conflicting attribute combination was rare, but alas, this frog was quite unsightly. Du felt a twinge in his heart. Calling out mentally, Xiao Fenyang, come take a look and help us choose our companion. Can we select a little fire fox? Du paused. Too dodgy. Double the joy. Perhaps not. One little fox is already more than I can bear. Should another little fire fox appear, awakened by Xiao Fenyang, I might as well abandon my cultivation for life, forever trapped in a palace of locked pearls and beaded curtains, living each day in trepidation. Oh, this one is impressive. It was my former teammate. Du's finger froze on the image of the Yoing Huazhong. This flickering flame was evidently not the entity itself, but rather a representative from the same lineage as her previous teammate. Du tapped on the screen, revealing detailed information. This fiery entity was pitch black, with an outer flame cloaked in an almost imperceptible green glow, and the sparks it emitted twinkled with a dim, phosphorescent green sheen. Yoing Huazhong, a wind and fire dual-type creature of the Tianbao lineage, earned its name due to its peculiar flame color and form. The Yoing Huazhong is entirely black, with a cold flame that shifts and changes under the influence of the wind attribute, making it unpredictable and elusive. Its temperament varies greatly, often capricious. It possesses high growth potential, and Yuyao masters are advised to carefully observe and understand the creature's temperament before deciding on a contract for nurturing. Evolution Path 1. Yoing Huazhong Yoing Hua Ba Yoing Hua Washin Yoing. Evolution Path 2. Yoing Huazhong Yoing Zhu Tai Yoing Hua Wa Gue Yoing. Common skills of the Yoing Huazhong. 1. Yoing Ron 040. Ancient Yoing. Stepping out of the Yaocheng Center once again, Du gazed at the myriad of stars overhead, unable to suppress a sigh. Under the auspices of the Yaocheng Center, Du successfully reached an agreement, albeit with a sense of unease. The Yaoling Tu Jian explicitly states that the personalities of the Yuqing Huazhong vary greatly, often displaying capricious moods. This implies that a small fraction of Yuqing Huazhong may possess amiable dispositions. Furthermore, the counterpart had noted that this particular Yuqing Huazhong has a good temperament, albeit with a hint of mischief. Du worried that this might be a case of self-promotion. However, since the transaction was facilitated through the Yaocheng Center, it must have undergone official scrutiny, leading him to believe that the provided information is likely reliable. From this perspective, exchanging 5 points for official endorsement seems quite valuable. Xiao Fenyang, was your previous teammate a Shen Yuqing or a Gui Yuqing? Du inquired internally. He had once faced peril, but with the passage of time and healing, Xiao Fenyang had begun to share more information, allowing Du to cautiously engage in dialogue. He believed that under the guidance of a formidable demon master, the Yuqing Huazhong must have evolved to its ultimate form. Neither, came the response. Du was perplexed. Is the Yuqing Huazhong your new teammate? Yet to evolve to a higher form? No, she is an ancient Yuqing. Du paused, hastily retrieving his phone to consult the Yaoling Tu Jian once more, searching for the evolutionary chain of Yuqing Huazhong. Yet, within the ultimate forms, only Shun Yuqing and Gui Yuqing were listed. There was no mention of an ancient Yuqing. After a moment of hesitation, he softly inquired, Xiao Fenyang, may I pose a question? Please do not be upset. Sensing Du's cautiousness, Xiao Fenyang felt a delightful sense of respect and affection. Was your former demon master a person from Dixiao? Indeed. Du furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. If there truly existed another evolutionary chain, a top-tier demon master from Dixiao would likely report such findings, even if this individual chose to keep it secret. How could their demon pet remain undetected under the watchful eyes of the public? Unless, Du scratched his head, pondering if Xiao Fenyang's previous master was a recluse. Without societal constraints, such an individual could easily evade common assumptions. Xiao Fenyang, where did your previous demon master work? She was incredibly skilled. Originally, she was an enforcer specializing in capturing wrongdoers, but later she quit. Why? This time? No response echoed in his mind. After some contemplation, Du quietly asked, could you tell me her name? Xiao Fenyang suddenly called out. Shall we make a pact? From now on, do not inquire further. When you become strong, I will tell you everything I can remember, all right? Du sighed inwardly. Xiao Fenyang was certainly clever in motivating him to strive harder in his training. You are too weak. Hearing stories will not aid you, and may even bring misfortune. At your current state, you cannot assist me. I must aid you instead. Du replied, Xiao Fenyang. I need to think carefully about what materials and environmental conditions are necessary to guide the Yuqing Huazhong into the evolutionary chain of the ancient Yuqing. Oh, how bothersome. My memory is fragmented, and I have forgotten many things. By the way, Xiaoyan might also evolve into an ancient Huahu, but she is of the pure fire lineage. The materials are secondary. I should be able to assist her. Di was taken aback. What did you say? He was particularly concerned for Xiaoyan, as she was the beloved consort of Du Zhaowang. Knowing the Huahu clan well, Du Yu was aware that the little Hua who had only one evolutionary chain. With each increase in strength, the little Hua who would grow an additional tail. In the eyes of the world, the seven-tailed Hua who represented the ultimate form, the pinnacle of Yaosheng level. Despite the Huahu clan's talents being rated as high rather than exceptionally high, a select few, under the careful nurturing of powerful demon masters, had still reached the 7th level of Yaosheng. Their prowess was devastating, rivaling that of other divine pets. Xiao Fenyang sensed Du Yu's astonishment and murmured softly, "The aura from my ancient bloodline should help Xiao Yan, shouldn't it? Why are you uncertain?" Because Xiao Yan has already triumphed in her struggle against the natural laws, transforming into an aberrant-colored demon pet. I am unsure if an aberrant-colored demon pet can still be influenced by me. Du Yu inquired. Did your previous demon pet team have no aberrant-colored demon pets? No. So, there was no precedent, which explained Xiao Fenyang's hesitance to make any guarantees. What materials do we need to assist the Yuqing Huazhong? Don't rush me. Let me think carefully. Xiao Fenyang was still trying to recall something, while Du Yu's eyes widened in sudden realization. Ancient Yuqing was not part of the universally accepted evolutionary chain. Ancient Yuqing. Ancient Huahu. Could the term ancient signify a species defined privately between Xiao Fenyang and her previous demon master? Perhaps all fire-type demon beasts nourished by Xiao Fenyang's ancient bloodline ultimately evolved into forms that could be referred to as ancient beings? Was this a case of ancestral return? All fire-type demon beasts that have persisted through the ages could be aided by Xiao Fenyang, who, with her innate abilities and premium materials, could help them reclaim the pure bloodline of their ancient ancestors? Wait, Xiao Fenyang had previously stated that she could reignite fire. Did this mean her existence could be traced back to a distant past, even to legendary tales? Throughout the ages, no matter how other fire-type beings proliferated and transformed, Xiao Fenyang had retained the purest ancient lineage, undergoing cycles of rebirth. Thus, she possessed the ability to assist fire-type demon beasts in reclaiming the bloodline of their ancient ancestors. Now, the pressing question arose. Over such an extensive period, Xiao Fenyang should not have had only one demon master. Alternatively, had she lived in seclusion, untouched by the world, until encountering her previous master? My heavens! Du Yu had long deduced that Xiao Fenyang's role in the team was supportive, yet he never anticipated the extent of her assistance. Admit it, Xiao Fenyang. The tree I fought with back then was the Xia twin divine tree from the Kunlun mountain range. After all, with Xiao Fenyang's status, what tree could possibly contend with her? The most crucial point was that this tree had decisively defeated Xiao Fenyang and her entire team. Aside from the origin of Xia's Yaoling culture, the Yaoling ancestor Kunlun twin divine tree, could one find a second option? Goodness! Du Yu was astounded. This was knowledge he should not possess, and it must not be divulged. Otherwise, he feared becoming a public enemy of Xia. Having been in this foreign world for just over half a month, he wished to enjoy and experience life here. Yet, perhaps that was too presumptuous. Du Yu furrowed his brow. The brief 2-week pre-exam sprint had provided him with new possibilities. Looking across the entire planet, aside from the continent of Xia, there were 4 other independent continents, each home to powerful nations with their own origins of Yaoling culture. Du Yu had also previously searched for news regarding the Kunlun twin divine tree, and there had been no reports of any attacks on it recently. Du Yu? You are not adhering to our agreement. I shall ignore you and cease my assistance. Xiao Fenyang said, her tone discontent. Wait. I was wrong. Du Yu quickly admitted, eager to make amends. Such a formidable support should be revered in any team, worthy of offerings and tributes. Who would dare to provoke her? Du Yu engaged in a lengthy dialogue, assuring Xiao Fenyang that he would cease his fanciful thoughts before receiving any response from her. After consuming 2 cream-filled biscuits, he cautiously shifted the topic of conversation, inquiring about her residence following the addition of a new Yaochong to their team. As a Yaotuo, Du Yu had unlocked merely 4 acupoints, with Yin Tingshe and Tingshe serving as the only potential abodes for a Yaochong. Xiao Fenyang occupied the Yin Tangshe, while Xiao Yan resided within the Qihai Xie, leaving Du Yu without a place for a new Yaochong. He lamented his overzealousness during the initial exchange of Yaochong, leading to this oversight. Xiao Fenyang retorted dismissively, "Humph, none of your concern." Du Yu reassured himself that there was little to worry about, considering Xiang had already been dwelling within him prior to his unlocking of the acupoints. She did not require a designated abode. Du himself was her home. Xiaofeng's moods fluctuated swiftly, and after consuming another biscuit, she mumbled, "I'll go squeeze in with Xiang. She likes me." "All right," Du replied, scratching his head in surprise at such a notion. Typically, Yao Cheng could not share a bed so easily. After regaining his composure, Du glanced around, realizing that venturing into the Yaoling Yijing at such an hour was unwise. He reconsidered and returned to the Yao Cheng Zhongshin, where the air conditioning maintained a comfortable temperature. The hall was tranquil, and most importantly, it was safe. Although the Yao Cheng Zhongshin offered accommodation for a nominal fee of 1 yifan, which was quite reasonable for a 4-person room with a private bathroom, Du was unwilling to spend unnecessarily. The reception area as sofas seemed inviting enough. The guards at the entrance, the staff behind the counter, and the receptionist could all easily spot him, his own free protection, under the watchful eyes of those present. Du utilized his backpack as a pillow and comfortably reclined on the hall's sofa. "Pardon me, everyone. Please continue your night shift. I shall take my leave for the time being." He dismissed all errant thoughts to avoid inciting Xiaofenyang's ire and focused on cultivating his skills. With the assistance of the black gold bird, he nourished his body and gradually drifted into slumber. The receptionists on night duty exchanged bewildered glances. They wondered if this young man suffered from some form of social anxiety. How could he possibly sleep soundly with so many women staring at him? As it turned out, Du indeed fell into a deep sleep, and it was a restful one. From childhood to adulthood, Du had never felt his life to be so vibrant and full of promise. Even his dreams were sweet. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of the automatic doors in the hall. His fellow Yaojira friends were bursting with energy, rising early, blinking sleepily. Du rubbed his eyes and stretched before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon returning to the hall, he sensed something amiss, particularly in the gazes of the receptionists. Their expressions revealed their dedication. They had clearly endured a long night, with bloodshot eyes to prove it. Hurriedly, Du gathered his belongings, grabbed the Yao Bing Hua, and dashed outside. "Xiaoyan, it's time for breakfast." He checked the entrance to the Yaoling Yijing and sprinted into the dense forest, summoning the little fire fox. Xiaoyan appeared lively, her large tail curling around his neck as she gracefully settled on his shoulder. Here, Du offered her 2 cream-filled biscuits. The delighted sound she made was utterly charming and never tiresome. He also indulged in 2 biscuits, saving the fire Tenguojiang for Xiaofenyang and keeping 2 for himself. According to the Yaocheng Zhongshin's notice, Du was to return in 3 days to collect the Yueying Wozhong. Today, however, he intended to broaden his horizons and witness the Songsheng Gusu at the heart of the Yaoyijing. The Songsheng Sun Su, originating from the Kunlun Mountains, was a sight Du might never behold in his lifetime. Even if given the opportunity, he might hesitate to visit. Fearing that the divine tree could be an adversary of Xiaofenyang, his life might be at stake. While he would not seek out the progenitor of Aoling, he felt justified in wishing to lay eyes upon the Songsheng Gusu of the novice Yaoyijing. With this thought in mind, he made his way north from the entrance of Area 2 to Area 5. As Area 2 served as the entry point, it was frequented by many, and thus he encountered Noyal Shou on his journey. Upon entering Area 5, however, Xiaoyan suddenly squealed with joy, darting past a small hill. In an instant, a flock of brown-gray birds took flight, disturbed by her presence. Du hurriedly climbed the small rise and was greeted by a breathtaking vista of lake and mountains. Before he could examine it further, he urged, "Don't eat yet, Xiaoyan. Let me see what this is." Xiaoyan stood amidst a patch of gray-brown grass, sniffing at a small fruit beneath her. Du quickly aimed his phone at the foliage. "Zhonghui mai, a du shi yaojri." It produces a peculiar fruit called zhongmeigua, a material for low-level yaoling. Some yaosug can consume it to stave off hunger, but it may cause diarrhea in humans and most yaoso. It possesses no offensive capability in strength evaluations. Do not eat that. Du rushed forward, retrieving a plastic jar from his tactical backpack. "This is toxic." He searched through the leaves, plucking the zhongmeigua and tossing them into the jar. 368. Task accomplished, and with it, 1 Ji-fun secured. Xiaoyan appeared skeptical. "I wouldn't lie to you, just trust me." After a prolonged search, Du managed to find only 9 intact fruits. The rest had been pecked apart by the birds. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling overcame him, and he turned to the lake, noticing a stream of water descending in a parabolic arc, heading toward him. "What is this?" Du hesitated, unsure of the water's intent. It lacked both force and precision. He enveloped his hand in Yaoshi and caught the falling water, discovering it posed no harm or attribute. It was merely water. In the next moment, another stream erupted from the lake, splashing toward him. Xiaoyan raised her fiery tail, adopting a stance of readiness against the lake. Intrigued, Du Yu stepped closer to the crystal-clear water, spotting a small fish swimming back and forth, approximately 10 centimeters in length. Its dorsal fins, rather than being singular, formed a V shape. He aimed his phone at the shallow water. Xiao Feiyud, a Sui and Feng dual-type Yaoso, named for its wing-like dorsal fins. The Xiao Feiyud is notoriously mischievous with limited growth potential. Caution is advised when contracting or raising it. Its strength evaluation is at the Fanji Chuqing Qi, with specific capabilities to be determined by actual circumstances. The illustrated reference is merely for guidance. Before Du Yu could further examine the Yaoling Tujian, a stream of water splashed directly onto his face. Within his mind echoed Xiao Fenyang's playful laughter. Fortunately, Du Yu was protected by his Aoshi battle robe, and the water posed no threat. However, this little fish was indeed quite mischievous. Suddenly, the screen of his phone, which had been displaying the Yaoling Tujian, shifted to a video call. Li Mengnan. Du Yu hesitated, retreating slightly as he answered the call. That scoundrel. It's been days and you haven't even checked in with me? As soon as the call connected, Xiaoyan's barrage of words commenced, leaving Du Yu awkwardly smiling and waving at the screen. Good morning. Such a lack of organization and discipline. It's a shame you're one of my top generals. On the screen of the mobile phone, Li Mengnan revealed half of her face. Scrunching her nose at Du Yu. Where's Xiaoyan? She asked. Humph. Du Yu scoffed. What brotherly nonsense. It's just that you miss Xiaoyan. Isn't it? As the familiar sound of the girl resonated, Xiaoyan swiftly leaped onto Du Yu's shoulder, her fluffy little head pressed against his cheek, gazing at the bed displayed on the screen. Unfortunately, she could only see half of a face. Well, perhaps half a bedsheet. You little rascal, you didn't miss me, did you? Li Mengnan feigned an accusatory tone, though the amusement in her eyes was hard to conceal. Xiaoyan, with her golden-brown fox eyes, silently regarded Li Mengnan's solitary eye. Just that one glance captivated Li Mengnan. She had never encountered such emotion-laden eyes in her life. Suddenly, a splash of water interrupted the moment. Du Yu quickly looked up, retreating to dodge. He had moved quite a distance away, yet the mischievous little flying fish seemed relentless, intent on driving Du Yu out of the lakeside area. Oh no, Xiaoyan is unhappy. I was in the middle of a sweet moment. And who dared to disturb me? With that, Xiaoyan crouched down, quickly conjuring a fireball before her. What happened? What's going on? Li Mengnan hurriedly inquired. Oh, just a moment, Du Yu casually replied, but Xiaoyan had already leaped into action, launching a fireball, approximately 15 centimeters in diameter, towards the lake. The fireball splashed into the water, making a series of strange sounds followed by an explosion. However, submerged in the water, the force of the explosion was significantly diminished. Yet the lake still roiled, sending splashes flying. Suddenly, from the center of the lake, several large fish measuring about 30 to 40 centimeters burst forth, hovering in the air like dragonflies, their dorsal fins flapping. Du Yu was taken aback, not expecting such an outcome. Was this a brawl brewing? No wonder the surroundings were so quiet, devoid of any beasts drinking water, only birds sneaking snacks. It seemed a gang of bullies had taken residence here. Xiaoyan, come back. Du Yu called out urgently. With a chirp, Xiaoyan turned and dove towards the U.S. cloak. Splashes of water shot forth, no longer in parabolas, but as straight jets. Du Yu caught the leaping Xiaoyan and turned to flee. Fortunately, the center of the lake was still several dozen meters from the shore. After crossing a small hillock, Du Yu quickly lay on the ground, leaning against the slope, narrowly avoiding the initial barrage. On the other end of the phone, Li Mengnan's anxious voice rang out. Du Yu, what danger are you in? Which monster spirit realm are you in, and what zone? I'll call for help. The novice monster spirit realm provided rescue services, but they also charged for assistance. No need to waste money, Du Yu responded immediately, peeking up to glance at the lake, only to freeze in shock. To his dismay, the school of flying fish had not plummeted into the water. Instead, they were gathering a team, heading straight for him. Are they this temperamental? Du Yu quickly rose and dashed into the forest. What's going on? Speak, Li Mengnan urged, her voice filled with urgency as she watched the phone screen shake, only able to discern that Du Yu was running. Du Yu raised the phone, looking at the screen. You may not believe this. Li Mengnan responded. What is it? Du Yu's expression turned serious. I'm fighting with fish. What? As he ran, Du Yu glanced back over his shoulder. And it seems I might not be able to win. Li Mengnan exclaimed. Hang up, just run. A small stream of water shot past Du Yu, creating a small crater in the ground, splattering water everywhere. He quickly dodged behind a tree, but another stream shot in from the left, splashing him directly. The light tremor of his monster essence battle robe indicated that this was just the splashing damage from a minor water technique. If he had been hit directly, it would surely have hurt. The sound of flying fish flapping their dorsal fins drew closer, clearly approaching the tree where Du Yu was hiding. Xiaoyan, Set up the cannon. Du Yu instructed, wrapping Xiao Yan's long tail around his neck as he brandished the monster weapon, Silver Fire, and dashed into the forest. Looking back, he saw 7 or 8 flying fish aggressively closing in. The scene resembled a swarm of remote-controlled planes. Quite the spectacle. Still chasing? We are deep in the mountains. Du Yu thought to himself, feeling deceived by the appearance of these creatures. It seemed they didn't require a watery environment at all. Another round of water jets shot forth, resembling arrows. Left, right, left. Xiao Fengyang suddenly chimed in. The puppet master is back. Du Yu was overjoyed. Xiao Fengyang, you are my savior. As he sprinted, he dodged left and right according to the commands, with streams of water erupting into small craters at his feet, scattering bits of grass. This could be considered a butterfly flitting through flowers, though unlike Zhang Qiming, who relied purely on instinct. Du Yu had the benefit of a commanding presence guiding him. Xiao Yan, target left 1, prepare. Xiao Fengyang directed. Du Yu thought. It turns out Xiao Fengyang can control not just people, but also monsters. Xiao Yan eagerly complied, gathering another fireball at her mouth. Du Yu left. Xiao Yan attack. With a swift motion, a fireball shot from Xiao Yan's mouth, aimed directly at a flying fish that had just straightened its body. These fish had eyes positioned on the sides of their heads, meaning they lacked a forward field of vision. Thus, whenever they pursued Du Yu or aimed at him, they had to turn slightly to lock onto his position. With a loud explosion, the fireball struck true. Du Yu smacked his lips, though he was running fast. He could already imagine the aroma of roasted fish. Excellent, Xiao Yan. Let us continue and gather more sparks. Xiao Fengyang commanded, directing them urgently. Du Yu, you must run. Another fireball exploded, not hitting its target, but disrupting the formation of the flying fish. Amidst the turbulent air, the fish flapped their dorsal fins erratically and in pain. A few turned back. They clearly hadn't lost their fighting spirit, but they were also eager to flee. Xiao Fengyang. Du Yu, it's our turn. Du Yu halted abruptly, quickly turning around, drawing his bow. Xiao Yan synchronize. He seemed determined to reclaim some dignity. Fire. With a shout, a fireball erupted forth, aimed at several flying fish suspended in midair. The moment they saw the fireball, the fish immediately attempted to evade. Just then, a swift arrow shot out. Not targeting the fish, but rather the fireball released by Xiao Yan. A combination technique? Seeing this, Xiao Fengyang exclaimed in admiration, wow. The sparks created a 2-tiered damage effect. But for the second explosion to occur, the fireball needed to be detonated first. The fireball could not be detonated prematurely, once launched by Xiao Yan. It was no longer under her control. However, wielding the silver fire, Du Yu expertly triggered the fireball's explosion with pinpoint accuracy. The little flying fish deftly evaded. Believing all was well, yet unexpectedly, at the moment when the fireball swept past, a flaming arrow surged forth, piercing through. With a resounding boom, the explosion echoed far more violently than before. Sparks flew, and waves of heat surged. The intense aura from the demon directly toppled the nearby hovering little flying fish. Alas, the detonation point was still somewhat distant. Du Yu's gaze sharpened as he focused on the largest among them, the demon soldier's silver fire suddenly igniting, sending a flaming arrow straight at the little flying fish. With a deep breath, Du Yu fervently channeled the fire demon's aura into the demon soldier's silver fire, illuminating the flame groove at the bow's grip in an instant. The blazing crimson arrow was swiftly enveloped in a layer of dark silver flames. Although the hue was subdued, it appeared strikingly ostentatious in this tableau. With a flick of his finger, Du Yu released the silver arrow, which streaked like a meteor, piercing directly into the fish's eye. The sound of the demon aura battle robe cracking echoed, as the silver arrow was unexpectedly deflected away. Du Yu's eyes brightened, having only been slightly singed by the sparks. He now witnessed a precise strike. This little flying fish's demon aura battle robe had yet to shatter? Could it be a pinnacle-level mundane beast? That must yield demon crystals. Du Yu was taken aback by the sudden stroke of fortune and hurriedly drew his bow once more. Xiao Yan, let us continue our coordination. The little flying fish flailed chaotically on the ground, their fins no longer functional, returning entirely to their fish-like nature, propelled solely by their tails as they ricocheted about. However, in Du Yu's eyes, there were no other beings. The little flying fish, thrashing wildly on the ground, was now entirely coated in silver flames. With the sound of cracking resounding continuously, the maximum sparks erupted, ready to unleash at any moment. Du Yu drew his bow, eyes locked onto the little flying fish. Softly commanding now, with a sharp crack, the fish's tail struck the ground forcefully, launching the entire creature into the air. A valiant leap, seizing the opportunity. The little flying fish's dorsal fin flapped vigorously, turning to flee in a wobbly manner. Du Yu maintained his aim, swiftly maneuvering to the side. Xiao Yan. With a determined cry, the valiant copper sparks flew. Though the little flying fish's demon aura battle robe might withstand Du Yu's arrows, it could not evade the fierce attack of Xiao Yan. A fireball was launched once more, exhibiting exceptional strength and speed, clearly indicating Xiao Yan was exerting every ounce of effort. Yet, the fleeing little flying fish zigzagged erratically. The situation appeared dire. Du Yu halted abruptly, sliding forward half a meter due to inertia. The demon soldier's silver fire shifted its aim from the little flying fish to that fireball. Boom! The flames erupted, and a surge of heat billowed forth. Sparks erupted from directly above the little flying fish, sending it crashing to the ground. Faintly, Du Yu thought he heard the sound of the demon aura battle robe shattering. He swiftly drew his bow again, disregarding the silver arrow, unleashing a red fire arrow that pierced through the fish's belly, pinning the little flying fish to the ground, the arrow relentless in its fiery onslaught. Du Yu quickly nocked another arrow, while Xiao Yan on his shoulder prepared to fire another fireball. This time, it did not require a preemptive explosion. Du Yu stood frozen, watching the fireball collide with the thrashing little flying fish, witnessing the flames engulf it entirely. What a tragic scene! Xiao Yan chirped with delight, her long tail wrapping around Du Yu's neck, her fluffy little head nuzzling against his cheek affectionately. The collaboration and battle between human and pet evidently deepened their bond. Observing this, the little Huiyang felt a tinge of envy towards Xiao Yan. Such a pity, still in a residual soul state, unable to rub against Du Yu's face. As the sparks dissipated, Du Yu stepped forward, sniffing the air. Within a modest pit, a roasted fish emitted a delightful aroma. Cautiously, he approached, grasping the charred tail of the fish, lifting this 40 cm long creature. One side was raw, and the other charred. Master Yan's culinary skills certainly required further refinement. Du Yu promptly produced an outdoor knife provided to trainees. Though his technique was somewhat rusty, the knife was sharp. If it did not evolve, the little flying fish would have lived for 20 years before departing this world. Yet this one had been sent away shortly after arriving. What a concept! 20 years of detours avoided. In gratitude to Du Yu, the little flying fish left behind a shimmering demon crystal. Truly, it was a pinnacle-level mundane beast. Du Yu marveled at the dice-like crystal in his hand, finding it hard to believe. Could we truly achieve this? He glanced at Xiao Yan. The output strength of the silver-level demon skill evidently presented Du Yu with greater possibilities. Perhaps we should undertake the sixth task, to encounter the frost-infested Shuanya Chaoshi? Xiao Yan gazed at the demon crystal in Du Yu's hand, her pink tongue licking her lips, appearing quite covetous. Xiao Yan, we should save this for now. Teacher Qingqing tasked us with obtaining 3 demon crystals. Du Yu explained, retrieving a cream-filled biscuit from his pocket and offering it to Xiao Yan. She complied eagerly, enjoying the delicious fire-tongue fruit jam filling. Du Yu placed the demon crystal into his backpack, pondering whether to return for more fishing. The mundane little flying fish possessed only a single means of attack, the water gun, so with a bit of caution, it was indeed possible to evade them more effectively. Although they could fly, the land was not their domain, lacking the agility they possessed in the water. Acquiring more demon crystals would allow Xiao Yan to absorb them and exchange points at the Demon Spirit Library, with a new demon pet soon to join the ranks. Another mouth to feed meant he ought to earn more. With renewed vigor, Du Yu exclaimed, Xiao Yan, let us try again. In the afternoon, beneath a tree, Du Yu's face lit up with excitement as he murmured, success. On his shoulder, the little fire fox raised her fluffy head proudly. Ing. Du Yu patted Xiao Yan's tail wrapped around his neck, watching the little flying fish scatter back to the lake area. If all went according to plan, this would be the 3rd demon crystal he collected. After a grueling 6 or 7 hours of back-and-forth effort, he had gained valuable experience. The little flying fish measuring over 40 centimeters were indicative of pinnacle-level ordinary strength. Through a series of successes and failures, the synergy between Du Yu and Xiao Yan had become increasingly harmonious, their combo techniques flowing seamlessly, and most importantly, there was delicious roasted fish to enjoy. The prolonged battle had also illuminated Du Yu's shortcomings. He and Xiao Yan had 2 little fire demon auras stored, aside from the first 2 successful fishing attempts. They needed to rest after the subsequent encounters to replenish their demon aura, with the 3rd demon crystal in hand. Du Yu found the once nauseating fishy odor now considerably more pleasant. Just 2 days into this place, he had completed the 3-month academic task assigned by Teacher Qingqing. No words could express his gratitude to the little flying fish for delivering such a substantial demon crystal. When the day arrives for Du Yu to ascend to divinity, he would surely remember the first fortune bestowed upon him by these fish. He would roast 2 more fish to commemorate their contribution. Compared to his first attempt at fish management, Du Yu's technique had become much more fluid, as he picked up a prepared stick and skewered the fish. In the culture of Daxia, there existed a clear list of edible demon beasts. Due to the remarkable reproductive abilities and delectable flesh of certain demon beasts, they have been domesticated much like poultry in the mundane world. The Xiao Feiyu, in particular, has found its place in the culinary repertoire of the Xia people, proliferating so rapidly that it threatens to become a nuisance in the lakes. By the flickering campfire, Xiao Yin swayed her fiery tail, her golden-brown fox eyes fixated on the fish roasting on a stick, her tongue flickering in anticipation. Just a moment longer, a little more roasting. Du Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, turning the fish while his mind pondered. Perhaps next time he entered the Yao Ling Yi Jing, he should bring some salt and chili powder. Xiao Fenyang remarked, "It seems Xiao Yin is about to level up." Oh, Du Yu's heart leapt with joy. Could today's training yield such remarkable results? Xiao Yin was indeed an exceptionally gifted demon pet, and in this realm, with my assistance, her advancement seemed imminent. Listening to Xiao Fenyang's words, Du Yu nodded vigorously, his thoughts becoming increasingly animated. After so many battles, this was the perfect moment to absorb the demon essence and nourish their bodies. The vicinity of the Shuang Shenggu Shu was evidently the most concentrated in demon essence. However, it released a pure form of demon essence without a defined attribute. It was precisely because of the absence of attributes that it could nurture all living beings and ultimately create this realm, exuding an air of inclusivity. It is no exaggeration to say that the Shuang Shenggu Shu is the mother of this Yao Ling Yi Jing. Besides this mainstream type, there are many other Yao Ling Yi Jing imbued with specific attributes. Such unique realms are suitable only for beings with particular attributes to thrive. Moreover, the mothers of these special realms often defy expectations, such as a powerful demon plant or a deified demon beast. They have practiced for countless years, possessing the ability to reshape the very land, nurturing a specific territory to cultivate their civilization. In fact, demon plants and beasts are creations that are relatively acceptable. Du Yu had also learned about some unique Yao Ling Yi Jing. Upon his arrival in this world, he had searched for various pieces of information on his phone. For instance, at the eastern end of Wui Mountain, there stood a sword over 100 meters long. Legend has it that it was abandoned by its master hundreds of years ago. For reasons unknown, it awakened its intelligence and embarked on a unique path to greatness, ultimately creating its own civilization, Lei Qi Jianzhong. To this day, that sword remains steadfast on the soil of Xia, bearing centuries of history. Lost in thought, Du Yu traversed mountains and valleys until he finally stood upon a slope, gazing at the towering trees in the distance, unable to suppress a surge of emotion. My heavens! Du Yu soon understood why it was called the Shuang Shenggu Shu. These were clearly two ancient trees, yet their trunks twisted together like a braided pastry, spiraling upwards. The colossal trees towered nearly 100 meters high, their dense branches cascading down several meters, swaying gently in the wind. Adorned with exquisite white flowers that cascaded like a waterfall, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. Du Yu squinted slightly, his keen eyesight immediately detecting an anomaly. One of the trees appeared to be withering. The intertwined giants exhibited subtle differences in bark color. Du Yu lifted his gaze to the upper branches, where a lush scene unfolded, revealing cascading branches adorned with blooming shuangsheng flowers, a breathtaking sight. However, this vibrant display seemed merely an illusion. Among the dense foliage, there were unmistakable signs of withered branches. Far from the shuangsheng flowers, many bore no leaves at all. Is one of them dying? Du Yu couldn't help but gasp, waves of emotion stirring within him. Such a scene was profoundly striking. The blooming flowers symbolized vibrant life, while the withered branches represented aging and decay. Yet, these two towering trees intertwined, life and death entwined in a close embrace. Do you? Be cautious. Don't get lost in thought. There are many demon beasts around. Du Yu regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. Near the Shuang Shenggu Shu, he noticed traces of Yao Yaosing activity, campfires, sleeping bags, and even tents. It seemed the thoughts of these individuals mirrored his own. Realizing the richness of the demon essence here and coming to train deliberately, this group of Yao Yaoseng had formed a camp, perhaps for mutual protection. Given the multitude of demon beasts gathered here, how can I obtain a Shuangsheng flower? Du Yu had no intention of interacting with the Yao Yaoseng. He did not descend the slope, but chose to circumvent the camp. Although the branches of the Shuang Shenggu Shu hung long like a waterfall, they still hovered at a height of 2 to 3 meters above the ground, making it impractical to reach out and pick them. As Du Yu pondered, he took out his phone and scanned the enchanting flower-laden tree. Shuang Shu, the creator of the Yao Ling Yi Jing, naturally birthed between heaven and earth. It possesses the unique ability to release demon essence that nurtures all living beings and transforms the environment. It abundantly produces a peculiar fruit known as Shuang Shenggua, a high-grade material for demon spirits, highly nutritious, and favored by all types of demon pets. In terms of power level assessment, it is classified as Ling Ji De Cheng Qi and Ling Ji Dian Feng Qi, with specific strength determined by actual circumstances. The illustrated detection is for reference only. Ling Ji is a height unattainable for ordinary individuals in a lifetime. For demon beasts, those at the 4th level of Ling Ji can coalesce a demon soul, granting them a second life. Just like Xiao Fin Yang, even in death, as long as a trace of the demon soul remains, they can be reborn. What are they doing? Du Yu's footsteps paused, his gaze locking onto the Yao Yaosing camp. He observed a conflict arising among the Yao Yaosing, escalating to physical confrontation. A middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt and jeans was shoving a young man, hurling insults. You paper crane disciples are utterly incompetent. You're ignorant and wish to drag us down with you? What do you want? Do you want to fight? The youth, appearing around 17 or 18, pushed back against the aggressive middle-aged man. Get lost. If you want to pick Shuangsheng flowers, find a secluded spot to dream your dreams. Don't drag us into this mess. The middle-aged man, clearly infuriated, shoved the young man again. Behind the middle-aged man, several Yao Yaosing began to voice their opinions. The young man's face turned pale, and he turned to leave. Let us go? The middle-aged man continued to curse. What a nuisance. A bunch of dim-witted disciples, utterly clueless. Each one worse than the last. Sooner or later, they'll be carried away by the soldiers. Du Yu curiously peered at the scene. Due to the distance, he could not discern the details of their argument. However, it was evident that the 2 young Yao Yaosing had been expelled from the camp. The departing pair, a boy and a girl, walked only a few hundred meters before stopping. The girl cradled a wooden stump adorned with lush green leaves. Clearly the official designated novice demon beast, Mu Dun Dun. Meanwhile, the boy had a small gray bird perched on his shoulder, unmistakably a wind-type novice demon pet. Xiao Fengying, what are they planning to do? Du Yu crouched down, noticing that both were gazing up at the naturally drooping branches of the Shuang, Shenggu Shu. And a thought flickered in his mind. Could they be attempting to harvest the Shuangsheng flowers? With a swift command from the girl, the wooden stump's dense foliage suddenly unleashed 2 vines, extending several dozen meters toward the flowers on the branches. Simultaneously, the boy drew back his bow, conjuring a wind arrow that shimmered with a hint of white, the swirling form strikingly cool. The girl suddenly screamed, her shrill cries echoing from afar. The branches of the Shuangsheng tree seemed to possess a life of their own, responding swiftly. The tendrils of Mu Duan Duan had yet to brush against a delicate white flower when, in that very moment, a branch of the Shuangsheng tree surged forth with unexpected vigor. It suddenly coiled around the girl and her Mu Duan Duan, hurling them skyward with a violent flick. The youth, poised with his bowstring taut, froze in shock, while the bird, ready to unleash a gust of wind blades, remained rooted in place. Help! The girl cried out, her voice echoing as she ascended to a perilous height, now beginning her descent. This was disastrous. Du Yu felt a tightening in his chest. Uncertain if the soldiers would intervene, the girl was flung nearly 100 meters into the air. Her fall seemed inevitable. Surely, the demon soldiers lurking near the Shuangsheng tree would come to her aid? Yet, unexpectedly, another branch shot forth, wrapping around the plummeting girl and her demon pet. Instead of the soldiers acting, it appeared the Shuangsheng tree had taken matters into its own hands. Was it showing mercy? The soft tendrils gently caught the girl, alleviating her descent, and ultimately placed her safely on the ground. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed in a heap. Breathless and trembling, she gazed up at the towering Shuangsheng tree, her astonishment frozen for several seconds before she burst into tears. Woo-woo-wah. She feared she would never dare to pluck flowers from the Shuangsheng tree again. Meanwhile, her male companion set down his bow and arrow, retreating in a fluster. Alas! Du Yu sighed, realizing that the ring from the Yaoling bookstore was not easily obtained. The Shuangsheng tree had shown compassion, sparing the life of one with ill intentions. What if it had not been merciful? What if it had struck with a single lash? Ying Xiaoyan nuzzled against Du Yu's cheek, soothing his troubled heart. Let us not dream, for our lives are at stake, Du Yu whispered, rising to his feet. Come, let us find a serene spot to camp. Beneath the starry summer night, with the cascading blossoms of the Shuangsheng tree in view, Du Yu reclined against the trunk of a grand tree, entranced by the ethereal beauty before him. It was breathtaking. He had witnessed the majestic grandeur of the ancient Shuangsheng tree during the day, yet its nocturnal splendor was even more enchanting. The tree, lush with foliage, was adorned with clusters of white blossoms that shimmered with a soft radiance. Especially at night, the floral cascade flowed downwards like a waterfall, exuding a beauty that ignited an impulse to wed right then and there. The identity of the betrothed became inconsequential in the face of such an atmosphere. The evening breeze caressed him, mingling with the rich fragrance of blossoms and the pure essence of demons that enveloped Du Yu. His growth had accelerated, and Xiao Yin was no exception. Nestled within Du Yu's embrace, she was caught in a dreamy reverie, her eyes dulled with enchantment. The fiery aura that surrounded her was palpable, her vibrant tail sweeping gently, occasionally brushing against Du Yu's chin, relishing the beauty of the night. The Shuangxing tree was not to be feared. Rather, it resembled a gentle protector. It was generous with its gifts, perhaps perceiving human demon tamers as part of the vast tapestry of life. As long as one harbored no treachery, the Shuangxing tree was willing to nurture and support. Yet, many demon beasts roamed the vicinity, often clashing in battle. The Shuangxing tree would gently separate them, much like a parent guiding unruly children, preventing conflicts within its domain. Gentle? It was difficult to fathom Du Yu using such a term to describe a tree. Thus, after a night of rest, he set forth to regions 7, 8, and 9 to fulfill his gathering tasks, returning once more to spend another night beneath the Shuangxing tree. On the third day, he reluctantly bid farewell to the gentle and beautiful Shuangxing tree and set off back to the Yaoling bookstore. On one hand, he had tasks to report and new ones to receive. On the other, today was the day to meet his new teammates. Good morning, Su Yang. Du Yu exclaimed as he pushed open the door to the Yaoling bookstore, the familiar jingle of bells announcing his arrival, prompting the clerk to rise from behind the counter. That's my brother, working the night shift, the clerk smiled, witnessing Du Yu rummaging through his tactical backpack, extracting a hefty vine from the husu tree. Oh, hello, brother. I'm here to submit my tasks, Du Yu said, glancing at the clerk's name tag. Chen Su Ri. Chen Su Ri rolled his eyes, muttering, who are you calling brother? As Du Yu submitted his task items, he adeptly presented his student identification. 3 meters of husu vine, 8 demon fruit of any grade, 2 30-centimeter water spiral grasses, and a bundle of qiansei flowers. Upon glancing at the task board again, Du Yu was surprised to find the 6th task still pending. The dual-leafed grass snake, afflicted by frigid madness, seemed to continue its rampage. Collecting the excrement of the moonlit bear? Du Yu blinked in disbelief, pondering the purpose of such a task. Why do you need feces? Chen Su Ri shrugged. The moonlit bear is a newly cultivated species, just released into this realm of demon spirits. By examining their droppings, we can assess their health and adaptation here. Very well, Du Yu nodded. For the sake of points, collecting excrement was not a significant burden. Today's intelligence task was to investigate the dual-leafed grass snake. The 5th and 6th tasks seemed somewhat redundant. We need to monitor the dual-leafed grass snake's movements until someone eliminates the threat. Du Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the task, which offered 6 points. As long as the dual-leafed grass snake remained, this 6-point intelligence task would perpetually be available, and as the snake grew stronger, the rewards for this intelligence task could rise even higher. Du Yu accepted 5 additional tasks, earning 4 more points, and as he exited, he cheerfully waved, goodbye, brother. Chen Su Ri replied, I. Outside the Yaoling bookstore, Du Yu dashed straight into the Demon Pet Center, ignoring the service desk attendant. He approached the window with his student ID. I'm here to retrieve the demon pet I exchanged a few days ago. After a quick scan of his ID, a staff member behind the counter, her expression peculiar, exclaimed, the Yuling Huozhong? She suddenly clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer. Du Yu was taken aback. While he knew he was handsome, he did not expect to elicit such a reaction. The young woman, pleading, implored, please, once you obtain the Yuling Huozhong, can you sign the contract outside? Du Yu replied, oh. The woman grabbed a walkie-talkie, hurriedly relaying something. He understood her reaction. The Yuling Huozhong's first ability was called Yuling Ran. It bore 5 ominous words, highly flammable and explosive. If it merely exploded, that would be manageable. But the unique scent released was quite unfriendly to all living beings. It could be likened to the smell of sulfur. In simpler terms, it resembled that of rotten eggs. However, the Yuling Huozhong, with its prestigious aura, could not be reduced to such a crude description. It was a ghostly fire, cold and eerie. The gas produced from its explosion undoubtedly stemmed from the most authentic ghostly essence within the realm of demons. Yes, it must be so. Before long, a man approached, carrying a metal canister, calling out to Du Yu as he made his way toward the entrance. Classmate, your demon pet is here. Follow me. Du Yu hurriedly followed. Behind him, he heard the attendant expressing her gratitude. Thank you. May you have peace throughout your life. Du Yu replied, it feels as though I've sent you a link. Outside the Demon Pet Center, Du Yu caught up with the middle-aged man in a suit, hurriedly saying, what will you do if the Yuling Huozhong flies away once you open the can? It is a dual-element wind and fire creature, often elusive and difficult to capture. I will remain here to oversee until you complete the contract or decide to abandon it and return it to the can, the man replied. his face adorned with a professional smile. The man, while speaking, led you to a bench by the street. I suggest you take out fire or wind-type pet food to establish a good relationship with the Yoing fire seed. This will be more beneficial for you in signing a contract. All right. You pulled out 2 pieces of sandwich cookies, took the ironkin with one hand, and slowly twisted open the lid. As soon as there was a slight gap, wisps of flame, escorted by the gentle breeze, swirled out, forming a ball of fire in front of Duyu's face. Judging by its size, the flame was about the size of a volleyball. The inner flame was pitch black, while the outer flame was covered by a faint, ethereal green glow. Duyu looked up at the ghostly fire before him, listening to the crackling sound of the flames and observing the occasional bursts of green sparks. How dazzling! Duyu felt a surge of joy with his keen eyesight. He surprisingly noticed a pair of dark eyes hidden within the black flame. The pure black eyes were almost indistinguishable from the dark flames, requiring a close gaze to discern. For a moment, a standoff ensued, with one person and one fire staring at each other intently. Duyu picked up the sandwich cookie and extended it toward the dark flame. Hello, I really like you. Come with me from now on. Regardless of whether the other party understood, Duyu's goodwill was unmistakable. However, unexpectedly, the green flames atop the black fire began to glow brighter, becoming increasingly dazzling. What are you doing? Duyu exclaimed as the fireball erupted with a loud bang, sending waves of force rippling outward. Duyu shielded his face with one hand and retreated repeatedly, feeling the tremors of his demon breath battle robe. Meanwhile, the man in a suit behind the Yoing fire seed wore a rather stiff expression. It was evident that he was trying to maintain a smile, but the effort rendered it quite unsightly. Just as Duyu intended to say something to the Yoing fire seed, a chill swept over him, accompanied by a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs invading his nostrils. He felt nauseous and couldn't control his physiological reaction, hastily leaning against a nearby tree for support. The Yoing fire seed danced happily in the air, spinning around as if to announce to the world just how joyful it was. Truly, this official transaction was remarkably accurate. This little creature was indeed mischievous. Touch it, came the sudden voice of Xiao Fenyang in Duyu's mind. Duyu quickly inquired. What? Touch it, and I'll help you. Covering his mouth and nose with one hand, Duyu reached out toward the black flame. The Yoing fire seed's large black eyes flickered, almost as if it were blinking. As Duyu's finger approached the black flame, he felt a cool sensation. The Yoing fire seed, being young, was not cold but rather pleasantly cool, making it perfect for alleviating heat in the sweltering summer. Noticing the human's approach, the ethereal green flames covering the Yoing fire seed brightened once more. On the side, the middle-aged man in a suit appeared pained, as if he wanted to escape but felt trapped. He even refrained from any movements of nausea, fearing a complaint. Just as the green flames grew increasingly brilliant, Duyu's finger finally penetrated the cool fireball. The Yoing fire seed emitted a peculiar sound, hovering in midair. Duyu finally found its mouth and was about to stuff in the sandwich cookie when he heard Xiao Fenyang's voice. Contract, now. Without hesitation, Duyu withdrew his finger. The scene was strikingly beautiful. A line of dark fire trailed from his fingertip, sparkling with green embers as it rapidly pointed to his forehead, marking the agreement. The Yoing fire seed before Duyu was visibly transforming at a remarkable pace. When he had contracted with Xiao Yan, her large tail had gradually lifted, drawing immense power from her master, Duyu. Now, the Yoing fire seed's pure black eyes began to take on a layer of muted green luster. How increasingly dazzling. Had he succeeded? The man waiting nearby felt a surge of joy and quickly bid farewell. Since you have successfully contracted, I shall take my leave. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me again. It was evident that, aside from the pet's owner, no one wished to linger near the immature Yoing fire seed. It was essentially an unstable bomb. After a moment of contemplation, Duyu felt the crowd was a bit overwhelming. He attempted to extend his hand toward the Yoing fire seed. Come, enter my body first, and see your new home. The newly colored large eyes of the Yoing fire seed gazed at Duyu with some trepidation, a sight that left Duyu somewhat taken aback. Trepidation? Surely. Wasn't he mistaken? Duyu's hand could not grasp the flame-shaped Yoing fire seed, so he took a couple of steps forward, stood on tiptoe, raised his face, and touched his forehead against it. The scene resembled a girl kissing. Oh no, how embarrassing. There were quite a few people on the street, and Duyu, who was late to realize the situation, suddenly felt a wave of shame. Why did I instinctively close my eyes? I am, after all, a man, standing tall at nearly 6 feet. How could I perform such a delicate action? The black and muted green sparks shattered and surged into Duyu's forehead. He hurriedly ran toward the entrance of the demon spirit realm. After a prolonged sprint, he finally reached a secluded forest, where he found a tree and sat down heavily. With 2 distinctive sounds, the recently summoned Xiao Yan leapt into Duyu's embrace, rolling playfully. In contrast, the newly joined Yoing fire seed remained aloof, silently hovering before Du Yu's face, motionless, with only the occasional crackle of bursting sparks. "Why are you afraid of me?" Du Yu wondered, perplexed. This little creature was so mischievous, finding joy in explosions. How could it suddenly become so docile? In his mind, Xiao Fenyang whispered, "I just scared it a little." He. Du Yu replied, "The nature of pets is one aspect, but their upbringing is equally crucial." As he spoke, Xiao Fenyang materialized a phantom form, beckoning to the Yoing fire seed. "Come here, little one." The Yoing fire seed hesitated for a moment, but eventually floated over. Xiaoyan, curious, leapt from Du Yu's embrace to approach the Yoing fire seed, her fluffy little head nudging closer. Sniff. Xiaoyan's nose twitched as she circled the flame, sensing something marvelous. As a fire-type pet, she naturally adored the essence of fire, yet this ghostly fire felt cool and peculiar. Xiao Fenyang gently comforted the Yoing fire seed, and the little creature seemed to forget its fright, feeling reassured by the gentle and lovely demeanor of the once scary lady. The Yoing fire seed turned to face the little fox, its ethereal green flames glowing brighter once more. "Do you enjoy sniffing?" Hee, no mischief allowed. Xiao Fenyang feigned a stern expression, yet her adorably soft demeanor was irresistible. She extended a tiny phantom hand, playfully nudging the Yoing fire seed. The Yoing fire seed turned, looking at Xiao Fenyang with an expression of grievance. Du Yu was astonished. He could not even touch the Yoing fire seed, as it lacked a physical form. How had Xiao Fenyang managed it? "You need to project a sufficient concentration of demon essence to push it," Xiao Fenyang explained at the right moment. Thus, it dawned on Du Yu. Observing the two little beings surrounding Xiao Fenyang in such a heartwarming scene, he suddenly felt that Xiao Fenyang was the true leader of this team. Xiao Fenyang, the dual master of human and pet. Seemingly sensing Du Yu's thoughts, Xiao Fenyang extended her arms, floating over with an expression that beckoned for a hug. Du Yu instinctively reached out, but Xiao Fenyang passed right through his arms, merging into his body. How infuriating! Du Yu awkwardly smacked his lips, feeling as if he had been thoroughly grasped. Xiao Yan immediately leaped back into Du Yu's embrace, leaving only the Yuqing Huazhong floating nearby, curiously observing its master. "By the way, Xiao Fenyang, what materials does the Yuqing Huazhong require?" Xiao Fenyang timidly replied, I can't remember." Du Yu responded, "I'm sorry. No need to apologize," Du Yu hurriedly reassured. "If we can't recall, we can think slowly. In any case, this Yuqing Huazhong is fortunate. Even if it cannot enter the ancient Yuqing evolution chain, it can still receive your nurturing aura. It is already the most unique of its kind." Do you? Do you? You are really kind." Du Yu smiled and shook his head, taking out his phone to assess the Yuqing Huazhong once more. This little creature had already reached the minor completion stage of the mortal level, boasting decent talent and high potential. Without having been contracted by any beast tamers, it had autonomously advanced a small step and had even comprehended a beast technique on its own. A mortal level Yuqing Huazhong can learn two beast techniques. The first is Yuqing Ran, which, although a self-explosive technique, does not harm it due to its wind attribute. Yuqing Ran can be considered a two-tier damage technique. The first tier involves explosive fire damage, while the second tier entails a scent shockwave. However, this scent is only temporary, as the beast evolves and the technique advances. This foul odor will eventually transform into a unique fragrance. This fragrance is extraordinary, being exclusive to the Yuqing lineage. In this world, many girls specifically purchase perfumes with this scent, indicating that the evolved Yuqing Huazhong is highly sought after. As for now, well, the Yuqing Huazhong is still an ugly duckling. The second technique is Yuqing Xian, a dual attribute combination of wind and fire. The Yuqing Huazhong can create a wind-fire vortex in the target area, inflicting dual attribute damage. Once the technique reaches a sufficiently high grade, it may even form a fire tornado. "Come." Du Yu reached out toward the pitch-black flame. The Yuqing Huazhong fluttered toward him, bouncing amusingly, rising and falling in a delightful manner. "From now on, I shall call you Yuqing." Du Yu concentrated his beast aura in his palm, attempting to cradle the dark flame. "All right, little Yuqing." The Yuqing Huazhong opened its tiny mouth slightly, producing a unique sound, seemingly delighted to have its own name. With its greenish flames growing ever brighter. No, don't explode." Du Yu saw the situation becoming precarious and hurriedly intervened. He tilted his body and head, shielding his right cheek with his left hand, putting on a grimacing expression. After a moment of waiting, he did not experience an explosion. Cautiously, he turned to observe the Yuqing Huazhong cradled in his right hand. Du Yu sighed in relief and praised. "That's right, very good." The next moment, however, the little Yuqing mischievously blinked its big eyes. Bang! The pitch-black fireball suddenly erupted, scattering sparks everywhere. Du exclaimed hiss. The blast rattled Duyu's beast aura battle robe, and he gasped, inhaling a strong odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. What a silky little combo. Duyu. What? You need to be careful from now on. I will enhance the fire technique output of little Yu Qing, and your beast aura robe may not withstand it. I know. An hour later, Duyu, wielding the beast soldier Yin Hua, traversed the woods, a dark flame swirling around him, creating a visually stunning spectacle. At this moment, the little Yu Qing had already mastered the second technique, Yu Qing Xian. Its talent was remarkable. After Duyu showed it several video demonstrations on his phone and provided personal training, the little Yu Qing successfully unleashed a windfire vortex in less than half an hour. Unfortunately, the vortex's diameter barely reached 10 centimeters and rotated slowly. Even with Xiao Funyang's future enhancements, it was unlikely to exceed 15 centimeters. To truly create a fire tornado, the quality of the technique must be advanced. With the newly learned technique, the little Yu Qing seemed to grow fonder of its master. It joyfully circled around Duyu, causing him to feel a bit anxious, fearing it might explode from excitement. To be honest, Duyu had never taken care of such a mischievous child before. This creature was like a hyperactive child, flitting here and there. Moreover, one must never let it encounter any other beasts. While other beasts approached cautiously, either greeting or warding off with hostility, the little Yu Qing had no such reservations. It would explode at the sight of any creature, regardless of species or level. In chess, there is a move called cannon at the head, and for Yu Qing, it was an explosion upon meeting. Most wild beasts, with their keen sense of smell, would flee as if avoiding a plague, disdain evident on their faces. Why was Xiao Yin not perched on Duyu's shoulder? It was also scared away by the little Yu Qing's explosions. It was simply too overwhelming. Duyu had nowhere to run, while Xiao Yin was driven back to the safety of her den, leaving Duyu to enjoy the chaos alone. Behave yourself. If this continues, I will summon Xiao Funyang to deal with you. Duyu warned the mischievous dark fireball. The little Yu Qing swiftly flew back, floating toward Duyu's face, enveloping his head with its fiery body. Duyu's breath caught momentarily. Wait, what did I just say? It's truly a direct hit. Duyu was startled and quickly stopped it. Don't. I remembered. Suddenly, a joyful voice from Xiao Funyang echoed in his mind. What? Ming Yi Xiao Zhu. We should use Ming Yi Xiao Zhu to nurture the Yu Qing Huazhong. It should help. Duyu hurriedly pulled out his phone to search for information about the relevant plant. However, his head was covered by the Yu Qing Huazhong, rendering his vision obscured. It wasn't entirely dark. He could see the flickering greenish light becoming increasingly bright. 046 Boss Battle? Ming Yi Xiao Zhu. Duyu gazed at the image on his phone, which depicted a snowy landscape with some low shrubs. The Ming Yi Xiao Zhu had pale purple leaves and small fruits roughly the size of a fingertip, with clusters of 2 or 3 hanging from the shrubs. Huh. The Yu Qing Huazhong curiously leaned in closer to Duyu's phone. Duyu felt a pang of anxiety. He was genuinely frightened by the explosions. Truth be told, the Yu Qing Huazhong was perfect for raising a rambunctious child, especially during the new year. One could save the money spent on firecrackers and simply let the children take the Yu Qing Huazhong outside to enjoy the sounds. The Ming Yi Xiao Zhu was widely distributed in mainstream beast spirit realms, and although it was a fire attribute, it possessed a rather cold nature. The Ming Yi Xiao Zhu often bloomed and bore fruit at dawn, with both flowers and fruits easily wilting and fading in an instant. Duyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, marveling at such a fascinating plant that flowers and fruits in a fleeting moment. At this moment, Duyu was indeed in the so-called mainstream beast spirit realm. He quickly crouched down, retrieving a map from his backpack to search for possible plant icons. Don't block my face. Duyu tilted his head to avoid the dark fireball. To an onlooker, the scene appeared quite dazzling, as if Duyu were wearing a full-closed black flame helmet. However, from the inside, Duyu couldn't see a thing. No mischief. Suddenly, a cute, ethereal face popped out in front of Duyu, overlapping with his own, yet distinctly recognizable. The little Yu Qing cleverly floated upward, perching atop Duyu's head. There really is one. Duyu found the term Ming Yi Xiao Zhu in the notes at the bottom of the map. This plant was indeed found in the novice beast spirit realm, and it seemed that this material was not particularly rare. I provided you with the most common materials. You won't be able to obtain better ones, Xiao Funyang remarked. That's rather disheartening. Xiao Funyang, we need not employ exceptionally fine materials. A slight nudge in the right direction will suffice, and the rest shall be entrusted to me. Indeed. The 27th. Duyu awkwardly lowered his head, his fingers gliding across the map. Here, several small purple dots were marked with the number 27 on the map. Area 4. Coincidentally, the Shuangye Chaoshi resided in Area 4, and he had accepted a related intelligence mission. Capturing footage of the Shuangye Chaoshi would yield an additional 6 points. Let us proceed. Du Yu swiftly tucked away the map, his hand filled with demon essence, and patted the small Yueying Huozhong on its little head, telling it that he was off to find some delicacies. The Yueying Huozhong blinked its eyes, seemingly understanding Du Yu's intent under their contract. It was so thrilled that it took flight. The emerald flames enveloping the black fireball shimmered once more. No, 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 do not explode. Bang. It seemed that it would explode whether happy or unhappy. Du Yu darted through the forest, muttering to himself, his eyes brimming with lament, feeling as though he had acquired an additional little ancestor in his team. Behind him, the small Yueying pursued him with glee. Sensing her master's discontent, the little Yueying was overjoyed, as if she had discovered the true essence of life. However, as they drew nearer to Area 4, Du Yu distinctly felt that the atmosphere was amiss. On this sweltering summer day, amid the dense woods, where insects buzzed and birds chirped, Area 4 was eerily silent. Scanning the surroundings, it seemed there wasn't even a single demon beast in sight. It would be one thing if an ordinary person arrived at such a conclusion, but Du Yu possessed the formidable Yin Yang Ji Yin, which granted him an alarming level of detail. If even he could not detect any traces of demon beasts, then one must tread carefully. Be cautious, Yueying. Du Yu's expression grew grave as he warned the mischievous child, for a powerful Xuanye Chaoshi lurked in this area, and now was not the time for antics. The little Yueying hovered by Du Yu's side, gazing at him with a bewildered expression, brimming with curiosity. With a surge of fire demon essence, Xiao Yin was summoned and perched upon Du Yu's left shoulder. Before Du Yu could utter a word, Xiao Yin leapt onto his other shoulder, attempting to keep a distance from the Yueying. Unaware of being regarded with disdain, the little Yueying scampered over to her master's other demon pet with enthusiasm. Xiao Yin shot a resentful glance, nuzzling against Du Yu's cheek, as if imploring him to banish the odious chicken egg beside him. Exercise caution. This area is fraught with peril, Du Yu murmured softly. Area 4 was vast enough to cause anyone to lose their way. Yet, this forest was profoundly quiet, indicating that the Xuanye Chaoshi was likely nearby. Suddenly, Du Yu's footsteps halted, and with his keen eyesight, he discerned a distant thicket rustling. Instantly, he entered a combat stance, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. To his surprise, a delicate little flower deer, shrouded in ethereal mist, bounded into view, resembling a celestial creature. Heading straight for Du Yu. Do not attack, Du Yu urgently commanded, especially to the Yueying, shielding her with the bow arm of the demon soldier Inhua. The wind-type demon beast, Chenling Lu, was notoriously elusive. One could scarcely catch a glimpse of it. Being naturally timid and alert, it would flee at the slightest disturbance. Sustaining itself on low-level demon plants, it would never initiate an attack against any demon beast. At this moment, the Chenling Lu did not evade Du Yu, but rather charged toward him, clearly in a panic. With no place to hide, Du Yu found himself in a precarious situation. In terms of speed, even with 2 additional legs, he could not outrun the Chenling Lu. Glancing around frantically, Du Yu dashed 10 meters to the right and concealed himself behind a tree. The Chenling Lu, however, was oblivious to Du Yu's presence, its form a fleeting shadow. Xiao Yin, be prepared. Du Yu pressed his back against the trunk, revealing half his face as he covertly observed. The Yueying flitted left and right, puzzled by her master and the little fire fox's tense demeanor. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Du Yu's eyes widened slightly as he spotted a long snake swiftly gliding through the vibrant green grass ahead. No, this speed should not be labeled as crawling, but rather as weaving. Perhaps it had not intended to conceal its form, but its body, blending seamlessly with the grass, served as a natural camouflage. Hissing, the serpent abruptly halted, seemingly sensing something amiss, as if considering a change in its hunting target. Du Yu hastily withdrew his head, whispering, "Prepare the spark. Abandon all illusions. Ready yourself for battle," words uttered by the great figures of the nation from his previous life. From the foliage, a head emerged, swaying, HSSS. The long snake showed no inclination to launch a stealthy attack. Instead, it openly announced its intention to strike. As Du Yu observed the fireball gathering before Xiao Yin, he swiftly drew back his bow and leapt from behind the tree. Just one glance confirmed the identity of his opponent, the Xuanye Chaoshi. Although referred to as a grass snake, it possessed 2 leaf-like, fan-shaped structures on either side of its head, forming an oval shape. At first glance, it resembled a variant of the cobra, with its entirely emerald body and crimson snake eyes evoking terror. The Yin Yang Ji Yin and the crimson snake eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Du Yu immediately commanded, "Spark." Woo. With a fox-like cry, Xiao Yin unleashed a sizable fireball toward the Xuanye Chaoshi. The serpent suddenly lowered its head, accelerating with astonishing speed. Vanishing into the grass, Du Yu's gaze sharpened. He intended to execute a smooth series of attacks, no matter how the Xuanye Chaoshi dodged. His arrows would pierce through the fireball. However, the serpent's speed was too great for him to react in time. Grabbing onto the tree trunk, he hastily concealed himself once more. Ding! Ding! Two leaf-shaped energy blades composed of wood demon essence spun rapidly, akin to blades, striking the tree where Du Yu had hidden. Deep grooves marred the trunk, wood shavings flying in all directions. The demon technique, Shuanya Feidao. It was moving swiftly. Xiao Fenyang's voice abruptly resonated, instructing him to move left. Du Yu pressed against the tree, quickly shifting to the left. Ding! Ding! Another pair of green leaf blades made of wood demon essence pierced deeply into the tree. Xiao Fenyang remarked, such speed. It seems the cold has thoroughly invaded it, significantly enhancing its physical attributes. Perhaps it's best not to engage it in combat? Indeed, Du Yu had previously vanquished a peak-level mortal beast. The aroma of roasted fish was undeniably enticing. However, he had triumphed over the little flying fish due to the advantage of the environment and the relative weakness of its water gun technique. The current situation, however, was entirely different. If Xiao Yin could strike the foe, everything would be manageable. She undoubtedly possessed the capability to topple the Shuanya Chaoshi. Yet, this serpent exhibited formidable speed, making successful attacks a daunting task. Wait, Yu Ying. In this critical moment, while Du Yu pondered how to extricate himself, the little Yu Ying darted forward. Du Yu's expression shifted dramatically, urgently calling out, Yu Ying, return. The little Yu Ying, however, had no intention of heeding her master's command, completely oblivious to the severity of the situation. What astonished Du Yu was that through their contract, he sensed that the little Yu Ying harbored intentions beyond mere mischief. She yearned to break the deadlock for her master. Seeking his praise, the little Yu Ying, typically manifesting only in her fiery form, donned the garb of battle essence, undoubtedly presenting her true combat stance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two leaf blades of the Shuanya Feidao flashed by. As grand as the ideal may be, the reality is often starkly different. The first blade lacked accuracy, merely grazing the Yu Ying's fiery form. However, the second blade brutally shattered her battle essence, and the rapidly spinning leaf even severed the flames atop her dark fireball. Xiao Yuqing was unexpectedly shorn, her hair swiftly reduced to a bald state by the Shuanya Chaoshi. The whirling blades, adorned with faint lines of black flame, soared into the distance. Under the influence of the wind attribute, the severed fiery strands of Xiao Yuqing's hair reformed. While physical attacks could not harm Yuqing in the slightest, the Shuanya Feidao, crafted from the essence of the wooden demon, particularly the leaf that severed her fiery locks, brought her to tears. Xiao Yuqing's fleeting figure, which had just darted away, promptly returned, resembling a weeping infant seeking comfort from her master. Du Yu's heart ached profoundly, regardless of her mischievousness. She was still his cherished pet. He hurriedly reached out to catch Xiao Yuqing, but the dark fireball slipped through his grasp, directly nestling into Du Yu's embrace. From now on, be obedient, and I shall avenge you, Du Yu whispered soothingly. Xiao Yuqing lifted her face. Her big eyes filled with a pitiful gaze directed at Du Yu. Suddenly, two more flying leaves pierced deeply into the trees. Seizing the opportunity, Du Yu swiftly emerged, drawing his silver bow to its full draw. The moment of hunting had arrived. As Du Yu's eyes blazed with intensity, the world around him seemed to freeze. The Shuanya Chaoshi, which continued to shake its head and launch its flying blades, also slowed its movements. The silver bow shone like a full moon, and the fiery arrow resembled a shooting star. With a thunderous twang, the bowstring vibrated fiercely. The arrow cut through the air, leaving behind a stunning dark silver trail of flames, piercing through the center of the two leaves and firmly embedding itself in the crimson eyes of the Shuanya Chaoshi. A howl of anguish escaped the Shuanya Chaoshi as its gathering of flying blades faltered. Its body twisted and writhed, although its demonic essence armor remained intact. It had begun to crack. More alarmingly, the silver flames rapidly engulfed the entire form of the Shuanya Chaoshi, with the sound of its armor shattering echoing continuously. Xiao Yuqing's little mouth gaped wide, floating beside Du Yu, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at him. Wow, my master is so formidable. Du Yu quickly turned and concealed himself behind a tree, covering his eyes with one hand. The flying leaves shot in every direction like a chaotic onslaught. In just 2 or 3 seconds, while Du Yu rubbed his eyes and endured the burning pain, the Shuanya Chaoshi had already gone berserk, covered in silver flames. It was not deterred. Instead, it was completely incited into a frenzy. A demonic beast invaded by cold air cannot be judged by common sense. Typically, the Shuanya Chaoshi, known for its cunning and malice, preferred to hunt from the shadows. Yet this particular Shuanya Chaoshi was terrifyingly reckless, confronting Du Yu head-on, completely abandoning its species traits. Don't show yourself. Du Yu commanded as his vision gradually cleared. Let it go wild, tire it out. Xiao Huiyang. Du Yu, the snake is coming. Du Yu's heart skipped a beat. Lacking close combat skills, he dreaded being caught in a melee. Xiao Huiyang, it's on the right. Sparks flew. Du Yu grasped the petite form of Xiao Yan, aiming at the roots of a nearby tree. Xiao Yan, far more reliable than the newly recruited Yu Qing, quickly conjured a fireball, disregarding her own safety as she followed Du Yu's orders and launched it at the slanting roots below. At the moment the fireball was released, Du Yu swiftly dodged, pressing his back against the tree to change his position. Bang! Sparks erupted, scattering in all directions. At that moment, Xiao Yan transformed from a mere artillery piece into a miniature cannon. The Shuangye Chaoshi, which had just lunged forward, narrowly avoided the fireball. But the exploding sparks splattered across its body. Hiss! The Shuangye Chaoshi, in a fit of madness, yearned to crush this detestable human. It was pushed back several meters by the heat wave, twisting and turning as it regrouped. It truly felt no pain. Its body, significantly enhanced by the cold, was remarkably tough. Sparks flew. Du Yu, armed with the fire-hued fox cannon, pressed against the tree, reaching out once more to fire another shot at the side of the tree. Bang! Hiss! Once there was King Qin circling the pillar. Now there was King Du circling the tree. It was time to spin. Du Yu, the snake is climbing the tree. Du Yu's heart raced, and he took off running, firing a shot in retreat. Sparks erupted. As Du Yu's hand reached back, aiming at the upper branches of the great tree, Xiao Yan unleashed another fireball. Just as a pair of crimson snake eyes peeked out, they swiftly withdrew back beneath the tree. Bang! More sparks erupted, and the heat surged. Hiss! Despite this, the Shuangye Chaoshi let out an extremely hoarse wail. Xiao Yan's demonic technique had undeniable power. If it could truly strike the Shuangye Chaoshi, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, the speed of the Shuangye Chaoshi was too swift. The fireball's velocity was evidently insufficient. Run, run. At that moment, Du Yu transformed into the dust spirit deer of the past, his eyes devoid of any living essence, solely focused on fleeing. Ing-ing, Xiao Yan complained, as she was held in Du Yu's grasp like a fire-hued cannon. As Du Yu sprinted, she felt herself spinning, her head buzzing. Steady. Du Yu's movements were exceptionally graceful as he twirled with Xiao Yan in his arms before placing her on his shoulder. Xiao Yan's long tail curled around Du Yu's neck like a scarf, resting upon his shoulder, facing backward. Fire freely, Du Yu urged. However, Xiao Yan emitted a melodious fox cry. Woo! Wow, Xiao Yan is amazing. Time to level up. In his mind, the surprised voice of Xiao Huiyang echoed. Du Yu's heart swelled with joy. This was clearly a sign of their potential in combat. Xiao Yuqing, flying ahead of Du Yu, sensed the fiery essence radiating outward. The Yuqing fire seed turned around, gliding backward while gazing at the little fire fox on her master's shoulder, her dim green eyes filled with longing. Ing! Xiao Yan suddenly lowered her head, launching a fireball at the approaching enemy. This time, the fireball's diameter was no longer 15 centimeters, but had grown to 18 centimeters. It had reached the peak of its level. The output strength of a demonic technique is influenced by various factors, besides the technique's rank. The strength tier of the demonic pet is also crucial. Unfortunately, Du Yu was still fleeing and missed this pivotal moment. Hiss! In the distance, the Shuangye Chaoshi, its venomous fangs bared, instantly spat out 2 flying leaves. Boom! The moment the 2 leaves sliced through the fireball, it erupted with a deafening roar, surpassing all previous explosions in volume. Against the wind. Du Yu, we are fleeing against the wind, the master of beasts quietly reminded. Du Yu felt a jolt, quickly exclaiming, Xiao Yuqing, explode. As he spoke, his fleeing direction suddenly shifted. Having witnessed the earlier events, this time, the Yuqing fire seed was exceedingly obedient. The valiant copper Yuqing ignited. Boom! The Yuqing fire seed erupted in a fiery explosion, rapidly charging toward her master. Du Yu darted in a zigzag pattern before returning to his original escape route. The scent of rotten eggs wafted behind him, carried by the wind toward the pursuing enemies. Swoosh! Before the stench could reach the Shuangye Chaoshi, it had already begun a frenzied, indiscriminate attack, sending a flurry of flying leaves towards Du Yu. The crazed Shuangye Chaoshi unleashed its wrath, resulting in a lack of precision in its assault. Yet, with the sheer number of flying blades, it was inevitable that some would strike. Woo! Xiao Yan launched another fireball. And even if it failed to hit the target, the cascading flames could obstruct the enemy's vision. In a moment of urgency, Du Yu commanded, Yuing, unleash the Yuing spin towards the direction of the exploding fireball. Thus, a new combination technique was born. The flames that burst forth were engulfed by the whirlpool of wind and fire. Alas, if only the 2 demon pets were stronger. What a formidable wall of fire it could have created. Suddenly, a leaf whirled in from an unknown direction. twisting through the air with an eerie arc and flying past Du Yu. He suppressed his fear and thought, "Does it not tire?" Xiao Fenyang whispered, "It has been completely consumed by the cold. It will not cease until it meets death." Du Yu swiftly dodged to the left, marking the first time Xiao Fenyang had warned him to evade in this desperate flight. Indeed, just as Du Yu shifted left, a rapidly spinning leaf brushed past him. "This won't do. I must activate my hunting moment once more, at least it might slow it down," Xiao Fenyang cautioned, "but you'll experience several seconds of blurred vision." Du Yu's mind raced, and suddenly, a thought struck him: the Shuangxing tree. In his frantic escape, he had already dashed from Zone 4 into Zone 5. With his keen eyesight, he glimpsed the magnificent silhouette of the Shuangxing tree through the gaps in the leaves. He had spent 2 nights near the Shuangxing tree, where demon beasts were plentiful and fights were a common occurrence. Du Yu had once witnessed the Shuangxing tree separating 2 brawling demon beasts, halting their conflict. In essence, it was a natural sanctuary. What a splendid idea! Let this foolish snake attack the great tree. Xiao Fenyang exclaimed excitedly. The twin-leaf flying knife seems potent enough to strip away a piece of bark. Focus, Xiao Fenyang. We are fleeing for our lives. Du Yu thought helplessly, hastily responding. No fear, it was just smoked earlier, hee. Du Yu felt a tinge of regret. Had he seized this opportunity for Xiao Yin to deliver a solid blow, they would have undoubtedly gained the upper hand. However, it was unrealistic for Du Yu to turn back now. Rather than relying on the impact of Yu Ying's scent, seeking refuge beneath the Shuangxing tree was far more prudent. After all, such a scent bore no harm and lacked strong control, with too many unpredictable variables. Du Yu sprinted without pause, his resolve unwavering as he neared the Shuangxing tree, the terrain becoming increasingly open. Naturally, he spotted a demon tamer camp at the edge of the Shuangxing tree. However, Du Yu was quite distant from the camp, thus not posing any threat to its inhabitants. In this relatively open terrain, Du Yu caught the attention of the camp members, who seemed to notice him as well. "Hey, that kid, stop running forward." A middle-aged man in jeans and a white shirt dashed out of the camp, hastening towards him while shouting a warning. Du Yu recognized him as the same man who had previously clashed with young demon tamers and expelled 2 youths from the camp. Above his head, 2 gray hawks circled, evidently his demon pets. Another foolhardy disciple of the Zhihe sect. The man cursed as he charged forward, abruptly halting his momentum to draw a black wooden bow, swiftly knocking an arrow and aiming at Du Yu. Du Yu frowned, continuing to sprint ahead. "There's a twin-leaf grass snake behind me, the one consumed by cold." The man's expression shifted dramatically, seething with anger at the Zhihe disciples. Unable to restrain his harsh words, "Are you all brainless? Do you not know your own weight, provoking it?" Du Yu was taken aback. Was it customary to speak so harshly upon first meeting? The middle-aged man shouted, "You should run north," drawing the twin-leaf grass snake that way. Du Yu was instantly displeased, his pace unyielding. "Why should I heed your directions? Who do you think you are?" Setting aside the urgency of the moment, it was clear that Du Yu was far from the camp, charging directly towards the tree without turning back towards the camp. His voice was loud enough that several demon tamers in the distance turned to look at the camp's overseer, Fan Changhong, with varied expressions. Newcomers to the camp often banded together for safety, and despite the Shuangxing tree being a guardian, the sheer number of demon beasts made unexpected incidents a possibility. The newcomers paid a fee to join Fan Changhong's camp for protection and training, seeking peace of mind through their investment. Those who disobeyed had long been expelled. "I told you to get lost." Fan Changhong's composure faltered as he anticipated Du Yu's movements, loosening his grip on the bowstring. Du Yu's pupils constricted as he halted abruptly. Yet, his forward momentum persisted, causing him to slide several meters on the grass. A wind arrow whizzed past him. In that instant, Du Yu swiftly drew his bow. Beneath the gray hood, his fiery gaze locked onto the middle-aged man. Fan Changhong's expression stiffened, both astonished by Du Yu's striking eyes and genuinely unprepared for this brash youth to retaliate. Does this fool truly fear being hit? With a swift motion, Du Yu conjured a crimson fire arrow from the demon weapon, aimed directly at the man's face. Given the distance between them, Fan Changhong quickly dodged, exclaiming, "You have no idea what you're doing. I'm trying to teach you not to disturb the Shuangxing tree, lest you endanger others." Du Yu resumed his charge, drawing the silver fire bow fully once again, pointing it at the man's face. "Disturb the Shuangxing tree? The soldiers have said nothing about it. Why do you complain?" The truth was evident. Had Du Yu's actions in seeking refuge beneath the Shuangxing tree been erroneous, the demon spirit soldiers would have intervened long ago, preventing his reckless behavior. A fire arrow shot forth. Fan Changhong hurriedly evaded, cursing loudly. Damn it, a bunch of foolish disciples. It was clear that he harbored immense disdain for the Zhihe disciples. Du Yu's actions were secondary. Fan Changhong was likely venting his frustration towards the other Zhihe disciples onto Du Yu. Du Yu halted his steps, truly stopping this time. The Du Yu snake is catching up. Just in time. Du Yu's expression darkened as he abruptly turned, charging straight at Fan Changhong. You seem fond of educating others? As Du Yu approached, Fan Changhong felt a flicker of panic. Don't come this way. Beneath the hood, Du Yu smirked, huh? The demon spirit realm, as a battleground, would not impede combat. Whether between demon tamers and demon beasts, or among demon tamers themselves, such conflicts were permissible under the rules. The essence of novice training lay in honing one's skills through battle. The distinction was that against wild demon beasts, one could kill or be killed. However, confrontations among demon tamers were to conclude with victory or defeat. Provided that the skirmish was open and not a covert ambush or robbery, the soldiers would not intervene. Before Fan Changhong could finish speaking, he spotted a long, vibrant green snake springing forth from the grass. Is it the twin-leaf grass snake? Come back, everyone return. Fan Changhong hastily retreated, the two hawks above immediately obeying his command, diving towards his forehead. Such an order clearly indicated his desire to avoid conflict, particularly not wishing to draw the hawk's enmity, as avian and serpentine demon beasts were natural foes. Xiaoyan, cease your attack. Du Yu likewise called for Yu Ying to return to his side, while running and shouting towards the distant camp, a peak-level twin-leaf grass snake. The one consumed by cold and lost its sanity. Everyone stay back. Run. Hurry quickly. Instantly, several novice demon tamers within the camp became flustered, hastily fleeing in the opposite direction. Here lies the realm of novice Yao Ling, where the camp overseer Fan Changhong stands at the pinnacle of Yao Yu. His strength insufficient to allow him entry should he possess greater power. The novices are not fools. They do not believe that the camp leader could withstand the frenzied assault of the Shuangye Chaoshi, seizing the opportunity while their foe remains at a distance. They hastily band together to flee. Damn it! Fan Changhong's expression stiffens as he halts his retreat, reloading his Yao Bing Bao once more. You can go amuse yourself with the Shuangye Chaoshi. He scoffs, dismissing the paper crane disciples with disdain. What puzzles him is how Du Yu remains fixated on him. The distance between them narrowing, while Du Yu seems oblivious to the imminent threat aimed at him. This only reinforces Fan Changhong's conclusion that these paper crane disciples are merely fortunate simpletons. Observing the scene, they appear utterly naive, lacking any semblance of combat prowess. Little does Fan Changhong realize that Du Yu possesses genuine confidence in evading his arrow. Hiss! Behind him, the Shuangye Chaoshi emits a hoarse roar, its double-leafed blades slicing through the air with malicious intent. Without needing guidance from Xiao Fenyang, the small Yao perched on Du Yu's shoulder lets out a call. Bound by their contract, Du Yu swiftly dodges to the left. The double-leafed blades follow closely, whizzing past the path he had just traversed, aimed directly at Fan Changhong. As Fan Changhong prepares to shoot, his expression shifts dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps aside with an agile grace, revealing a surprising level of skill. Yet, before he can rise, he bellows angrily, run off to another place. Don't lead it this way. Beneath his hood, Du Yu smirks, oh? Isn't it your turn to block me? Du Yu dashes past Fan Changhong, making a sharp turn to position himself behind him. The two, along with the serpent, form a straight line. Hiss! The Shuangye Chaoshi hastily pursues, suddenly lifting its head, and the double-leafed blades strike again. Fan Changhong hardly has time to get up before he jumps aside in a panic, cursing under his breath, I've had enough of you weaklings. A sharp clang resounds. The Yaoshi battle robe upon Fan Changhong trembles violently. The incoming double-leafed blade narrowly misses him, but a fiery arrow from behind embeds itself firmly in his right shoulder. The silver flames immediately engulf him, voraciously tearing at his battle robe. Rage surges within Fan Changhong, yet he retains a sliver of composure. In this critical moment, he disregards Du Yu, rolling to his feet and sprinting toward the Shuangxing tree in a frenzied bid for safety. As he runs, he frantically swats at the encroaching silver flames. Du Yu's mocking voice rings out behind him, don't run that way. Don't disturb the Shuangxing tree. The battle robe continues to crackle with energy as Fan Changhong desperately attempts to replenish his Yao Shi, shouting, you just wait. Du Yu strides closely behind. I can't wait. Just as he finishes speaking, a tremendous crash reverberates. The earth seems to tremble underfoot. Du Yu stumbles momentarily, turning back to witness an astonishing sight. The Shuangxing tree has intervened. Were it a typical Yao beast pursuing Du Yu, the Shuangxing tree would not resort to lethal force. It would maintain its customary demeanor, separating the combatants and forbidding any creatures from engaging in battle on its territory. However, it is clear that the Shuangxing tree recognizes the Shuangye Chaoshi's unique threat, and a branch strikes down with ferocity. As if it harbors a personal vendetta, it leaves a deep gash upon the ground. Du Yu, he gasps, his mouth agape in astonishment. The Shuangye Chaoshi is dead. Xiao Fenyang whispers, sounding somewhat regretful that he missed witnessing the Shuangxing tree strip its bark. This scene is indeed disheartening, Diyu laments. I scrambled and fled for my life, only for the Shuangxing tree to dispatch the Shuangye Chaoshi with a single strike. How utterly pathetic. Pinnacle of the mortal realm versus pinnacle of the spirit realm, a clash spanning 3 great tiers. The outcome was inevitable. Even if the Shuangye Chaoshi were at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, it could never rival the Shuangxing tree, as the disparity between their species is too pronounced. One is the mother of the Yaoling realm, while the other is a beast that merely survives within it. Swish! The supple branch rises high. Amidst swirling gusts and grass debris, a serpent writhes, its head pulverized by the strike. As the branch withdraws, the serpent's carcass, along with a bloodied Yao Jing, is flung into the air. Duyu feels a stir within him and rushes toward the descending Yao Jing. As he attempts to catch the falling gem, a branch swiftly intercepts it, ensnaring the small Yao Jing just above his head. Duyu hurriedly turns, following the long branch back to the majestic Shuangxing tree. The flexible branch slowly retracts, seemingly reluctant to allow any creature to touch the chilling Yao Jing. This gruesomely bloodied Yao Jing is indeed different from the norm. Encased within its flesh is a dense, gray mist, likely the so-called cold air. As the branch retracts, a small white flower drifts down. For a moment, Duyu is entranced. He watches as the flower spirals gracefully, like a tiny umbrella, landing softly in his embrace. In that instant, fear grips him. He steps back, hesitating to reach out for the shimmering, white bloom. The gory sight of the serpent S remains nearby underscores the Shuangxing tree's terrifying power. Simultaneously, it signifies the boundaries of the Shuangxing tree's domain. He dares to retrieve the Yao Jing, but not the flower. Duyu has witnessed the fate of those who attempted to pluck blossoms. They were mercilessly dealt with by the Shuangxing tree. And had it not been for the tree's mercy, 2 young Yao practitioners would have perished. The white flower gently rolls on the ground, twirling in the soft breeze. After a moment of hesitation, as the Shuangxing tree returns to its natural state and tranquility envelopes the surroundings, a flicker of courage ignites within him. This flower fell on its own. I did not pluck it. Duyu calls out, not without purpose. Such a sentient being as the Shuangxing tree should comprehend human speech. In Duyu's mind, even if his actions were inadvertently offensive under such declarations, the gentle mother of the Yaoling realm should grant him a chance to rectify his ways. He gradually crouches down, one hand grasping the Yao Bing silver fire while extending his arm, carefully maneuvering the bough string to encircle the delicate white flower, cautiously coaxing it toward him. He made contact. Duyu's heart races, anxiety tightening around his throat. He remains vigilant, watching the Shuangxing tree in the distance, yet no branch strikes at him. It permits his actions. Overjoyed, Duyu hastily retrieves the flower, clutching it tightly, and turns to flee. As he pivots, he notices 2 soldiers clad in camouflage standing nearby. One, slightly older, smiles and nods at Duyu. Are you this year's auxiliary student of the Yaoling Academy? The soldier's approving gaze is genuine, revealing his recognition of Duyu's performance. Having guarded this area for a long time, he hasn't encountered such a newcomer in quite some time. Duyu quickly approaches the 2 soldiers, nodding vigorously. You need not run. Flowers do not fall easily. They must be a reward from the Shuangxing tree. Duyu pauses in surprise. A reward for me? The older soldier gazes up at the Shuangxing tree, his voice tinged with nostalgia. The Shuangxing tree releases the purest Yao Shi. It despises the insidious chill of the ghostly cold. If the demon beast is merely invaded by a trace of cold energy, the Shuangxing Shu may still be somewhat lenient, allowing for a slight unexpected occurrence. However, if it is entirely infiltrated by the cold, that is a grave transgression indeed. Therefore, this flower can only be a gift from the Shuangxing Shu to you, expressing gratitude for luring this abominable creature and enabling it to cleanse its domain. Duyu stared foolishly at the older soldier, never expecting such an answer. The young female soldier beside him chuckled softly. You are fortunate. While many demon beasts are afflicted by cold energy, few are completely consumed by it. Moreover, those fully saturated with cold energy grow at an astonishing rate. Once they advance to the earth level, our people will intervene to eliminate them. This Shuangye Chaoshi is on the verge of advancing. If you wait a day or 2 longer, you would not have been able to lure it here. Fortunate, my life nearly ended in Area 4. Wielding a Huohua hand cannon while circling around the Du Wang, leaping back and forth on the blade's edge, only to be relentlessly pursued by the Shuangye Chaoshi to this very spot. Does that count as fortune? Hey you, don't run. A furious shout echoed from afar. Belonging to Fan Changhong. Duyu retrieved a plastic jar from his bag and placed the small white flower inside, securing the lid tightly. Don't run. Our battle has not yet concluded. Fan Changhong shouted angrily, his demeanor somewhat formal, perhaps due to the presence of soldiers. Yet Du Yu felt no desire to continue fighting. Fan Changhong's face turned crimson with fury. You think you can just declare no fight? You just ambushed me from behind with an arrow. Du Yu retorted, don't make a fuss. You initiated the confrontation first. Fan Changhong's expression darkened. Du Yu laughed, noting that with soldiers present, the man dared not utter a curse, rendering him speechless. Why not bring your mother along? Perhaps that would facilitate smoother communication. Fan Changhong trembled with rage. His face flushed. If I lose, this demon weapon in my hand will be yours. Du Yu was taken aback. Amidst their banter, such a statement emerged unexpectedly. Are all interactions driven by self-interest? Du Yu seemed to grasp the underlying truth. Regardless of this man's outward display, his intentions were remarkably straightforward. Placing the jar containing the small white flower into his backpack, he swiftly zipped it shut. I won't gamble. I have no interest in your demon weapon. The surroundings fell silent, and the soldiers began to disperse. Although the young female soldier relished the spectacle, she had no choice but to follow the departing veteran. Fan Changhong lowered his voice, squeezing out through clenched teeth. What is your name, boy? Du Yu, shouldering his tactical backpack, retreated while shrugging. I call you not to run. I call you to run that way, and I call you not to come this way. Fury surged, blood boiling in his veins. Fan Changhong's eyes seemed capable of murder as he knocked an arrow, aimed directly at Du Yu. Damn it! Suddenly, two gray birds flew forth from Fan Changhong's forehead, accompanied by wind arrows, unleashing a pair of formidable wind blades aimed squarely at Du Yu's face. With a sharp cry, Xiaoyan summoned a large fireball in front of her. Du Yu swiftly dodged to the left. Sparks fly? Both parties were indeed engaged in combat, only moments before. The presence of soldiers had restrained the man's fervor. Perhaps his ultimate goal was to wager over that double flower. Hidden beneath his wrathful facade lay a heart solely focused on gain. Boom. The fireball was precisely cleaved by the two wind blades. And propelled by the wind demon's breath, it erupted violently. Heat surged, sparks ignited. Xiao Fenyang interjected. To win, it is best to resolve this swiftly with a single blow. Hiding behind a large tree, Du Yu silently agreed. Given the other's age, he must be at the pinnacle of the demon tamer apprentice level, 2 tiers above Du Yu. Du Yu could not breach the opponent's defenses, but Xiaoyan could. Her demon technique was already at the level of earth grade. Concealed here, sparks ready, Du Yu placed Xiaoyan beneath the tree, establishing their strategy with a brief exchange. The layers of flames from the previous explosion had yet to dissipate, providing him with a modicum of camouflage as he hastily retreated into the forest. Xiaoyan, sheltered behind the great tree, gazed after Du Yu's retreating figure with trust rather than sorrow, quickly gathering another fireball before her. In her mind, Xiao Fenyang's voice resonated with approval. Good, let us continue to provoke him, driving him to madness. Leaning against the tree, Du Yu shouted without hesitation. By the way, I also call you to die, and I call you to wait for me. As he spoke, bolstered by the continuous infusion of fire demon energy, the flame grooves on the demon bow sparkled ominously. Little wind eagles, flank him and surround him. Fan Changhong seethed, forcing his voice low and hoarse. The two small wind eagles could hardly hear their master's command, yet bound by their contract, they swiftly circled in from either side. To Fan Changhong, Du Yu appeared an arrogant and ignorant brat, failing to recognize his own insignificance. The little wind eagles soared swiftly, fueled by Fan Changhong's fury. He advanced rapidly toward the source of Du Yu's voice. Just as he passed the tree where Du Yu had hidden, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something. Fan Changhong abruptly turned, and there, behind the great tree, Xiaoyan's fireball had already detonated on the ground. With remarkable agility, Xiaoyan transformed into Yin Lao Lu. She did not aim to bombard the man directly, recalling the agile movements of the Shuangya Chaoshi. Xiaoyan made her choice. She intended to enter the second phase of the spark fly attack as swiftly as possible. Boom. The fireball struck the ground with a thunderous explosion. Xiaoyan let out a small cry. Despite the fireball exploding closer to the enemy and farther from herself, her defensive attire still shattered, and she was sent reeling backward. Fan Changhong screamed in agony, instinctively shielding his head, curling his body as he was blown away. His protective attire disintegrated under the assault, utterly incapable of withstanding the impact. Just as the fireball erupted, Du Yu suddenly appeared, the demon weapon's silver fire fully charged. The moment of judgment from the eye of the burning sun. In that instant, it seemed as if the world had come to a standstill. The cries of the little wind eagles, usually sweet and melodious, were now slowed and deepened in Du Yu's perception. The little wind eagles had just started to circle, not yet separated by much distance, their wings flapping in slow motion, and the two wind blades gradually forming. Du Yu narrowed his fiery eyes. Observing the two little wind eagles, then the man's defensive posture, shielding his head. I still dare to call myself a disciple of the paper crane sect. With a thud, the bowstring tightened, reverberating mightily. The world resumed its original pace. The arrow, enveloped in silver flames, shot forth with great speed, aiming directly at the toppled man. Fan Changhong, shielding his head, turned sideways, curling his legs to protect vital areas as much as possible. Yet the arrow pierced through his armpit, forcefully embedding itself in his right liver. Oh, Aya! His wails echoed in despair as Fan Changhong crashed heavily to the ground. The silver flames raging fiercely, igniting him from within. It was unfathomable to envision the sensation of one's organs being consumed, perhaps akin to millions of ants gnawing, perhaps even more than that. With a leap, Du Yu, who had shot the silver fire arrow, found himself in a new spot. Where he had just stood now marked by the two wind blades that had cleaved through, leaving deep gashes in the earth, forming an X shape. Stop! Stop! A startled voice rang out from the woods. The young female soldier rushed in, her forehead adorned with a flurry of green lights rapidly coalescing into a large wooden stake, while she also shattered the silver fire arrow with her hands. Oh! Oh! Fan Changhong continued to scream in agony, his voice chilling and harrowing. A segment of the silver arrow had been shattered, yet its tip remained embedded within the man's liver, igniting a merciless blaze. The demonic soldier's silver fire, part of the arcane arrow formation, was relentless. Stop your wailing and channel your demonic breath to protect your insides. The voice of the female soldier rang out sharply. Gasping and rolling on the ground in pain, Fan Changhong's complexion was ashen, his cries tinged with sobs. The female soldier firmly grasped his head to stabilize him, and with urgency, she swung down her arm. A dull thud resonated as a wooden stake, prepared in advance, crashed down upon the suffering man, embedding him shallowly into the earth. In an instant, countless branches scattered, cocooning him in a verdant embrace, as green luminescence spread and rippled outward, while the female soldier tended to the injured. A gust of wind swept across where Du Yu stood. Two small wind eagles were immediately tossed aside, flapping their wings desperately in an attempt to regain their balance midair. Cease the battle. Return to your master, the veteran soldier commanded, stepping from behind the trees, his gaze fixed intently on Du Yu. After Feng was ensnared by the vines and leaves, the young female soldier appeared visibly shaken, turning her head in search of Du Yu. In her recollection, he had only recently awakened his abilities, though he had previously displayed commendable qualities and potential by luring the Shuangya Chaoshi. The current situation, an enraged and deadly ambush, had far exceeded the soldier's expectations. Consumed by fury, Fan Changhong had recklessly triggered all the traps laid by a soldier, sealing his own fate. The female soldier was inclined to believe in Du Yu's tactical prowess and acknowledged that the unusual little fire fox was the true hero, capable of breaching the enemy's defenses. Yet the pressing question remained. Was Du Yu's recent arrow a product of genuine skill or mere luck? The arrow had not only struck a moving target with precision, but had also seamlessly coincided with the moment the battle garb was torn and the silver arrow pierced. A soft yip echoed, drawing the female soldier's attention to the small fire fox, which was unsteadily making its way toward Du Yu. Lying on the ground, Du Yu's vision was blurred. He dared not rise hastily, but endeavored to appear composed, reaching out toward Xiao Yan. As he clutched the fiery little creature, he pressed his lips gently atop her head, whispering, "Thank you for enduring this." Xiao Yan, in a playful manner, emitted a soft sound, then lifted her fluffy little head to affectionately lick Du Yu's face with her delicate pink tongue, appearing both slightly aggrieved and content. The veteran soldier lifted the wooden stake, saying, "Let us proceed to the hospital." The female soldier regarded Du Yu, and the veteran softly added, "With our presence here, he is spared the need to call for aid after the battle. This was merely a standard sparring match." "Indeed," the female soldier replied, hastening to follow, her voice low. "This young man possesses remarkable intuition, and the bond with the unusual fire fox is profound, showcasing a deep trust in its master." "Indeed," the veteran soldier sighed lightly, shaking his head with a smile. "How curious," the young female soldier inquired. "What troubles you, master?" The veteran replied, "In all my years stationed here, I have never encountered someone who unwittingly uncovered the sole means to obtain the Xuanxing tree flower. Perhaps this young man may truly achieve something remarkable." The female soldier remarked, "We cannot entirely blame the previous practitioners. Finding a beast completely engulfed in cold energy is no simple task, and the conditions have only worsened of late." The veteran soldier interjected, "Hush." Upon exiting the Yao Ling Yi Jing once more, it was noon, the sun blazing overhead. Du Yu felt dizziness and nausea, his physical state dismal, as if he had succumbed to heat exhaustion. Do you, echoed in his mind as he stepped out of the door, his steps unsteady. You are quite weak. Your body cannot withstand this, came the voice of Xiao Hanyang. Du rubbed his eyes, exhaling deeply. In merely half a day, he had formed a pact with the Yuing Huazhong, been relentlessly pursued by the Shuangya Chaoxi, been terrified by the Shuangxing tree, and endured a life-and-death struggle. He understood that a life with demonic spirits would be vibrant, yet the day's events had been overwhelming, and he felt thoroughly drained. You are not unwell. You merely overexerted your eyes, Xiao Hanyang murmured. Really? Du inquired as he made his way toward the Yaoling bookstore, puzzled. Did my 2 hunting moments cause this eye strain? Of course. You did not halt the world. You concentrated intently, allowing you to perceive everything around you in a brief span, which is undoubtedly exhausting. I see, Du muttered to himself, pushing open the door of the bookstore. The bell above chimed with a clear sound, and the attendant immediately looked up from behind the counter. Good afternoon, brother, Du greeted. But the air conditioning's chill did not refresh him. Instead, it sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, one's health is the foundation of all endeavors. When one is weakened, even cool air can be oppressive. Chen Shuri observed the listless Du with curiosity, though they had only met a few times. Each encounter had showcased Du's vibrant energy, particularly his captivating eyes. Yet now, he appeared diminished, lacking their usual luster. Is it due to overuse of demonic breath? Exhausting your body? Chen Shuri stood, inquiring, are you injured? Did you encounter the Shuangya Chaoxi? After all, Du had accepted the 5th task regarding the Shuangya Chaoxi, which offered a substantial reward of 6 points for mere intelligence gathering. Du leaned on the counter, shaking his head. The Shuangya Chaoxi was vanquished by the Shuangxing tree. You may verify this information. What? You witnessed it? Did you record a video? Chen Shuri inquired, momentarily taken aback. Du grimaced. I was not in a position to record. I was pursued from Area 4 to Area 5 by the Shuangya Chaoxi. How could I have possibly recorded it? Chen Shuri looked astonished, and then? Du replied nonchalantly. Then the snake was killed by the tree. Rest assured, I speak the truth. You can confirm with the demonic soldiers. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Shuri spoke slowly. I want to believe you, yet the requirements for this intelligence task are explicit. Your word alone is insufficient. You must provide visual evidence. Du looked at the attendant, his tone heavy. I was nearly killed by the Shuangya Chaoxi, chased from Ziziming to Zhongyang Street. I had no time to record a video. Chen Shuri appeared troubled, pointing to the small blackboard on the wall, without visual evidence. The task conditions remain unmet, and I cannot grant you points. Du's head drooped in despair, a sudden pang of frustration surfacing. Chen Shuri, observing him carefully, said, I want to believe all you say, and I appreciate your bravery in risking your life for the Yaoling Yijing, providing a stable environment for everyone. But rules are rules. Du buried his face deeper, pressing his forehead against the cold countertop. Chen Shuri gazed at Du's profile and softly suggested, perhaps you could submit some simple tasks, such as the feces of the moonlit bear. Have you collected it? Du finally set down his backpack upon the bar. Seeing Du in such a relaxed state, Chen Shuri felt a sense of relief. He truly feared that Du might be overly discouraged, losing the motivation to complete his tasks. Chen Shuri promptly inquired, which task do you intend to submit? Du unzipped his backpack with one hand and pointed to the blackboard above the entrance of the Yaoling bookstore with the other, that one. Chen Shuri's expression stiffened. What? This is bad. Has this child lost his wits entirely? Is he utterly defeated? Du retrieved a small plastic jar from his backpack, containing a complete white flower that still radiated a faint glow, despite having been detached from its branch for some time. In that moment, Chen Shuri's mouth fell open in astonishment. Du looked up at Chen Shuri and spoke softly. I collected a complete Shuangxinghua. The previously serene Yaoling bookstore erupted with excitement upon hearing Du's words. In the lounge area on the 1st floor, a handful of Yu Yao practitioners were resting, accompanied by their magical pets enjoying snacks. Ever since Du began submitting tasks, repeatedly rejected by the bookstore staff, the onlookers had been amused, caught between schadenfreude and sympathy, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. But now, disbelief spread. No way, is that real? Let me see. With only a few Yu Yao practitioners present, 4 of them rushed over. Du pushed the plastic jar towards Chen Shuri. Please verify it quickly. I'll rest over there for a bit. Okay. Chen Shuri, dazed, picked up the plastic jar, taking a moment to process before hurriedly grabbing the receiver from under the bar. The Shuangxinghua was not particularly rare. It flourished abundantly on the grand Shuangxing tree, resembling a cascade of flowers. Anyone who had ventured into the Yaoling realm could easily recognize such a uniquely beautiful blossom. Indeed, it is the Shuangxinghua, without a doubt. In an instant, the hooded Du transformed in the eyes of the spectators into an unparalleled master. Sometimes, the aura of a king emerges effortlessly. Just like at this moment, Du Yu felt the gaze of others upon him. He instinctively grasped the brim of his hood and slightly pulled it down, revealing only the lower half of his face. Is this the legendary master? Truly impressive. I told you. The moment he entered, I sensed his extraordinary presence. Two young men exclaimed, making their way towards Du Yu's table. You two, return to your seats and maintain the tranquility of the bookstore. Chen Shuri, with the receiver wedged between his shoulder and ear, issued a warning to everyone present. Du Yu sat down on the dining chair, his gaze drifting over the menu, sinking into contemplation. After acquiring the ring, all these meals would be complimentary. Having subsisted on biscuits, grilled fish, and cold water for the past couple of days, it was time to improve his culinary experiences. However, today his physical state was subpar, leaving him with little appetite. While Du Yu immersed himself in the delightful world of the menu, Chen Shuri approached him. Smack! Chen Shuri slapped Du Yu's shoulder excitedly, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Incredible. Du Yu replied, at the very least, I am a bookstore staff member, a sort of cultured individual. Is that how you speak? Chen Shuri tightened his grip on Du Yu's shoulder and exclaimed again, truly incredible. Du Yu. Chen Shuri continued, just wait, I need to verify this further. But the facts are crystal clear. I estimate that the ring will be delivered today. Du Yu pointed at the menu. Is the boxed meal free now? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Shuri finally replied, no, you must wait until you possess the ring to enjoy these benefits. Du Yu emitted a peculiar sound, lowering his head, feeling the familiar pangs of discomfort. Chen Shuri, curious, asked, don't you have points? Such a wonderful occasion deserves a celebration. Du Yu stood up. No, the view of the lake in District 5 is quite nice. I think I'll go there for some fresh air. What? You plan to enter the Yaoling realm again? Chen Shuri exclaimed in surprise, pressing down on Du Yu's shoulder to keep him seated. Little Du, are you not aware of the astonishing feat you have just accomplished? Chen Shuri's excitement escalated, his voice trembling as he spoke. This task has existed for countless years. And how many have tried and failed? You. As Du Yu attempted to rise, he was once again pressed down by Chen Shuri. Chen Shuri rambled on like an overzealous street vendor. Why are you not the least bit excited? You should be happy. You need to celebrate. Your current reaction is quite disgraceful for the bookstore. Du Yu shot an annoyed glance at Chen Shuri, a cluster of dark flames flickering on his forehead. He looked up at Chen Shuri and said, then let us celebrate. How about a sound? Chen Shuri, startled, quickly stepped back a few paces, exclaiming, slow down. No need to send me off. You are welcome to visit again. Finally, Du Yu was able to stand and wave farewell to the Yuling Huazhong as it headed home. However, summoning spirits is easy, but sending them away is difficult. The Yuling Huazhong curiously surveyed its surroundings, especially captivated by the magical pets at the tables of several Yu Yao practitioners. The little fireball was ecstatic, glowing green as it flew over to greet them. What a beautiful little fireball! A girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched the Yuling Huazhong approach, growing brighter and brighter. Is it going to explode? Wait! Yuling. Du Yu frantically rushed over, executing a diving header to intercept the Yuling Huazhong. It must not explode, absolutely not. It is an unbreakable rule that no one may harm the Yaoling bookstore. Du Yu's good fortune was just beginning. If the Yaoling bureau caught him, his troubles would multiply. Bang! In an instant, chaos erupted. Although chairs and tables were overturned, it was far preferable to the Yuling Huazhong exploding inside the bookstore. The girl shrieked. Du Yu had successfully executed his header. What constitutes a world-class diving header? Soon after, the girl, overcome with excitement, hurriedly pushed him away, kicking him a considerable distance. No, please stop kicking. Du Yu curled up on the ground, cradling his head as he slid along the floor. It seemed that finding a place to rest would have to be handled by Hu Xiaoyan. My charm, it seems, is somewhat lacking. The operational efficiency of the Yaoling agency exceeded Du Yu's expectations. By the afternoon, he received a text message from the Yaoling bookstore's Songgu Tower branch in the southern suburbs. At that moment, Du Yu was dozing on the sofa in the reception hall of the Magical Pet Center. Truth be told, the influx of Yu Yao practitioners conducting business was overwhelming, and with his poor physical condition, Du Yu struggled to sleep soundly. Upon receiving the message, he dashed outside, heading straight for the Yaoling bookstore. Ding, ding, ding. As the familiar sound of the store's bell rang, Du Yu rushed to the bar. Hello, little brother. To his surprise, Chen Shuri did not retort this time. Instead, he smiled at Du Yu and led him to the staff lounge. Chen Shuri pulled a small red box from his pocket and handed it to Du Yu. Here. This is the first time I've received a ring, Du Yu murmured, taking the small box. Unfortunately, it was a gift from a man. Chen Shuri's lips twitched awkwardly, feeling that something was off about this kid. Upon opening the small box, Du Yu blinked in astonishment. A bronze ring? The design of this ring was rustic. and with a bit of dirt, it could resemble an unearthed artifact. The bronze band was inscribed with 4 elegantly swirling characters, Yao Ling Bookstore. Inside the band, a name was engraved. Do you? Oh, it's even a custom piece? The air of sophistication suddenly enveloped him. Du Yu was utterly captivated, feeling invigorated as he meticulously examined the ring. The rings from the Xinsho Shiwu were crafted from bronze. So perhaps the rings from the more prestigious bookstores were made of silver, gold, or platinum. Chen Shiri, equally intrigued, scrutinized the ring with an expression of someone unaccustomed to such treasures, quietly remarked that the ring represented a symbol of honor, primarily indicating that his identity information had been noted by the Yaoling organization. Upon hearing this, Du promptly took out his phone and opened the Yaoling Illustrated Guide. To his surprise, next to his name in the personal information section, there was a small bronze ring icon. This was quite intriguing. The official embellishments were certainly plentiful. Du attempted to click on the ring icon, which opened a new page detailing when and how he had acquired the ring. Chen Shiri nodded appreciatively and continued in a hushed tone, indicating that he did not need to wear the ring daily and could store it at home. Whenever he visited any Yaoling organization to conduct business, the staff would be able to see the ring icon on his profile card. Du inquired whether he could now enjoy the benefits associated with it. Chen Shiri immediately affirmed this, prompting Du to eagerly request 2 servings of luxurious boxed meals as he hurried towards the first-floor lounge. Chen Shiri reminded him that there was a formal dining area at the Yaozong Center, which was also complimentary for him. With a dismissive wave, Du insisted he preferred to eat there and demanded 2 additional chicken legs. Chen Shiri, bemused, watched as Du exclaimed that he was so hungry he could see double. After declining 2 requests for selfies from eager novice Yaoling tamers, Du finally savored his luxurious boxed meal, while Xiao Yan enjoyed a small fruit cake. Xiao Yan, perched on the dining table, curiously surveyed her surroundings. Her little mouth smeared with cream, her eyes squinting in bliss, her fiery red tail swaying contentedly. Observing this scene, Du felt a swell of emotion. His brother was right. Everything would eventually improve. In the past, he could only provide Xiao Yan with sandwich cookies to stave off hunger, occasionally grilling a couple of fish for a change. Now, however, he had an abundance of snacks and desserts at his disposal. Just as Du was lost in thought, Xiao Yan circled the fruit cake, her mouth never straying far from it, while her long tail gently brushed against Du's nose. This affectionate gesture melted the heart of the female server, who, knowing Du had no need to pay, took the liberty of bringing Xiao Yan a small serving of pudding milk tea. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuying was unable to partake in these delights, as Du was concerned she might cause chaos in the bookstore. After a delightful meal, Du gleaned more information about the benefits associated with the bookstore rings from Chen Shiri. He discovered that he could enjoy complimentary meals from the ordinary human society's menu, although takeout was prohibited. Additionally, he was entitled to a 50% discount on certain specified Yaozong products, though these items were limited in quantity each month. Aside from the officially designated products, all others were sold at full price, thwarting Du's aspirations of reselling items. Nonetheless, this was sufficient, as the discounted products included pet medical care, meals, and various other essentials, perfectly catering to Du's current growth needs. The discounted premium pet food was particularly splendid. After a satisfying meal, Du, feeling content, waved goodbye to Chen Shiri and declared he was leaving. Chen Shiri smiled, suggesting he explore other stores. Fearing he might have inadvertently disclosed too much, Du expressed his gratitude and departed. Feeling a bit melancholic, Chen Shiri gazed at the now erased reward notice on the blackboard above the entrance, pondering the implications. Initially resistant to being called younger brother by Du, he found himself more accepting of it now. This young man possessed boundless potential. He was destined for greatness, wasn't he? Unaware of the store clerk's musings, Du returned to the Yaozong Center after leaving the Yaoling bookstore. Having spent his time here either camping outdoors or napping on the hall's sofas, today was different. He was determined to enjoy a grand bed. After swiping his card, the receptionist paused, visibly taken aback upon confirming his ring information. After repeated checks, she arranged the best room for him, precisely the spacious bed he had longed for. In that moment, Du felt his life had reached a pinnacle of satisfaction. Indulging in food and drink here was quite pleasant. It felt as if he could retire early. However, he quickly reminded himself of the debts he still owed. Tomorrow, he needed to complete a collection task, seeking Minji Xiaozhu in Area 4 to guide Xiao Yuying into the ancient evolution chain of the Yuying. After a refreshing hot shower, Du collapsed onto the grand bed, exhausted and in need of a tranquil and comfortable environment to rest. Just as he finally relaxed and drifted into a deep sleep. In the southwestern district of Songgu Tower, at the Shishu Garden community, Yang Qingqing stood with her arms crossed. deep in thought as she examined the photos and documents adorning the leafy wall, meticulously piecing together clues. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted her concentration. Reaching to the side, her slender fingers grasped a delicate flower stem that gently delivered her phone into her palm. Quietly observing the leafy wall, she answered the call, placing the phone to her ear. "Who is it?" "It's Xiaoyang." The familiar voice softened her usually cold tone. "Director Pei, what instructions do you have? Among the recent batches of external trainees, did you accept a disciple named Du Yu?" "Yes," Yang Qingqing replied, somewhat surprised. "I found that student to have considerable potential, so I enrolled him early." "Your discernment is commendable." The voice on the other end chuckled lightly. Yang Qingqing raised her eyebrows slightly, and, while removing a photograph from the leafy wall, casually inquired, "What about Du Yu?" The headquarters of the municipal Yaoling bookstore contacted the school, stating that this student completed the ultimate reward task at the Nanjiao Yaoling bookstore branch. After verification, they awarded him a ring. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing fell silent for a moment, finally diverting her gaze from the photo wall. "What was the task at that bookstore? How did you accomplish it?" "I am currently attending a meeting out of town, so I haven't had the time to look into it." The bookstore headquarters merely followed the regulations for training new Yaoling tamers to inform the respective educational institutions. "You should check the student's profile card or communicate directly with him." "Understood, Director Pei. Pay special attention to this student. As you know, the disciples of the Jihad sect cannot be judged by conventional standards. Each one possesses explosive talent. It's truly remarkable." Although the caller was a director, he spoke in a very down-to-earth manner. Yang Qingqing silently nodded, feeling somewhat contemplative. More than 10 days had passed since the torrential rains of the Jihad disciples struck Daxiao on June 7th. It was indisputable that the disciples had been forcefully awakened. Young Jihad disciples were rarely regarded as geniuses, while older ones, especially those around 17 or 18 who had barely caught the tail end of their awakening, were often met with diminished expectations. However, merely a fortnight later, the populace began to sense an anomaly. It was one thing for 10 or 11-year-old disciples of Jihua to ascend to minor ranks within 2 days. We could dismiss it, treating them as ordinary prodigies. Yet, a considerable number of 17 or 18-year-old disciples astonishingly achieved the same feat within a mere week. What does this imply? You have only awakened at 17 or 18, yet possess innate talents comparable to those of 13 or 14-year-old Yu-Yo practitioners. This not only contravenes the laws of nature, but also subverts the collective understanding of the spirit culture. Currently, the time frame is still short, and this trend has just begun to surface. As time progresses, Yang Qingqing softly sighed, remarking that the products of such an extraordinary phenomenon cannot be deduced by conventional logic. "By the way, Director Pei, do we know which creature triggered this anomaly?" "There is still no definitive information." Yang Qingqing continued. "The material of the 1,000 paper cranes should have been analyzed by now. Is it the Xuanxing tree?" "Indeed, it is a Xuanxing tree. The real issue lies in our inability to identify which specific Xuanxing tree it is." Yang Qingqing pondered and speculated. Given the enormity of the 1,000 paper cranes, it is likely that the Xuanxing tree itself has perished. Perhaps it was a suddenly emerging Xuanxing tree anomaly that, before anyone noticed, was completely consumed by the 1,000 paper cranes, leading to its utter demise. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. We should await official confirmation. You may proceed with your discussions with the students." Yang Qingqing affirmed, placing her phone down. She looked up at the leafy wall before her and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Even events occurring in contemporary times elude complete understanding. How then can we hope to fill in the gaps of those vague tales from history, or even entire blank epics? Yang Qingqing lifted her hand, gently touching a photograph of a massive, dilapidated ancient tower. "Where do you hail from? What is your story?" In the tranquil bedroom, the incessant vibration of a mobile phone broke the silence. Du Yu, in a drowsy state, fumbled beside his bed for the device, inadvertently pulling the slumbering Xiaoyan closer. Pressing her against his ear, "Hello? Why does this phone case feel so fuzzy?" Xiaoyan murmured sleepily, briefly struggling before burying her fuzzy little head and drifting back into slumber. The relentless buzzing continued, prompting Du Yu to cradle Xiaoyan and finally locate his phone. Groggily answering the call, Yang Qingqing, standing on a verdant balcony, gazed at the rising sun outside, raising an eyebrow. It was already past 7 in the morning, yet this lad remained asleep. Must be a wrong number. Before Yang Qingqing could speak, Du Yu's drowsy voice echoed through the line. Just as she uttered a word, the call abruptly ended with a busy signal, clearly indicating that the other party had hung up. Yang Qingqing's expression turned peculiar as she stared at her phone screen. It had been quite some time since a student had dared to disconnect her call. Meanwhile, in the cozy bedroom, Du Yu tossed his phone aside and rolled over to continue sleeping. Who would call me? Hilarious. I have no friends. Moments later, the phone buzzed again. Do you? Feeling exasperated, snatched it up, ready to confront the caller, only to be startled by the name displayed on the screen. What the? Do you was jolted awake, hurriedly answering. Hello, Aunt Qingqing, Teacher Yang. Yang Qingqing had intended to say something, but upon hearing Du Yu's address, a strange smile graced her face. Aunt Qingqing, is this a reference from Lin Shi? Teacher Yang? After a pause without response, Du Yu cautiously called out. Yang Qingqing switched to speakerphone and handed the device to the waiting Huateng, stretching her neck side to side. Awake now? Clad in a white yoga outfit, she displayed her graceful figure, though sadly, no one was present to appreciate such earthly beauty. Teacher, did you need something from me? Du Yu quickly responded. Yang Qingqing raised a leg, performing a yoga pose reminiscent of a prayer. I heard you acquired a ring from the Spirit Academy? Yes, I received it yesterday. Yang Qingqing closed her eyes, exhaling slowly. Tell me about it. Du Yu, cradling Xiao Yan, reclined on the bed and recounted his story in full. Listening attentively, a smile crept onto Yang Qingqing's face. Not bad. You're both brave and strategic, quite audacious. Thank you, teacher. Du Yu felt a stir within. He had anticipated that the teacher would describe him as merely fortunate, akin to that young female soldier from before, yet teacher Qingqing had offered high praise instead. How has your practice been these past few days? Don't just focus on tasks to earn credits. Teacher, my Yisir Xiaolu has already reached the pinnacle of the ordinary stage. I am now a minor Yuyo practitioner. Yang Qingqing's long legs, astonishingly flexible, gradually split as she sat on the yoga mat. What's the matter? On the other end of the line, Du's uncertain voice emerged. I think I may have also advanced to the major Yuyo practitioner stage. The talents among these paper crane disciples are indeed exceptional. Moreover, even within the cohort of paper crane disciples, Du must be among the most gifted. To awaken merely a few days ago and already reach the major Yuyo practitioner stage, the school had granted the supplementary students a full year, with the standard for qualification being the peak of Yuyo practitioners. Ultimately, this serves as a selection process. Under normal circumstances, such a standard would sufficiently eliminate a significant portion of the group, as supplementary students are typically older awakeners who progress slowly and may remain stuck at some initial stage for life. It sounds harsh, but such is reality. This year's batch of supplementary students is likely to experience a complete upheaval. Yang Qingqing composed herself and inquired, as long as you haven't neglected your training, how have you fared with the tasks I assigned? I've completed them. Du softly replied, I had a few skirmishes with the little flying fish. They're quite easy to handle and enjoy playing. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing furrowed her brow, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence without a response from the teacher, Du felt somewhat bewildered. Why was the teacher frequently going silent? Suddenly, Yang Qingqing spoke. Since you've completed the tasks I assigned, you may return. As she spoke, Yang Qingqing stood and turned back toward the living room. The agile Huateng followed closely, trailing behind her until they reached the enormous tree wall beside the living room television. Du hesitated, for he still needed to collect the Minji small bead fruit and cultivate the Yuing fire seed. Yang Qingqing gently prompted, What's wrong? No, teacher. Du hurriedly explained, I've contracted a new partner, Yuing fire seed, which the Spirit Pet Center defines as having a high potential value for cultivation. It's currently at the ordinary minor stage, and I was hoping to train it well in this novice spirit anomaly. Yuing fire seed. Yang Qingqing was somewhat astonished. How did you acquire it? Reluctantly, Du recounted his previous intelligence mission. Yang Qingqing gazed at the majestic ancient tower captured from various angles on the photo wall and said, Bring it back. I will help you with its cultivation. I have a new task for you. Wait at the entrance of the Spirit Bookhouse in 1 hour. A vehicle will come to retrieve you. Du felt a surge of excitement. Teacher, for the new task, can I complete it in the southern suburb-s novice spirit anomaly? Yang Qingqing silently regarded the photographs before replying. No, we shall discuss the particulars in person. Oh, understood. Placing his phone down, Du sighed involuntarily. He knew he must heed his mentor's words. Moreover, the opportunity to meet a teacher from the Spirit Academy was a dream come true for many supplementary students. And any guidance received would be an added boon. Upon contemplating this, Du gently lifted the slumbering Xiao Yan in his arms and returned the little one to his inner self. After freshening up, Du departed from the room and made his way directly to the Yaoling bookstore. He still had several collection tasks pending, which had become a source of great vexation for him. Under normal circumstances, it was prohibited for Yao masters to cancel tasks, unless there were insurmountable circumstances. If a task was accepted but could not be completed, one could only wait for it to time out, resulting in automatic cancellation and a deduction of points as a form of punishment from the bookstore. To his surprise, however, Du discovered that the bronze ring had proven its worth. With the bookstore ring in his possession, Du could cancel all tasks without any repercussions, a revelation that filled him with immense joy. After toiling for several days and painstakingly earning 4 points, he was nearly at risk of losing them all. Having settled everything, Du sat leisurely on a bench by the street, savoring the sensation of his newly acquired body. While describing it as new might be an exaggeration, the minor advancement in rank truly brought Du an exhilarating sense of vitality. Just yesterday, he had felt lethargic and unwell, yet today he was brimming with energy. Every fiber of his being infused with vigor. Was it akin to a character upgrade, with all stats at maximum? After waiting for a while, a sleek black sedan gradually came to a halt beside the road, and the window of the passenger seat rolled down. Du Jr.? The term was quite peculiar. Du tugged at the brim of his hood and glanced at the young man in a plaid shirt behind the wheel, promptly nodding in acknowledgement. Get in. Qingshi asked me to pick you up. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with a gentle smile and a fair, handsome countenance. The spirit and demeanor of Yao masters were distinctly different from ordinary individuals, and the young man exuded an aura as gentle as jade. Undoubtedly a top-tier member of the community. Du hurriedly climbed into the back seat, placing his backpack and Yao soldiers beside him, and inquired, "Did you just call me Junior?" "Yes." The warm-hearted young man glanced at the rearview mirror. "I am Fu Jianzhou, one of Qingshi's disciples." Fu Jianzhou. Du mused inwardly. What a name that exudes a chivalrous charm. The Hall of Flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. A sword's frost chills 14 states. Perhaps this senior's name was indeed remarkable, elevating his stature significantly. "Greetings, Senior Fu." "By Qingshi, do you mean teacher Yang Qingqing?" Fu Jianzhou nodded and slowly started the car. "That's what everyone calls her." Curiously, Du asked, "Senior, you appear to be around 25 or 26. I am actually 28. Perhaps my youthful appearance is deceiving," Fu Jianzhou replied. Du's expression turned puzzled as he asked, "But teacher Yang is only 26 or 27, right?" Fu Jianzhou chuckled, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "I was quite reckless in my youth, indulging in play." Du nodded thoughtfully. Since his senior did not wish to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Perhaps he had misspoken, for throughout the journey, Fu Jianzhou remained reticent, silently driving. Once the vehicle arrived at Shishu Garden and halted in front of the teacher's home, Fu Jianzhou produced a key card and smiled as he handed it to Du. "Wishing you a swift transition to full status, joining our harmonious and loving family." "Thank you, Senior," Du replied, grasping 2 bows and slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the vehicle, feeling a peculiar vibe from his senior's smile. Was it sympathy? Had he misinterpreted it? Fu Jianzhou clearly had no intention of meeting the mentor. After dropping Du off, he sped away in his car. What an odd individual, Du murmured softly as he stepped into the hallway and took the elevator to the 17th floor. As the elevator doors opened, he entered the botanical garden. "Teacher Yang, I have arrived." Du raised both hands, feigning surrender. Vines, seemingly emerging from nowhere, wrapped around his waist, guiding him through the leafy corridor and into the living room. Upon entering, Du beheld a tall, graceful figure of extraordinary beauty. The woman donned a long, light green sleep robe adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of a regal style. She stood with her back to the door, facing a wall of foliage. On this leafy wall, slender green vines intertwined with numerous photographs. "Ingu Ta." As the vines released Du to her side, Yang Qingqing slightly tilted her head, gesturing towards the leafy wall. "Oh," Du responded. "It is a unique Yaoling anomaly discovered within our city's jurisdiction," Yang Qingqing explained. Du observed the ancient, weathered tower depicted in the photographs with a sense of curiosity. "I specifically researched the Yaoling anomalies around our city, yet I had not heard of this one." Yang Qingqing replied, 3 months ago, it emerged abruptly from a mountain forest, without any forewarning. We sealed the information from the public, so it is not surprising that you were unaware." A thought struck Du. "Teacher, is the new task you wish to assign me related to this ancient tower?" Yang Qingqing nodded gently. "At this point, we still know very little about it. The prevailing view in the Yaoling academic community is that it is an ancient Yao soldier." "Yao soldier?" Du's eyes widened as he looked up at the tower. His impression of Yao soldiers was limited to weapons like swords and spears. Never had he encountered one that resembled a tower. How does one use a tower for combat? Do you smash with it, or stab with the tower's tip? Yang Qingqing finally turned to face Du. "This tower, which appeared so suddenly, is quite extraordinary. Different levels of Yao masters experience varying scenarios within the tower. For a moment, Du found it difficult to digest such fantastical information, merely nodding in a daze. "Are you interested?" Yang Qingqing inquired. Du scratched his head. "Is there no Yao Tu performing tasks?" "There are, but none have succeeded in reaching the top of the tower." Yang Qingqing sighed softly. "Thus far, Only the Yaoshi, Yaojiang, and Yaosheng levels have successfully reached the summit. The remaining 4 levels are still striving to conquer it. So, the 3rd, 5th, and 7th levels have succeeded? Du asked. If there are those who have reached the summit, why not let the Yao Tu follow in their wake? Yang Qingqing chuckled as she shot Du a playful glare. Only you would say something so clever. We must all be fools. Du chuckled sheepishly. Yang Qingqing turned her gaze back to the leafy wall, softly lamenting. There are things that cannot be taken lightly. You will understand in due time. Du quietly inquired. What was discovered after reaching the summit? Yang Qingqing replied. That is something you will need to tell me. No. I meant what did those who have already reached the summit discover? Yang Qingqing's fingers lightly tapped Du's forehead, gently flicking it. Ow! Du gasped. Clutching his forehead, feeling a dull throb. How could such a light motion cause such pain? Yang Qingqing brushed aside Du's hand. Her slender fingers glimmering with a faint green glow as she gently pressed it to the spot where she had flicked him, uttering softly. Before you reach the pinnacle of Yao Tu, you are welcome to stay with me. Ah, wait, living in Teacher Qingqing's home. A lone man and a woman. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Du stammered, though he quickly reconsidered. But she has these trees, each more intimidating than the last. With a casual wave of her hand, the leafy wall before them suddenly erupted into a vibrant display, and in an instant, the photographs vanished, revealing an array of wooden weapons, creating a spectacular scene. Archery is suitable for traditional Yao Ling anomalies. However, the situation within the tower is different. You may choose a melee weapon for self-defense, Yang Qingqing stated. Du felt a surge of excitement. Could Teacher Qingqing be offering him specialized training? Whether he could complete the task was uncertain. But receiving guidance from a renowned mentor was an invaluable opportunity. I choose the sword, Du declared promptly. Knowing that Yang Qingqing specialized in bows and had a secondary focus on swords, he was keen to select the latter. Yang Qingqing seemed to see through Du's thoughts, smiling as she said, You should select a weapon that feels most comfortable to you. Additionally, I will soon be embarking on a task, and when I return is uncertain, your friend will be your guide. Friend? Du inquired. As Yang Qingqing pointed nonchalantly to the side, following the direction indicated by Qingshir's finger, Du turned his head and was momentarily taken aback. A fire paulownia tree? Yang Qingqing remarked that in the realm of close combat, it surpasses her teachings, being more specialized and effective. Du appeared skeptical. Is that so? The highly intelligent fire paulownia tree, sensing Du's doubt, swiftly extended its vines and ensnared 20 weapons from the wall. In an instant, the spacious living room was filled with weapons swaying wildly, even though they were all wooden. They evoked a sense of unease. Yang Qingqing turned and walked towards the stairs, stating that if one were to inquire about the weapon the fire paulownia tree excels at, it would undoubtedly be the whip. A whip? Du hesitated, preferring more conventional weapons like swords and spears. Whips seemed more suited for unconventional combat. Yet he mused that using a whip could be quite cathartic. The thought of striking a certain individual with it was oddly satisfying. Suddenly, a flowering stem descended from above the staircase, and as it neared Du, 2 pale pink blossoms bloomed, one encasing his ear and the other covering his mouth. Du's body tensed, uncertain of what was occurring. Within the flower enveloping his ear, Yang Qingqing's voice emerged, advising him to distinguish between primary and secondary skills, implying that he need not feel burdened by a single melee weapon. What feels natural is often the most suitable. Human energy is finite, and many spend their lives unable to master a specific skill to perfection. If he aspired to excel in archery, he must dedicate himself tirelessly, not losing sight of the fundamentals. The flower covering Du's mouth allowed him to utter a muffled response. Understood, teacher. Yang Qingqing continued, stating that the first floor is his domain, the living room his training ground, and he should find a guest room to reside in. Provisions and food for his magical companion are available in the dining area for his use. After saying this, the flowers surrounding Du's ears and mouth released him, retracting as the stem shrank back towards the staircase. Du glanced again at the assortment of wooden weapons, feeling a headache brewing. He picked up a wooden sword and a wooden knife, testing them in succession but feeling no particular affinity, uncertain of any innate talent for swords. Should he try a great sword? Or perhaps a halberd? Minutes later, Yang Qingqing descended the stairs, no longer embodying the classical beauty but instead donned in modern athletic attire, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. Observing Du's indecision over the melee weapons, she recognized that he had likely never contemplated such matters before, perhaps not even dreaming of them. She approached him and casually remarked that she was unsure when he would reach the pinnacle of a beast tamer. But judging by his recent performance, it likely wouldn't be long. Becoming proficient in close combat skills in a short time was unrealistic. Concerned about leading him astray, Yang Qingqing pointed, and the fire Polonia tree produced a small hunting bow, placing it in her hands. She then summoned a delicate vine and 2 wooden daggers, skillfully binding them to the ends of the bow. In no time, a unique, edged hunting bow was assembled and handed to Du Yu. Yang Qingqing stated that a bow could also be used for close combat, and encouraged him to try it out, assuring him that if it didn't suit him, he could switch to another weapon. As Du Yu handled the new wooden hunting bow, he noticed it was comprised of materials akin to the demon weapon Hei Mu, suggesting it was also of novice caliber. Yang Qingqing moved towards the door while advising him to train diligently, reminding him to seize the opportunity with the fire Polonia tree as his exceptional instructor. Gratefully, Du Yu expressed his thanks and intended to follow her out. But the next moment, he found himself halted. A wooden sword had been placed across his throat. The branches of the fire Polonia tree entwined around the sword's hilt, the blunt wooden blade slowly gliding across Du Yu's neck, invoking a menacing sense of pressure. Du Yu gulped, stepping back, yet the wooden sword relentlessly pursued him, pressing closer to his throat. Outside in the corridor, Yang Qingqing stood before the elevator, murmuring, "Paper crane disciple, Du Yu." As the elevator doors opened, she snapped back to reality, stepping inside with a smile. She found herself strangely eager to see what surprises this exceptionally gifted paper crane disciple would bring her. Meanwhile, Du Yu continued to retreat, the branches holding the wooden sword inching closer, until he ultimately became ensnared in the dense foliage. Cocooned like a leaf by the fire Polonia tree. "Let me out. Brother tree, stop this nonsense," he exclaimed. "Just let me find a guest room to put my stuff down first." Before he could finish, the entangling branches abruptly withdrew, and the scenery before him shifted. He was no longer in the living room, but rather in a bright and tidy bedroom. After a moment's hesitation, Du Yu placed his backpack on the desk, removed his cloak, and set his demon weapon Hei Mu and demon weapon In Huo on the table. Before he could fully absorb his surroundings, the branches returned, wrapping around him once more. When they receded, he realized he had been transported to the dining area. A series of flexible branches opened the cabinet, seemingly showcasing an array of ingredients. This looks good," a voice echoed in his mind. What? It was Xiao Fenyang, fire ghost fruit. "This is much better than the netherleaf pearl fruit. It's far more beneficial for Xiao Yuying's growth." Oh, Du Yu's heart surged with joy. With better materials available, who would still choose the netherleaf pearl? He eagerly tiptoed, his fingers gliding over a pile of butter paper bags on the upper shelf. Third from the left, Du Yu promptly seized the bag, opened it, and was dismayed to find it was not the fire ghost fruit, but rather fruit preserves. He turned to the branches. "Brother tree, my magical companion can eat this, right? Teacher Qing said I could take whatever I wanted from the dining area." The pliable branches swayed lightly, the leaves brushing against Du Yu's cheek as if in agreement with his words. "Nice." Du Yu quickly summoned Xiao Yuying. "Who?" Xiao Yuying looked around curiously, bewildered by her new surroundings. Here, Du Yu presented 2 pieces of fruit preserves from the bag towards her little mouth. Xiao Yuying tried a piece, her eyes widening in delight as she savored the taste. Oh no. Du Yu realized the impending danger and hurriedly nudged Xiao Yuying with his forehead, but the branches acted first, wrapping around her. A soft sound punctuated the air as a small cocoon of leaves carried Xiao Yuying out the window, returning her once the aroma dissipated. Xiao Yuying appeared dazed, seemingly disoriented from the experience. "Goodness, you're scared of the scent too?" Du Yu chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Finally, someone can handle you. However, his amusement was short-lived as the branches again enveloped him, transporting him back to the living room. The expansive 200-square-meter living area quickly became overrun with greenery, obscuring the walls and furniture. My heavens! Du Yu marveled, immersed in a world of leaves, unaware of the gravity of the situation. The fire Polonia tree's one-on-one teaching was about to commence. A vine suddenly lunged forth, striking Du Yu's arm. He had no time to think and instinctively raised his bow to block. The bow arm intercepted the incoming vine. However, the vine was supple and managed to bypass the bow arm, poking Du Yu squarely in the face. The poke did not damage his enchanted battle robe, as technically, this gentle jab was not even considered an attack. With a crack, the vine suddenly lashed fiercely against the leafy ground, as if to remind Du Yu of its impending assault. Oh! Du Yu hastily retreated and exclaimed, "First teach me how to use a bow in close combat. At least show me a few basic moves, or should I look it up online?" He continued to jab at the vine. "Don't poke my kidneys." Ah! The transformation of Yang Qingqing. Her waist is not merely a waist. It is a sword that cleaves through flesh. The trees she nurtures are not just trees. They are instruments of torture, execution grounds, the road to the netherworld, the tomb of Du Wang. Left, right, left, and back. Du Yu's head was ablaze with ethereal black flames, and he muttered to himself, appearing to have lost his sanity. In the verdant living room, He wielded a wooden bow, brandishing the short dagger at the bow's end with ferocity. The pliant vine, akin to a long serpent, was severed by Du Yu's dagger. Yet its tip suddenly rose, resembling a long whip that struck Du Yu on his rear end. With a snap, the enchanted battle robe shattered. Ah! Du Yu cried out in agony, covering his backside, feeling a searing pain. This marked the 18th day of his ordeal. In the initial 2 days, the vine of the fire phoenix tree merely poked him gently, treating Du Yu as though he were a kindergarten child in training. However, as Du Yu's close combat skills surged, the vine increasingly intensified its attacks. By the 3rd day, when a vine shattered his enchanted battle robe, Du Yu realized he had ascended to a new level. He was no longer the naive novice. As time passed, Du Yu also shared the joys and sorrows with Xiao Fenyang. Once, he could not comprehend why Xiao Fenyang harbored such a disdain for trees. But now he had awakened to the truth. Explode! Du Yu suddenly shouted, retreating sideways. Ing! Xiao Yan squatted on Du Yu's shoulder. The Firefox artillery was already primed and ready. Boom! Countless branches surged forth, igniting a cacophony of sparks. Du Yu's expression shifted in alarm. And as he leaped back, he issued a command. Close your eyes, little Yu. Immediately, the brave copper Yu complied. From several meters away, the explosive waves of sparks rushed toward him, but the fiery vortex intervened, intercepting the incoming blast and mitigating the potential harm to Du Yu. Left, right, left. As the vine struck, Du Yu deftly dodged side to side. Though somewhat disheveled, he maintained a certain elegance, presenting a contradictory image. Such intense training was a dual torment for both body and spirit, yet its effects were immediate. Du Yu's mastery of close combat improved at a remarkable pace. Close combat skills encompassed not just offensive capabilities but also evasion, defense, reading the opponent, and anticipation. As the enchanted weapon ignited, Du Yu swiftly drew back his bow, simultaneously bending low. The vine swept perilously close to the little Yu's fiery black mane, creating sparks. Whoosh! Du Yu sprang to his feet, seemingly without taking the time to aim, his fingers hastily releasing the bowstring. The flaming arrow flew with uncanny precision, piercing through the dense layers of vines and branches, directly targeting its mark. Notably, all of this was accomplished without activating the burning sun eye for the kill. This was undoubtedly a testament to Du Yu's training progress. The next moment, the fire arrow was engulfed by an endless tangle of branches and vines, extinguished without a trace. However, this scene only bolstered Du Yu's confidence. Initially, he could not breach the first layer of defense of the fire phoenix tree. The arrow would be intercepted by the outermost branches. Now, however, his arrows were swift and cunning, penetrating at least 3 layers of defense before being halted. Suddenly, the leafy carpet was uprooted. This unforeseen assault caught Du Yu off guard. Beneath the thick leafy carpet lay countless ambushers from the fire phoenix tree. Oh! With immense force, Du Yu stumbled forward, and the hidden vines beneath the carpet struck out fiercely at his rear. This was the most terrifying aspect. The fire phoenix tree seemed to possess innumerable vines, laying traps everywhere, leaving one defenseless. Crack! Ah! Du Yu screamed in agony as he staggered forward. Sensing his approach, the soft leaves swiftly formed a large hand that slapped across Du Yu's face. Pooh! 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 Du Yu stumbled back, spitting out a mouthful of leaves. The next moment, the leafy hand slowly raised a finger, shaking it side to side at Du Yu. While the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. How infuriating! In his mind, he heard Xiao Fenyang's furious voice. Burn it! Burn it to ashes! Du Yu replied, Trust me, Xiao Fenyang, if I could defeat it, I wouldn't just peel its bark, I'd smash its flower pot. As the leaves beneath his feet stirred, Du Yu's pupils constricted, his body tensed with vigilance, awaiting another ambush. Unexpectedly, the leafy carpet receded like a tide, restoring the vast training ground to its former appearance. The menacing fire phoenix tree quickly regained its tranquility, appearing once more as a mere sapling in its large flower pot. Du Yu's expression was perplexed. It was still early, and training should not have concluded yet. As he glanced around in curiosity, he was startled to see someone standing behind him. Teacher Yangqing, you're back! Du Yu exclaimed, and Xiao Yan, perched on his shoulder, immediately brightened, leaping toward the pristine bed. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. Yang Qingqing raised her hand, catching the leaping Xiao Yan. Ing! Xiao Yan clung to Yang Qingqing's slender fingers, whining and seeking affection. Yet Yang Qingqing seemed more concerned with Du Yu. Furrowing her brow, she reached for Du Yu's right cheek, where a distinct whip mark was visible, now a deep bruise. As her finger made contact with the bruise, Du Yu couldn't help but wince. It seems your talent is quite remarkable. As she spoke, a faint glow emanated from Yang Qingqing's fingertip, gently applying it to Du Yu's face. Miraculously, the bruise began to fade. It was unclear which of Yang Qingqing's enchanted beasts had bestowed this ability, but it was undoubtedly practical. Du Yu relished the peculiar sensation from her fingertips and inquired, "Why do you say that? If you were dull-witted and your combat skills were lacking, the fire phoenix tree would certainly not exert itself so fiercely." Du Yu silently acknowledged this. Indeed, in the initial days, the fire phoenix tree had merely poked him symbolically, not truly attacking. Yang Qingqing lowered her gaze slightly to observe the struggling little fire fox in her hand, then placed Xiao Yin back on Du Yu's shoulder. Xiao Yin was quite displeased. She had always been confident in her looks and charm, never having encountered anyone who could resist her allure. Today, she finally met her match. Woman, you will eventually become my next bed." With a casual flick of her wrist, a great flaming sword materialized amid the swirling fire energy. "Now, show me the results of your special training." Before Du Yu could react, the flames crackled as Yang Qingqing swung the fiery blade down. Du Yu instinctively sidestepped. The movement almost reflexive. His bow had not yet been fully drawn, yet the arrow was already loosed. Rapid fire. For the past 18 days, Du Yu has predominantly relied on his swift offensive maneuvers. Under the comprehensive siege of the fire-tongue tree, he scarcely had the opportunity to make further adjustments. Did he still desire to deliver a steady output? If he hesitated even for a moment, the vines would skew his aim. At this moment, Du Yu could be epitomized in 2 words, incredibly swift. Yang Qingqing suddenly lunged forward with a decisive step, achieving 2 objectives at once. Not only did she close the distance between them, but in her lowered stance, she also evaded Du Yu's first arrow. Startled, Du Yu quickly leapt backward. Yang Qingqing's figure surged toward him, her bright eyes sparkling with approval. Splendid. This was the poise befitting a student trained under the fire-tongue tree, the correct posture for evasion. An expert discerns the subtleties. Beneath Du Yu's backward jump, his feet were nearly grazing the ground, indicating that he was always poised to exert force and alter his escape trajectory. This was the result of countless backward leaps, ingrained into Du Yu's very being through rigorous discipline under the fire-tongue tree's stringent training. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of wind and fire erupted beneath Yang Qingqing's feet, attempting to thwart her relentless pursuit. With a muffled thud, Yang Qingqing firmly planted her foot, unleashing a surge of pure demonic energy that instantly dissipated the fiery vortex. As she advanced, she executed another upward slash. Du Yu hastily sidestepped. The fiery blade grazed his chest, sending a wave of heat surging toward him. He had no time to retaliate and immediately crouched, allowing the fiery blade to sweep over his head. In this crouching position, Du Yu propelled himself upward, leaping sideways to narrowly evade another diagonal strike from Yang Qingqing. Alarmingly, even in this desperate leap to create distance, Du Yu remained nearly level with the ground. One can only imagine the psychological toll inflicted upon him by the relentless training under the fire-tongue tree. At this juncture, Du Yu was no longer the naive novice he once was. After his leap, his movement flowed seamlessly as he sprang sideways once more. Yang Qingqing, like a vengeful specter, slashed at the location where Du Yu had just vanished. A fireball erupted from Du Yu's shoulder, hurtling toward Yin Fei's grand bed. Yet, Yang Qingqing, with her blade upright, expertly struck the fireball, a method of deflection so ingenious that it surpassed Du Yu's comprehension. The blade not only failed to ignite the fireball, but redirected it toward the fire-tongue tree, where it was ensnared by its dense branches, allowing sparks to explode within the tree's cocoon. Amidst the series of muffled explosions, Yang Qingqing's fiery blade vanished, her eyes glimmering with faint admiration as she tilted her head slightly. A fiery arrow whizzed past Yang Qingqing's cheek. Du Yu hastily lowered his hunting bow. It was entirely unintentional, as rapid firing had become second nature to him. This was evidently a product of specialized training. Amidst the encirclement of countless vines and ambushes, one had no choice but to act swiftly. Realizing this trial had concluded, Du Yu stammered his gratitude. "Thank you, Qing Shi, for your guidance." Why the stutter? Because Du Yu's mind was racing with a singular thought. How could he be so formidable? Was it truly him who had deftly evaded Qing Shi's attacks and emerged unscathed? Yet, over the past 18 days, he had been relentlessly beaten by the fire-tongue tree, never having a moment of unscathed triumph. A revelation dawned upon him. Qing Shi had only 2 hands, while the fire-tongue tree possessed 1,000 vines. After enduring the lashes of the fire-tongue tree, facing a conventional adversary's attack seemed to have transformed into a mere trifle. Yang Qingqing did not hesitate to express her appreciation for Du Yu, remarking softly, "You possess keen senses and a clear mind. You know when to evade, how to evade, and can launch counterattacks at the opportune moments." Du Yu felt a tinge of bashfulness at the praise. His instructor was indeed remarkable. He thought it prudent to invite Gong Laoma to learn under Qing Shi's tutelage. Yang Qingqing continued, "It is evident that you have discovered your own close combat style, though you have employed the short dagger of the bow arm infrequently. This is an area to bolster in the future. Do you?" replied affirmatively. Yang Qingqing inquired about his recent progress, asking if he had reached the pinnacle of the spirit tamer stage. Du Yu nodded vigorously. "Yes, but I should soon ascend to the peak." "Oh," Du Yu's confident nod, coupled with the brilliance of his eyes, imbued him with considerable persuasiveness. "In Qing Shi's abode, with its abundant demonic flora and rich demonic essence, I have been diligently cultivating, and I can feel my bodily meridians expanding continuously." Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing could not help but scrutinize Du Yu from head to toe. Truly, he was a disciple of the Zhi He Min. His cultivation faced no hindrances, progressing from novice to the pinnacle of the spirit tamer in just over a month. Even those awakened at the ages of 10 or 11 could not boast such rapid advancement. Under Yang Qingqing's discerning gaze, Du Yu felt somewhat flustered. Yang Qingqing, sensing the young man's embarrassment, smiled and remarked, "You have indeed lost some weight. Has Xiao Fu neglected his duties in providing sustenance?" Du Yu quickly responded, "Senior Fu has brought fruits and vegetables several times. I have been eating exceedingly well. Speaking of which, Qing Shi, what about the preserved fruits you have stored in your dining hall?" Du Yu continued, "I read online that the Yuying fire seed thrives on consuming the fire yu fruit. And little Yuying genuinely relishes it, so we." Yang Qingqing waved her hand dismissively, "No matter. How is your demonic companion faring?" Du Yu breathed a sigh of relief, for he had indeed consumed numerous delectable fruits. The Yuying fire seed and the little fire fox have both reached the mortal level great completion stage. With the little fire fox advancing slightly faster, I sense she will soon level up as well. Given that it was an uncommon colored demonic companion, it was bound to possess extraordinary traits. Yang Qingqing finally turned her attention to Xiao Yin, gently beckoning her. With a soft yip, the little fox, Xiao Yin, abandoned Du Yu and leaped toward her. "Ah, woman, remember, this will be the beginning of your downfall." Yang Qingqing cradled the little creature in her hands, her fingers just grazing the tips of its large ears when she felt its fluffy tail unexpectedly brush against her collar. Yang Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, hastily covering her collar with her left hand while lifting Xiao Yin's right paw, staring incredulously at this mischievous little creature. Xiao Yin tilted her head, gazing up at Yang Qingqing with a pitiful expression, plaintively whimpering. Yang Qingqing, her expression filled with suspicion, glanced between Xiao Yin and Du Yu. Du Yu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly backed away, exclaiming, "Qing Shi, this has nothing to do with me, I assure you. Is that so?" Du Yu nodded emphatically, his face resolute, echoing Yang Qingqing's earlier words. As an uncommon colored demonic companion, it is bound to possess extraordinary qualities. As night fell within the first-floor guest room, Du Yu lay upon the grand bed, his breathing steady and rhythmic. Since undergoing the rigorous training under the fire-tongue tree, he had been utterly exhausted each day, leading to deep, uninterrupted slumber. Little Fenyang was diligently transforming its new home, morphing into a mysterious bird of black and gold, spiraling around Du Yu's bodily meridians in a continuous cycle. In the tranquil room, a small sound suddenly pierced the stillness. The fiery red tail cleared a corner of the blanket, revealing Xiao Yan's fluffy little head as she cautiously scanned her surroundings before stealthily climbing out from under the covers. Du Yu, who had been cradling his beloved, instinctively stirred as he felt the empty space beside him. Xiao Yan squatted at the head of the bed, frozen in place until she heard Du Yu's long, rhythmic breaths, at which point she exhaled in relief and gracefully leaped off the grand bed, heading straight for the door. That delicate figure slipped through the crack of the door, while a phantom little head slowly emerged from Du Yu's chest, perhaps fearing discovery. Little Fenyang refrained from pursuing, for this guest room alone lacked any demonic plants. Xiao Yan tiptoed to the staircase, gazing up at the wooden steps leading to the second floor. For over half a month, she had never ventured upstairs, regardless of dining, sleeping, training, or bathing. Du Yu consistently adhered to his master's teachings and had never ventured to the second floor. However, today that woman has returned. Hu Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and ultimately leaped up the steps. The walls were adorned with climbing flowers and leaves, which had already noticed this little creature wandering about at night, but did not intervene. Stealthily ascending the stairs, Xiao Yin, through the moonlight streaming in from outside, beheld a stunning moonlit garden. In comparison to the leaf-strewn first floor, the second floor was evidently more resplendent. Even the stair railing on the second floor was embellished with swaying flowers, emitting a gentle glow under the moonlight, creating an enchanting scene. Xiao Yin, filled with curiosity, surveyed her surroundings and arrived at the entrance of the master bedroom, gazing up at the flowers hanging from a small stool. Lost in the beauty before her, She seemed to have forgotten the purpose of her visit. The blue-purple blossoms blooming under the moonlight resembled exquisite morning glories, gently drooping and brushing against Xiao Yan's face. Her nose twitched as the golden-brown eyes became hazy with intoxication. Her petite frame swayed as if inebriated, slowly collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, within the master bedroom, a woman opened her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed as she gently waved her fingers. The soft flower stems curled toward the door, slowly parting it. Upon witnessing the scene at the entrance, Yang Qingqing could not help but chuckle and shake her head. Following this, the flower stems, as if dragging a lifeless dog, wrapped around Xiao Yan's bushy tail, pulling her inside and presenting her before Yang Qingqing. Little creature, truly relentless, Yang Qingqing chided softly, observing the flower-pollen-dazed little fox, a look of intrigue crossing her visage. Despite her favorable impression of Du Yu, who respected his elders, exhibited proper demeanor, and maintained an exceptionally upright attitude, she found it puzzling that he had raised such a flower-chasing little fox. Setting Xiao Yan aside, she sought to return to slumber, yet she faintly sensed a tremor of fiery aura emanating from downstairs. The fluctuation of this aura was minimal. Clearly, it could not have originated from her own demon plants. Upon further contemplation, it could only be the commotion instigated by Du Yu. Ascending to the peak of the demon-taming apprentice level, he is indeed a man of his word. Return her to her master, Yang Qingqing murmured, and the soft flower stems once again lifted the little creature, escorting her downstairs. The following morning, a certain fox awoke in her cozy abode. Xiao Yan, what happened? I went to seek the beautiful sister for some affection, and then I was enchanted by a flower. A soft sound echoed. Du Yu, with a flicker of fiery aura at his forehead, quickly caught Xiao Yan while frying an egg, placing her upon his shoulder. What mischief did you get up to last night? Naya, Xiao Yan purred softly, licking Du Yu's cheek. No more cuteness. Du Yu turned to glance at Xiao Yan, picking up a piece of fiery fruit from the table and offering it above her head. Little Yuing promptly seized it, transforming a mere dried fruit into a delightful treat akin to finger-licking chicken. With some effort, Du Yu extracted his fingers. Naya, Xiao Yan exclaimed, now filled with surprise rather than just playful affection. Yes, you two have reached the pinnacle of the mortal level. Thanks to the demon plant returning you, I could promptly welcome you back home. Otherwise, you would have missed this fortunate ride. Du Yu tilted his head, his expression one of endearment as he gently tapped Xiao Yan's small head. Naya, Xiao Yan gleefully leaped, seemingly relishing her newfound form. Pinnacle of the mortal level. With further effort, I can ascend to the level of earth demon beasts, and then I will possess a second grand tail. At the entrance to the dining hall, a woman clad in an exquisite robe appeared, her arms crossed before her, leaning against the doorframe with a gentle smile as she quietly observed the tender scene. The choice of demon pets by demon tamers varied greatly, resulting in vastly different future lives. The majority of demon pets in this world would grow significantly in size as their powers increased. Empowering demon pets was, naturally, the lifelong pursuit of a demon tamer. However, this also meant that the warm moments of daily life became increasingly rare. For instance, at this moment, Yang Qingqing, with multiple powerful, mature demon pets within her, found them more inclined to cultivate in her abode rather than partake in meals. They no longer required sustenance, only occasionally indulging in exquisite snacks, and preferred to bask in tranquility. Although nominally master and pet, the contract established a relationship of equality, under the principles of respect and love. Even Yang Qingqing could not disturb a demon pet without cause. There was even one demon pet within her that, due to its size, could not be summoned at home and required careful consideration before being called forth on the streets, as it could easily lead to chaos. Good morning, Qing Shi. Du Yu greeted as he plated the fried egg, noticing the elegant woman at the entrance. Yang Qingqing stepped inside, casting a brief glance at the bashful Xiao Yan. Did you both level up last night? With bright eyes and a radiant smile. The beauty of the woman was something Du Yu could accept. In this age of information explosion, he had encountered all manner of beauties. Yet, it was Yang Qingqing's unique aura as a powerful demon tamer that truly astonished him. Deep down, Du Yu sensed a pressure, a palpable, invisible weight. It was normal to feel such pressure when facing Qing Shi directly last night, but now, over half a month ago, he had encountered Qing Shi without any such sensation. Could it be that with his recent advancement, his heightened strength allowed him to perceive the world more profoundly? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. This was remarkably gratifying, as he would henceforth be akin to a humanoid radar. Not only could he use the burning sun eye to perceive all things, but he would also possess the perception to scan his surroundings. Goodness, was this pushing him further down the path of the 6th level? Why the silence, Qing Shi? Du Yu hurriedly spoke, retrieving 2 pieces of toasted bread from the toaster and placing them on the dining table. Yes, I leveled up last night. Achieving the pinnacle of demon taming apprentice. Yang Qingqing picked up a slice of toast, softly saying, "Thank you for preparing breakfast." Du Yu quickly turned to grab the large bowl of salad, stirring it with chopsticks. "No need for thanks. I am merely enjoying free food and lodging here while receiving special training from the esteemed teacher." Such politeness, of course, implied a degree of distance. Observing the busy Du Yu, Yang Qingqing gently remarked, "If you are determined to try the Shadow-Gu Tower, I will make a call to arrange it for you." "Oh," Du Yu halted, turning to look at her. "Qing sure, there is still a long way to go from the pinnacle of demon taming apprentice to demon tamer. Can I not solidify my skills a bit more?" Yang Qingqing nodded as she took another slice of toast. "The queue will take quite a while. Reservations are essential. Those levels yet to be conquered have their own powerful contenders watching closely. The Great Xia is never short of talent. Individuals from all over are flocking here, each eager to make their mark." "Oh, understood." Du Yu nodded fervently, realizing he must queue up first. He wouldn't want to reach the rank of demon tamer before it was his turn. Yang Qingqing merely smiled at him, her gaze playful. As the golden toast crunched delightfully in her mouth, she gestured to the dining chair. "You should eat too." "Oh, certainly." Suddenly, Yang Qingqing glanced at the vibrating phone on the table, raising an eyebrow. Fu Jianzhou? Meanwhile, Du Yu had already answered the call, and during their conversation, Yang Qingqing understood that Fu Jianzhou was coming over to check on his junior, not only to deliver provisions, but also to present a new recipe. After Du Yu hung up, Yang Qingqing inquired, "Did he tell you his name?" "Wasn't it Fu Jianzhou, representing construction, and Zhou Quan, symbolizing completeness?" "This is interesting." Du Yu lowered his head to examine the contacts on his phone, comparing the two names, and felt that his senior, Fu, had suddenly diminished in stature. Yet, it does possess a certain grandeur. Perhaps he could suggest a name change. Du Yu's expression grew awkward. That might not be appropriate. Yang Qingqing remarked, "He is bidding farewell to his former self. He might actually appreciate it." Du Yu blinked and refrained from further comment. From that moment on, there was no further exchange between the master and disciple. Yang Qingqing seemed to lack appetite, or perhaps Du Yu's culinary skills left much to be desired. She merely consumed a slice of bread and a few token bites of vegetable salad before pausing. Du Yu, indifferent to the flavor of the meal, persisted in his eating. After all, he was the man who secretly indulged Xiaofan Yang with candied firetong fruit daily. Flavor? Huh. Yang Qingqing propped her chin on her hand, quietly observing Du Yu devouring his meal, seemingly lost in thought. As she watched, Du Yu gradually ceased his eating, unsure of what Qingqing was contemplating. Noticing the youth's gaze, Yang Qingqing softly said, "I will stay at home for a few more days, taking this time to properly train you." Du Yu's heart soared with joy, yet he sought to conceal his exuberance, responding softly, "But teacher, you have many tasks and responsibilities as well." "Indeed," Yang Qingqing replied with a nasal tone, as if self-mocking. "I have failed. My task concerning the Shadow-Gu Tower was lost just yesterday." She took a sip of orange juice, at my level. The trump cards of the demon tamers are ever-evolving, each possessing their own strengths. Perhaps by the next opportunity, the Shadow-Gu Tower will have already fallen. Du Yu's thoughts raced. The level that had been conquered was 357, leaving only 1246. 12 for Qingqing, which was evidently unattainable. So, was she a great demon tamer or a demon tamer emperor? Given her youthful age in her 20s, she must be a great demon tamer. My goodness. To be so extraordinarily powerful at such a young age is simply astounding. The 4th level of demon beasts, the spirit level, signifies a qualitative transformation, meaning the ability to cultivate a demon soul and possess a second life. Likewise, the 4th level great demon tamer also signifies a human's transformation. And it is no exaggeration to say she has taken a significant step from humanity towards divinity. Yet, this remarkable woman turned her gaze towards Du Yu. Nodding with a gentle smile, "I am quite satisfied with the answers you've provided. During your wait, I shall teach you at home. Perhaps you can help me amend some regrets." Du Yu opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. It was inevitable that Qingqing could crush him with a single finger. However, the Shadow-Gu Tower was a peculiar existence. Different levels implied varying degrees of difficulty. "Once you're prepared, come to the living room." With that, Yang Qingqing stood and walked towards the dining area. Du Yu stared blankly at the woman's retreating figure, never having imagined that beneath the eternally noble and elegant exterior of Qingqing, there existed a hint of melancholy. "Du Yu, eat the fruit. Hurry, indulge in the fruit." All right. After tidying up the kitchen, Du Yu entered the living room. On the open balcony, Yang Qingqing sat on a sofa crafted from leaves, holding a sleek black hunting bow, with 2 short daggers resting on a tray beside her. Once you enter the Shadow-Gu Tower, You cannot use demon soldiers or silver fire, Yang Qingqing stated without looking up, her fingers caressing the end of the Bao's arm. Du Yu, puzzled, asked, why not? Crack. A crisp sound emanated from her fingertip as she effortlessly created a fracture along the Bao's arm. At that moment, Du Yu appeared particularly obedient. Although the hunting Bao was a beginner's demon soldier, it was still a demon soldier. Its material was derived from the demon plants of the demon-taming world, clearly beyond Du Yu's ability to shatter with bare hands. Yang Qingqing casually summoned a soft branch, which disassembled the wooden handle and blade of the short dagger, delivering the small sharp edge into her hand. Due to the enchantments placed upon the demon soldier's silver fire, any equipment exceeding the level of a demon-taming apprentice cannot accompany you into the Shadow Gu Tower, otherwise, it would complicate matters for you. Du Yu watched in astonishment as Yang Qingqing inserted the sharp edge into the fracture at the end of the Bao's arm, witnessing her palm ignite with intense fire demon essence. As she grasped the end of the Bao's arm once more, a charred aroma wafted through the air, and with her delicate hands kneading, the 20 centimeters blade seamlessly melded into the Bao, revealing approximately 15 centimeters of the blade. As Du Yu observed closely, he suddenly recalled something. His heart raced, and he hastily inquired in his mind, Xiao Fenyang, with your immense power, will I face challenges beyond the difficulty of a demon-taming apprentice once I enter the Shadow Gu Tower? Not at all, replied Xiao Fenyang. You seem quite confident, don't you? Du Yu remarked. Of course. Who could possibly discover me? It's just a mere tower. I'll hide well when the time comes. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Du Yu finally relaxed. He had unwavering trust in Xiao Fenyang. Just as he felt at ease, his mind was met with Xiao Fenyang's murmurs. But if we get discovered, we'll just run away. Du Yu responded, perplexed. Hee hee, Du Yu. You seem quite anxious. You weren't like this during the previous assessment. Du Yu sighed deeply, replying in his mind. Teacher has been so kind to us, dedicating herself to training us, crafting demon soldiers, and allowing us to indulge in so many fruits. I do not wish to disappoint her. You're right. Then let us help Teacher Qingqing fulfill her wishes together. It is said that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. And Xiao Fenyang had certainly enjoyed numerous treats over the past half-month. While Du Yu remained in contemplation, Yang Qingqing continued her work, integrating another sharp edge into the end of the Bao's arm. The gleaming blade glimmered coldly, adorned with peculiar patterns forming several arcs. First, put away your demon pets. All right. Du Yu hurriedly summoned his demon pets back home. During this time, Xiao Yuing had become much more obedient. Well, as long as they were near the fire tong tree, Xiao Yuing had been quite compliant. Since the last incident where Xiao Yuing attempted to explode and was ensnared in a cocoon by the fire tong tree, it had become more cautious. Xiao Yan stealthily glanced at Yang Qingqing, obediently returning to the designated home. After Yang Qingqing completed her task, she looked up and handed the demon soldier to Du Yu. The short daggers on either side are made of ordinary material, not demon soldiers. Otherwise, the level of this novice Bao might increase. Understood. Du Yu quickly stepped forward to accept the sleek, black-bladed hunting Bao. Yang Qingqing observed Du Yu's affectionate grasp of the weapon, softly suggesting, why not give it a name? After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Du Yu, she gently prompted, this is merely a beginner's demon soldier, with a usage period of less than a month. The implication was clear. Du Yu need not place too much significance upon it, as superior materials would not be allowed into the Shadow Gu Tower. Du Yu scratched his head. After all, this is the first gift teacher has given me. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing raised her gaze to Du Yu, appreciating the brightness of his eyes. But what truly captured her attention was the sincerity radiating from his beautiful gaze. This time, Yang Qingqing did not rush him. She leaned back, crossed her legs, and settled into a comfortable position, patiently awaiting his response. After a considerable pause, Du Yu finally spoke. How about Qingfeng? The demon soldier will be named Qingfeng. Yang Qingqing had no objections, even though the Bao was black. She did not mind her name appearing on a beginner's demon soldier. She simply stated, under the special training of the Fire Tong Tree, you have already developed your own close combat style. Continuously create distance to seek opportunities for counterattacks. Du Yu promptly nodded. Yang Qingqing then inquired, but what if the conditions on the battlefield do not permit it? What if you cannot create distance, even by a single step? Du Yu pondered briefly, glancing at the sharp edges on either side of the demon soldier Qingfeng. The sharp edges could serve as one solution. Yang Qingqing propped her chin on her hand, the leaves on the armrest of the sofa rustling, as they instinctively supported her elbow, drawing back like a bowstring. Du Yu wasted no time, immediately drawing his bow. Amidst the verdant peaks, a fiery arrow ignited. Extracting the arrow, Du Yu exclaimed, ah? He attempted to withdraw the flaming projectile, while Yang Qingqing patiently guided him. With his fingers grasping the arrow's tail, he successfully lifted the fire arrow from the bow. 1 second, 2 seconds, and as it detached from the demon soldier, the fire arrow lost its source of energy and quietly extinguished. How long did the fire arrow last? Yang Qingqing inquired. A realization dawned upon Du Yu, grasping the essence of his teacher's lesson. 2 seconds. Excellent. A faint smile graced Yang Qingqing's face, as she gently encouraged him. Thus, Du Yu promptly replied, in those 2 seconds, I can wield the fire arrow and strike at my surroundings. Suddenly, Yang Qingqing raised a hand, and in an instant, an endless array of leaves surged forth, transforming the modern living room into a training ground cloaked in foliage. Du Yu's heart tightened. Over the past 18 days, he had endured relentless trials upon this very ground, battered and scarred. Yet, the palm Yang Qingqing raised did not descend. She merely flicked her thumb. A vine shot forth from the leafy carpet, darting up and down, emerging just before Du Yu, yet showing no intent to attack. Aim for the third leaf. Counting down from the top, Yang Qingqing instructed. Without hesitation, Du Yu drew his bow, evidently confident in his archery skills. Scarcely taking time to aim, the vine was struck and quickly retreated into the carpet. Yang Qingqing's index finger twitched slightly, and another vine shot up from Du Yu's right front, moving in the same up and down manner. Familiar with his teacher's training method, Du Yu swiftly drew his bow again. With a flurry of fire arrows, he targeted each vine's third leaf, akin to a novel whack-a-mole game. As Yang Qingqing's fingers danced quicker, the emerging vines accelerated in their movements. Gradually, Du Yu found himself struggling to keep pace. This was too fast. Yang Qingqing had evidently discovered his limit. Just as Du Yu began to falter, a vine surged forward 3 meters away, transforming into a long snake that lunged towards his face. Startled, Du Yu instinctively leaped back, drawing and releasing the bow with fluidity. The sound of the fire arrow striking the leaf resonated, as the vine snake lost its vitality, crashing down onto the leafy carpet. Yet, Du Yu had no time to relax, for from all directions, more vines emerged, and amidst those seemingly innocuous ones, another vine morphed into a snake, aimed at Du Yu's side. With a rush, he sidestepped and landed gracefully, though his pupils constricted slightly. In his peripheral vision, a vine surged forth a mere half-meter away, threatening his face. Startled, Du Yu evaded again, but as he drew his bow, the vine ensnared the arrowhead. Du Yu gasped. Instinctively, he wielded his bow in a horizontal sweep, attempting to tear through the vine with the blade at the bow's end. Though the vine was not severed, the moment the blade met it, the vine slackened its grip on the fire arrow, as if bereft of life. Plummeting towards the carpet below, breathing heavily, Du Yu felt a shortness of breath. His pressure stemmed not only from the attacking vines, amidst the chaos. He had undoubtedly missed countless targets. If this were a test set by his teacher, he had already failed numerous questions. Du Yu endeavored to steady his nerves. Focusing intently on rapid-fire shooting, lost points could not be regained, yet he must tackle the forthcoming challenges one by one. Yang Qingqing sat upon the leafy sofa, quietly observing the boy ensnared in his predicament through the rising vines. Suddenly, her pinky finger quivered slightly. In the training ground, Du Yu felt as though the past had returned. Another vine snaked towards him from half a meter away, but this time, his response was notably more fluid. As he drew and aimed, the blade at the bow's end glimmered, slicing towards the approaching vine. However, this time, despite the cut, the vine did not lose its vitality. Instead, it tightened its grip on the demon soldier's bow, evidently vying for control of the weapon. Simultaneously, another vine surged forth, aimed directly at Du Yu's face. In a fleeting moment, Du Yu had an epiphany. Unable to dislodge the demon soldier's bow, he swiftly withdrew the burning fire arrow from the bow, clenched the arrow's tail, and pivoted sharply, driving it into the encroaching vine. The arrowhead pierced the resilient leaf. With this decisive strike, time seemed to freeze. The vines, which had been darting up and down, halted mid-motion, suspended in place. The vine grappling for the demon soldier's bow relinquished its force, while the vine struck by Du Yu stood frozen in the air. The tableau was set, as Yang Qingqing's fingers stilled. Breathing heavily, Du Yu's chest rose and fell with intensity, warily scanning his surroundings. Yang Qingqing regarded Du Yu's silhouette, her gaze revealing a hint of something unusual. She had never before witnessed his training. 18 days prior, she had been on a mission, and upon her return, the results were evident. Yet now, she observed him filling out this test paper in real time. To her astonishment, everything she had hoped to see in her imagination, Du Yu had unveiled before her. And all within the span of a single lesson, transcending mere talent for subjugating demons. It was a gift for combat. The previous night, she had urged Du Yu to enhance his use of the bow arm's short dagger. Before the special training, she had merely hinted that the fire arrow had a 2-second duration post-release. Teacher? Du Yu turned, his gaze traversing the countless vines suspended in midair. looking towards Yang Qingqing in the distance. Continue, she softly instructed, her fingers trembling slightly, and the world sprang back to life. The vines surged forth, flowers and leaves swirling, the scene resembling a dream. Perhaps he truly could.